Holy, 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 Lord God Almighty, who was and is to come.
Is this is your name like the church branch of Phones for You? You get a phone contract with your church attendance every Sunday. You get.
This is the Flat Earth server.
I'm talking about your name. Anyway, moving swiftly on.
Do you want to know about Flat Earth? Then ask away.
Hey, me? I think, or are you talking to someone else?
Oh yeah, you know about Flat Earth already, Crypt.
Yeah, I hope so. It is indeed flat.
Awesome.
So, which part of South Africa are you from?
Cape Town. Have you been there?
Yes, I have.
Cool. Where did you go? Whereabouts in Cape Town?
I mean, I was. Let me think. This is 21 years ago. Like, I can't remember that far.
How long were you there?
About a week, maybe 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, so you just there visiting, yeah. Yeah, I know Cape Town's like every street, every road. I've probably walked every road in the whole city. And it's a big city.
Really? Wow. Yeah.
I mean, I know that place.
All I remember is I could see really, really well for some reason. Weather was beautiful. It rained at 4:30 every day, and the beaches are amazing. That's all I remember, really.
Yeah, that's like some seasons. Yeah, that's probably winter. But I mean, obviously, it's not always raining there. It's pretty nice weather there. Pretty moderate climate, Mediterranean climate. It's pretty nice. And yeah, the beaches are beautiful, and the mountains. And did you go up Table Mountain? I bet you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a winner. And then you go down to the reserve there. The reserve is pretty cool on the peninsula.
No, we didn't go to a reserve. It's like an animal reserve. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's just a couple of baboons and not much going on there, but it's nice to be on the peninsula. You just see like you go right to the point there, the most south point there. It's quite fun just to see the whole peninsula and all. It's just it's a nice drive there.
And that's just the locals, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
You said there were a couple of baboons, and I said that's just the locals.
No, there's like real baboons there, like lots of them, and they walk around all over. Yeah, like I used to live by a Navy base, and there used to be baboons walking around, and they're quite dangerous. You got to be careful. They actually attack you. They actually attacked me once.
Yeah, for sure.
They actually thought there was like fruit on my jersey. It was a picture of a fruit, and it was like a banana or something, and they thought it was a real banana, so they grabbed it.
Right.
Yeah.
That is funny. I'm aware of baboons and other monkeys as well. They're super strong, man. They don't look like much, but I wouldn't want to fight a monkey. You know.
Yeah, you get rabies as well, diseases, and one also when I was a baby, one kidnapped me. A baboon kidnapped me. Yeah. While my parents were having a barbecue, and then I was like 2 years old, and a baboon picked me up and took me off, and then my parents came and rescued me. So I was almost like going to be Tarzan.
That'd be pretty sweet, man. Oh. It would have been like dances with baboons.
Yeah, it would have been like brought up by baboons, almost. Yeah, it was close.
What do you think your accent would have been like?
Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, they make some funny sounds. Whoa. You hear them at night. Whoa. Like that sound.
Yeah. So no, I don't remember going to a reserve. I do remember Table Mountain, and I remember a lot of shopping trips for some reason. But then I was with female family, so what do you expect?
Oh, for sure, yeah. Yeah.
I also remember everyone looked really healthy. Like loads of people in the UK look really pale, and when I was in South Africa, everyone was like beautifully tanned.
Vitamin D3, the sun, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's nice. But no, we were there in winter because it was over. We basically went for the millennium. So we went in like late December '99 and came back sort of like early 2000 January.
Oh, pretty cool. And you stay in England, right? Sorry?
Yeah, I'm in London at the moment. Yeah.
London, yeah. My brother used to live there. He moved to Ireland now, and but he was there. And my grandmother's originally from Manchester.
Oh wow, yeah.
I never met her though, but she came to South Africa, and then she passed away before I was born.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, Manchester's an interesting city. I've never actually personally been there. I've lots of friends who've been there. Quite studenty nowadays. There's a lot of. It's a bit of a growth city at the moment because it's quite cheap, but it's not a million miles away from London. So a lot of people they might live in London, but they'll buy a property in Manchester to rent out or something. Good music scene up there as well. So kind of goes with the student thing. Quite a young city. Yeah, nice place.
I've had some people actually say to me, "Are you from Manchester?" And I'm like,
really?
How do you know my grandmother was from there? Yeah.
I think they just don't know your accent. Yeah.
Yeah.
I find people are always super surprised if I get their accent correct, if they're either South Africans or New Zealanders, because people always get those two accents wrong.
Yeah, most people don't know any South Africans here, and yeah, so yeah. Exactly.
But I think the accent's really distinct, though. Like, I would never. I can't imagine ever getting a South African's accent wrong, unless they'd spent a significant time in another country or something else strange, you know.
Imitate an Australian accent. Yeah, I'm from Australia. My name is Mark Akalupo, and I like windsurfing. Never tried it. There's an Australian accent.
No.
Almost. What? My name is Mark Akalupo. I'm from Australia. Never.
They don't say Australia. They say Australia.
Yeah, I've probably got it.
Australia. G'day, mate. We got any Australians in the chat?
Yeah, something like that.
It's a nice example.
But a lot of South Africans moved to New Zealand. That's a big. They went to Hobbitland.
Yeah.
Yeah. They all want to become hobbits, live in the mountains.
They probably feel like hobbits next to all those rugby players. Oh, mind you, South Africans rugby players as well. Current World Cup champions.
Yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that doesn't make no sense. All the sports going full blast, but everyone has to sit in their homes and die. That doesn't make sense.
It all seems so foreign to me.
Well, this is the way it works. It's basically you just ignore any real world troubles and just focus on the bread and circuses. That's how it works.
Focus on the what? I'm sorry.
The bread and circuses.
Yeah, so that's how you know everything is fake.
I'm sorry. Now that's the first time I didn't understand you. The what and circuses?
Bread and circuses.
Bread and circuses.
The scam, the
distraction.
Yeah, the sleight of arm, the sleight of the magician act. Yeah.
Yeah, right. The spell being cast. Illusion. I get it. The veil.
Yeah. Don't look at your own life. Look over here. There's a rugby game going on.
Look at space. Look at this. Look at the rocket going up there. Yeah, look over there. Look at
shell game. It's a classic shell game.
Yeah, that's what I always do. You always do. Look over there, and then you quickly do something. It's like that's.
Get left hand. No, it's over here. What about over here?
Yeah. Look there, and then you. That's when you move. That's when you do it.
It must be globe-proof somewhere. Maybe it's under here.
Yeah. Look in
must
space.
be somewhere, right?
Somewhere. Like WMDs. Like it must be in here
Somewhere
somewhere.
over the rainbow. Over the rainbow.
I mean,
Yeah.
the authority told you it exists. Therefore, it must exist, right?
Yeah, isn't that
Absolutely.
enough for all of
Yeah.
you?
Yeah, a degree. Yeah, a degree means that it's a fact. Once you have a degree, then everything you say that comes out your mouth is a fact.
Oh, cool. I've got a degree.
Yeah, so everything you say is a fact because you got a
See,
degree.
that's really cool.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
easy.
2 plus 2 is 5.
I have a temperature. It's in
Yes,
degrees.
yes,
Does
yes,
that count?
sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're right.
So, guys, 2 plus 2 is 5 now.
Absolutely.
2
Yes.
plus 2 is
Yes.
5.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, change
Now, who
math.
would idiotically just believe that bullshit? I mean,
Where is that
Sorry.
particular quote from? 2 plus 2, I believe. I'm sure there's a
How
Glober
can you-
somewhere that believes that.
Probably.
How can you deny that 2 plus 2 is 5? He just said it. It's a fact. How can you deny it? It's a fact. Yeah.
Well, I mean, why would I lie?
I just
Exactly.
realized
Especially
he was talking
when
about
someone with a degree.
talking.
Exactly. Sorry.
And why would I lie? I wouldn't lie to you. I have
I
no
know.
reason to lie.
No, never.
Yeah.
You're a nice guy. Look at you. You're friendly. You're nice. You got a nice personality. You can't lie.
And someone
You're
had,
perfect.
and he has a degree, so he couldn't lie.
Yeah, exactly.
No, definitely not. The degree. Always remember the degree. Don't forget that. Yeah. Absolutely.
In all seriousness, what really gets me about this is is like how stupid people are like, oh, but they're clever and they figured it out. Like, not at any point considering that if these people are clever, then they can lie cleverly as well, and that if they can tell you clever lies and you're stupider than them, which is the argument, then therefore you wouldn't be able to tell it was a lie in the first place. Like, they can't even figure this
Right.
basic stuff out.
Like
To be honest with you,
like the particular character that we all know about, but he's got a book right and on his bookcase, How to Lie with Statistics.
Who's
I'll
that?
be honest with you though. I really believed all these things for a long time, and I don't know. I don't even know how I got out of it. It's like it's kind of. I think I was so wrapped up in all this stuff that it's almost impossible to get out of it unless you have to actually be really exposed, like hard to the truth. Like I used to go to these LAN meetings and we used to play games, and then people used to get, like have all these videos from dark internet sites, and I used to start watching them, and that's when it started. I started thinking, and then I had to have a different change of mind. I had to get my mind changed from that kind of mindset that just believes everything to the mindset that you actually question everything, like Alex Jones kind of thinking. And once I started listening to Alex Jones after a while, I started thinking like he thinks. And once you start thinking like he thinks, you question everything, and then suddenly it becomes easier to start seeing through all these lies. You have to have a new mind, basically, to understand, to see through things.
Yeah, that's basically all it is that we're doing, is that we're questioning what we're told. And the things that pass the smell test, okay, that's cool. Things that don't pass the smell test, don't believe that. Yeah.
Exactly.
But you don't have to. But this is, yeah, you don't have to believe everything you're told. And I'm amazed
No.
that people do. They just do. But then they'll tell you they don't. And you're just
Yeah.
like, okay, so you don't believe everything you're told. Could you give me an example? Oh no, there's none, because everything they tell you is true. Right.
Like, for example, I don't believe everything that Alex Jones says. I believe everything he says, but I don't believe the way he says it, his attitude on things. And because attitude is really important too. And I don't believe it. I don't agree with every person.
He's a media mole. He's a mole.
But I don't believe in all the people in flat Earth either. I don't agree with a lot of them. I don't agree with a lot of things. But the flat Earth part, I believe in. We're totally in total agreement on that. But in terms of like other things, like the other views on life and stuff, I'm totally against what I don't agree with their way of thinking at all. But in terms of flat Earth, I'm totally agreement. That's good. I mean, we're good.
Yeah, there are some things that you can agree with some flat earthers, and then there's just some things that aren't.
Absolutely, yeah.
We've gone through our own experiences, and like someone was saying, for instance, I'm just gonna use this as an example. Someone was talking about eating going to a grocery store and just ordering fat, right? Now, this individual that was telling me this, he was going off of his experience. He's going off of his knowledge. And it's either my choice to follow through with what he's telling me and go and observe for myself and do what he was saying, or I could listen to the fact that or know the fact that my uncle died from clogged arteries from eating too much, like having that kind of stuff. It killed him. So I can go it's either that or I go with what that guy is saying.
That's a tricky one though, because we got to remember we have a lot of people that lie in the medical companies, and all the internet is filled with false information, health information. The whole internet is got people, thousands and people working for the medical companies that are putting false information out all the time. So a lot of your information is false. So you can think that you died for that reason, but it's actually for another reason. So you could say, okay, I died from eating too much meat, but actually you died from eating margarine, because that's a bad oil, a bad fat.
You die.
So
You die from bad thinking. You also die from bad thinking.
Enoch, was Arian preaching to you?
What's that?
So was that Arian preaching to you?
Nah, I think so, bro. I don't know.
He's gonna live forever, so he's not worried about what he eats.
But I mean, eating meat. I mean, a lot of people like argue about that subject. But I mean, put it this way: there's worse oils than the meat in oils. The oil in meat anyway. You can get some really bad oils that can really mess up your heart real quick. Like
I also think that
I was just saying because I was just mentioning it because like I had mentioned that I decided to be vegan, and so he was, he was telling me his thoughts, and yeah.
I mean, if you want to be vegan, go for it. But what I'm saying is there's some really bad oils that in all our food in our grocery stores that really mess up your heart, and that's the star flour, the GMO cotton seed, all the bad oils.
And it's also the way that you cook the food too. It's not only the food itself; it's the way that you cook it.
And it's also the pesticides in them. They got this new 20 times worse pesticide they just released about a month ago or so, and it's actually 20 times worse than the one they were using before. So it's a lot of different things, but it really messes those kind of things really, if you look what they do, those oils, they can really mess up your health real bad. And it's in everything. They put those cheap oils in everything. So stay away from cheap oils. And even olive oil can be fake sometimes. Even coconut oil, you got to watch out for those, the fake ones as well. So you got to look after your health. And if you know obviously you can't always afford it because sometimes you're on a tight budget. But if you can, it's trying.
Yeah, I totally agree, bro.
Like McDonald's fries. The potatoes grow in fields and they spray the pesticides on them and they don't touch them for like a week. And then whenever they do pick them, they sit in containers for like 4 days so that they become touchable again.
Well, you know who owns McDonald's now? I think Bill Gates just bought McDonald's. But do you know what they put on? You know what they put on all those crops here? They put dead bodies from human bodies, whatever, on top of as compost.
That's ridiculous.
Dang, Witsit, you guys are already in LA? What a trip, man.
So if you want to eat Bill Gates,
that's my old stomping ground, the Sidewalk Cafe in Venice. Oh my God, what memories! Craziness.
Yeah, and Bill Gates is now the largest farmland owner in the United States, possibly even the world.
Yeah, so everyone wants to bow down and worship Bill Gates, but that's if they want to, that's their choice. They think he's so great, and get his vaccine as soon as possible so that they can feel better about themselves. Would you trust someone who says we want to kill off the world population?
And notice how he just fell off
Yeah.
the map. He used to be all over the news when
Mhm.
all of this stuff hit. Now he's
Yeah.
nowhere to be found.
Deep
After
underground
the
bunkers.
after the rollout of the fruit juice.
Well, they had to make him take him out the picture because he was getting too much negative. Everyone was waking up because he was basically too. Everyone knew about what he's doing, and people starting to wake up. So now they don't need him as a front man anymore. They've got other front men like Fauci and other people. Biden.
There are too many memes going around about you. We have to switch gears.
The numpties from the numpty zone.
Do.
Problem they have with someone like Bill Gates, though, is that he owns Microsoft, and so people are reminded about him all the time because millions of people own PCs. So it's quite difficult to keep him out of the news, so to speak.
Cut the
Well, he owns
umbilical.
YouTube and Discord as well. So, by the way, you know that he owns both of those.
Get Linux.
No,
Cut the
they were
umbilical
in
cord.
talks. They were in talks, but as far as I could tell, they were actually collapsed. I don't think Microsoft actually bought this.
I wouldn't believe it though. He probably owns it via a backdoor company. So what you do, you use a backdoor company to buy the company, but you don't know that person actually owns it, because BlackRock basically owns everything. BlackRock is the Illuminati basically. They own all the companies. They own the cruise lines. They own everything basically. All the big companies, all the communication companies. BlackRock is basically the holder of all of those. They got other names though, and they own everything basically. They own all the houses. All the people dying now, they own all the houses from those people.
You would be surprised at the spider web of ownership when it comes to these companies, their investments, all of it. I'm privy to a lot of that information, and it would blow your mind. The amount of ownership and shell companies, and I can't explain it all, and I'm not allowed to, but it's unbelievable.
Send me a private message if you want, or you can do it on another time on audio.
Yeah, no, I'm just privy to information that I'm not allowed to talk about due to the nature
No
of my
way. We
work.
know about the 13 families and the people that live amongst us that actually pretend to be normal people. We know about all that, and we know about all the companies that are all owned by the 13 families and Soros and Rockefeller, Rothschild, and how they control every single aspect of life. We know that, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of money changing hands, and it's a big club, but you and I are not in it. That's for sure.
And there are dissensions between the 13 families, though. Don't think that they're just all in agreement all the time. That's why with this, a lot of things are happening behind the scenes. Is actually these, but I don't think that whole Q thing is any validity. I think that's a fake scam. Whatever the whole Q. I don't believe it's true.
Yeah, no, that's controlled opposition. It's a psyop. It's to get people. Yeah, I don't know. I see right through all that BS.
But they're definitely fighting for the power as well between each other.
The sad part about all of it having the controlled opposition is those who don't actually see it, they'll take it as truth.
So you were saying Alex Jones is a mole. Yeah. Sometimes he seems quite a nice guy though. In terms of he's not. It doesn't seem like a really bad guy.
Yeah, how can you tell, bro? He's on the freaking screen. Come on, man.
Well, you just got to. Sometimes your intuition also is right. I don't think Alex Jones.
The MK Ultra folks know all about your intuition, probably more than you do, or that any of us do ourselves. They've been studying
don't
it.
read-
Like anybody that's got their big fat face on someplace where you can see it, it's part of the show. That's
I
my
don't really believe
take. That's my take on all of it. I don't see them as human at all. I see them as actors and actresses.
But I don't take MK Ultra seriously because they can only see in one dimension. When you have enlightenment from God, from Jesus, then you see things in 50 billion dimensions.
So MK Ultra mind control is not a real thing. Then is that what you're saying?
Oh, it's real, but it's limited
Limited how?
in a one dimensional carnal Adamic mind.
I'm not sure. I think they're crossing. Well, I don't know. I'm not going to go into dimensions, but
Well, I mean the devil's got nothing on God. I mean, it doesn't even come close. It's
yeah,
not comparable.
my whole point is: are they controlling people's minds through mass media or not?
Well, they definitely are,
There, that's it.
and they definitely can influence people's thinking through the 5G, the 2G, the 4G. They have been for a long time, and it definitely works through the graphene oxide.
The five senses from adrenal triggers, from emotional connections. This is
Oh yes.
biochemical
used-
processes that are emotionally triggered. They know about these things.
They can use
Yeah,
like
that's-
Disney songs.
That's how they get the crack addicts started with their their adrenaline and stuff like that. They know what triggers
that's-
people's adrenal glands.
Well, that's what NASA is, a mind control company, and so is Disney.
Exactly. I see them as nothing more than a elaborate, maybe not even that elaborate, studio, science fiction theater studio.
The whole of Hollywood is as well.
Yes, actually, they're all
Everything on your
connected.
TV.
They're connected, actually. Isn't that interesting?
All connected, yeah. And everything you see on TV is put out exactly at a certain time for a certain reason to get you in a certain frame of mind, to get society in a certain frame of mind for that exact moment. So the movies you watch, exact movie, they'll put that violence there just to trigger you in a certain way, to get you to react in a certain way. It's all planned. Everything's it's carefully planned.
Yeah, think about the amount of information and data that they're gathering from wearable devices like Apple Watches and Fitbits, and how they know what you're looking at any point in time, how your body reacts to it physically, emotionally, through heart rate and all of that. Think about the amount of data that's giving them.
They're watching you playing Final Fantasy and seeing your reaction, how you're getting into it, and how you react, and changing your behavior, how you deal with situations and stuff. Everything that it's all being checked. So therefore a reason to get you in a certain frame of mind, to condition you.
I was watching a Marvel Studios movie last night, and it's one I've never seen before, and I thought it was very interesting. But one thing I wanted to I took note of when I was watching it is, like, let's say Marvel Studios, they show those little film reels in the beginning of those movies to let you know beforehand, preemptively, that this is a cartoon you're about to see. So why doesn't NASA do that? It's the same thing. If NASA did that too, it wouldn't be any different. They just put a little thing that shows like a cartoon strip going by, like old cartoon reels. Then you know it's a cartoon you're about to see. What you're seeing is a mirage. That spaceship is a mirage.
Don't trust your senses.
Yeah.
Your brain can't differentiate between reality and fantasy. So what happens is they know that, and what happens is the brain mixes fantasy and reality up the whole time. It has trouble with like when you dream a lot of things that are half fantasy, half real, and that brainwashing is done with the fantasy part of things, with stories and movies and things like that. That's why they have to keep all the young people in games and movies and in other worlds and space and all these things, just so that their minds are completely not even in the real. They're not even in reality at all. Keep them out of reality. That's the tactic.
Yeah, it's also like they're able to get you to subconsciously think you've won some sort of battle, or you associate yourself with the hero of the movie, and you get the same effect as if you have conquered or you are that type of hero. Thus,
Right.
less likely to act in the real world because you've already felt like you've conquered a battle, and you have a hard time.
That's a good point, because I think they start identifying with this storyline and they actually start experiencing the emotional ups and downs of this adventure, what they're seeing on their screen of this person. They project that in. So no wonder they come in here, it's seemingly fighting for their very existence as an individual or a personality. Like they're afraid they're going to lose part of their personality.
Their religion.
Yeah.
So basically, you worship this persona, and you become that person. You think you are that person. You live that person. You live in another world, and you're actually living in a fake reality of hating yourself, and you don't like yourself anymore. You like this fake person that you're pretending to be.
So any Globers that are possibly, I don't know, are the live streams muted?
Think about how many people died in the past during the Crusades and all that kind of stuff for their religion. In my opinion, most of the Globies and the Normies are the exact same.
Yeah,
we just have to face it that we're living in a delusional society and that we are actually the heroes of this movie here.
It's a battle of fantasy. It's a battle, literally a fantasy against reality. It's a battle. So that's why evidence is not even in the realm of this. Like when they come in, what they're doing, evidence has no meaning to someone like that. I don't care about it's about this fantasy philosophy life in their head that they want to believe is real so bad. Or they're just plain anti-flat earther that have taken on this cause of, like, let's just say flat earthers are stupid. Let's just try to tell or convince people that flat earthers are just dumb, and provide, throw a bunch of red herrings and scattergunning and all this kind of stuff.
Well, case in point, the media is going nuts about UFOs and nobody seems to care.
I know. I know.
The thing is, like, what they do is they create the persona of these scientists that are so wonderful and clever, and they got this image of the scientist, and that's what they want to be. They want to be this perfect scientist that knows everything and can prove everything, and they have that persona that they're following after.
No, I think they want a daddy figure. That's what I think. I think, that might be slightly off. But yeah, there's all different colors and flavors of this variety thing with these characters we run into.
So they've taken over the whole world with imaginary worlds, and that's how they defeat, by living in fantasy worlds.
Yeah,
so delusional from the get-go.
It seems to me the blurring of these lines, that's what I can really actually starting to see that it started peeking into our, I don't know how to, peeking in through the veil, like we could see it through the veil, and now we see it right up front. in public, right?
Yeah,
All this fantasy, believing in fantasy.
it's like in those movies where they got the good guy and the bad guy, and the good guy finally spots the bad guy, and the bad guy continues doing the thing that he's normally doing, because the only ones that knows he's the bad guy is, you know, him and the good guy, and everybody else sits in the middle, and they're not aware of what's going on, and it's kind of like a thorn in the side of the good guy as the bad guy keeps doing his thing until finally the good guy figures out how to expose him.
No, I
Have you
think
noticed?
I think the good guy will always win when reality is on the good guy's side.
Have you noticed how, like in movies, they used to have like the bad guy was always the guy who gets beaten, you know, but nowadays it's like, okay, the bad guy gets exposed, then he suddenly gets forgiven at the end, and he gets let off. It's like he did all these bad things, he killed millions of billions of people, but it's okay, we'll just forgive him and let him off because we're superheroes. Have you noticed that's the theme lately in all the movies and games and everything? There's no justice. There's no consequence for your actions. In other words, you can be the worst person, and there's no consequence in the movies.
Well, I remember when they had the Spider-Man movie, or excuse me, it's the last video game that I played. They had Kingpin get locked up, and then basically New York just turns to garbage because other supervillains stepped up.
Like they breaking the lines between good and evil. So now the evil are becoming good and the good are becoming evil. It's like they make everything twisted and turned around. It's like in all the movies that's what they're doing with all the themes. And nowadays it's like, okay, play the villain in the game, you know. It's not like play the hero anymore. Play the villain.
Everybody wants to be the bad guy.
Yeah, the coolest Spider-Man game I played was when I was a teenager. Venom, and it was comic book graphics. Can't remember the name of it.
What was one of the most pinnacle movies that really confused people's minds was the Joker in Batman when he had that speech about evil, how the excuse for evil, how you know that it's so brainwashing. I was like, when I was listening to it, I was thinking, what are these people listening to? How can people actually not see what they're actually listening to in this movie? They actually basically he was tearing apart all goodness and anything good. He was saying that evil is kind of justified because people are so evil. Basically, that's what he was saying. But just the evilness of it was just so wicked. It was just it was so twisted round, like such a twisted round argument. It sounds like a lot of people in the YouTube chat sometimes on Flat Earth as well, how they twist around evil, like trying to make God the bad one and the devil the good one.
Yeah, they pushed this in television for like the last 2 decades now. The anti-hero, you know? They've kind of tried to convince everyone that morality is like there's gray areas to morality, you know, it's not binary like right and wrong. There's a middle ground, which I don't agree with. That's the perversion of morality to say there is a middle ground. I mean, just look at like something like Breaking Bad, you know. biggest TV show of the last decade. You know, everyone's obsessed with it. Blah blah blah. Main character, you know, he's like starts off as this, you know, morally good person, and then slowly descends into, you know, a totally corrupted, wrong individual that does bad things. But still, people praise them, you know, praise him, and think he's justified in his actions when he's not. As soon as he did the first morally wrong action, that's when he's no longer any type of hero, and that's it, you know. But yeah, they've really tried to push this anti-hero thing on people with TV and movies over the last 2 decades. It's picked up to get people confused as to what genuine morality looks like. Yeah.
So true. And what also the consequences for actions, they take that completely away. So you can just do whatever you like and you'll be forgiven, or you'll be somehow, it's like there's no consequence for what you do. That doesn't make sense, because that's not even real. But they try and portray that even the worst villains can be suddenly, they're suddenly forgiven and they find they're let off, no consequence. They killed millions of people, but don't worry, it's a new day. They're fine now. It's like it doesn't make sense, because in reality, you could pay the price for your actions.
Yeah, they've just given people a grounds to believe that you no matter what you do, no matter how bad your action is, there's always some weaselly way to justify it as being right, you know, like subjectively, like it was right for your situation, and when it's not, you know.
Like
They're giving people permission to justify being morally bankrupt, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah, like the Transformers movie with the Cube of Life. Like, the Decepticons wanted to use the Cube of Life to recreate their race, but Optimus Prime decided that the human race was more important than their own race, and they destroyed the Cube of Life so that they couldn't replenish. Like, if he was to put that on a human scale, it's like, you know, Romeo's family, you know, splits up and divides, and Romeo decides to kill off his entire family so he can have a relationship with Juliet.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear cut for us here, you know, because we have our heads screwed on right. But for other people, they can justify these things. As far as like the Decepticons go, and you know, it's like your race died out. You know, that's what happened. That's the story. It ended for them. You don't go and destroy another race, you know, entirety of another race species to bring back yours. You know, it's wrong. Simple. But then people just pick and choose whatever feels best for them. You know.
Like that one movie with the superheroes, and then they go and nuke this one whole city, and they say it was for the good of mankind. We had to nuke that city. These fake superheroes, I don't know what they were. They were kind of a weird movie. It was about 15 years back, 20 years back.
Watchmen.
Yeah, that's right. And then they nuke the whole city, and then they say, "Oh, it's for the good of mankind. We had to do it."
Yeah, but in the storyline of that, the nuking of the city was intended as a false flag to justify war.
Exactly.
Sounds familiar.
What, 9/11?
No. That's a theory.
The fact that you already showed us everything about
the revolution of the
Buddy's roboting worse than I do.
The fact checkers already told us that everything that they said about 9/11, the conspiracy theorist people, is fake. The fact checkers are always right, because they're. Have you seen the fact checkers? They really are decent, good people. Right.
What exactly qualifies you as a fact checker? Like, what's the criteria?
Do you get paid by Facebook?
I think you have to be a Satanist before you can qualify to be.
Yeah.
I think it has something to do with the amount of blackmail.
I think you have to wear a pointy hat and ride on a broom quite a lot, and then I think if you do it enough, then qualify for it.
Yeah, but like we all know it's totally corrupted, and yeah, what qualifies institutions as fact checkers is that they toe the mainstream line, of course, and at all costs, and just deny anything contrary to it. But like, if we were approaching it realistically, how would you qualify someone? Like, what would you test someone to qualify them as okay, you're a reliable fact checker? It's like what?
You have to say, I love
reasoning,
Satan a few
logic.
times.
You know.
You have to say, I love Satan a few times, and then you're qualified. Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
You know, you could probably
it stands to. Oh, sorry, man.
You could probably ask a fact checker and find out what they did to become qualified. I'd probably ask Snopes because everybody goes to them.
Yeah, we know what they did. they're employed by the very people they're defending, at all costs. So, but it stands to reason the only possible way to be a fact checker is to be God,
Without a doubt, because like you're outside of it, you see it.
Well, if this happened 200 years ago, this would never have been pulled off because people would have stopped it. Because no one would have put up with this nonsense.
I think more people
Smarter.
were ready and willing. Yeah, they were smarter, but they were also ready and willing to die for what they knew was right. Because, of course, if we're to go by that flat Earth was taught in schools up until what was it, about 1920s, as far as the evidence shows, then that means that it was pretty much common knowledge for people 100 years back, or 120 years ago at least. And if you have that knowledge, then you have the creator's real, and it's all about doing the right thing in life and such. So I think people had that that ability to be willing to die for what they knew was right, which made rising up in revolt much easier. Because that's what stops most people nowadays. It's like, yeah, I'm ready to protest. I'm ready to carry. Yeah, sorry, Josh.
Is they get everything from their government, right? Everybody relies too much on their government. That's how they get you. That's how they got all the fucking communists or all the czarists when the communists took over in Russia. Is they started giving out, this party. We will give you a chicken in every house and all that shit, right? So people rely too much on their government, and their government is never looking out for their best interests. It's looking out for the government's own interests always. So that's the thing. People need to realize that what they're getting from the government is slavery, and it's not worth anything. I mean, people actually think that fucking paycheck they get does anything. No, you still have to fucking give that money right back for fucking bills and shit. So just people are cucks, man. They're cucks for money.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it's kind of cringe. Like, I'm kind of cringe with this whole CV situation where people are like, let us go back to work, you know. It's like I'm dying to go back to my fucking slave job, you know. And I know people need to live, you need to earn a living, you need to support your family and all that, of course. But you know, but just the desire, like, yeah, maybe some people have really good jobs that they do enjoy and take a lot of gratification from, but most people are going back to office jobs and working in McDonald's and stuff like that, like really just shitty existences, you know, and they're crying out to go back to that, you know. It's like government's done you a favor, man. Just, you know, find a new path to support yourself, you know. Don't cry to go back to your miserable servitude. But they're cucks for all things that come out of the government's mouth.
Main client I worked for, he held a meeting when they said that, like when the government said we couldn't work, right? I'm not employed by him, but he held a meeting and he asked everybody, he's like, anybody that doesn't want to work, go home. Anybody that wants to work, show up here tomorrow. The building will look different when you get here. He's like, we could park 11 cars inside. So-and-so is going to move the connexes. We can park 9 cars behind the connexes. And if there's any cars left over, y'all carpool to my other property. It's up to y'all. So they never shut down, not a day.
Mm. I just kind of intended my spiel as in like that's what most people define freedom as, like the freedom to go to a job you hate and is destroying your soul, you know. And if that's taken away from you, that's how you feel you've lost your freedom because you can't now go and do something that makes you miserable.
He also brought all his badass guns to work and said that he was gonna be on the news if anybody showed up and said we need to shut down.
America.
Joshua, are you doing Day of Atonement today?
I'll talk here in a little bit when I'm out of the shower.
Whoa.
Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not for the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
Wow. Awesome. From Kai.
That was my jam.
Bum, 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 ba, 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 ba. Sorry.
Can I find that anywhere else than SoundCloud?
That's... You'd probably need to ask Kai where else she might have it. I don't know.
So that's interesting. It's not about the flat Earth. It's about that we can't prove a heliocentric system. Or
oh my gosh! Someone give this guy some sort of role, because that was beautiful.
Well, if we have disjunctive, number one, that's not true. Number two, if there's only two choices, that is sphere or flat, then we can use a disjunctive syllogism. If we disprove one, then the other therefore must be true. Follow that?
But you guys haven't disproved it.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
Well, yes, we have.
Okay.
Plenty of times.
It's really all we do here.
Can you validate it?
I can't confirm or deny that, so no.
What sense does that make?
Yeah, Chris, if you're still there. No, I'm not. I'm busy doing other things, helping my mother move.
Take care of your mom.
That was a little clip from yesterday, a conversation from yesterday.
She's got too much stuff. I keep telling her she needs to have a sale and get rid of 2 of the bedrooms of stuff that she doesn't need.
Oh, sorry about the move thing. Yeah, that's always it can be challenging.
Yeah, they gave her till the end of the month.
Was that the OGB guy in the clip?
I'm not actually sure which one of those numpties it was. The numpty hasn't been identified by me yet.
There's 3 that came in yesterday. It was like Pat, OGB, or
Pap,
something like that.
OGB, Marty R, or Martyr.
Yeah.
Martyr Effie. Wow.
And all I remember is 2 of them were idiots, and one of them was showing potential to grasp.
They were tag team morons. Yeah.
So,
Well, the one guy
it
was
must have been
definitely
LGB,
open-minded.
Which
Yeah,
one?
one guy was. I think it was OGB that was definitely open-minded, and by the end of the conversation, you could tell that he was like going to take away information from the conversation and
That's
actually
true.
do a little research.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yep.
You're probably
He's
right.
gonna lose his other two friends. Definitely. A tune by Kai, that's awesome, man. Shame we can't get that playing on the radio for everyone to hear. Mainstream radio, that is.
In the abundance of water, only the fool is thirsty. I can't remember who quoted or who first spoke those words. I think it's Bob Marley.
When you tell someone that the earth is flat and stationary and they, look at you like you're crazy or say like, oh, no, you're wrong, you're wrong or whatever. And, they just kind of dismiss it or just plainly think you're wrong. Keep in mind, you're making a really good, difference in the world when you do that because you're kind of opening up their mind to at least think about it, even if they have the cog dis and such. Just think about what it is, what it would be like the second time someone says it to them. Think about that.
Yeah, I was right about Bob Marley.
Hey, Sonny, how come you're not a mod?
I don't know. I don't need to be a mod. Actually, I like my roles right now. I'm willing to like go through whatever comes up in the process. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not one to like advocate for myself. Forget high roles, but I've been awarded these by people that have been here longer than and I'm grateful. I respect those people here. You know, so.
Yeah, I was just asking because Max in the VC chat like needs a mod to unmute him, and I just thought of you first to be a mod, but then look, and you're not.
Actually, I can go in there.
Morvis.
I can do a check-in with them. I can drag their butts in here. Let's see what happens.
No, he's a flat earther, and he's muted probably because he was hot micing or something.
Who is?
Mac.
Mac. No, I'm actually looking in the VC check-in.
Is he silver?
There's
this
two.
guy Matt?
Yeah, let's get to Mac, and then we'll get to the people in the VC. Hold on.
But is Mac a silver?
No, he's just flat earther and value.
He's a valued flat earther. Let's ask him. I'll unmute him. We can ask him.
You should
Hey,
be
Mac,
able to.
you're unmuted. Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Mac. Yes. Do you know why you were muted? Were you hot micing or something?
I may have been. It was a while ago. It was an accident. If I was at work.
Yeah. No problem, man.
That's probably what
Figured
it
that
was.
the case. Any silvers want to get used to doing VC check-ins? It's probably a good chance. I'll actually go in there right now. I can start with Eltra and Scrizzy.
Thank you, sirs.
All right, so everybody,
To the
welcome.
live stream. Share your
Welcome.
screen on the live stream, Jay.
Welcome, Eltra, to the live stream. It's kind of quiet right now, but I'm sure someone will start having a conversation here shortly, or I may play some music or something like that until the conversation starts up.
So the other day I asked the donkey, "Hey pal, why the long face?" He didn't even laugh at me.
Hmm.
So yeah, there's a reason why donkeys are called jackasses, right? One night, there's a guy that's responsible for renaming things, trying to sneak home late after being out at the club drinking all night with his friends, right? And he comes home, tries to sneak in late. He's got the key, and as soon as the door opens, the donkey across the street starts braying, going, "Oh!" You jackass!
Gonna start getting funny?
Maybe.
So, Eltra, if you have any questions for the panel on here right now, we actually have the live streams are muted right now at this time, so it's not being broadcast on YouTube. So feel free to ask a question if you want, whenever you want. You're not pressured. You're not pressured to talk, but if you'd like to start a conversation or ask us a question, feel free.
It's not muted, right?
No, I'm talking to a new member, Eltra. Sounds like a flat earther to me.
Oh, okay.
In a brief conversation, so, yep. I went ahead and verified him. So there was someone else named Scrizzy, but he split. So I don't know what happened.
He was trolling that guy. That guy was trolling.
I was going to
Who's
say
Scrizzy?
Josh has jokes that made him run away.
Scrizzy was? No, I never saw him. I was looking in here. I never saw him in here.
Yeah, he was talking. He said he joined because he wanted to troll on here. He told me.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, not good. He's naughty.
Yeah. So Ultra, like we have things going on tonight. Later on today, we have Ladies' Night, where the Flat Earth women only or new people to the server are allowed to ask the ladies questions, but the ladies will be doing asking the questions and answering. So none of the regular Flat Earth men are on during Ladies' Night, except sometimes with exceptions of moderators or referee information that may come forth from some of the men Flat Earthers. But other than that, later on, Ladies' Night.
What time is that?
It's at 5 p.m. Eastern time. I'm pretty sure I got that right.
Where are you located?
Australia.
Australia?
Yes,
Dude,
yes.
what time would that be? You guys are
It's like
ahead
18.
of us by a day plus about 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, it's like 28 hours or something. That's wild.
Yeah. Shoot, I don't even know what time that would be. But it's in see if it's 11:30 my time and it's 2 o'clock my time, that's about 3 hours or so, 2.5 hours from now.
Yeah, 2 p.m. on where I'm at. 2 p.m. my time is 5 p.m. Eastern.
Oh.
2 p.m. Western. I mean Pacific time, Western.
Western.
Nobody says Western time. Some people say magnetic west, though.
You know what time zone I use? I don't use that Pacific.
What's that?
I don't use that Pacific time zone.
Pacific Standard Time.
No, I don't use that time zone. I use Arizona time.
I gotcha.
There's no daylight. We don't do daylight savings here.
Yeah, you don't have one there. Interesting.
Makes it easier. Well, it used to make it easier so you don't have to like mess with your clocks or, worry about anything like that. But then now the clocks do it automatically.
Yeah, very good.
That's weird. Yeah, we have quite a few members from Australia, actually, too, as well.
That sounds very good.
Except I haven't seen Bong on here for quite a while.
Yeah, what happened to Bong? Did he have to go back to Samoa?
I don't know.
I remember last time I was here, some Australian was talking about kangaroo with policemen. Last time I was here.
Mm-mm.
You were talking about kangaroo police last time?
No, last time I was here. And someone was talking about kangaroo and police.
I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
that could have been Bong.
I was
or Iggs.
no, it was a guy trolling, and he had oh, what's his name? I don't know. He had what's his name believing him. Damn, I can't think of his name.
I think his name was like Kaiser or something.
Yeah, I was on that night.
Yes, I was in the YouTube live stream, and I heard him saying it.
Bong got deported from Australia?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
I don't think so. I wouldn't.
I think he changed his name too. So
I was
don't
gonna
know.
I was
thought
gonna
he had
ask him about him
citizenship.
earlier, but I was worried he might be concerned trolling.
I thought maybe Bong had just maybe gotten a bit burnt out and was taking a break.
Well, see, I didn't know.
Like he was slowly, his patience for stuff was just kind of running thin. The last kind of couple of weeks, I heard him when he was last about.
Well, see, just to back up iServe, I've noticed he was missing too, but I didn't want to bring it up because I didn't want it to be considered concern trolling. Because I didn't know if he had gotten removed or anything.
That's not concern trolling. I mean, it's within the community, right? So there's nothing wrong with asking.
Yeah, it's just what's up, what's happening.
I find it kind of one part I don't like really is that like when something happens, we generally don't find out about it. And just someone's gone, and then I just go, "Wow, I wonder what happened to that person," you know?
Whoa.
But everything happens for a reason. So, and this is a rather large community, so I'm glad I'm not a moderator. I'm glad I don't have to keep all you white devils in line. So yeah, you guys figure it was my jokes that ran that guy off?
100%.
Yeah, yes.
So I got the troll kryptonite.
Ooh.
Is that good?
For this server,
I don't
yeah.
know.
It certainly is. That's like having the Holy Grail or something.
Why do so many troll want to come on here? It don't make sense to me.
Well, I don't know, but
They
I know
have very
I know this
pathetic
from a
lives.
life lesson. Like if you know that somebody is a known snitch, like a tattletale, every time they come around, don't just stop talking to them because then they'll get sneaky about it, right? You just keep talking, but you switch it to sports. You switch it to something that don't mean nothing, you know?
Yes, yes.
Why, you mean take it off the topic they were intending to troll?
Yeah.
So, Josh, how do sports work on the globe?
Well, the same way that guys who love playing with balls work on the globe, you know? They think it's all about, you know, the ball, so they want to play ball, but they don't realize where the term comes from. Or where sports comes from, for that matter. But you know, when those ones come in here and they start asking about, you know, the jab or something like that, you just go, well, I don't know. Did anybody catch the Dodger game?
Oh, hey.
Honestly, though, I think he probably he got his VC verifying and dipped so that he can use it later, you know, when no one's paying attention.
Yeah, and I was on my phone. I could have noted his account too. I guess you can't do that on a computer.
Yeah.
I don't even remember his name. Sonny, what was the name of the troll there that you just verified?
Wordt verliefd op een wat oudere man. En werkt hij heel veel in de natuur.
Somebody's hot micing.
Yeah, it's Roger. Roger. You're hot mic.
Zullen we weggaan en laten we buiten.
Roger, you're hot micing.
Ja.
En dat ze van hem houdt. En ze wil leven in de natuur.
Ja.
Van de,
Sonny, mute him.
dat doen ze.
Yeah, okay, I'll mute him. Hey, Roger, you're hot micing.
He
Roger.
can unmute himself.
Okay, cool.
Is Roger
Awesome.
trolling?
No, Roger's a moderator. He's hot micing.
Yeah, that's why I don't. But that's why it's not a big deal to mute him because he can unmute himself.
Yeah, that's true. I think I can unmute myself too.
Even if you have a silver, you can unmute yourself. You just got to go to the right room. You can go to the silver voice chat or the VC check-in voice chat. If you're on a phone, you can't tell your server muted, so you just unmute yourself. I mean, mute yourself, server mute yourself, and then unserver mute yourself.
I'm a gold plus and a referee, but that doesn't stop people from talking over me.
Today is good day.
Or that has something to do with how much you talk over people as well.
Now, I admit I have been guilty of it, and sometimes I am so reactive that I respond and I do interrupt, and I don't mean it, and I'm usually saying I'm sorry about it all the time. But I try. I'm learning.
Last ladies' night, I was like, or the time before that, I was like, he just can't help himself. He should just log out.
Yeah,
Today
sometimes
is
I have
good
to
day.
step away. I have to step away from the machine so I don't get tempted. I don't have to. Don't put my hand. If I don't want to shoot, don't put your hand on the trigger.
Right.
You know.
Meme says he can't come to ladies' night because he can't help himself.
I used to have the problem with that. I got so angry at the trolls because like they're coming in, they're just coming in because it's ladies' night. Like, why don't we see them any other time? You know, that used to really get me angry. Now I learned to just go. You know what? The ladies handle it quite well. Like, what do I?
Just leave them alone.
They do just fine. They do
better, Sonny. It's better.
They do better than us in some. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe more times than not.
I mean, it's better because it's one thing to get completely intellectually embarrassed by another man, but to get intellectually embarrassed by a woman, yeah, that really makes like a young guy take a step back and maybe reflect a bit, you know.
Yep.
Today is good day.
Yes, every day. We only have one day. We only have this day.
All right,
Forever.
Roger's back on his device now.
Hey, Roger, are you there? Okay, good.
What I think it is that I think Sonny's jealous that that the male trolls keep attacking on ladies' night, but the female trolls are not attacking the males. Yeah, I think Sonny's just
Yeah,
jealous
where
that he's
are all
not
these
getting
female
attacked by
Grover
females.
trolls? I want to see them. Bring them in. Bring them in here.
Is that what it is, Sonny? Are you jealous because only the trolls are able to talk to all the women?
Yes. Have her washed and brought to my tent.
Hey, I've been meaning to ask you something, man. Have you ever been on Google Hangouts?
No, I stopped doing any of that stuff years ago.
Well, I said, have you ever been on it?
I don't think so.
Okay, because I was going to
I don't
ask
think
you if
I
you ever
ever-
heard of somebody named Armando.
Armando?
Or Buddy W.
No, honestly, it doesn't ring a bell. What kind
I
of
remember
purposes?
Armando Joshua.
Huh?
What happened to him?
He well, I don't know if I should talk out of turn, but I was talking to his wife at the time, and apparently he had gotten hemmed up for some BS, and like he got out and never got a hold of anyone again. Like he just stayed off grid. So,
Oh, okay. He was a Globe, right, wasn't he?
I'm not sure about Armando.
I think Armando used to argue for the Globe, but I could be wrong. It's 5 years ago.
I know him and Big L used to go at it.
Big L was pretty cool. He was like on the fence, my guy. Just to play over.
The only thing I don't like about Big L is he's a troll and he's racist.
I will give him credit. I happen to remember he was the first person I heard do live activism at the convenience store. He was flat smacking the clerk at a convenience store back in 2015 on a hangout. So I do remember him doing that, but he was a troll, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he still is a troll. His name for Discord is CV, right?
Yeah.
The crowned poison, you know?
Those were the days when they could come in and take over the hangout and kick everybody else out and then play porn and all that shit, right?
Yep. Well, see, that's when I would jump into. I would get the link by just joining the Hangout or whatever. Get the call link and then switch to my unbootable because I'm not actually in the Hangout. They can't snipe me out because the controls were taken from the stream. And then I would just sit there and play like obnoxious music. Yeah. I never did porn bomb. I got porn bombed a couple of times. But I had the latency so long that it was like 3 minutes, so I could just end the stream.
I always wondered if I wonder if Google it first rolled that out like that just to fuck with people, you know? Because they could have easily taken that little backdoor what out of their software. I'm sure they left it in there for a long time too.
Y'all. Sorry.
There's somebody that thinks they live on a ball. Who was that? Anybody in here convinced they live on a spinning oblate toroid in the middle of nothing?
Literally nothing.
Can't say that I am.
I was convinced of it for 52 years, so I actually scrutinized the claims of the globular concept, and it turns out to be non-existent. In my humble opinion. Hence my icon, no globe, I've had for 6 years. I don't think won't be changing anytime soon. Go ahead, Sonny.
I was just gonna respond to Lulu. Ladies' night. So let's see, 12 to 2 hours and 11 minutes.
So we got 2 hours
How long
to
was
make
your...
sure.
Sorry, Dick.
What's up,
If it's going to be
Lulu?
ladies' night, we got to make sure the feeling's right. Because, oh, yes, it's ladies' night. Oh,
Hi,
no.
fellas.
Hey, long
Hello.
time no hear.
Right?
I know. How's everybody doing?
We're doing good.
Pretty well.
Nice and stationary.
I was having some stomach problems, so I had a glass of water with some apple cider vinegar, and it like resets it.
Ladies'
Oh,
night.
yeah. That's like the best medicine ever.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm feeling alright.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to make it to ladies' night, so I just wanted to crash boys' night.
Huh. Are you going to go to the get-together down there? Up there where you are, actually?
The what?
The Effie get-together, Witsit.
Oh, no, I'm not in California right now, so...
Oh, you're not? Oh, okay.
Nah.
If I had a vehicle, I would drive down there.
Are you back in PI?
Huh? PI?
Well, you're not from PI, are you? Never mind.
No.
You're not.
You're not from PI. What the
I don't even know
hell?
what PI is. What is that?
Never mind. You were.
I want to know as well.
Never mind. I apologize.
I'm from the
You were in.
Philippines, so I
Wait a
know what
minute.
he
Wait
was
a minute.
talking about.
Let me fix my mistake. You were in Europe. I remember that part. Right.
Oh, yeah. No, that was
Yeah.
a while back. But
while
what
ago,
is PI?
It's
the Philippines.
The Philippine Islands. He's got you confused. What's that other girl's name? What's the other girl from the Philippines?
No, that's Rio.
Oh,
I haven't heard from her in a
Rio,
really
yeah.
long time.
Yeah, Rio's
Haven't heard
been-
her. Or where?
Yeah, she's in the Philippines.
Where's she at?
I'm a Filipino American, so I knew exactly what when he said PI. I was like, oh, he's talking about the Philippines.
Well, Enoch, are you like in Central California or something?
I'm in
doing
Southern California.
Oh, you're in Southern
Last time-
California?
Last time Rio was active, she said that she was gonna go move to some place where this woman had bought a bunch of property, and said everyone that lived there was going to be free sovereigns or something.
She might be off grid then.
Meow.
Somebody said yesterday or sometime this week that they talked to her and I think she's like engaged or something now, but she's doing good.
So Enoch, then
Party
are you like
information, don't quote me.
are you like north of LA? I'm not trying to pinpoint you. I'm just saying, are you north of LA or south of LA?
I'm more close to
Just
TJ
in
Holmes.
general. What's that? What?
I'm close to TJ Holmes.
I didn't get it. It must be my boomerism.
He's probably where you're at. He said he's close to TJ.
Oh shoot, me too, man. Dude, we should meet up.
Tijuana.
I know, Sonny. I know I'm close to you, bro.
All right,
You
well
guys
let me
should meet up.
I'll exchange information with you, man, because we need to meet up. We're probably pretty close. We might even be in bicycle range. Shoot.
Oh yeah,
guys might be
definitely.
neighbors.
Where the
Bro,
hell are
like-
you city lovers at?
Y'all had the
I'll send you a personal
Probably
DM.
his next door neighbor and they
God,
don't realize.
We're the
God, the
badass
Flat Earth
team on
app, you can
guitars.
find the Flat Earthers.
We're a badass team on guitars. Can you imagine if we get together for real? It might be really incredible. But anyway, yeah, I'll send you another message and we'll
Check
we'll
out the
figure
message I
something
just sent you now, and just
All
tell
right.
me yes or no.
Yes.
Yeah, if you want to know where I am, once you pass the mesquite, take a right. And once you see 3 saguaro cactuses and a couple of opunchas, take a left and then a right at the Jumping Choya, and you're at my front door.
Right.
I've been to San Francisco. I've been to LA. I've been to Arizona, Minnesota, South Dakota.
Dude, I was thinking the other day how people manage to get around without GPS. Because when I was in Europe and we were getting lost, even using GPS, I was just like, what, how? I was looking at a map and I had no idea how or where to start. So
Alesco. It was called an Alesco. It was called an
Alesco?
Alesco. There's different brands, but that was like the most popular one. So if you wanted a certain town, you'd go to the index and find that town. And then the town, if it was big, would be divided up in different grids on a page. And it would tell you that this town is on X and X pages. And then some of them were different, but most of them, if you turn to the first page of that town, all the roads would be listed. And they'd have numbers on them. And it'd tell you like what part of the grid, like A3 or something. And then you go to A3 and you look for that road. Sometimes it wouldn't be named. Sometimes you'd have to look down a couple grids to get the damn name of the road. And then it had numbers on it. And if it was a huge city, that AB grid, it would tell you expanded on whatever page. So you could go to that page. It was actually pretty easy.
Yeah, that sounded easy.
But it was. Once you got the hang of it, it was easy. Because you'd know to go to the index first, and then go to that town, and then look for the road. And they tell you like a cross section. Instead of just telling you an address, sometimes if it was a big city, they tell you a cross section that they were at. And so you would find what grid this one road was on and what grid the other road was on. And just follow the two so they met. And then if it was an expanded version, it'd tell you what page.
Navigation is a lost skill at this point.
Yeah, no, I was highly impressed with people back in the days, like just managing that. I know it sounds like you said, it's simple, but it is complicated to us, right? Because we've never done it. Well, I've never done it. I was like, yeah, man, people back in the days knew how to do stuff, and we just sit around and click at stuff and get to some place. Some people don't even pay attention to how they get there. They just always put, like, I have a friend who just always punches in the address to the on her GPS, and that's it. And every single time she would do it, I'm like, dude, we've been on this road many times. Like, do you not know how to get there on your 10th time? She's like, no.
I can remember the first time I used the GPS, and when I got to the place, and I knew the DFW Metroplex pretty well, and whenever I got to the place, I had no idea where I was at, not even what town. I had to look at the address that was wrote down on the piece of paper to know what town I was in, because I was watching that damn GPS the whole time.
Yeah, you can lose your sense of direction by using it.
I like the way that you put that you click and then you just arrive at some place, because then you understand that if there was an ulterior motive, they could lead you to the place that they want you to be going to. And that's how we've landed up here, believing pretty much anything they tell us, is because we click and it takes us to some place. We just believe that that place is a trusted source.
Yep, exactly.
I imagine it's probably it has taken a lot of the kind of magic out of life as well, because you don't even have the opportunity to get lost and maybe stumble across things that you might never have seen if you didn't get lost. So now it's A to B, and there's no adventure, no potential for an adventure in between.
Yeah, exactly, man. I started using GPS actually in Europe. I've never used it. Well, I used it in the sense where I would put the address and it would tell me how to get there, but I never used the lady that tells you how to get there, the one that's always, turn right in 100 feet, whatever you call her. She annoyed the heck out of me, so I would never use her. And so I would always get lost whenever I go somewhere. So I always made sure I get out at least 30 minutes or an hour before I needed to get to someplace. But anyway, yeah, I like the way you put it, that you lose the sense of adventure because you never really get lost.
Yeah. Well, my sister, she actually still, when she goes and visits someplace, whatever, she still uses paper maps for that exact reason. That she just doesn't want to go from A to B, go to exactly where like a monument she wants to see or some landmark, she wants to just look on the map and see if there's little, like within the city or something, see if there's little side roads or alleys or things, that you go down and you just discover things you would have never seen, if you were just going straight from A to B. And she does it like that, to kind of keep a bit of that magic in touring around a place you've never seen.
Yeah,
I think it's a really good idea.
Life is that stuff in between the journey. It's what happens in between A and B. B is death, A is birth, and life is what happens in between. And a lot of us get too focused on keeping to our calendars that we miss, like you say, that amazing experience that could have occurred on the way towards something else you've been wanting to do.
Exactly right. Yeah, it's all about the in between, not the destination. I've never tried this myself, but I've heard people talking about their stories with it. Anybody here tried what is it, synchronicity walk? Where you just kind of you walk around and you look for something you're thinking about, and then you just I don't know, you follow where the synchronicity takes you. Anybody done that?
Speaking of that, what happened to the Hispanic guy that was always on Glowbusters? I ain't heard nothing from him forever.
What, Iru?
Yeah, Iru. That you made me think of him because he was talking about that synchronicity game. He ain't even crossed my
Yeah,
mind.
I heard. Yeah, I
man.
heard. Yeah, now I remember. Yeah, they did it as well. I don't know. Yeah, which is said there. He was on 3 weeks ago. I don't think anything's up with him.
So I believe in synchronicities in terms of broad scale and very personalized, but that they would take weeks to months to actually manifest. Playing a synchronicity game of relinquishing my sense of choice or my sense of self-control over to something else to make those decisions for me is almost akin to like asking the Ouija board what you should do, or it's your greatest privilege as a human being is your freedom of choice. And I heard Iru and Jeranism discuss this whole synchronicity and just following. It's kind of like that movie Yes Man, where you say yes to absolutely everything and see where it leads you. But it's the relinquishing of your sense of choice, whereas the real synchronicity is like the breadcrumbs that come across your path that lead you towards a greater purpose over the long term.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's hard to really nail down that type of stuff, you know. You don't know what you're just kind of interpreting as synchronicity or what genuinely is. But yeah, it's hard to know.
We have 2 hours remaining of testosterone time.
Globe believer, join us, fellas. Everybody, welcome. Witsit gets it. Why do you live on a ball, sir?
Well, that's what I was taught in school, so it has to be true.
Okay, fair enough. Shut it down, boys.
I can't believe you guys lasted this long.
Hey, Witsit, are you going to do Sukkot?
Did you?
Yeah, I'm looking for a place in Cali.
Oh, so you don't know where you're doing it yet? All right, cool.
I do. Yeah, Roger, play it, bro. Play that banger, bro.
But did school teach you to tie your shoes, or did you learn that on your own?
I still don't know how to do that.
Velcro, bro.
Penny loafers, eh?
Big thumbs up for Kai's new song. Is Roger gonna play it? I heard it last night. It's fire.
That's a different one, but yeah, it is fire.
I'll play it. I
Yeah,
played it
let's
earlier.
play it.
I'll play it. I played it earlier. Hold on. What a great tune that is.
You gotta play
1
our
second.
song, bro.
Oh, this one? Oh, shoot. Okay. I never saw that one. What?
It's really short. It's like for the intro of my videos.
Here we go.
Inner World Productions.
You know the Earth's flat? The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Running through the cities in the last of days. Gotta face the truth, it's this is the masquerade. Waking up the public, time to liberate. No, you're doing great when they start to hate.
Stockholm syndrome got me fighting with the slaves. But how they about to face the truth when they can't show their face? Now the system don't control me, yeah, the beast is getting slayed. Austin got the power, they look sour, oh behave. But I'm about my father business, witness, he gon' get this praise. I ignore you cause of Torah, only thing that I obey. I ain't with the social distancing, but I'ma need my space. They be boring me with quarantine, so stay up in your place.
Days. Gotta face the truth, this is the masquerade. Waking up the public, time to liberate. No, you're doing great when they start to hate. In a world, yeah.
I'm sorry we didn't go to the moon, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't lie to you, bro. I'm sorry. I think it'd be cool if we went to the moon too, dude. It was a cool story. I'm sorry you got triggered.
That was top tier. What's it, man? That was amazing.
Was that sorry?
Well.
11 out of 10. Good job.
That was way
that
good.
Beautiful.
Were you saying I'm sorry you didn't go to the moon? Is that the day you got arrested?
Nah, that was the day the cops tried to shut me down in New York City, though. That's when I was talking to the cops. They all blend together.
You guys should make like a whole album together.
I think we're going to, actually.
Nice.
I just wanted like a quick little short intro song, you know.
I like to start the girl in Milwaukee. Oh shit! I heard this play.
That beat was sick with it. Very nice, man.
Yeah, doesn't it make you just want to dance, bro?
Yeah. First time you heard it, you must have been excited.
Yeah, like how's a Glover gonna listen to it and get mad? That's you know. So y'all be boring me with quarantine, but stay up in your place.
Should play it again to kick off ladies' night later.
Yeah, and then Kai's new song's a banger too.
Well, let's just play that again then.
Hell yeah.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I play it. There we go.
Predicted, been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick. They so complacent. They worship 666 and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic, following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic, made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. the earth's flat as fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on their face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
Bravo.
Kai is so talented, man. I love that girl.
I agree. So I just discovered a relic. Apparently, the first photograph of the Earth from space, well, 65 miles up. It was a German V2 rocket that was able to snap the photo, launched from White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico. And it shows a flat horizon, flat Earth, non-spherical. This apparently is before the fisheye lens was invented.
$65 miles up. That's interesting.
It's past the Kármán line.
While Lulu's on here, I want to ask her when we're going to hear another song for her pretty voice.
Oh,
Lulu.
don't. I have no idea.
Oh, come on, man.
You got Kai to listen to for now. So
It's all that ass. It's all good. Do it when you feel it.
yeah.
You have a pretty
no.
voice, though.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man. As you can hear, my voice is kind of deep right now, so I can't do it.
Your voice sounds better than mine.
I don't know if that's a compliment or not, but I'll take it as one.
Oh, trust me, I find my voice very annoying.
If you got it handy, Sonny, I request Lulu and Elijah's song if you can get to it. Unless there's anybody on here new or anything.
I heard that and I ran across the room. Let me see. Did you put a link or something?
I can't. I'm currently operating a motor vehicle.
Oh, you don't want to do that. Okay.
State guidelines.
Or maybe Lulu
Don't
has
worry
access
about
to it. If
it.
not,
I actually don't have a link to it, but
okay, what song? I'll find it.
No, don't worry about it, man. You can play some other time.
Oh no, it's no problem. I assure you, it's fine.
Sonny, don't go through the trouble.
Oh, no problem at all. It reminds me of that funny thing. You heard that, Skipper? You heard that telephone call? Prank telephone call? Oh, never mind. Yeah. I'll have to play it sometime for you guys. Hilarious.
Yeah, you can play that now instead.
Okay, which one, Jade Dougherty? Which one? Lulu's song? I think we should play Lulu's song.
Actually, I think Lulu wants to just perform it live.
Nah, bro.
She said she wasn't prepared for that, so. Something about voice tuning.
Even when my voice is good, it's like, I mean, when my voice is normal, I can't do live, so.
Play the skipper telephone call. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, man, a good job with it. How long does it take you to make a song?
I mean, Kai did pretty much everything. I just one took my verse a few times and then gave it to her. So it didn't take very long. It's only like 6 lines, you know. But typically not that long. I don't know.
Oh well, it turned out really well, man.
So that's all her. But thank you.
Yeah, Kai, she's got talent for various things. I heard you guys did a debate with two Globers. I didn't get a chance to see it, but I heard good stuff about it. If you have a link, if you can just drop it.
Yeah, just a second.
Yeah, if they debate him.
Oh, Dave, you roboting real bad.
That wasn't a debate. That was a Roman gladiatorial event.
Yeah, Dave, you're gonna have to repeat everything you just said.
Still roboting, Dave.
He could even attempt that.
Dave's not here, man. You got to talk to a
Literally
robot.
done 10 minutes of research on the subject.
Somebody said he was here.
Yeah.
Dave's not here.
Okay, repeat everything, Dave, please. You are roboting bad.
Rewind.
Or not. All right. I mean, I'll definitely gonna be listening to this debate. 2 hours 26 minutes. All right.
Yeah, I think the last like 30 minutes is not. It's just James talking, but and then super long Q&A section, but it's to be expected, you know. McLooney Tunes and some chick that knows nothing. Honestly, it's just predominantly Kai and myself laughing.
Did that guy? Because this guy never moderates properly. Did he moderate? Well.
No, but he did actually have to jump in and stop McToon from interrupting a few times.
Oh, okay.
Which means it was really, really bad, you know, like for him to jump in.
Yeah. Yeah, because he never, ever, ever moderates properly, so.
Dude, the first 30 minutes was just McToon
Play
interrupting.
voice back to him, wasn't it, Winston? He had some recording of Winston playing it back.
He had an audio clip of me talking about refraction. He just kept playing it over and over, interrupting me with it.
Wow.
Gosh. Oh, I can't wait to listen to this whole thing.
I just dabbed every time he did it.
Who is Carissa? Is she like? What's her background?
I don't know. She's currently going to school for some degree, and she's on Modern Day Debate a lot. I guess she's infamous on there for like keeping her cool, but she definitely didn't keep her cool in this one.
She's a filler.
Carissa's best question was, "What is air?" or "define air," or something like that.
Yeah, we were talking about the second law of thermodynamics, and instead of rebutting it, her question back was, "Can you define air?" And then she's like, "You can't even answer a question." I'm like, dude, you're running away from the question right now.
Oh, man. Let's hear what Dr. Spock has to say.
Dr. Spock.
We come from planet Nebula. We need your help.
Yeah, my favorite part. Oh, never mind.
Where do you think the captain is going to put in for shore leave?
It'll be Wrigley's Pleasure Planet.
What makes you think that?
I don't think. I know. Because everyone on deck 6 and 7 thinks so. They can't all be wrong, can they?
Well, I don't know.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad populum, also known as appeal to the majority.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Your argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion on the grounds that all or most people think or believe it is true. The main problem with arguments using this fallacy is the fact that many people agreeing on something does not prove what they all agree on is true. Belief is not proof, even if many people believe. You use this fallacy with your statement that we are going to spend shore leave on Wrigley's Pleasure Planet because everyone on deck 6 and 7 believed that we were.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad populum, the appeal to the majority. It's only logical. Sensor sweep pattern Charlie 4 is the best way to find cloaked scout ships in an asteroid field.
I don't know. I always thought the pattern Sierra 1 was better.
Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, my favorite part is when Kai smoked McToon about space time, and he literally couldn't answer and just turned super red and didn't say anything.
Yeah, I need to go back and give it another watch. It was brilliant.
Yeah, I think it should be an Olympic sport. First, you got to smoke a doobie and then go debate.
We need to get excerpts from that little interview fiasco that they put up there. Yeah, you guys were awesome. How could someone not laugh at that other side, what they present?
That's the craziest part. You read the comments, dude, and they swear up and down that Kai and I got smoked.
It's always the same. Totally deluded.
Delusions coming from the delusional, eh?
You could have a flat earther pretend to be a glober and go on there and say the dumbest things they can think of on purpose, and they'd still say the globe won.
I thought about trying that. I think I'd do a great job.
If I had a better program, I would rip the debate and then like clip it out. But I'm running off of like OBS or Audacity. So
Oh my gosh, do we actually have the Pagus in the house? Mr. Sex Robot himself with the neighbor? Is that? Hello, Pagus, are you there?
Yeah, hello.
Wow,
How are
bro.
you?
Been a long time.
Yeah. So this was a while ago.
You still think the Earth's a ball, dude?
Yeah.
Are you just gonna die thinking that?
Um, I believe in a lot crazier stuff than that. So
What's crazier
well,
than thinking that you're
here's an
spinning around in
interesting
a vacuum?
here's an interesting video from White Sands Missile Range, the first photograph taken of Earth from space. Yeah, it shows a completely flat horizon, no curvature whatsoever. So apparently this is before the invention of the fisheye lens.
perhaps.
I posted the video.
Your imagination's just broken, Joshua. It's obviously there.
Hey, what's his name? Pagan? Hey, Pagan. I got
Pagus.
a question for you.
Yeah.
All right, Pagan, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we use sextants for celestial navigation for
What did you say if
hundreds
we use sextants?
Yeah. All
What's
right,
that?
so try not to interrupt, Pagan.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so we use something called a sextant for celestial navigation for hundreds and hundreds of years, right? What you do is you find a star, you look it up in the manual, it'll tell you the 90-degree zenith angle to that star, and then you take the degree from where you're at looking at the star, and that will tell you your line of position, your LOP. You then take another star, and it'll narrow down exactly where you are. And people have used this to navigate waters for hundreds of years, okay? This requires the assumption of a horizontal plane, and it works for thousands and thousands of miles. How does that work on a globe?
It works the same way, like
Wrong.
like of
Does
course,
he
like
even know what a sextant is?
How would you know this, Pagus? Are you a captain or a navigator? Have you spoken to a navigator? Have you had navigational training before?
No, I don't.
Then why are you saying that it's the same way? Could you explain that a little bit further?
That was just like with my prior knowledge of the physics and how the world works. That depends.
That's
Like,
what I'm asking you. What prior knowledge of navigation do you have?
well, not specifically navigation in that sense.
Well, that's
Like,
what he was talking about, though. So, what conversation are you in?
like if you take just like the Earth, and you still can look at the sky, and you still can look at the stars and their position, regardless of it's spherical or than a flat plane, you could still just quite easily just calculate where you are, depending on the
Okay,
location.
good. Tell us. Have him tell us. Wait, have him tell us. Where is the horizontal datum on a sphere, please?
You don't have one.
Yeah, Pagan, here's the deal. I just explained to you how it works, okay? Now, I would love for you to demonstrate your ignorance to the room. So do me a favor and tell us, how does it work? Okay, so you're arguing something you literally don't even know how works.
It's
Have
just
you ever
the like.
yachted?
Like
Go
I think
ahead.
the thing is it's like I don't know that much of it, and I just came to listen basically. But still, like if you just know if you are on a spherical surface and you have positions and points in the sky, you can then quite easily to just like look at that and to
All right,
see.
Pagan, shut up, dude. Here, I want you to listen, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, what you do is you see a star in the
Yeah.
sky, right? Are you with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you look at the manual, it will tell you the 90-degree zenith angle of that star. Do you know what a 90-degree angle is?
I know what a 90-degree angle is, but what do you mean with the manual? How does that figure out the?
Yeah, it's a star chart. The stars have been charted for thousands of years.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you see a star, it will be directly over a certain place on the Earth at a certain time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you know the time,
Yeah.
did you hear that, or did
That's
the
it.
phone call interrupt?
You
Oh, that.
you cut out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a phone call. Okay, so Pagan, you have a star, okay, and you know what time it is. So when you see that star, you know exactly where on the Earth it's directly overhead.
Yeah.
Okay, then you're going to get the degree from where you are to the star, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then it's going to give you something called a line of position, effectively a circle drawn, right, from the angle to 90 degrees, like a compass that you draw with, right?
I think.
Okay, so it's going to tell you your line of position. That means that you currently reside somewhere on that circle.
Yeah.
Then you're going to get another star, and it's going to tell you where you are precisely because it's going to intersect lines of position, right? Different circles will intersect, and that's your position. You with me?
Yeah.
In order to triangulate and get these lines of position, you have to use the mechanisms assuming a horizontal plane. That's the only way you can triangulate your position and get your corner pocket or intersection, okay? This works for thousands and thousands of miles.
Yeah.
How does that work on a curved surface if it requires a horizontal one?
But answer me this: why wouldn't it work on the?
Because it requires a horizontal surface.
But what is the fact that makes it require the horizontal plane? Things you can just you can write out the.
Are you saying we should
write out
just
the
make
circle
shit?
on the?
Are you just saying we should make shit up?
No.
How can you have a square angle on a sphere? Is there any 90-degree angle, any square angle?
Yeah, you can have a 90-degree angle on a sphere.
No, you have to remove material to get a 90-degree square on a sphere.
No, you just bend the line.
Do you even know?
Do you know what a triangle is?
Yeah, and a triangle on a sphere can have 3 90-degree corners.
No, a triangle requires 3 straight lines, and then you use the Pythagorean theorem. Ever heard of that?
Yeah.
Okay, a squared plus b squared
Yeah,
equals
I know.
c
I
squared.
studied mathematics.
So what they do here, I'm going to show you a screenshot of how they calculate their location.
And do you mean 33 degrees?
Here, wait 1 second.
Because if you had 490s, that would just be a parallelogram.
Okay, do you see what
On the
Witsit gets it posted 36 minutes after the hour? This is what they're doing. So they see a star in the sky. So star A, for example, at the top. Okay? And then they get out the sextant and they calculate the angle to that star. So in this example, they calculated a 50-degree angle. Okay? So then from the 50-degree angle and the 90-degree angle, they have a formula sheet and they can calculate the distance, the radius of this circle that they're creating. And then they have to get another star. And then within that, they like find the intersection between both points on the circle. So anyways, you can't have a triangle that curves. That's not a triangle. That doesn't work.
Like, if you look at that example, it will work just exactly the same way. If you just imagine you have a small, not that big, but a small bend, or yeah, a sphere, which that circle then is drawn upon.
Oh, how much does it bend? How much does it bend over 5,000 miles?
Quite a large bit.
Oh, so it's not a small bend.
Yeah, but like still, even though it's a like large bit, it's still the same.
Hold on, Witsit and Mrs.
shape.
are getting echoed back and forth really loud. So you guys each
Yeah,
one at a
sorry.
time.
She was off mute like a psycho.
It's okay.
Okay, so it's not a very small bend over thousands of miles, is it, Pagan?
But that still doesn't matter. You can still like just draw a circle on
It
top of
doesn't
a sphere.
matter. Wait a minute. Yes, it does matter, bro. Listen, if you have a straight line that's just a mile long, 5,280 feet, one statute mile, is a curve at 8 inches per mile square, is that the same distance as a straight line?
Then you work with the amount of
You can't answer the question, or what?
He asked you a simple question.
Is
Depending
a
on
straight line shorter than a curved line?
depending on if you like just go with the x coordinate.
What the fuck,
continue
bro?
the same length.
Answer the
then
question,
no,
or I'm going to mute your dumbass again.
but
Listen,
yes.
is a straight line shorter than a curved line or not?
Can you please explain further in what sense, and give an example of the
Is
curved
a
and
straight line
Dude.
shorter? Okay, what's the shortest distance between 2 points?
That's a curved.
Holy shnikes.
Bro.
Holy shit.
Bro.
That was awesome.
Okay,
Let's
would you
try-
agree to
That
this?
came
Would you
out my
agree?
mommy
Listen. In the reference that Witsit had just mentioned about the triangle and Mrs. as well,
Yeah.
about the triangle, would you have a different distance if it was a curved surface than if it was flat?
Technically, you would have to travel a further distance, but
Gee
it would
whiz.
still not
Is
matter.
oh my god, it still
But-
wouldn't matter.
but
You'd have a
then
different
again,
distance. What the
this
hell,
guy
bro?
this guy is the sex robot guy, so
Yes.
I wouldn't put much hope in this. Just saying, guys.
I know. So
Yeah, but it's
we
just good
can-
sound bites, right? Like, okay, hey, Pagan, right? This is why I'm calling him pagan. So anyone that
I know, I
supports
know.
sex robots is a pagan. Okay,
You're
so
I'll
pagan
unmute him.
is a 90-degree angle, straight or curved.
It is straight, but that you have to understand on a spherical surface, it will be curved.
Okay, that's wrong.
Look-
Even on a sphere,
No.
it's straight, bro. It's just angled. It's angled based on the supposed tilt. It's still a 90-degree angle. Do you realize how out of your league you are yet?
Mhm. Is there such thing as level on a curve? That would have been great cricket time.
Yeah, we need a cricket sound for sure. Let me explain this to you one last time, okay?
Yeah.
So they use this for celestial navigation. You take your first star, you know where it's at directly over a certain location on the Earth at a certain time because the stars move in a cycle over top of us for thousands of years. That's why they're mapped out in a star map, a star chart, okay? So you have your location, 90 degrees, right? You then take your angle to that star and you will get a distance. What we're explaining to you is the distance, which is always accurate and can be used in the middle of nowhere to know exactly where you are, will be different on a horizontal plane and a curved surface because the curved surface will have a greater distance. Therefore, if you lived on a sphere but assumed a horizontal plane to get your distance would be wrong, but it's always right for thousands and thousands of miles.
But what I'm trying to say is when you draw out your circle, you can imagine you have a football and then you draw a circle on the top of that.
Why do we always have to imagine, bro? When you say imagine, everything afterwards, we're just going to disregard, okay?
Okay, so you draw a circle on top of the sphere, then you have a small dimple upwards. Then you can draw another one from another point, which is the same thing you do with then you will have these intersecting points, which then will work out in the same way as the flat plane.
There's one problem. There's only one problem. Okay. Well, there's a couple of problems. So the zeniths of each star that you're going to be triangulating, right? Or the vertical, they have to all be parallel. Just like the circles have to also be parallel. Number 3, the radius from the GP of the star to you, last time I checked, radius and geometry were line segments. They cannot be curved.
Because the distance would be greater.
That's it. I mean, I don't know what kind of, I mean, yo, you can go and set up a little shrine for your ball and, you know, do what you got to do. I don't really care. Like, there used to be a time where globe earthers could come in here and waste a lot of time and give us arguments that we really couldn't, you know, didn't know the answer for. But, I mean, everything is right here. Everything is presented very coherently. We're not playing games with you guys anymore. The information says what it says, bro.
Like the problem I have is like how.
No, you don't have a problem with me or any of us.
No,
you
no,
have
I
a
don't.
problem with maybe your education or
Your
the
spirit.
authorities and the your spirit. Yeah,
Morality.
the authority. Actually, the authority. You probably have a problem with that. You probably also have a problem with the government, but you don't have a problem with the information that was just given to you because it is what it is.
Dude, I think
You
I like
can't
it better than the
you
Black
can't
Swan.
manipulate it. You can't pervert it. I do too. I'm not gonna lie.
It's
You
so
can't pervert
lethal.
what we're doing. It's that there's nothing you can do to pervert them saying the radius has to go across the plane of the earth. There's nothing you can say that's gonna tell me that the circle of equal altitude, which means each point has to be parallel with any other stars that you triangulate. There's no way out of that. And if you're just going to say the problem is and then not talk about that, no one really cares. If you got problems, go see a therapist.
They don't even have a word they can just scream out with this one. They haven't even come up with their word that they all are going to say yet.
Right? Oh, that's easy. It's
I think that it would work out, but if it doesn't, and as I said before, I'm not really that. I don't know that much about this subject. So I could be like, and if it doesn't work out, then sure.
Why not just
Then sure
go
what? Wait,
research
make him
it?
say it, Eli. Make him say it. Then sure what?
then sure, flat.
So one, it sounded like that hurt. It's okay.
Wow.
I understand. Why don't you just go research it then? Why don't you just go? Do you need a video? I have like uh, a navigator who uses a sextant, and he has like a 4-part series that is only about 10 minutes a piece. Shows you exactly how to use the sextant, how to everything you could possibly know. That can get you started. There's so many documents that people have in here that say, the Earth is a globe, but for all intents and purposes, let's just pretend it's flat. Let's just pretend that the sky and the things in the sky are actually moving and that we're stationary. I mean, it becomes ludicrous. The more you look into it, you're like, how the hell did I not see this? Because it's everywhere.
Sure.
Unless you're gonna pretend and play a little Dungeons and Dragons game and say, well, I don't get it. My frustration is born from I run headlong into the truth. It's almost like other people are rejecting it until they absolutely have to. I don't even know what that's about.
Well, like, I'll go research it. Maybe not now because I'm a bit down from the vaccine. But I'll
Get better,
go and
brother.
research it, and thank you.
Yeah.
I'll go research it, and if it turns out it doesn't work and I don't get a simple solution, then yeah.
Then what?
Then I'll stop believing.
Oh my gosh. Hey, Eli, I don't know if you were here, but I asked this guy, what's the shortest distance between 2 points? And his answer was a curve.
And it's crazy because they know enough to know that they can't say a straight line. I don't.
But the thing is, like, that's one of the things I like. Actually, it is like on a spherical plane. They're shorter.
No, there's no such thing as a spherical plane.
Oh no,
You
that's
just have you just have a great circle route, and somebody told you that this is the fastest way on a globe. We get that. That's if it were a globe. Yeah, because there's nothing else to do other than fly along a curved surface. There's literally nothing else to do if you're imagining that. But
It's
if
just fun
you're
to short his
taking
algorithms.
reality,
Just short his algorithms out. Watch. Pagan. Okay. So if I have 1,000 miles, right, and it's on a plane, or I have that same angle that gave me 1,000 miles on a plane on a curved surface with 8 inches per mile squared curvature rate, right, over that angle, which distance is shorter, the flat plane or the curved surface?
If you just look at if you have a straight line to a place from point A to point B, and then you just like make a parabolic motion or like a curve over it, then the straight line is shorter. That's like if you could
You're right.
make a tunnel through the earth, then that path
Well, we
is
don't dig
then
tunnels
shorter.
through the earth, man. Okay,
No.
so here's the deal. You find your star. You have the zenith, the vertical, the 90 degrees. You know the angle you saw the star. It gives you a circle, a line of point. Therefore, you have a distance between the 2 points, assuming a horizontal plane. This is how they know exactly where they are in the world. They get a distance. Now, you just admitted the distance would be different if it was a curved surface, but assuming that it's flat, it's always accurate. If we assumed it was curved, it would be inaccurate. So how would that work if it's actually curving?
As I said before, I have to go research. I have a theory, and how it would work. It's that the 90-degree angle is then you go out from the 90 degrees away from the tangent of the curvature.
yeah, you're gonna have to go from the center of the earth. And my man,
Yeah, basically
nobody
that's
measures
the thing.
angles. Nobody does that, which is why you should go watch a video on how it's actually practically used instead of how it could theoretically work from a place that nobody reads the angle from.
But you don't have to read the angle from there. That's the point of my what I think. But as I said before, like I could be
I
wrong,
don't know. I'm
and I'm
posting
sorry.
things in the chat. Says you're wrong. There's two ways to look at it, and it's the indoctrinated way, the way that no one uses because it's not possible, and then there's the way that everyone actually uses because that's what we have to work with.
Like the Navy officer that actually was in charge of $1 billion ship's navigation. Do you think that he knows more about navigation, or you, who admits you know nothing about it?
Yeah. Then, as I say, like I'll go and look up my own information and see what I find. And if
Well,
if
let
I
me
don't
save you
find
some
anything,
time. Let me save you some time, Pagan. If you Google how does a sextant work on a globe, it doesn't even pop up. Nothing even pops up. I already tried. So you're in a sticky situation, huh?
That's what she said.
You had a good point there, Wish. They don't have just one word answer for this one. I like it.
It's awesome,
I can't
bro.
just say a
We
word.
should play. We should play Sex Robot just so we have the classic Pagus
Yes.
stance. And Pagus, you come back and you realize that they cannot do navigation without the horizontal datum. That you don't have that on a sphere. I don't care which way you slice it. You don't have that. So we'll take this video out and no one will ever hear it again. But until then, here we go.
Wait, Sonny, hold on.
Wait.
Did-
Right.
Yep.
Go, Lulu. Go, Lulu.
Yes.
No,
Lulu.
I actually just wanted to ask if he ever conceded to the point that they were trying to make to him from the sex robot thing. Pagus?
I feel like that discussion, I explained myself very poorly, and it turned out quite fun.
Oh, wait,
in the
that's
end.
him?
But
Yeah.
it became
no,
a bit
I
absurd and
understand.
quite fun in the end. But like, I feel
That's
like
what
I didn't
happens
manage
when you
to
don't
gain my
accept.
to put my point across. But that's like
Pagan,
a
do you
completely
support
different
having
thing.
sex with robots because effectively, due to your cognitus, you are a robot yourself?
No, it's that the whole point of the thing it wasn't really about flat Earth. It was more about like, can you be completely sure about anything
All
to
right, we
100%
understand.
degree?
We understand. But look,
So there is
okay.
no
Let me
concession.
read this
Okay.
real quick.
Got it.
Let me read this before I go underground. I'll be back very shortly, but right now I'm about to go underground. So, blueplanetcruisingschool.com. So, obviously, they have a belief in a ball while still having put out this very comprehensive way to describe how a sextant is used. So, I'm going to read it out. For us moderns, the concept of a line of position is easy to grasp. Tie a string at the top of a high straight pole. Tie the other end to your shoe. Walk all around the pole while keeping the string taut. The string will form the same angle from the base of the pole to your shoe, then to the top of the pole, everywhere along your path. That is a circle of equal altitude. This is the angle you will measure with your sextant. I don't see anything about getting something from the center of the earth. That's just fucking ridiculous. Now, if you take any small segment or arc of that circle, then it will seem almost a straight line, and that is your line of position. So when you take a sextant reading, you know that you're somewhere on the circumference of a circle that goes around the geographical position of the body, with the center being the GP of the body. You also know that the azimuth, the bearing of that body, will be a line drawn from the GP to your position, not from the middle of the fucking earth, sorry for cursing, and perpendicular to the tangent of the circle of position at your position. It's really simple unless you're indoctrinated. I get it. I was there. But becoming who you could potentially be is not where you've been. It's where you're willing to go.
Yeah, like as I said before, like I think if you do the same measurements, it will turn out the same on a spherical sphere.
Why are they saying what they're saying in here then, and everywhere else that I can find? Why?
Because it's the same thing.
No, it's not. It's not the same
Yeah,
thing.
but like
It's not the same thing. One is looking at, one is standing on the surface, using the sextant to look at, I don't know, a star and the horizon, and measuring the angular distance between the two. And another is some mathematical shit that I don't even know, but it's not using the sextant.
Yep. Like
What's so hard to, right?
Like
Maybe you need to see some videos on it instead of speaking from ignorance. Maybe that'll help.
As I say, like I'll go make my own research, and then like if I don't find any, because what I believe, my belief right now, which isn't proven, is that it will turn out the same way. If you do the same thing with a sextant, it will be
You're
the same
measuring
result
an
of a sphere.
angle. You're measuring an angle.
Yeah.
Okay, you can't have a 90 degree from you to the
We're losing you, bro.
Yeah.
I think he went underground.
Oh, like the elite. Hey, we don't want to hear about your pagan beliefs anymore, by the way.
Yeah, because you also have a belief in the globe, primarily. So that's a belief as well. And it's not proven. You're right about that.
Yeah. So I'll consider that right now. Like right now, it's not looking too well for the globe.
There you go. Nicely done. Just go on mute and end on a high note.
Yeah, awesome, man. It's good to hear you say that because you're aligning yourself with reality. Great job.
And it's good for you to acknowledge that it's a belief.
Now we'll play the sex robot because I just can't wait.
Let me ask you a question, Paggis. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you got home and, I don't know, your wife is banging the next door neighbour. Yeah. Do you think it would be sufficient if your wife said, oh, I've got a model that explains how I didn't cheat on you?
So, technically,
yes or no?
Most likely.
Why is it whenever I ask Lopez yes or no questions, I never get a yes or no answer?
Because the world isn't that simple.
He's about to explain how technically his wife could come up with a model that may be possible, and he'd have to consider it.
It could. One possibility.
Either yes or no.
But it isn't a yes or no answer.
Are you serious? You're saying that your wife can construct a model to explain how she didn't cheat on you after she banged the next door neighbour?
Yes.
This is the level of sophistry we're dealing with.
So, let me tell you this. My wife, let's say...
seriously, you're going to justify this?
My wife went on Amazon and she found this amazing new thing, which can... A sex robot.
This is the ultimate cuckery, my friend.
You're not, but you guys are not letting him finish. I'll finish for him, though. Because he's talking about sex robots. Hold on. But here's the conclusion of his argument. The next door neighbor has been proven to be a sex robot and is not a human being. That is saying. Because no, that's not our next door neighbor. That's a sex robot that lives next door. Clearly, if your wife is banging the next door neighbor, she objectively cheated on you. The end. There's no model that can explain that away. Can't be done.
I think his wife is banging the next door neighbor right now.
Probably. She's probably sick of his obfuscation. She's like, Maggie, so are you going to have sex with me tonight or not? And he's like, well, technically Technically, I could, maybe, possibly, maybe I could build a model. And then she's like, fuck it, I'm going to just do it. Can you construct a model to explain away the fact that your wife banged the next door neighbour? Yes.
And do it with the speed.
So one possible model that it might be is that she went onto Amazon, and there was one dude who had invented this new sex robot who conveniently looked like the next door neighbor. It was like an exact replica, but then she buys it, she gets it, and she's having sex with the sex robot. Then I enter the door. Then I enter the room, and I see she's banging something which resembles and is in every way looking exactly like the So,
I mean, this is what they call in America the good old college try, right?
So then look, but when I am looking at the thing, then I see, she's banging something. It couldn't be the sex robot, but it could also be the next door neighbor who just walked over and is banging her. And I have no way this to differentiate. Like when I enter the room, both possibilities are true. But as you said, which one is more likely? Yes, it's more likely that my wife banged the next door neighbor, but there's still a small, very, very small possibility that it was the sex robot. But then I go over and I look at if the next door neighbor is in his house, and then I see, oh no, he's not at home. Oh, yes, this model is false. Then I have proven that model was false.
You enter that room, and what you see is your neighbor banging your wife, and you're like, holy smokes, it's my neighbor banging my wife. And then that moment goes through your mind when you're like, wait a minute, there might be an explanation for this. And you start thinking about Amazon, you start going through the price range, you start thinking, how much money does my wife have? Is that even possible? But for that initial view, you'd be thinking, well, I'm going to be going with what I see. And what I see is that my neighbor's banging my wife. So that would be the logical assumption at that point, wouldn't it?
No, what?
Occam's razor. It looks like your neighbor. Whether or not you think it's some high-tech sex doll from Japan, it looks like your neighbor. So you're going to be thinking, oh, that's my neighbor. And then it might come into your head, but, oh wait, my wife, she's kind of loaded, she was really looking into those sex dolls, there's a small possibility. But the most logical assumption would be what you observe directly, which is your neighbor, right?
So
you can actually just verify whether it's a sex robot or not. You can just go up to it and go, oh, here's a battery. Or, oh no, it's a human.
So, what I am observing when I enter the room, if I start with that is not actually, I don't observe my neighbor. I observe something which looks like my neighbor. I observe something which looks like a flat earth.
Something that it is a robot.
When you get
please, like, I can't finish the whole sentence.
Sorry, does that mean that when you wake up in the morning, you see whoever you live with in your house, you go, well, that's not actually them. It looks like them, but that could be something else entirely. Is that how you think?
Technically, yes.
Technically,
right.
yes.
So, any talk of robots is stupid. No one ever mentioned robot in the example. I know that because I gave the example. There are no robots. Let's leave the robots to one side.
And
I'm sorry, man,
but
you sound like one of those people that, like, even if you walked into the room and neighbor was banging out your wife and you realized it wasn't a sex robot, you'd be like, well, the neighbor would be like, well, I'm sorry, man, I just fell. And so somehow I just happened to wind up inside her. And you'd be like, oh, shit, that makes sense.
Yeah, we can make a model for that.
That makes sense to you. I'll have to get that step from the front door removed so it doesn't happen again.
So yes, that is true.
Yes,
I agree
that is true.
with that statement.
Brother man, you need to go get your man card back. I don't know where it went. Bro, you know, this would have been much easier for you if you'd have just said at the start, you know what, yeah, if there was a dude banging my wife, I'd be pissed. This would have been over 20 minutes ago. Yeah, this is an infinite regress fallacy.
But I'm trying to explain my point.
I think to be fair to Pagas, we should let him explain how the neighbor could be a sex doll when he gets shit on.
Robots fucking exist, and we've experienced them.
Be another model, then we know the old model was wrong. But then give him a new model.
Wait,
to explain an evil, right?
Wait, no, this I need to get. So Pagas, right? You check the battery is not there. It is a human. Now you're saying there's potentially another model. Could you tell me what that model would be, please, Pagas?
So then that model could be like, oh yeah, he fell. He fell and well, actually, that's decided. So, yeah. But
Pagas, so he fell.
He just repeated exactly what I said.
Pagas, I need you to be serious. Pagas, I need you to be serious. What is this other model? After you check the battery pack, it's not a battery pack. What's the model that could explain it?
I think your example, as you said, was very good with the folly. But then I look, what is most probable? What is the most likely? And I say, oh, it's very unlikely that they fell and that happened. So therefore, I choose to believe and I choose to use the model which is the most likely, which is that my wife banged the next door neighbor and therefore I am divorced. I can't know that she's objectively having sex with the man next door.
Wait a minute.
We can because we verified it. No, but the verifying, there might be another explanation.
What the fuck are you talking about? We verified it. We checked that the battery pack isn't there. We checked that the penis is in the vagina. It happened. Yeah?
Yeah.
And now we're constructing a model to make the cheating go away.
So the fundamental way of what I am saying is that I can't technically give you an exact model because the whole premise of this is that it is something which is beyond my understanding, beyond my knowledge. It could have been, like say, an otherworldly, all-powerful being, like a demon or something, which then altered the visions and my memory, as well as my wife's.
They can't see evil demons, right? Okay.
Then we look, oh, this model, it's an explanation. This is actually likely, but it's very unlikely. It's extremely unlikely.
Yeah,
therefore, we don't look at that.
Go ahead. Pagas, you're embarrassing yourself now.
Hey, Pagas, I just have one question, okay? Very simple.
Go ahead, please.
Do you believe there is such a thing as objective reality?
No.
There you go, folks.
That's it. Nail on the head.
Yes, I believe there is, but I don't believe we can actually. We can't figure it out.
Bro. Dude, are you objectively on Discord right now talking to us?
I can't actually know that. And as Roger, as you said,
then you're a psycho.
Well, then you can't objectively know if I mute you. So I'm just going to do that.
Yeah, that's a good place to put a pause on that, I think.
Oh yeah,
and really.
Excellent. That was such an awesome conversation to be present.
Yeah.
I know it's kind of long. Okay, thanks for suffering through, but I thought it was necessary at that juncture.
It makes me laugh every time I hear it. It never gets old.
I never knew you listened to it afterwards, but I guess it is quite nice.
You're like a celebrity here, man.
You're a star, man.
Yeah.
That is in.
You're the golden of the golden.
But like I said, we'll strike that video down. We won't ever play it again on here.
It's fine. You can do it. I don't mind.
Sonny won't play it. I won't make promises.
Yeah, really. I can't make promises. But if you come into alignment with reality, I think you're on your way, actually. So good luck to you there with that journey.
Thanks, I guess. But the only problem I have with the video is that I sound extremely Swedish. It's insane. Like my accent is just, like through the roof.
Is that the only problem you have listening to it?
Yeah, like
Do flat earthers have to sound like that? Do they have to distort?
But
Do
wait,
they have to distort themselves? I don't know. I wish I was somewhere sounding like that. Like I wish any of you were somewhere sounding like that. We would have to box. Yo, you can't be in here looking like that as a flat earther. That's crazy. Yo,
yeah,
that's crazy, my mans.
Yeah, I guess everything else you said was okay. It was just the way you sounded, huh?
Yeah, but like as I said earlier, like I'm very fine with you playing that. I have like afterwards. Well, I think it's quite like it was a fun discussion.
But hold on, do you still believe there is no objective? I mean, yeah, there's no objective reality.
I believe there is one, but I believe it is like it depends. Like if you truly go with the practical solution or the theoretical solution, but the theoretical answer and the theoretical answer
For all
is
intensive purposes.
yeah, for all intensive purposes, there is one, and that we observe it every day. But theoretically, no.
There's either objective reality or not.
Like the thing is, like I believe that there is one, but we cannot be sure that we are observing, that our understanding of the reality we are observing is the correct one.
Yeah, but we can agree as to what we are observing, right?
Do you see how that's
But-
quite convenient for your position? Sorry, yes, I interrupt.
No worries.
Yeah, I can.
It's like if someone shows you a picture of curvature, you believe in an objective reality then, but we show you there's no curvature.
But the
then
thing is, I
suddenly
don't
you don't
believe
believe there's an objective reality or things can be measured.
That's what I say. Like when in my daily life, like always, I just go as if my observations and what I see and what I feel and touch and hear is the objective reality, because it's just like simpler that way, and it works pretty well. Like if I hear your voice, I'm pretty damn sure that I'm speaking on Discord with you. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then, like, then I guess, like, yeah, go out of that and have that as my then reality. But the whole point of the earlier argument, the thing was that you can technically, like theoretically, there could be something else happening, even though it's so extremely unlikely that we don't have to think about it. So then we just ignore this. It's a discussion that doesn't give anything.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
But what you're missing is there's a difference between agreeing to what you're experiencing and disagreeing as to how things work. So you have to first, at the basis of things, agree what we are experiencing, me and you both, is the same thing. But we can disagree of like how, the the technicalities of it, we can disagree on. I think that's what, as far as I understanding, what you're missing.
I guess, could you look in the live stream voice text that the meme I just made? That's up a little ways. The robot with the neighbor sign. Is that what it looked like when you came in? And, like this is a good example, because basically it's like your wife's telling you this is the neighbor, this is the sex robot, like it doesn't look anything like your neighbor. And she was banging the neighbor. She comes in with this thing and says, "This is what I was having sex with," and doesn't look anything like the neighbor. And you're like, okay, I'm going to believe that that was the thing I saw, having sex with you instead of the neighbor, because you believe it. I'm going to believe it. That's that's what we're dealing with, And if that's acceptable to you, that's your choice. But you realize how ridiculous that is.
Yeah.
How about planes landing on moving runways? Have you had that one given to you yet? I'd love to
No,
hear other
I
stuff,
haven't.
robot guys. I'll try to make it quick, but so if the plane can fly against the spin of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Then how does it land on a moving runway?
What do you mean with a moving runway?
Well, if the plane is flying separately in a separate reference frame from the spinning ball Earth, and the surface of the Earth is spinning separately from the plane, do you think that the plane has to time the landing so that it hits the runway that's spinning towards him?
No, because here you have something called the relativity,
It doesn't
which
answer
is
it. It doesn't work for you though.
well, it does because you're in the
No, it
same
doesn't.
because you're relative to the ground.
Doesn't matter.
You only have an
If you can fly
additional
against the
speed.
spin of the Earth, it doesn't matter if it's yeah, everything's relative.
This
I'll give you that, but it doesn't solve your problem because say the plane's flying at 200 miles per hour. We had this scenario last night with Matthew Learns, and he even admitted, yeah. So if it's going at 200 miles per hour as it lands, then it's going to overtake the spin. If it's flying eastward, right? Say it's going at a south-southeast runway that it's trying to hit. So that runway is spinning sideways toward the plane, right? In an eastwardly direction at 800 miles per hour, let's say at that latitude. Well, if your theory about the conservation of momentum somehow would actually work, where the plane is within the reference frame but not within the reference frame, and it's spinning with the Earth, but it would be going 600 miles per hour backwards, yet 200 miles per hour forwards, so it could actually go somewhere, right? But then there's still a 200 mile per hour difference between the plane and the spinning surface. There's no way it would be able to land. And it would treat a landing, not that it could land, but if it could land, then you have to figure out, okay, if it's landing with the spin or against the spin, there'd be a big difference, right?
no, like when you drive your car, do
No,
you
it
have
doesn't
to
work. I know the scenario. Go ahead. I want to hear
when you drive your car, do you have to how can you drive over the moving road?
The road's not moving.
Right? It's different. When you're in a separate reference frame, when you're in the air and you're flying against the spin of the Earth, it's not the same as being on the Earth. It's not.
But the thing is, it is the exact same thing.
It's not. If you don't get this, you fail the logic test.
Well, that's the thing. It is the exact same thing. It's like when you're on a train, you feel like as if you aren't moving.
Does a car ever drive against the spin of the Earth to land on the Earth on a surface that's spinning separately from the car?
It's the same, like it's moving
it's
against the rotation at this exact same way as the plane. Like just because it's in the air doesn't
hold on,
change.
wait. Are you really convinced of that, or do you want to hear the other side of it?
No, I am actually convinced.
Let me ask you this. Well, you're convinced, but you haven't even heard me out. How can you be convinced before you even hear me out?
Okay, I'm convinced right now, but like if you say something that changes my my view, then I will stop being convinced.
Yeah, if kind of like with the sextant, like if you research this and you find out actually there's no way for the pilot to be able to time the landing and figure out the latitude that he's at and the angle of the runway with the spin of the Earth being in a separate reference frame and making up, there's no way, right? If you found that out, would that be something that would, I mean, if a plane can't land on a spinning surface, and it never has to account for it, by the way, and all the flight manuals tell them to treat the Earth as if it were stationary, which if it weren't would be impossible, and all the flight simulators assume a stationary level plane. So Why would they train a pilot like that and put him in the air with a totally different situation? The leading proponents on your side have to agree that the Earth spins separately, and there would be an account. Matthew Learns was on here last night, and he was able to say, okay, well, it would be 200 miles per hour difference that the runway would be spinning towards it. But that's not even what the pilots are trained to deal with. That is the scenario the globe model proposes. But the pilots would have to know that, and they're never trained to treat the Earth any differently than a stationary plane, which proves that it has to be a stationary plane, or we'd be crashing planes all the time. It's the safest way to travel, you know.
Yeah. That's actually a good question. But
yeah, it's a conversation ender. If you look into it, you can Google it, and you'll find all kinds of contradictions in the explanation.
Yeah, but
overtaking the spin, if you're going eastward, westward. I mean, there's all kinds of. I can't even believe that this isn't more obvious to more people.
What I mean is that the rotationary speed of a plane that then isn't moving is the same rotationary speed as the ground below. Like if it doesn't have its like thrusters on.
Even if I give you that, I'll give you that, but it's not. It wouldn't be, because your conservation of momentum isn't like a permanent magnet that lasts forever. You can say, like, if you jumped off of something, you might be going the speed of the bus that you jumped off of for a little while, but that doesn't mean you can start flying in the air backwards and somehow you're still going the speed of the bus that you just jumped off of, and you have to subtract the speed of the bus forever, no matter where you go for however long. Do you understand why that doesn't make sense? Conservation of momentum argument.
No, like.
But even if I give you that, let's. I want to hear you walk through the scenario. Even if I give you that.
So the air, like, just think of the atmosphere. The atmosphere then moves relative to us. It feels like it isn't moving. It is stationary relative to us. It has the speed relative to us is 0. The speed.
Okay.
Right.
I'll give you that. that. Now explain how the plane lands on a spinning ball.
And if your scenario was true, was that it has to go against the spin, then that means that the air molecules in the at the higher up in the atmosphere has to then not move at the same rotationary speed as the air molecules down here on solid ground. But we know, like, if you would build a pole just like high up in the air up there isn't moving past. It's stationary relative to the pole. Sure, you have winds and stuff, but regardless of the winds, you do not have a constant speed against.
I feel like you're still missing the. Can I just really quickly
deal with the plane and the surface? Just deal with the plane and the surface. I don't want to hear anything about the
and
air.
And the plane
how it's
is
the same
in there.
Speed of the Earth or any of that. Yeah, but it goes against that too.
No, the thing is, it doesn't.
It does.
It has
Otherwise,
the
it would
same.
never be able to go eastward. The plane would never be able to travel eastward if it couldn't get out of that reference frame.
Can I just really quickly point something out? It's basically because it's a contradiction, right? Because either you can say that it's moving with the reference frame, or you can say that it's moving separately from the reference frame, but you can't say it's doing both at the same time, right? That's a problem.
Well, you can look at different reference frames. This is something we do all the time in physics.
Okay, so do you see what I posted in the live stream? That little GIF there, which would basically what you can observe, right? You see the Earth, that's your reference frame, and then you have the air moving in two different directions. What are the reference frames there?
Wait, is it the one with the... Does the air move with the rotation of the Earth?
No, it's above that, where you can see the clouds moving in two different directions. Yeah.
I also posted
and
one
that's like my whole point, that the only only movement we can observe is then the winds, because relative to us, if you then remove the winds, the air is then stationary.
According to
Because you do not
it's kind of
have a
like the Earth.
relative speed.
Kind of like the Earth
According
seems that way. Yeah.
According to Einstein, there is no optical way of measuring the spin of the Earth.
But deal with how the plane lands. If the plane flies against the spin of the surface of the Earth, that means it flies against the spin, and it never has to account for the spin when it lands.
No, because you only look at.
Wheels.
No, because the thing is, you look at the relative speed to the ground, and you see that the plane is moving 1 kilometer per hour faster than the ground, very slowly over it, and then trying to land. You don't have to.
But then,
you don't have to even.
But then you're assuming that the ground is stationary, and it's not.
Yep.
Right.
No, it's not. But the plane at the same time has the same rotationary speed as the ground has, so therefore they cancel out. And you don't have to.
Because you're flying against the spin, bro.
That makes zero sense.
Yeah,
You
can't
sometimes
say it's
flying against the wind.
Yeah, just because it's relative, because you could say relative to the Earth, the plane is in the some kind of force field gravity pull where it never can escape that gravity pull, and it's always going to stay with the Earth as if the Earth were stationary relative to the plane. But then the plane would never be able to fly anywhere, bro. It has to fly against the spin to go the opposite direction of the spin.
Yeah, that's the whole problem. Pagus, the whole entire thing falls apart when you bring a physical, actual moving in the air separate from Earth.
Yes.
And then you have to come back in contact again. You have a big problem because you can't show us where anything you're saying is being used in the technology to land aircraft. Their landing gear itself would be affected. It would have to be engineered into it.
Not to mention on the spherical model, right? That would mean that Egypt is traveling faster than Alaska is.
Yeah.
Do you see the GIF that I posted in the live stream with the arrow, with the spin of the Earth, right? And then the plane comes in at an angle, and it would have to actually time it, just like Coriolis effect would tell us that bullets have to be aiming at something that's not actually there to hit the target. You know about the Coriolis effect that they say.
Coriolis effect only happens over extremely large distances. It doesn't work on your toilet.
No, stop. Stop. Hold on. You can demonstrate Coriolis on a merry-go-round.
Yeah,
you don't need large distances.
Yeah, but I thought you were talking about the speed of the Earth, like the rotation of the Earth. That Coriolis effect caused by the rotation of the Earth.
Because it doesn't exist, dipshit. Have you ever shot a rifle?
Let me ask you a question. Does a plane travel long distances?
Yeah.
Well, then it would have to deal with the Coriolis effect, wouldn't it?
Pagus, wouldn't it?
You do.
Okay,
Yeah.
show us where that's being done then.
So the reason that they say the Coriolis effect is so minuscule is because the bullet wouldn't travel very far, right?
No, let's not move past this. He needs to show us. Let's not move past it. He needs to show us where they are doing what he's saying now. Now you need to provide that.
I don't have a chart of airplane movement.
There you are
in my
again,
hand.
Pagus. You know, I'm going to let you slide because you are very well mannered, and so that's fine. I appreciate the conversation here.
Let me ask you this: are there sex robots guiding the plane to land on the moving surface?
Well, that's the thing.
Hold on,
We could never know, right?
Let's not get off into the weeds. I want to talk about this further, Coriolis. So would you agree to this, Pagus? If you have a ball and you're at the equator, that would be the fastest moving area on the surface, right? If it's a spinning ball.
If you look at the not relative to the ground.
No, not if you look. Wait. I'm going to stop you because not if we look at. No, if you're actually measuring its speed.
Then you wouldn't measure anything differently.
Of rotation. Oh, shit. Just let me get to the point. Okay,
Sorry.
so you have a circumference of something at, let's say it's 24,901, right? Miles. Whatever. It could be anything. It could be inches for this exercise. So whatever it is, if you go higher upward from that largest bulge equatorial section, if you go into a smaller section, would that be a smaller circle?
Yeah, it would.
Okay. And at the same amount of rotation, which would be moving faster, the equatorial point or the one higher up on the smaller circle?
The equatorial, it moves a greater amount of distance over a shorter amount of, or over the same
Oh,
amount of time.
so there's a difference in velocity if you went anywhere further from that area
Yeah.
at a degree of ratio, because if you went at an angle, you're on a spinning ball, you went to some sort of angle, not straight north, let's say slightly to the right, right? Or north? So at any given angle. So what I'm getting to the point is there's a speed differential. So can you tell me how the planes are adjusting for the speed differential if they're moving to different latitudes?
Like as I said before, I don't have any charts of how the airplanes move in front, but
You're claiming Coriolis. It's
yeah,
a different
but
speed
then the
at
Coriolis,
every latitude. It's a different speed. So I'm asking you, can you show me how they're adjusting for this difference in speed?
no.
Wouldn't they have to?
Like, yeah, they should have to, and I do believe that
They should have to, right?
they are that they.
They would
If you move,
necessarily have to. You're going across the speed of the spin of the Earth at an angle from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere. You'd be dealing with all kinds of different speeds, right? Which would totally fuck up the whole travel thing to begin with, like where you're going to end up if you're traveling in a straight line and this ball is spinning independently of the plane. That is fucked up to begin with. But how does it land is the problem, bro. The biggest problem.
like the Coriolis effect would only be observed as an acceleration.
That's
doesn't matter what. Yeah, acceleration. How does it land on an accelerating ball?
Then you just decelerate your plane, and then relative to the ground, you're
what
then
about
not
the
moving.
difference in vector, though? What about the vector difference?
Can you be a bit more specific?
Yeah, if you're going in a different direction, it's any oblique angle, then other than going exactly in alignment with rotation or against alignment of rotation, a different angle than that. How do you adjust for that?
If I tried, as I tried to say earlier, the rotation, you can ignore the rotation of the Earth because you're looking at the speed of the airplane, and all the measurements are made from a relative point of view from. You're made from a relative point of view from the ground, which means that you're not to the ground. You're not moving. Or then you only have the additional force.
That's
You can't
false.
fly against spin then. You realize that, right? So it's 800 miles one direction spin, right? Now, even if you say that it's traveling with that, it's going to have to overtake that to go 200 miles per hour in the opposite direction. And you could still say, okay, well, let's subtract 600 from the 800, and then it's only going 200 miles relative to the Earth, but still, it's separate from the spin of the Earth.
Like, here we have again the thing. Here you have to look at what reference frame are you looking at. In this case, just as you said, like you could look from outside reference frame, from like outside the Earth. Then you would have you subtract then 200, and you get 600, and then you would still, you personally would observe a movement of 200 meters per second.
So when would you be outside of the reference frame of the Earth?
You wouldn't. Like the reference frame.
So you're talking about something that can't even happen?
Because Earth is a center. Absolutely right.
No, like
that means you're talking about something that can't even happen. So why are you talking about it?
Well, okay, does it make sense for them to train pilots to treat the Earth as stationary if it's not stationary? Let me ask you that.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
Why?
Because of the
Why would that
argument
make
I just gave.
No, because it doesn't work. You can't say
Because,
that a spinning Earth is just the same as a stationary Earth. That doesn't.
no, it's really simple. It's really simple because you can just say the word relative, and then it all makes sense.
It's like refraction, but it doesn't work in this case. You can't even look at it and say, oh, well, that would make sense if relativity, like they can say with if refraction, it would make sense. If the magical refraction were always perfect somehow, that could make sense in your head. But this one's an ender, dude. You can't get out of it. And look at it this way: how would the plane always treat every runway the same if it has to deal with a landing with a spin or against a spin? Don't you think there'd be a difference there?
No, because then you've only observed, oh, my speed is a bit higher. Then you decelerate a bit. And then
What about directional change, though? What about that part?
It doesn't
We're talking
matter.
different angles. Well, it
Doesn't matter which. Wait a minute. It doesn't matter if a wheel is off the ground when it lands that the Earth is moving at a different angle from the alignment of that wheel. Are you kidding me?
It's moving under the
Hold on,
airplane.
hold
That's the thing.
on, Pagas. Can you drive forward on a road that's going sideways?
Like that's my whole point. The road isn't going sideways when you're driving, right?
I guess
And
you want
that's
a
the
better way
same
to
thing
visualize
for the
it.
plane.
So then the air is in the same reference frame as the Earth.
Yeah.
Just look at the
Okay,
GIF
so
that I
then you
put in the
don't have a
chat.
Coriolis because you need two reference frames, right?
No.
Yes.
Like you can.
You have the inertial and the non-inertial, and if the air is moving with the Earth, then both are in the same reference frame.
And that's the beautiful thing. You can just depending on your problem, you can choose.
Depending on your problem, you can just choose what to explain with relativity, right?
That's the beautiful thing about relativity.
All right, so explain this to me. How do the trade winds and the jet streams work? Because you have at a lower altitude, you have permanent eastward wind, right around the equator. So that's like the opposite direction of the rotation. And then higher up, you have the jet streams, which is from the west, which is the direction of the rotation. So how does that happen? How does one part of the air move in a different direction from the other part of the air that's both moving with the same thing?
As I said earlier, there are other forces which
like what?
Which amplify the wind. Like the rotation of the Earth only, to my knowledge, like I'm not
but the rotation isn't affecting the air, right? Because the air is moving with it.
I mean,
so then we have the problem now that at the lower altitude it's moving against that supposed direction. At a higher altitude, it's moving with it, but also not with it because it's moving faster. So
like it's important when you have the stuff as the Coriolis effect when it's different in
right, but
in
the Coriolis,
latitude.
but you keep missing this. You keep missing this because the Coriolis effect requires two reference frames. You have the non-inertial and the inertial. So you can't say the air is moving with the Earth and then claim there are two reference frames. Because the moment you claim the air moves with the Earth, then you have only one reference frame. You get that? If you're on the merry-go-round and the merry-go-round is moving, you're not in a different reference frame.
You have the reference frame of you sitting on the merry-go-round, and then you have the other one observing you.
Yeah, so where can we go outside of it to observe the two reference frames if you claim that the air is with the rotation in one reference frame?
The only time it matters.
Maybe think about that one before you.
Well, I don't know. It feels like a bummer to end this discussion now, but the rest of my house is going asleep, so I think we have to continue this another day.
Okay, so if you looked into this and did the math for it and figured out that there's no way that the plane can land safely, then you could put that on your list of reasons that it's impossible that we're not on anything but a stationary Earth, right? Because if the plane can't land, then that's a conversation ender. That's pretty much a decider. You've been in planes before. You don't see the Earth moving separately from it when you land, right?
Yeah.
But necessarily, by your globe model's requirements, the Earth spins separately from the plane. And none of that ever happens.
I think you understood a bit wrong there, but
no, you're not thinking it through. But would you consider that maybe you're not thinking this through and you're just assuming you know the answer and you're not really right about it? Would you consider that possibility?
Yeah,
Because you're not getting it. You're not getting it.
If you said earlier, if I get the math and it turns out it doesn't work, it still works out in my end. When I've done the math on this, and like therefore I still believe in it. But if I were to like find some flaw in my calculations or just like find a proof, clear proof, then the discussion is over and I'm on the other side.
Yeah. Look up non-inertial and inertial reference frames. And then don't just believe whatever the gobbledygook is that they're going to feed you about, oh, it can overtake the spin, but then somehow not account for the spin when it lands. You realize that's a big contradiction, right?
That's not okay. Yeah,
hey,
but
check. You guys, I mean, we're going around in circles with this guy. But anyway, I just posted a Wikipedia article about Coriolis, the guy that came up with the thing. It says he was born in Paris. He's a French guy, right? In 1829, he published a textbook called "Calculation of the Effect of Machines," which presented mechanics in a way that could readily be applied in industry. In this period, the correct expression for kinetic energy and this calculation, whatever, and its relation to mechanical work became established. During the following years, Coriolis worked to extend the notions of kinetic energy and work to rotating systems. The first of his papers, and it's a French thing, but it's translated on the principle of kinetic energy in the relative motion in machines, was read to the academic sciences, whatever, in 1832. 3 years later came the paper that would make his name famous, and it's on the equations of relative motion of a system of bodies. Coriolis's papers do not deal with the atmosphere or even the rotation of Earth, but with the transfer of energy in rotating systems like water wheels. Coriolis discussed the supplementary forces that are detected in a rotating frame of reference, and he divided these forces into two categories. The second category contained the force that would eventually bear his name. A detailed discussion may be found in Dugas. Now, so Coriolis didn't necessarily apply this to Earth in that way. His work was applied to Earth by the globe believers. In 1835, he published a mathematical work on collision of spheres, considered a classic on the subject. Doesn't even give a translation of that. I don't do French. Coriolis's name began to appear in the meteorological literature at the end of the 19th century, although the term Coriolis force was not used until the beginning of the 20th century. Today, the name Coriolis has become strongly associated with meteorology, but all major discoveries about the general circulation and relation between the pressure and wind fields were made without knowledge about Gustav Coriolis. So, I mean, this Coriolis force applied to Earth and the winds and all that. It's misapplied from his original discoveries, in my opinion.
It's my knowledge. It's the same thing, but yeah. But I have to say, it was fun talking to you all, and I thought the recording of the sex robot discussion was a bit fun.
It says he died in 1843 at the age of 51 in Paris. And that's a young age to die. His name is one of the 72 names inscribed on the Eiffel Tower. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, Pagus, thanks for joining us, buddy.
Yeah. Hope you have a great night.
Hey, Pagus, did you ever watch that sex robot videos that we made that one time you were here?
I saw your gifs, but no, I missed it.
Oh man, we made a video about you, man. You gotta watch it.
Yeah, can someone DM it to me?
Yes, Helio. We literally just listened to it. Like just.
Yeah. Yeah, we listen to it, but if it's a video, I'd like to watch it as well.
There's not much in the video. It's just
Okay.
the audio. Yeah, it's basically
Real quick,
audio.
real quick before you go, I put one more GIF in the chat. Might help you visualize this, like the guy running on the ball right there. Now, if he were to try to jump and land on any other part of the ball, right? The spin of that ball that he's running on would make a difference in how he times his landing and how he would place his feet, right? If he was going with the spin or against the spin, right? It would make a difference if which direction and all of that. Understand?
No, because if he jumps straight up, he lands at the same spot because he moves with it.
Well, then he wouldn't
He got the
he
spin.
wouldn't be able to travel anywhere. Then he wouldn't be able to travel anywhere. You understand?
Yeah,
But if he jumps up and tries to land on a different part of the ball. You say he can't? He can't. He can't.
Yeah,
land
he
anywhere
can, but
else?
then he applies a force, a vector, in an additional in another direction to give an acceleration
In the
and a
opposite
speed
direction, right?
in another.
So that's when he leaves the reference frame, bro.
No,
That's
you
when it's
never
not in the
leave
same.
a
You can't
reference
say
frame.
you can't say he stays completely. He would land in the same spot no matter what,
Hold
and
on.
not be able to travel anywhere else on the ball.
Wait,
The
hold on,
plane has
Pagus. You're
traveled other places.
completely wrong. You said they don't never.
Yeah,
If you're
he's
on a reference frame
contradicting
and you leave, you said they never leave a reference frame. Like when you're sitting on a merry-go-round holding a ball, and you're spinning and you throw the ball. Is the ball leaving the reference frame? You're still on the same reference frame, but the ball leaves the reference frame that you're on.
Yeah, he even conceded that like 5 minutes ago, where he said,
Well, now
"No,
he's just saying
you can
no.
you can go outside of the merry-go-round and see that." But yeah, now he's just
Yeah, but
contradicting what he said earlier.
No, I'm not. Because you can
Yeah, because
still,
you
can
just
still
said
look
you
at the
can
ball.
never leave. You just said you can't leave the reference frame.
Have you ever been on
Like
a
then 5
merry-go-round
minutes
standing?
ago, you were talking
you're
about how
spinning.
you could leave the Earth reference frame, right?
Yeah. What would you think would happen if you're standing on a merry-go-round holding onto the bars and they start spinning you, and then you jump up? What do you think's going to happen?
You're
going to get busted up by all the other bars, and you should be like flipping around, going. Bling, 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 bling.
No, I'm gonna move in
You
the
left the
tangent
reference
to
frame
the-
of. The...
No, I'm gonna move in the tangent to
Oh,
the
yeah.
velocity.
Yeah, you'll
but
jump
then-
up, leave the reference frame, and you might get your feet hit by. You'll be thrown off the merry-go-round. It won't be in a straight line because the other bars are going to hit you while you're. Once you jump up, then you're going to be outside of the original reference frame, the non-inertial reference frame.
Yeah, but I'd love to continue this discussion. Maybe later.
I don't think. I think it's already been pointed out. I mean, you guys were discussing
Your
with
side.
airplanes.
If you look into the leading guys on your side, they have to admit that the plane's in a separate reference frame because the plane would never be able to travel anywhere. And once it's in a separate reference frame, then it has to deal with landing on a surface that's in a separate reference frame.
Yeah, I mean, you guys been talking about that with him for an hour. I mean, yeah, it's been covered, man. All right. He's like, I'd like to talk about this more time in the future.
Sounds really nice, but I think he's just a globe defender rather than really trying to figure it out.
Yeah,
see the logic.
But I'll see you guys, and
all right, take care, man.
good night or morning or whatever. So yeah, see you.
Yeah, it's all good, brother.
Have a good sleep.
See you, man. Yeah, I mean, he stopped short of saying that the Earth's atmosphere is in the same reference frame as Earth, because he probably doesn't even know that part of the argument. Whatever. That's all right.
Yeah, he doesn't know their side.
Tigers is a nice guy.
Contradiction. Yeah, he does seem like a nice guy. Unless I were, dealing with people in my real life that were in just as much denial, it would be hard to believe these guys are for real.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure, yeah, I know.
Like you can walk.
I mean, especially if you talk to him for an hour about the same thing, and it's like, no, this is. But hey, man, I'll tell you what, though, if you look up Coriolis effect on Google, you're not going to find that the real thing. And that's why I was just looking it up, and it's saying Coriolis force and always talks about Earth. But then I was like, oh, okay. So let me look up the original guy's statements and stuff, and that's why I read that out, because that wasn't his original idea. He's working with machines, and he was talking about correlation effect.
The best part is that he said it was like a hand wave dismissal about Coriolis effect because it takes such long distances for that to even be a factor. If you were shooting a projectile over long distances, you might have to account for this. And I said, well, does a plane travel long distances? Because think about it, right there. So
yeah. Well, I mean,
the plane's traveling at a long distance.
Well, I mean, and that's where it goes back to. I mean, is the Earth? Is the Earth the atmos, the air? Is it attached to the Earth? Is it in the same reference frame, air and
even if
the
it
ground?
was, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
Did anybody here catch the space live stream?
What's that?
Oh, did anybody here catch the SpaceX live stream they did? It
No.
was like a couple days ago.
I heard about it. What happened?
Oh, nothing. I saw that they had sent they sent like their first little civilian crew up, and I was just wondering what you guys thought about it.
Oh, I haven't watched it yet. Was it as fake as the last thing they did?
Honestly, I haven't seen it either.
Oh, okay. So why'd you bring it up?
Because we just ignore them because they're full of shit.
Sorry, Halo.
No. I mean, how many times are you going to see something fake before you just like pay attention to them anymore?
Where did they send people?
They supposedly sent them up 300 miles above the ISS altitude.
Do you think they did that?
No.
No.
As far as citizens goes, I think someone else was telling me about it. I haven't even bothered looking into it myself. But he said one of them's a billionaire. The other one was one of the people that was on Stephen Hawking's Genius program, which we know had a lot of fraudulent stuff in it.
Third billionaire going to space now.
Yeah, I don't know about the other two, but it's like, it's not your average Joe exactly.
Well, if you find a link to it, we'll take a look at it and analyze it here. So,
alrighty.
It's just flaunting at this point. Okay, if you're a billionaire, you go to space, and you don't care how fake it looks. In fact, the faker looks the better. So you can just...
Did you guys see Flat Earth assholes thing on the
6-minute warning to ladies' night?
Oh yeah, we're getting close. Right. Flat Earth asshole made a video on the what's his name? The Virgin guy went the Virgin Galactic thing.
Oh, Bronson. Yeah.
He's funny, man. He's supposed to have a new song coming out about Biden. I think today. He might have already put it out. I'll check it. I'll see if I can find it.
All right, guys, it's been fun. I'll be tuning in for ladies' night.
Later. New perspective. Good to hear you today.
I got off earlier today. That's why I'm chiming in.
Good to hear you, Julio.
Julio.
Julio skeptic. Listen, I'm skeptical of Julio. Just kidding.
Me and Julio down by the schoolyard.
Here's my alarm going off to remind me ladies' night's coming.
All right. Sounds like heavy metal. What a surprise.
Yeah, that's my alarm to wake me up in the morning, too. I'm beginning to hate it. I'm going to have to change it soon. Because I hate waking up. But to be honest, a lot of times, for some reason, I'll wake up at 2 a.m. almost every day. Doesn't matter what time I go to sleep. That sucks. I sleep for more than like 4 or 5 hours.
Have we ever had a Glober admit they're experiencing cognitive dissonance?
What? Have you ever had a Glober experience?
No, in here, like, I'm just wondering for the, people have been here a long time, done a lot of debates, spoke to a lot of Globers. Have you ever had a Glober admit that?
Oh, admit that they're experiencing. Once we explain that they're experiencing it, they're like, okay, well, I do understand what you're saying, and yes, maybe that. Yeah, we probably have had a couple of people admit that
they demonstrate it. They demonstrate it all the time, but I don't know if they admit it so much.
Well, I mean, I guess a certain certain levels of concession to the argument that could be them admitting that they're experiencing it. Might not have necessarily been called out as that, but a lot of people have made concessions in there.
The closest Glober I can think of has come to that is Matthew Learns. He sort of admitted to that, but not really. He never came right out.
He's freaking proud of it. What are you talking about?
Yeah. He never came out and said the exact words that I have cognitive dissonance, but he might as well have said that.
Yeah, he's proud of that shit. He's like, well, I mean, I'm here just to, at all. I don't know the word. It's on the tip of my tongue.
He usually says
at all
something
costs,
like
I'm just here to show the globe side. That's basically.
Yeah, he wants to make sure the globe is represented accurately.
That's basically. Yeah, that's what he said. He's like, I don't care if it's wrong. I'm going to represent the globe side.
Yeah, I get a feeling with a lot of people like Pagus, who's in pretty, he's genuine and he was receptive there, definitely. It gets to a point where it's like it's not really about these people needing more flat Earth arguments. They kind of need like a psychologist at this point.
Well, I mean, it's like, what do you think? What do you think if like Matthew's good at defending the globe because he knows the globe, and actually a lot of the shit that he learned about the globe is from us. But he'll still hold strong, like Pagus, and not just him. Not to pick on Pagus, there's a lot of them too that are in the same position, but they don't learn as well as Matthew. And they'll just say, hey, it's a globe because that's all I know, and it can't be flat because I don't want it to be, basically. And so they'll just sit here and argue with us and just make shit up all day when we just throw proofs that the Earth cannot be a freaking third rock from the sun, 3,959 miles, 93 million miles from the sun, third rock, all the shit, spinning around the Milky Way galaxy. There is no physical evidence for all of that nonsense. There's no physical evidence for it, but they'll come in here and defend it, even if they make themselves look stupid, and they'll think that we're stupid when they have no physical evidence for it.
I personally can't listen to Matthew Learns at all. It's just he's
well, but I can talk to him a little bit.
Total time.
Yeah, we have to do. I mean, since he's so nice, we have to let him in here and do what he does. And he knows we talk shit about him, so that's even makes it better. It's like he knows when he's worn out his welcome, at certain times when he comes in. So he's respectful of the room. So we're gonna, that's why he's allowed
to show up for ladies' night again. Was it last?
We'll see.
It like 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks back on ladies' night, or 3? It was Shines that just totally schooled him. I think that's how she got her silver. Shines, you here?
Yeah, that is how I got my silver.
Yeah.
Did you go back and listen to it?
Hopefully we'll get a repeat of that tonight. Maybe he'll pop in.
Yeah.
That's a good segue. Ladies' night's a great day to start. Hug it, ladies.
Well, I mean, when do you guys...
Well, Shines and I both got our silver. Thank you very much. Oh.
You have every tag, though.
The hell, Master Chief? You had...
you have everything.
For a long time.
I'm like, I've only been here for 4 months. You have everything. I like it, though. Matthew Learns is a lesson for us all. He helps us learn. I don't think he learns anything.
No. He learns everything and just plays a character that pretends not to hear what we're saying, or pretends not to comprehend how it could be. And like it, he admitted that he's an advocate for the globe. Doesn't matter what we say, he's going to defend the globe either way. And so don't let him get you frustrated. but he's a peaceful guy.
Yeah, he doesn't get me frustrated at all. Oh, Joshua Matthew, I think you're hot micing.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're hot micing, Josh.
It's okay. It's all right. Yeah, I think that yeah, he doesn't get me hot and bothered at all. Like, of course, like I listened back when she sent it to me. Once I was able to listen to it back, because I never listened to myself back anytime. So I did want to listen to that because everybody was like, "You destroyed him," and I was like, "Oh, I was kind of being mean," but at the same time, I was like, I wasn't. Like, it's so frustrating that he is literally saying, I believe in the globe. I understand that it's a belief, but everything that you bring to me, that's not, that could work on a flat earth, but I'm just going to reject it. But I'm not going to give any reason as to why I reject it and why I believe in the globe. I just reject it. I mean, that's frustrating. Like,
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Don't let him get you heated, because you couldn't be any meaner to him than any of the men in this server have. So have at it if he jumps in, And he sits back and takes it like a champ. He takes it on the chin. He's got a freaking iron chin.
Masochist.
Yeah,
honestly, it wouldn't bother me as much as it does if he wasn't educating people. That's all.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's what I'm saying. He understands both sides of the argument, which most Globers we talk to don't. So at least we can give him that. So that's why.
His profession as an educator.
Yeah, I mean, he's a professor in math. I mean, I don't know what he teaches. What type of math he teaches them? I guess there's different types of math.
Yeah, but I mean, that's where you step you step into morality at that point. Fair enough. You want to live in delusion, go for it. You want to pass on and teach delusion. I
just find it interesting that he would like to hang out with us, as flat earth server, and he's like, I want to talk about the globe with you guys, and he's been here for quite a while, and he's a professor at a university and shit. And that's all right, cool. Hang out with this man, and whatever. Anyway.
Well, really quick, I thought it was funny that I didn't know, and it was in the middle of talking to him. I was like, "Oh, so what do you teach your kids?" Whatever, and they're like, "He's a professor," and I was like, "Wait, what? He's an actual professor, like in college?" I thought he was teaching children. The fact that he's an actual professor teaching adults, like, took it to a whole other level for me. It was fantastic to learn that. Like,
did you go to his YouTube channel and check out some of his videos?
No, I didn't even know he had a YouTube channel.
He's got how many subscribers? Like 300,000 subs on YouTube.
I just wanted to chime in to put another piece in the puzzle. He works at a Jesuit college.
Yeah,
color me shocked.
Oh, really?
So they teach Jesuit math. That's the kind of math they teach.
Jesuit math.
What the fuck is Jesuit math?
Well, the Jesuits came up with the Big Bang Theory, so I guess
Yeah, well,
is that like John
I thought math's reality and all that shit. How can you teach different versions?
Hey, let's. We're past 4 a.m. or we're at 5 minutes after the hour. I think the ladies probably need to take it over before we continue. Ladies, you want to take this over?
Howdy.
Yo.
Rock and roll Friday night, ladies' night.
Kai, I think you should do it. You're the best.
Okay, ladies. Do you guys want to start it off with a song?
Yes.
Always. That's the way to start it. Perfect. Either Roger or Sunny, can you guys play my new song?
Yeah,
okay,
one second. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, the bot is playing up because they killed Groovy, and now this one is. So it may have. Which one do you want?
The Matrix one.
Okay.
Ladies Night 24/7. Flat Earth Discord.
Books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick. They're so complacent. They worship six, and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic. Following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic. Made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lines and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not for the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
That was amazing, Kai. That was so brilliant, amazing.
Thank you.
Rockin', very good.
Woo!
Sexy.
Thank you, Ildiko.
Very sexy.
We have Bungaloid Bungles eager to start a debate. You here? Do we have any Globers in the building? Actually, before we do that though, let's do roll call. What am I doing? Okay. Let's start from the top. I see Damsel Medic in the building. Hello, Damsel.
Hello. Happy to be here.
Happy to have you. Are you all settled in your new place?
Well, if you can call settled, still building.
Well, home is wherever the heart is, right? As they say.
Yeah, it's fun though. I've got some new goats and ducks today and chickens, so all is good.
Ooh, I'm so jealous. Okay, I see Ildiko. Hello, Ildiko.
I think that song should be in the top 10.
Oh.
No, really. It's
Well, I agree with that.
really good. No, it's very, very good.
Thank you.
It's
I wish it was
beyond good. That was, yeah,
Beyond
that's like the playlist #1 hit right now, in my opinion.
Yes, absolutely. So congratulations. That's great.
Thank you. I think all flat earth music is like, I call it the red pill roofie, because you're slipping them truth without even them knowing it.
Yeah. That's the best way to propagate the truth too, you know.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And everyone go check out Ildico's YouTube channel. He does work. You guys are into horoscopes or tarot reading, excuse me.
Tarot, yes. Well,
yes.
It's a subject that's not easily. It's my red pill.
Every time I watch you, though, I'm like, she is spot on.
I did Virgo today.
Oh,
Virgo.
nice. That's my mom's sign.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I'll send her your video.
All right, cool.
See, we have KJ. Hello, KJ. And who else? If I missed anybody, please let me know. Let's see here. We have Sexton Robot. Hello, Sexton Robot. AKA Lulu. Maybe she's can't speak at the moment. We, of course, have Shines. Hello, Shines.
Hey, baby girl. I'm so excited for that song was so brilliant. I'm amazed. Your music never ceases to amaze me. And what you've been doing when I've been watching the videos of you out there in Vegas, you were just killing it. And the song you sung then was absolutely brilliant as well.
Oh, thank you. I was gonna say you're in LA, right?
No, I'm in the Bay Area, California. Still, yeah, I'm up north, so it's of course, a long state. Yeah. So,
I was gonna say there's like a huge flat Earth meetup in Los Angeles, the Walk of Fame in Hollywood Boulevard tomorrow. Jeranism will be there. Witsit Gets It will be there. I'll be there, and tons of other flat earthers will be there. So if anyone, ladies or gentlemen,
yeah, if I had known tomorrow, I definitely can't get down there. But where are you guys posting this kind of information so that people in advance can hear about this kind of stuff? Because I would have made travels had I known. But tomorrow, I just definitely, because I'm not going to take a COVID test or do anything like that, so I'm not going to be able to get down there tomorrow.
I'm not sure. They just kind of picked the dates recently. We're also doing something Sunday too at Venice Beach. Again, I know that's probably short notice for people, but
let me ask, since your boys are in tight knit with like David Weiss, maybe on his app he can start having something where it's like these meetups are going to happen at this place, and then it'll be really easy for people to know like ahead of time, hey, this meetup is going to happen, whatever, as soon as it's concocted, so that people can create their travel itinerary. You know what I mean? Because if I had known, I totally would be there tomorrow. That would have been so cool. But we need a better way of communicating with each other that like this is happening or that is happening. We need to rally here, rally there. So I think the best way to do it would be through the app or creating something else. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. But yeah, I know it's probably hard with everyone, just their schedule. But yeah, if anyone else though is in the area and you would like to join, if you have nothing else to do, come chill with a bunch of flatties. Let's see. Am I missing any females? Really sorry if I missed any ladies. think that's everybody. Any Globers in the building? Oh, Morvis. Is Morvis a female? Did I miss you? Stefan. Oh. California Nightmare says he's a female. Very funny. Prove it. Okay. Let's see, guys. I see Mr. Elias. You don't have any roles. Hello, Mr. Elias. Maybe this can help you speak.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to Ladies Night for 24/7 Flat Earth.
I have to tell you something that I'm actually not a flat earther. I'm just here. I mean, just listening to what you're saying.
You're not a flat earther?
Correct.
Oh, well, even better. You are in the right place then.
Well, I'm not here to mock you guys or I mean, not to troll you or judge the way you're thinking, but I'm just listening. I mean, what do you think? I mean, if Earth was flat, there will be so much circumstances. I mean, you can't live in a flat Earth.
Well, let's talk about it. So, you think that you live on a spinning ball right now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's pretend NASA doesn't exist and all the space agencies doesn't exist. What is a proof that you can give us that we live on a spinning ball? So no pictures, no videos, just what is a proof, something that we can all demonstrate and test ourselves to prove that we live on a ball?
Well, you know that the Earth's shadow is reflected on the moon in an eclipse. I mean, you can see the moon, and you can see the Earth's shadow on the moon. And even if you were in a beach and you saw maybe a boat, a boat doesn't show like it's going down. It doesn't show. I mean, it doesn't get shorter once it gets to deeper. You just see the boat going, and it's like vanishing. I mean, that's a proof that there's a curve on the Earth. You know.
Okay, so you brought up two proofs actually. So let's first hit the one that you said, which is the circular shadow that you supposedly see on the moon during a solar eclipse. So let me post this to Discord. Okay. This is a little GIF meme thing. So it's going to take a second. But it's going to show you that actually... Okay, I just posted it. Are you in the live stream voice text?
Yes.
Okay, do you see this video of they're holding a ruler
Mm-hmm.
and they are... Oh, can you actually see it as a video or is it just showing as a picture?
A picture.
Oh, dang it. Does anyone else have this video?
Yeah, one sec.
Thank you. Sorry, every time I try to post it, it freezes. Sunny posted it, but it also seems like a picture. Okay, Roger, thank you. Okay, so you see how... Now, we're not saying that the Earth is flat like a ruler, like we'll get into this, but I just really want to show you very quickly that you see how the ruler's shadow is eclipsing the ball with a circular shadow.
Yeah, I can see that, but...
You see that? Okay. So the only thing I'm trying to point out is that just because you see a circular shadow on the moon in a solar eclipse doesn't tell us anything about the Earth being a ball, because a flat ruler can also create the shadow. Now we don't actually have a claim as to what's going on. We just know that can't be used as a proof. Okay, and then the second thing that you brought up is that boats appear to disappear behind the horizon. Okay, and you said that is proof that we live on a ball. Well, I can understand maybe at first why you would think that, but let me get you some pictures of, for example, a long hallway or a railroad, street lamps, all converge with the horizon as they get farther away from you. This is called angular resolution. And as things get farther away, they appear to merge with the horizon. I'm sure other people have great pictures to post or GIF videos. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, can I ask you something about the moon? Why the moon is not flat since the Earth is flat? I mean, the moon should be flat too.
Yeah.
No.
What about,
So what?
What
wait,
about
is
the
the guy?
other? What about the other planets? Are they also flat?
Oh, sorry. Is this a
Well,
glober also talking? Let's just have one glober at a time, please.
Actually, you can see that on. I mean, if you have a telescope, you can witness that.
Okay.
Or maybe you think that it's a circle. It's a flat circle.
Mr. Elias and I, respectively, I think we even need to go back to the shadow because he's seeing the ruler going across something and he's seeing how it can create something that is curved. I think he is still thinking that is something that could only be a shadow that is causing that. And there are multiple different options other than it being a shadow. Like you have to get your mind out of what you have been taught and then it's a shadow and this is what's causing it. Like starting from square one, I think he sounds like somebody where we need to take him to base level. And I think these things are too advanced for him because he doesn't even understand that. Like he's not even in the concept that yes, this shadow could be multiple things and it could also not be a shadow. So we should probably take him down to like the base level of understanding. Like we should show him exactly like the cups, like what is happening here. Do you see this after 23 minutes after the hour? Do you see this?
Yes.
Hold on. Why is the moon round?
Who's the other person talking? Wait, sorry, we got to mute this other dude who can't wait his turn. We don't need a little backup vocal, sir.
Yeah, I think it's roar.
Okay. You will be muted until it is your turn to talk, sir.
But you get what I'm saying, Kai, where he isn't even getting that first point. So like he isn't even understanding like that shadow could also mean this. Well, it could also mean that it's not a shadow. So I mean, he's not getting it from any aspect. Like he's not even getting that it's that shadow could do something. Then he's also not getting that it might not even be a shadow. So if you look at 23 minutes after the hour, are you able to do that? Can you see that video, that GIF that is being posted over and over again? 23 minutes after the hour.
Well, let me ask you something. So, I mean, do you think that the Earth is surrounded by something?
Okay.
Well, he just walked through. Yeah.
Yeah, we started with the subject. We were talking about something. Now you want to ask questions about. Let's just start. What is your major question? What is your burning question about this? What is it that you just can't get off your chest? Like you have to get it off your chest. What is it?
Okay, there's no need to yell at me. We're just having a conversation.
I'm sorry. My microphone died today, so I'm on a headphone. I don't know what is happening with that, and I had a couple people tell me that things were going on with it. So I apologize. I am not yelling at you. I am merely asking you, what is the burning question that you cannot get off your chest that, like, yes, it is a globe. It is definitely a globe. There's no argument around it.
Why flat earthers exist? I mean, what makes you think that the Earth is flat?
Yeah,
Is it a religion?
That's not a question. If you have
I just muted him.
Go ahead. I mean, it is like, it's so silly. Like, if you cannot compute, I don't care how bad my
He wants
mic
to have a
is.
conversation.
I don't know how bad my mic is, but I mean, this is like my
No,
bad mic shouldn't be an excuse for this.
I think he left, actually. Did he leave?
Yeah, he left.
Wow. See, we can't even have a conversation with this person. You and me are trying really hard to like be calm, show him examples, as he just demonstrated. He doesn't even want to be receptive to information. He just wants to bounce to the next gotcha question, and that's unfortunate. So anyone else who's listening, don't be like that guy, please. Let's actually talk, and we will answer every question that you have, but
And
not
I
if it's done that way.
apologize. Again, if my mic is crazy today, it's because my mic broke. I literally just ordered one right before the show because it broke. So I'm on a crazy headset. So it might sound wild, but I'm not screaming and yelling at you. I've had people private message me and say, you sound off. Like, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm just trying to be calm. I am talking to you about the subject. This is nothing personal. Let's just have a discussion about it. Like, there's no need for it to be anything other than a discussion, period.
Amen. Okay, let's unmute.
Off the ball into space. And then, of course, as we know it, once the plane hits an altitude, they pretty much just have it on autopilot, and it just stays flat and level pretty much, at the same elevation, straight and forward. So it doesn't like tip downward a little bit every so few minutes, to conform around the ball. But my question too is, what if a plane is, let's just say, totally on a flat Earth now? Let me ask this question. That's assuming that it's completely a flat Earth. Here's my question. Now, obviously, if you're going north to south, specifically north to south, you're going in a straight line, and you don't have to change anything, because you're just basically going from the center of the flat Earth map straight out to the ring, I guess, around the. So you can literally go in a straight line. But what happens if you're going straight east? So let's say the plane is going to be heading east. Now, if you think about it, if you go east on a flat Earth, you have to constantly keep turning to the left a little bit, or the right, or whatever direction you're going, whatever. I can't think of that, but you're always having to nudge yourself either left or right to keep on the ball and keep going east. Now, does the plane automatically do that by itself, or do we have to always have to? Does that make sense? I'm just wondering how they explain that. And
can I
what
please
if
say
they?
something? How are you saying that this is not also happening on a globe? You're saying, oh, this is happening on a flat Earth, but it's not also happening on a globe.
Oh God, I hope that
Of
makes
the
sense. I'm just
GE
thinking
map.
sometimes
Wait,
it
hold
feels
on.
like
Let
you
me
could
get my
be
words
flying a
out.
plane and you can
Can
just
I please get my words out?
head
Thank you.
east and then just stay in that heading.
Oh my God. So you were saying that this only on a flat Earth, this is what needs to happen. Well, guess what? If you're using that map, that is a quote unquote a flattened map, a projection of a globe model in which they would have to do the same exact thing. The difference is that it works on something that is actually a flat model, but when you're actually in the airplane trying to go around a curve, that doesn't work. That is the difference. So when you say, oh, they have to, go around this way if they're, moving this way, well, they can't do that if it's around a sphere. If it is if you're going around something on a flat surface, that is something completely different than going around something that is a sphere. Do you understand that?
Hey, I just know. Did you ask that already or what?
Different than going around something that is a sphere.
God, I hope that makes sense. Hey, I just know. Did you ask that already or what?
Different than going. What are you talking about?
I don't even know if this is a real person.
I don't get it.
That person sounds psychotic to me. What the heck?
Robot.
I don't think he understands any of this at all. I think he's trying to troll.
I think they're
Joshua, you are like Joshua.
He's just playing voice clips.
Creepy.
Not a real
All right.
person.
Can
They're
a mod?
still just going point to point. Don't they understand? It's the same. It doesn't change anything.
The only thing it changes is that on a globe, you would literally have to be curving around something. The airplane would be flying forward and backwards at the same time, or it would be flying backwards. Like there's all these different things that would happen on a sphere or on a flat model. It would not happen. It would not happen in this realm that we live on. That's why none of the airplanes take this into account. That is the only difference. So for him to come in here and say, oh, on this model, it doesn't make any sense. Well, that's silly because that map is literally a projection of what they say is the globe flattened out into what a flat model would look like, yet it is flat and stationary.
Yeah, and it's point-to-point navigation. That's all they do, the point-to-point navigation.
Ridiculous.
Okay, he has Cogdis for 7 days. If you don't actually want to see, this is the problem. Is like the guy asked, "How do flat earthers exist?" Blah blah blah. It sucks that we can't even have conversations with Globers. They either don't actually want to engage, or they don't even. They're not even real. They're not
Or
even
you
real.
get people like Matthew Learns where you can have a conversation with them, but it's like beating your head against a brick wall because no matter what you say, they believe in what they believe in, but they're not going to admit that that's a belief, even though they do admit that it's a belief. And they're going to say anything else that you bring to them is completely wrong because their knowledge of their belief is stronger than anything you can bring to them. I mean, it is fascinating. The psychology behind all of this is my favorite part of it all. It is legit fascinating.
We have someone named Nathan with no roles. Well, actually, VC verified and Sun and Moon, but they don't have a Earth tag. Are you on the fence, Nathan? Okay, we will move on. We got Smiley 247365. Would you like to speak, Smiley? Chat with us?
I'd love to, if you don't mind.
Of course.
It's very nice to meet all of you. I'm new to the server. Just recently joined, and what I've seen so far, well, just recently verified like a few minutes ago. But anyway, it's very nice to meet everybody here. I hope you guys are going. I hope your guys' day is going great. Sorry about that. So it's very nice to meet all of you.
You too, man. It's good to hear from you. Welcome.
Okay, so as it is ladies' night, I would like to say thank you and welcome. And what are your feelings about the realm that you live in? Do you think that it is a spinning globe? Do you think that it is a flat plane? What is it that you are leaning towards in this reality?
Well, it's very nice to meet you. And I was wondering, and if do you mind if I answer honestly? From what I've been raised to believe and what I was taught in school is that the Earth is a sphere. I'm here to want to see how other people think. I'd like to know everybody and everybody else's ideas in this world, not only to see it one way, but to see it in multiple. I'm just wondering, is that okay? I don't mean I don't mean this in an insulting way or anything like that.
Hold on. Okay, just stop with the insulting thing. I missed it because your voice is reminding me of like Hannibal Lecter and like I'm gonna eat their brains with fava bees. Like, what was your question? Like, just tell me your question, and
Oh,
I'm sorry if that was offensive, but it really
No, it's okay.
Okay, good.
It's all good. I don't take anything offensively. It's if that's what you think, that's fine. But anyway,
Neither
what
do
I was,
we.
I'm happy to hear that. But what I was saying was, I just want to get to know everybody's ideas. Honestly, what I believe is the world's. I'm not meaning this in an insulting way, and I really hope I don't get a ban for saying so.
You won't.
But what I've been raised is this fear. But
Okay,
I want to
we
see
are
other
okay with
ways.
that. You understand you're here to learn or ask us questions. That's fine. We don't care if you believe anything. We're going to show you evidence, and then you have to decide.
Exactly. So we're asking you, what is your number one proof, evidence, whatever you want to call it, that there is no way it can be a flat plane realm, whatever you want to call it, and it has to be this globe spinning universe model that they have presented to us. What is driving you to say that that is what reality is and this could not be reality? So much so that you had to come in here and actually have a conversation about it. Like, what is it? What is it that's driving you?
I'm sorry. I'm what? It's nothing. It's not that I'm anything against the flat Earth or anything like that.
And that's
Here,
fine
I'm
too.
just really wanting to hear.
You don't need to quabble and all of that. We're trying to get to the heart of what it
Okay.
is that you
What I'm here for.
that you think or that you believe. No, not why you're here, but what you think, what you believe. Do you think this? Do you believe it? What is it? What is it that it is telling you that it is the globe model that they have? Why is it that you are here representing that? What has inspired you to represent this model in this forum?
I honestly can't tell you. It's what I've been raised to believe. From the moment I was born to every day in science.
Okay, so do you hold on? Just stop right there. You don't need to divulge further into that because we all get it. We've all been there before. We were all Globers prior to coming to this realization of other options, of other ideas. So, what, like, you saying that you have come here and you think that it is this, and then you have no idea of why it could actually be this, other than this is what you were raised on.
Wait, can I interrupt?
That sounds silly.
Actually, it doesn't sound silly to me because he's admitting that this is what he. Sorry, I have to whisper because people are sleeping around me. But he's admitting that this is what he's raised to believe.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. Is that this?
Yeah,
is
but most don't really admit this on
I get that
when they come. So if we can just give him a. If we can just give.
I'm not being rude to him. I'm not being upset with him. I'm pointing this out that we came here because we used to be that as well, right? And we have learned that there are other options. He wouldn't have learned about this if he didn't learn that there were other options. Yet he still came here and is saying this is the only way it could be.
No, I never said that.
No, he didn't. Yeah,
I
that's
never
what I
said
was
that.
trying. That's why I was interrupting. Is
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm bad.
Yeah,
I was
what?
here to see other points of views. I'm saying that's what I was raised to believe. So I'm wanting to see what others believe, I'm saying I'm not okay. What I'm trying to say is that I don't know.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I was just trying to kind of
thank you very much.
divert the conversation. Shines, maybe because I can't talk right now, but maybe you could, since he's here to learn, maybe you can give him like our point of view as to why we came to this conclusion, rather than to what we've all learned in the past?
100%. And I totally apologize. I thought I heard you say that even though I've heard this, like, this is what I think that it is. And so I will be very humble. I always admit when I made a
I'm
mistake.
sorry.
I am very sorry for that. That is, I thought that you were like, this is how it is. This is what I believe, blah, blah, blah. So I am very sorry for that. I was paying attention to text and I missed that bit. So yes, I really love that you are interested in seeing how other people think and how you have learned this your entire life, because that's what we learned as right. We have learned that we live on this magic spinning ball through a vacuum of space. The earth is moving and the stars aren't, but all these different things. Okay. So you do not have any idea how flat earth. So I want to start with asking you, have you ever felt Earth's rotation, or do you know how it has ever been measured?
Absolutely not. I am sorry that I can't give you an answer there.
Okay, and so that's a great start because it hasn't. There are many stories of how they can say that this happened, and they're all falsifiable 100% to where it just relates. So when you were standing on a beach and you were sitting there meditating in front of it and the stars are moving above you, does it feel like you are moving or that the stars are moving above you?
It feels like the stars are.
Yeah. And so again, welcome to Flat Earth. So then I also, when it comes to second law of thermodynamics, okay, so when we're looking at that, they say that there is this vacuum above us, right? And we're not talking about a vacuum. When we're talking about a vacuum cleaner like a Dyson or an old from the Brave New Toaster, that's not what we're talking about, something that sucks something up. We're talking about an empty space. So an empty space is the vacuum that we're talking about. And if that vacuum is around a sphere 360 degrees, right? And there is air around this sphere, magically just somehow around it. We'll get into that later. But it's somehow magically around the sphere. What is stopping that air from going out into that vacuum of space? What is stopping it? What's the containment that is stopping that air, this atmos, from going out into the space that they say exists?
I don't know.
Because you can't know.
My best
Well, this is the
guess
thing.
would be I can't say it because I don't know.
Well, and that's the thing, is that none of us know. Anybody, like, you can ask anyone. None of them will. It doesn't matter how high the astrophysicist is. They will not have they will just say gravity, right? Can anybody chime in? Do they have any other answers besides gravity?
Do you
I
mind
haven't
if
heard
I
any.
ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't mind. This might be a stupid question, but I was looking through some stuff and I was told that NASA faked photos. Might I ask why they would do that? I'm not being trying. I'm sorry if that came in an aggressive way or anything like that.
No, that was not aggressive at all. Especially after how I came at you and I thought that you weren't saying. No, that wasn't aggressive at all. And yes, NASA has definitely faked photos. They've admitted to it. I don't know if anybody can post in the chat the quotations of
It is, but
my dude.
has to be.
There you go. I mean, yes, it is fake because it has to be, but there's also a guy who Simmons, who made the blue marble, who said that we take all this data and we wrap it around a flat earth and you can see that it's photoshopped. There you go. It's photoshopped because it has to be.
Can I ask why they did?
Yeah, because they cannot take a photo of the Earth from space. And so what they do is that they have these things that are up in the air that take photos, they gather that data, and then they wrap it around a ball, just like they do with maps. So you take maps, all maps are flat. They're flat maps. And then you can wrap it around a ball and say, this is how it works on a ball. It's reverse engineering. It isn't reality. That isn't how it works. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, very much so.
Okay, good. That's amazing. Okay, so I'm glad we got to one point that you can like grasp onto. I'm glad that we're like in this conversation now. So that does make sense to you. You can grasp onto that. Like they can take something that is flat, they can simulate it into something else and say, this is what it actually is, but that's really not what it actually is. But they're telling everybody that's what it actually is.
Okay, so yeah, it makes sense with what you're saying.
Okay, so I would love to hear more questions that you have, or any. I'm sure all the ladies would love to hear more questions that you have.
Well, might I ask why? Like, this is gonna be another one, if you don't mind. I'm not an insulting, nor it's just a sorry. It's that why can't will we like in the old days they'd say when they would say that the Earth is flat, it said you'd sail right off the edge. Is that something that would be even possible? I'm sorry. I'm not meaning it in a very.
So I, say that again.
Could I?
Oh, go
Could
ahead.
I chime in just really quick, and then you can continue to take
No, go
these
ahead.
questions. Yeah, you don't have to be sorry. I actually did think the same thing. I'm not gonna even joke with you. It's because I think it's actually programmed into our mind to think certain things when we think flat Earth. Because I've seen on movies them, with their sailboats going to the edge,
Yeah.
quotes, and then going off the edge. So anyway, I just wanted to that's not such a super crazy question. Okay, Shines, take it away. You're doing great.
I honestly need to hear the question again. I'm so sorry.
Oh, sorry about that.
No. You don't need to apologize. I'm the one who, my headphone messing up.
My question was, can we sail off the edge?
Okay, so there are a lot of things to the question. Number one, I love it when Austin and now Kai say, "Can you sail off a lake?" Right? So you meet land after that water, and there's something there. And to us, there is something beyond that we are not allowed to go to because the governments will not allow us to go there. So how can we say that we would fall off at anything, or what would actually happen to us, or what we would encounter after this point in space if we're not allowed to go there? So this whole entire myth of like you will fall off the edge of the earth has been just that, and it's been implemented for a very, very long time. That there is this joke about it. In all honesty, we do not know, and we would love to know. I would love to be able to go and discover what actually would happen if we traversed in this area and saw how far we could actually go. We can't do that. So to say that we would fall off the earth, I think is not just like a misnomer. It is, it's beyond that. Like we honestly do not know. Does that make sense to you?
Very much so. Thank you for the answer.
And add to that too, we have water that is
Roboting.
contained. We can see that
Sorry.
because we. Oh, sorry.
Roboting
Go
really
ahead, then.
bad.
Do you mind if I say something? The first reason why I was actually first came to the server was because one of my friends found a joke and found it on the server and said, "Hey, would you like to join?" Because they found it funny. But I said, "Yeah, of course," mainly because I want to see how people thought, how people see, how people want the world, how they see the world. And I feel like it was a great thing that I came here. So I get to hear people on how their perception of the world, how they seem.
Well, the funny thing is, your perception's the same as ours. Tell me where you see the curve.
Well, in science, we would do a.
Science is a nice answer, but where do
No,
you see the curve? I asked you very specifically, where do you see the curve?
I was sorry. It was when you would stand on a dock, and you would see a boat go out. You would see eventually going down, would you not? Like slowly disappear. Might I ask why it would disappear?
Yeah, because there's angular resolution to your eye, so it has a distance that it actually converges on a horizon. The horizon is apparent. It's not physical like they tell you, because we can get pictures and video using high-powered lenses, and after you watch it go by off the edge, as you said, with your eye, you can put that camera or telescope or whatever to your eye and bring it right back into vision.
And you have to understand that you're talking about model that you have believed in, that is this globe model, that is there for a oblate spheroid, that is there for geodesic, that is there for a pear shape, that there is and has to be a geometric horizon. That means that there is a cutoff point to things we observe in the distance, and it has to be at a specific distance. And we are not witnessing that. We can witness the horizon way beyond where this geometric horizon has to be. Period. Point blank. It has to be at this point. We witness it far beyond this point, right? And no amount of anyone claiming that it is refraction, which doesn't take place except for at the point between media, which means between two mediums, which means that we have water, we have air, unless you're going to say there's like a medium up right above that we don't witness and we don't see, which isn't happening. Nah, it's not happening. Nothing is holographically projecting something up into the air many miles away and lifting it up so that we can see physical objects in the distance. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Or do
Sorry.
you want us to go through the black swan? Because if that makes sense to you, I hope it does.
It does, and thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. So that's what it sees. So that's what it's like. Sorry, I've just never really stood at a pier and had a camera out and looked through. My apologies.
No, you don't need to apologize. I mean, honestly, we were all Globers. Every
We were the
single one
same.
of us. I don't think
Yeah.
there's anyone in here that wasn't a Glober. Has anyone ever been born and raised a flat earther in here? Raise your hand.
Not me. No.
Exactly. We all have all been in this. Somebody wanted me to ask you, why are you on this journey? What led you to? What inspired you to start looking into this? And are you actually interested in it, or are you kind of just like, what are these silly flat earthers thinking? On the realm of like, what could actually be
the
happening?
second question that you just asked, I'm not like that at all. I'm wanting to see how people think, mainly because you don't get the chance to speak to people that often in this world, or at least different people to you, because when you are one way, if you particularly have this, if you interested in this, you'll find friends like that. So it's a lot harder to find people or other. It's hard to explain. It's hard to find other people that you'd want to learn from when there's not that many around, or at least near me.
We can understand that.
So I want to see how people think. I want to see if what I was taught is right. I want to see if the school education failed.
That's a really good question. So, what, if anything, do you have anything where you think your school has failed you, where you've heard any flat Earth argument where you're like, that actually doesn't really make sense? Like, what is anything that you've heard while you have been in here, or any other server, or out in the world, where you're like, that actually is a flat Earth argument that actually brought you to Discord? Like, what brought you here? What is it that you're like, I need to question this? If you're saying that you came here because you wanted actual knowledge and facts and truth, then you didn't come here as a Glober just to make fun of people. You came here because you heard something that made you think.
Yes.
What was that?
What they taught me. I just wanted to see it from two sides.
No.
Sorry.
No, that's not an answer. What they taught you is not an answer, because that is what they taught you. So if you heard everything else and you heard all these other arguments, then are you just saying that you came in here because this is what you were taught? Then you heard all this other stuff, so you're like, I'm just gonna then throw myself into it?
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying, what do they first teach you? What do your parents teach you about Google and stuff like that? Don't believe everything you read. Don't believe everything you see. So why must I believe everything people say? And people can lie just as much as anybody else, anything else. So what you're saying, I'm wanting to see if what they were saying were lies, if what they were saying were truth.
Black Swan.
Okay, we get that the Black Swan, of course, we'll get to that. I really
Black
want to
Swan?
know the depths. Yes.
Sorry.
I really want to know the
Don't know what
depths
that
of like where you are coming from, what it is that you're clinging to, before we even go into that. That's why I was asking you. What are you clinging to? Do you believe in the moon landing?
The thing is, I don't know what I believe. That's
Okay,
exactly
see, this
why I'm
seems to be
here.
an issue. So I get where you're at. Like, it's hard to decipher what is real and what isn't, right? That is where you're coming from. Like, what is truth? What is factual? I mean, I'm hearing this from this point, I'm hearing this from that point. Everything could be fake. I mean, it is exhausting, isn't it?
Very much so, because
exactly,
you can't tell
I
somebody's
hear you.
always telling the truth.
100%. So we get to points where we're like, you know what? We can decipher the truth. Just when it comes to certain issues with a certain beer bug and all these different things, we can get down to the truth when we get down to the nitty gritty of things. And just like our boys have been talking about in chat, and someone whispered in the voice text, is the Black Swan argument. And this is one of them. There are plenty of arguments that we can, but this is one that actually showcases in front of us that there is no geometric horizon. There is no R. So if somebody would be lovely enough to post the Modus Tollens and the photos in the live stream voice text, that would be amazing. And if you could follow along and see this in the live stream voice text,
Yes.
so we can
Sorry.
go through this.
Right here.
Yeah. So the Modus Tollens is basically if P then Q right? Like, this is logic. This is where logic stems from. And if we are saying that the globe has a radius of 3959, okay, so let's just pull this up. So Sasha just posted it 1 minute after the hour. Do you see it?
Okay.
Okay. So the first question I want to ask you before we even run through, I want to ask you, first and foremost, where is the horizon in this photo?
Don't know. Sorry.
How can
Like,
you not
it's going
know?
straight forward.
You're looking at it. It's just an image. I mean, this
It's
isn't a
going
trick
right
question.
there.
I'm really not trying to.
The horizon keeps on going. It's
Yeah. So the
not
horizon is behind the platforms. It's further than the platforms, right?
well, yeah,
It
it's
keeps
exactly
going.
behind both platforms. The both
Yeah,
oil
it's
rigs.
behind them. Okay, so
Exactly.
great point. I'm glad you said that. Okay, so the motor's toll ends. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P. Therefore, every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times square root of the observer's height in feet. Q. Geometric horizon curve calculator. Not Q. Horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles. Therefore, not P. Earth is not a sphere. So the basis of this argument, which is very easy to understand when you break down the logic of this, that horizon is much further than these oil rigs. It is beyond. It is in the distance. We don't know how far that apparent horizon actually is, but it is distant. And it is much further than 9.41 miles away, while the observer's height is 1 foot off the ground and the distance to the geometric horizon sphere should only be 1.22 miles. So do you understand how we have observations, not just like this one, but plenty? I mean, this is just, I love it that it's a black swan. It is, family. It is like, welcome him to dinner. This is a great, argument. We love it. But there are so many. You can go out into the world and constantly see black swans all the freaking time. There are so many. So the horizon is much further than we see it. So do you understand how that cannot work if we are working on a geometric spheroid, geodesic, oblate spheroid, whatever they want to call it these days, here, whatever. That if you have a horizon that is an actual shape that is cutting something off from our vision, not even light can bring that so many miles. I mean, we're talking thousands of miles back up around that sphere edge for us to witness terrestrial land for us to see, right? Like, that's impossible. Doesn't happen.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, well, that was easy. That was easy. Cool. I'm glad you get it. That was awesome. I'm glad you understand. So do you understand how the globe model is now and that you should question the globe model? That's awesome. Cool.
That's the entire big reason why I'm here. I'm kind of questioning everything now at this point.
Thank you.
Because I'm at a stage where everything doesn't seem true. But I'm glad I got to speak with you guys. It's been so nice. I've really enjoyed speaking with you.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm glad
We're
you
so
got
polite.
it. He's been very polite. I feel bad that I was mean in the beginning. I thought you said something else and I was awful. And I'm so glad Lulu put me in place because I really thought you said something else. So I'm really glad that she put me in check. So thank you, Lulu.
Well, very much of a pleasure talking to all of you. I hope to speak to you guys again. And, yeah.
Every Friday.
Yeah, you have a happy Friday too. I hope to talk to you guys more. English is dying at the moment. Um, I hope to chat with you guys again. It's been very nice talking to you, and I hope to see you. Sorry. I'm gonna have to head off, but it's been a very real pleasure speaking with you.
You too. You come back anytime.
I hope you have an amazing weekend. All of you here in the VC live stream, sorry. And yeah, bye. Have a great day.
Why can't we always have discussions like that?
I feel really bad. I was really mean to him at the very beginning. I totally thought he said something different. And I'm really, like, call me out, ladies, if I ever misinterpret somebody. That was really great that she did. Thank you.
It happens. It's not like we get people so polite and like that every time, so.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I said, come back again.
I really thought he said something different in the beginning, and I was like on him. And then she was like, "No, that." I was like, "Oh my gosh, okay." I even went back and listened to it. I was like, "She's right." I totally got that. My bad. I will always admit defeat. Okay, are there any other Globers here? Please. What about Spaccio? You have no roles. Do you want to talk? Spaccio? No. What about Ink? What is it? Ink MK Ultra? Are you here? Hello, Ink MK Ultra. Do you want to talk? If anyone can see anyone. Michael Gleason. Are you here, Michael Gleason? You kind of look like George. That's interesting. Okay, so I guess I'm just here and nobody wants to talk. No Globers are out there. Are there any flat earthers who want in here? And Elijah, I know you always want to talk. Are you here? I mean, anyone want to talk to us? I feel like I'm like super alone right now.
Hi,
Exactly.
I'm
What is
anyone.
happening?
I'm anyone, but I'm not a female. So that's why everybody's quiet because they're smart.
My my name is female.
I mean, the females can have a conversation with anyone here. We would love to flatter.
Okay, draw us in then, and then request us or something like that.
Too late. Drew me in.
I was
I'm
like,
in.
Elijah, are you here? Is anyone here? Like, flat earthers. Let's start
What's
this
up?
conversation. What do you guys want to talk about? What do you want to hear from us?
I don't know. Pick on us. You guys are in charge.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Before we start this, we're getting permission from the ladies since it's like a downtime. You wanting to talk to the men flat earthers, and you have questions for us, or is there questions?
This is
I
where
have
I am
questions.
at. Let me
Hold
tell
on.
you where I'm at. Other ladies, I would hope you would speak in with this, but at this point, I have tried to have every single non-voice verified and Glober within the voice text, and I have not heard anything back from them. So I would like to at least talk with, if we can keep it on a one-on-one basis so it doesn't spiral. And if a
Sure.
Glober does come in, we can then say, okay, Glober, let's talk to them.
Yeah, instead of having dead air.
Organized. Yeah,
Instead of having dead air.
Exactly.
So who would you like to talk to? You want to talk to Sunny?
Whoever has the best. Maybe you guys can battle it out. Let's see who has the best.
You're gonna have to pick one because we all, you know how we are.
Yeah, that would be entertaining. Which male we can do gladiators another arena?
Well,
Which
let me
fighter has the best
let me help you out just a second. I mean, from so far what's happened on Ladies' Night, who has something to say about what's happened so far? One person say it, and then Shines, you talk to that person.
Despacito.
Yeah. I was gonna say there's somebody new.
I vote for Helio. Speak to Helio.
No, don't talk to me. Damn it! Shut up.
Wait,
No,
Napalm,
I didn't
you
want to
found
talk. I just want to regulate kind of before shit gets out of hand. I just wanted to say. You said somebody said somebody has somebody new.
So Napalm, you there's somebody new in chat.
Yeah, there's Joe Sniffer and the Power Within, as well as Despacito. These are 3 VC verified no rolls.
Hey, you gotta say that correctly. It's Despacito.
Lo siento mucho, no habla español, señor.
Despacito.
It means taking it slowly.
Okay, boys, I made a mistake and I said that it was Napalm when obviously another girl was talking to somebody who was speaking. So whatever the girl was that the lady, whoever that lady was that said there's somebody new, let's have her take the and check them
Yeah,
out.
but he's not speaking, so.
Oh, well then.
Wish they would. I mean, hey, any new people, if you're VC verified, come in here and talk to the ladies. We're not trying to interrupt. We're just trying to fill dead air. If you don't want to talk, then why are you in here?
Sniffer wants to talk.
Despacito, the ladies habla español. Don't worry.
Sí. No problema.
He disconnected.
Oh.
Oh, qué pena.
Joe Sniffer says he's muted, but he'll speak. I don't know why he's muted.
Yeah, who?
don't see Joe Sniffer in the chat.
He's at the very bottom. It's
at the bottom, double X.
Oh, bottom. You got that.
Yes,
Oh,
XX.
Joe Sniffer. Well, he said he
What
wants to
about
speak. He's
John?
muted. Does he have a role?
Shines. Ooh, I'm rolling.
Yes.
I'll unmute Joe Sniffer. I mean, was he
I'm
muted for a
here.
reason? Go ahead. Go ahead.
His information says, "No hate to anyone. Love you all."
So
I
he said,
unmuted
video
him.
playing.
Okay.
I just unmuted him.
Hey, Joe, what you got to say? Talk to the ladies.
Let me fix my mic.
Oh, fix that frickin' mic. Bendy.
He said, let me
Okay.
fix my mic, even though we heard everything he said. Go ahead.
Hello,
Joe,
hello.
talk to the ladies, man. Say what you got to say.
Okay, all right. I just asked a question at the wrong time earlier because I was talking to there was someone in here I think earlier that was talking about. I think he was like a globe guy or something like that, and he was talking to he like brought up like the moon, and I was like, yeah, the Earth is most likely flat, to be entirely honest, but I was just like, well, I'm pretty sure the moon is relatively round, because if you track it, it does rotate. What do you guys think about that?
Oh, okay. So you saying that the moon is round? What do you mean by that? That it is a circle or that it is a sphere?
Like a sphere.
Okay. So you're saying it's like a. So what do you base that claim off of? Where is the new moon? Can anybody post the GIF of what we see in the distance? It could be convex, concave, whatever. It could be anything. What are you basing your actual thoughts on that it has to be this or could it not be multiple different things and something that you might not even know what it actually is? Like, what is it? Do we know? Can anybody post that? Where is the Karen B? Convex, concave. Which one is the sphere?
Yeah, somebody posted that earlier. Who was? I think it was Roger posted that.
I'd imagine it's probably not concaved.
With the
How
four
would you
options,
know?
sorry.
But this is the thing. How would you know? It is so far away, and the way that light hits our eyes and what we perceive, not to mention the medium that we're in, who knows what medium that is in? How could you know what that actually is and how it actually is within that medium compared to the medium we're in? And look at the live stream voice text right now.
Yeah,
Flat globe just posted this. Which one is the sphere? That one's a flat. The other one, like, what is this? That's, what is that? That's the only one that's a sphere out of that entire thing. So
Yeah.
how would you know? How can you base everything that you think that you know off of saying that the moon is a sphere when Tesla knew it wasn't a sphere? He said it was like a record player in the sky and it only moves like a record player. Right?
Well, because it rotates.
And that's the only, it rotates only like a record player, like something that is flat. And we see it like a clock. It is moving just like a clock shape. And then it has this waxing and waning effect. Who knows what the frick that is? But that isn't saying that it's a sphere. Okay, so if you're going to say it's a sphere, what is your proof? I'm tired of trying to say why I think it's not a sphere because I've given plenty of examples.
Okay.
Why do you think that it is absolutely a sphere and there's no arguments about it? There's no other option. It can't be anything else. It's definitely
I
a
didn't say
sphere.
that.
Why is
I
that?
didn't say that.
Okay,
But
well,
just
I
considering
mean,
the way that
what
light
is
interacts with it, because of the phases of the moon, when it goes from waxing to waning, when it's at crescent phase, it obviously isn't like a flat shape.
Oh, really? That doesn't really say anything. Ladies, do you think he really said anything? Please.
How does a shadow look on a sphere?
Well, like a shadow on a sphere.
And you think that's what you see?
Well, I couldn't imagine it'd be flat. Like, I mean, I
You
don't
might
think
want
that
to
the Earth
test
is
that
around.
to see if that's true.
Sure. Because I was just sitting here and I was like, that is legitimately interesting. Because we think about like what the shape of the Earth is, and it's probably flat. But we do need to consider what about the other celestial bodies that surround us? What are they?
Wait, everyone stop. Stop. Did you just say we consider what the Earth of the shape is, and it's probably flat? But is that really what you just said?
Yeah, I mean, it's
Did that
okay
just
to have
happen?
things up to a little bit of probability. I mean,
Cool. So
I
you're saying it's
personally, I'm
probably
not.
flat.
Yeah,
That's what you legit just said. It's probably flat.
yeah. What's
So
wrong
it's
with
not
that?
a sphere. So it's not a globe. It is probably flat.
Yeah, the Earth is probably flat.
Okay, then I don't understand what's happening.
Well,
If
what
you
about the moon,
think
though?
that what about it? You think that somehow, therefore, is some kind of spherical object when you think that the Earth is probably a flat, horizontal level object? Like,
Yeah.
what are you on about? I think you're trolling. I don't think you actually have any honest dog in this fight, and you just
I
want to
mean,
like
I'm
make
not trying
conversation
to
for the sake
troll.
of having arguments.
I mean, I'm not trying to troll, but if you're
You
going to assume
legit
that,
just said that the Earth is probably flat. So
Is
if you're
that-
a glober,
is that
then
not?
nah.
I'm not sure what you mean because, like, the Earth.
Are
You're
you?
assuming.
I'm asking you. Are you a glober or a flat earther? What are you?
I lean more.
Where are
towards the Earth
you
being
like
flat.
putting yourself in that spectrum? You lean towards it being flat.
Yeah.
Okay, then that makes much more sense. Thank you.
What I
Does lean towards being probably and most likely and definitely a horizontal plane in reference. Like you should read Euclid's Elements and Euclid's
Measurably.
Rainforest and like measure what is actually happening in this realm that we live in. It is horizontal. It is level. All levels are horizontal. Level, blah 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 blah, whatever. So, yeah, when we're discussing the moon and what is happening in the sky, can you tell me why you think that might possibly be a sphere? Or do you think it is a sphere? Do you think it's a sphere, or do you think that it's not a sphere? Let's just start there. Since
Sorry, could you
seem
repeat your
to-
question? I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm asking you. Do you think that the moon is a sphere? Is that what you truly think and believe? Do you think that's what's happening there?
I would say I'm leaning towards the moon more likely being in a spherical shape
Why?
because of, once again, the way that it interacts with light. It's
Yeah, that doesn't make any
rotation.
sense. Stop right
Well, there's
there. So
there's
go ahead.
no
Denzel.
specular highlight. Well, there's no specular highlight, so there's nothing there. It has features that don't make sense if it is a sphere.
Okay. Beyond. Also, that was very great points. Beyond that, where is the new moon? Where is anything that is happening where what happens to the Earth, what happens to the moon are in trajectory, one and same, lockstep, that this would be happening. No matter what, there are so many different things that disprove that the moon and the Earth, while the sun is hitting them, are actually being affected by the sun at the same time. The moon is something completely different. And the moon, it moves in its own pace, right? Like it is like a record player. It spins over and over again like a clockwork above our heads. There is no, they
Okay.
say, oh, there's another side to the moon, but we've never seen it. They say, oh, you know, go ahead.
Never been observed by the human eye on the plane of Earth.
I think I'm lagging a little bit. What did she say? Hello?
Eye standing on Earth.
You should probably reconnect, bro.
Yeah, hang on.
Am I roboting?
A little bit.
Lulu.
Thank you.
Hi, Lulu.
Okay. Oh no, why am I acting up today? Sorry, what did you say? I couldn't hear. I think my net dropped out on me.
I was saying it's never been observed the other side of the moon from any human standing on Earth with the naked eye at all. Never seen it. Nobody's seen it.
Okay.
Now they told you there's another side, but that's what they told you.
Is there any way we could like see the other side of it?
Not if you can't violate a second law of thermodynamic space. You can't go there, so you can't see the other side.
I think we'll be able to get there eventually.
How?
I don't know, like some sort of plane, maybe, like fly a plane near it.
So you think it's a rock? See, you think it's a rock, something you can land on, then, huh?
Well, I mean, I don't know what could it be then.
It could be plasma. It could be anything. I don't know. It could be a projection. How do you know?
Well, who's projecting it?
You think I can? Can you answer that kind of question? Do you know the creator?
Right?
Have you talked to him lately?
I think it's well. I mean, my connection with God is, I'd imagine, about as special as anyone else's. I don't know. I don't.
Well,
talk to
sure,
him too
but
much. I
he's
think
the
it
only
might
one
be
that
bothersome
knows.
to him.
Well, many of us think that we'll never get to that thing, whatever it is, whether it be physical or it be something else.
We're relatively smart. I think we could get there, because if it is like plasma just contained in that one shape, then I think it'd be scientifically interesting to find out why it's doing that. What force is causing it to bind together in such a specific way, and do what it does for so long that humans could observe it for so long. Because that is legitimately an interesting theory, honestly.
Well, the guy who said it was plasma said nobody could ever land on it and maybe never even reach it. And it may not even be physical as you think.
Well, it's got to be something. I mean, we can look at it, so it's got to be something. I think that eventually we'll be able to land on it and fly around it and see what's behind it.
And you think it's a rock? Yeah, you've bought into the rock theory. It doesn't have any appearance as a rock, though. The problem is it doesn't match up with anything that's like that. So that's the problem you got. And it's also got a problem with its light. It's self-illuminating as far as we can tell, and has a different light. It's not reflecting. So again, you're talking
I've always enjoyed
physically.
the theory. I've always really enjoyed like the theory that it is reflecting light from Earth. I've heard that one get used before. That was
Again, you're missing the specular highlight. You're missing the shadows aren't right. And then how much light is Earth getting from that to do that? I don't know. It seems like really far-fetched, brother. Especially when you know the inverse law of light.
What's the inverse rule of light?
So, sorry, I'm in a spot that I'm kind of cutting in and out. One of the girls want to cover that real quick?
Oh, sorry. What'd you say?
I'm cutting in and out, so if one of the other girls could handle that. I'm in a bad spot right now.
Alrighty.
No, you're really not cutting in and out, actually.
It shows it on here. I'm having problems. Okay, now maybe I can get. So anyway, it means that every time you go a distance, the light increases by, again, the intensity as you get closer to that object. So if you were as close to the moon as supposedly the lunar lander was, it would be so bright it would fry your eyes. It'd fry you, probably.
Yeah, fair enough. I wanted to. So the projection idea. So I'm thinking, like, if it is being projected, I'm interested where from that could be coming from. Like, would that be like the government doing it, and like who turns it on and off? Like in the morning time, they're like, hey, we gotta turn it off. Like, what's the
You're
general
into
concept
real
there?
speculation here, brother.
Yeah, I know.
You're into far speculation. I have
But
no idea, and I wouldn't say the government would be that powerful. And it's something that people have seen for thousands of years. So what government are you talking about that suddenly put a moon up?
I don't know.
It's a good. I like the thought, but it's at the same time it's kind of ridiculous when you think about how
I
long the
thought
moon is
somebody
talked
said
about.
something about projections, and I was like, oh, that's a little.
But
That's
projection
definitely out there.
as projection as in it could be a shining through the firmament, that there could be a physical light behind the firmament and it could be shining through, and that's what you're seeing is the image projected through. You have no idea. We don't have any idea. I can't tell you anything.
Well, I don't know. That seems so weird because then we have the issue of, well, what's shining that light? Because I guess it would be a little bit misleading.
That's the problem. No, not really. It would be kind of like a projection of something there that isn't physically there, but it may have a physical source somewhere else. We don't know. We can't tell you because you can't go to it. You can't touch it. All you can do is observe it. So we work with, empirical evidence. That's why it doesn't prove anything to look at the sky and then say that tells you something about your Earth.
Okay.
And keep in mind, they're just lights in the sky, most of them. The moon is about the only thing that's really visible in a way that you can observe that easily. You got other lights in the sky that people say are spheres and rocks and gas balls, but that doesn't make any sense either because, again, your second law of thermodynamics violation, space, doesn't work.
What about the other planets? Because I was talking in the chat and I had somebody tell me that there's no way that space is real. So I feel like there's just a little bit. I'm getting a little confused with like the different.
No, space isn't real.
Concepts.
No, space isn't real. Do you understand why, though? What do they tell you space is?
Well, I'm going to let you lead on that one because that is legitimately a little bit out there for me with space not being
Well,
real.
you tell me what space is. What do you think it is? What have they told you, and what do you believe of it?
Okay. So, as I understand space, it is the general body that holds everything in the galaxy. That is space.
What is its environment? What do they tell you it's like?
Well, the environment is cold, and there's really nothing there for us besides some like planets, asteroids, maybe stars, like a lot of stars, but it's all very spaced out. That's how I understand it.
It's all very spaced out. That's fun.
Yeah, so when I say space, I mean legitimately the distance between things.
Right. So you believe in, light years of being distant things are like trillions of light years away.
Well, I guess it's fair enough to say that even if space is not real in the same sense that like science would have us be told it, which is perfectly fair. I haven't been there myself, so I couldn't tell you what it is. But I think it's fair enough to say that there is probably some measure of distance in between the things that we do see in the sky, at least.
Okay, so where's your evidence for all this space and distance? Can you give me something like a proof? Because I can give you evidence that can't be happening. Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
I'm not familiar.
The law of entropy. Things must go from high pressure to low pressure spontaneously. So okay. You're in a high pressure system. How is that happening?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you.
What do you know about gases?
I know that they are a state of matter, but that that comes from my high school science class, so the validity of it is a little bit up to question.
No, that's pretty close. But again, how do gases behave, and how do you get air pressure?
Well, you would pressurize a gas, correct? Or would that be incorrect?
Well, how do you do that, though? I'm asking you how. What is required?
I'd imagine it would require a lot of energy.
How about a container?
Yeah, it makes sense.
What makes air pressure air pressure?
I'm not sure. Possibly containing lots of air in a enclosed space.
Well, it has to bounce off the walls of something. So if you've got this space that is a negative 17 torr vacuum, supposedly, and you've got supposedly a pressurized system next to it, how is that possible?
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. I lagged a little bit.
So you got pressurized gas, supposedly against a negative 17 torr vacuum with no container. How is that possible?
Gravity, I'd imagine. You would need an exponentially strong force that is somehow being used as the containing force against it.
So gravity. So what does gravity do?
Well, gravity pulls things towards it, I'd imagine. But once
including balloons?
Balloons?
Balloons get pulled down too?
Eventually, yeah. Once they lose their helium.
Oh, so where does that helium go once it loses it?
I don't know, honestly. I'd imagine that it just disperses, like the half-life of it molecularly breaks down.
Not that as far as I know. It goes in all directions and again fills the volume. Remember your high school gas and chemistry laws and all that fun stuff you might have done?
Not very well, but I'd imagine the dispersion is also reasonable enough.
Well, if you open a soda can, what happens?
Well, that like depressurizes, right?
Instantly, right?
Yeah.
Instantly. So, and you can do that on the ground level where gravity is the strongest, right? And you still get gas coming out of that can instantly in all directions, right? Yeah. So
but
again,
that's
how do you have space?
Well,
exactly. Welcome to flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth.
Wait. I was never denying flat Earth, but if we're gonna talk about like a soda cans are legitimately pressurized and sealed within themselves. I mean, like if we're gonna talk about an atmosphere around, like, let's say, I don't know, Mars.
Atmosphere.
Wait, hold on. Everyone stop. Did you just say you were never denying flat Earth?
No, I always thought
said that.
Yeah, I always thought the Earth was flat.
Oh, well then, I mean, what are you arguing against? Like, I don't understand.
I was talking about like the moon and all the other stuff.
He thinks space exists at trillions of miles. He thinks there's space everywhere in a vacuum.
How can that happen with this flat plane? Like, you have a conundrum to deal with when you think that the flat Earth on top of the globe Earth model all coexist together. Can you show us how that works? Can you show us how those two models are perfectly fine together?
Well, I'd imagine that the Earth would sort of be kind of at, like, I don't know, like the center of it. I'd imagine, and the other bodies.
No. You can't just imagine. You can't just say, "Oh, I imagine that this is what it is, and this is how things can be." You need to show it. Like, how can you imagine that the Earth is at the center of these things and the Earth isn't moving, but yet the stars are moving? So that means geocentric. So you believe that it is geocentric, right?
Yes.
You have to. Okay, cool. So you believe that it's geocentric, and so somehow it's geocentric, but all these planets and everything is moving around, but still it has the same solar system and universe that goes with the globe model, but somehow the Earth is flat and stationary. How does that work? Pray tell. I mean,
I'd imagine, but legitimately, like the science isn't there for it. Like you're asking me to like go out of my way and prove things that I don't have the money or the resources to do.
Well, the problem is you've got a problem if the Earth is flat, then gravity doesn't exist like they say, because again, you have to have a sphere and doing what it does to have that. So you're invoking something that doesn't exist in reality, and you can't prove and has never been proven. So you're
I mean,
invoking
I'd
something there,
imagine that
and that
I'd imagine
requires
that the
then
Earth
for the
is
orbits to be that way. Yeah, so you're invoking a half of a system that is a mess already and can be easily debunked.
Well, because the other, I don't know, because there's really not much else. So I'm just trying to like put it together, because like any other thing just seems like it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like when you've got like the Earth contained within something, well, what's out there? Somebody at some point has to have
That's a good
tried to
question.
see what's out there. You know, we have
Oh, they
all these
have, but
planes
not
and things that
us.
fly
They
around.
have.
Because what
Yeah.
happens when like the military flies like a plane, you know, like up in the air? It'd eventually hit that like container that we're in, right?
Well, planes only have a certain range of height they can do because, again, an aerofoil can only be supported by, have to have enough dense oxygen or air, I should call it, or you can't fly. So at certain altitudes, that's the restriction limit for an airplane.
Okay. Well, what's the idea for rocket ships? Because I've been struggling with that one myself personally.
Well, again, explain to me how a rocket can even work in a vacuum.
Well, because it's not dependent on air like a plane would be. It's a rocket.
How do you get thrust off of nothing?
It's producing the thrust itself, I'd imagine, with those giant.
So it pushes off itself. Right. So it pushes the gas. So we just discussed gases escaping at a velocity even when you open a can of Pepsi in all directions instantaneously. And yet somehow that can stays in your hand and you feel no thrust in your hand. So you're thinking in an environment with nothing, somehow a thrust can push off a nothing.
I'd imagine it's like shaking a can up, and then you open it downward. It will force itself away.
That's because it's inside the enclosed system that you're in still, inside that Atmos that you're talking about. We're talking about a negative 17 torr space where there's nothing to push off of.
I don't know. I feel like it could probably push off of itself. I don't know. Like, once again, like why haven't we made something that can get out there and see what's really out there?
Because we can't. You don't understand. We can't. It violates the rules, and there is nothing that you're thinking that's out there like that. There is atmosphere all the way to the container limit, and that's where you go, and that's as far as it can go.
Well, I mean, if
there is no outer space. No, not out of the container. That's a good question, but the military, and we've got documents that show that they've even checked the luminosity of the firmament. They even called it the firmament. We've got operations they've done and tried to blow holes through it, apparently.
Because I don't buy it that we've got all this advanced technology, and we've been looking at all these stars and these planets for eons basically, and we've never been able to get out there. That there's like nothing out there.
Well, it's not that there's nothing out there, is that there is a limit, and there is this place and this Atmos. There is no distance trillions of miles. See, you're holding on to something you can't even prove and violates the second law of thermodynamics. So you can't do it. That's the problem you got. And that's a law. That's not just a theory. That is something that's observed and never, ever changes. It's always that way.
All right.
That's the rules of our Earth.
I don't know. I feel like we're able to get out there, and we have a
well,
way.
You can feel anything you want, but it doesn't make it true. And if you're going to base it on what we know of science and evidence and measurements, no, it does. It's that you've been indoctrinated.
You've
been indoctrinated.
Well, no, I know about the flat Earth, but like it's just the
no,
idea, like,
you've been indoctrinated into loving space, and you don't want to give it up. Even if I gave you evidence, unless you go and do it yourself and really think about this, you're probably not going to give it up because you really think it must be. It has to be. But
The
you have
thought
no
of it-
evidence or
The
proof.
thought of it seems a little silly that we just have this we're in this like container, because like, well, then who put us in the container?
Your creator did, and you know that.
Who's the creator? Like, I mean,
That's for you to figure out, not me.
well, no, who's the creator? Like, are they aliens? Are we in like a zoo?
No, I can't answer those questions. That's for you to figure out.
Yeah, well, that's possible. You heard of zoo theory, right? Like that definitely is possible.
I'm not
Some
familiar with
extraterrestrials.
zoo theory.
Yeah, zoo theory is basically just extraterrestrials that made an environment to either watch them or to quarantine them or whatever. So that is possible. I'm not saying it is true, but it's definitely possible.
Again, extraterrestrials? You mean other people on other land? Or other beings on other land?
Things beyond this particular plane of existence. That's what zoo theory is. That there were other created entities that made whatever of like a
We're not
Cardiff.
talking about other dimensions, though. We can't access those and tell you the truth about those. We can only say that you speculate that that's happening. But again,
I'm
we
just
go with
answering-
evidence here.
Yeah, I'm just answering his question. It said who. I'm just giving him a candidate explanation for what it potentially might be if we do find out it is, but there's a container inside her. You know, I'm just pausing a potential answer. Yeah, that's all. I mean, you're familiar with the what's it called the Kardashev scale, right? Like the type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4, type 5 civilization. Are you familiar with that?
Another evidence of
You should
anything.
probably look into it.
Yeah, I know what it is, but that's all it is. We're not going to talk speculation here that much.
Oh,
That's why I keep
beautiful. All right,
saying
well,
we keep
since
going,
you-
trying to go back to the actual container and our flat Earth. That's what we're trying to do here.
Well, do you believe it's flat, or do you lack belief it's a globe? Because that's
I know it's measurably a topographical plane. I know. I don't believe. I know.
Okay, because my position is I am agnostic towards either position.
So
I
what's
just
your
didn't know if
evidence for either one? We've got measurements.
I'm not making the positive claim for either one. I've heard very compelling arguments for both sides, which is why I'm agnostic towards both positions.
Oh, well then give us your most compelling for the globe then. I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, well, I'm not debating anything at this moment and stuff, but I'm saying like I'm currently agnostic towards both positions. Like I'm not making the positive claim that it is flat or it is a globe. So I don't have any burden of proof. I'm just observing, getting information, you know?
Well, if you're going to say it could be a globe, which is an agnostic position if you wish to call it that I'm agnostic, it could be a globe, what's your best proof?
No,
What's your
agnostic
absolute
means that
reason? You just said you had good evidence for both sides. So what is your best evidence for the globe? Because that's what we've been looking for all these years.
Okay, I need to clarify something. When I say I'm agnostic towards it, it means like you're unsure. Like at first it's like I'm agnostic about God's existence. I'm saying like I don't know if it does. I'm not claiming he or she does or does not exist. Just like with the flat Earth or the globe. Like I don't hold a position.
So you can't
What if I just
measure
take this up
something and
quickly?
know your table is a certain size. So if I measure my table and I know it's a certain size, do I know it's that size or do I believe it or am I agnostic?
Well, if you measure the table, then you have the measurement of the table. And if you can visually see the whole table, then yeah, you know it's flat. But I
Do I
lack
have
belief
to
that
see the whole table? Do I have to see the whole table if it was a huge table for some reason? Or can I measure part of it and know that part's flat?
or that are you making like a universal statement or a regional statement?
Well, that's a Glober argument, is the regional stuff.
Yeah, well you
Everywhere
can't
people have been, and other people have measured in their home places, and everybody's measured flat. So are you telling me that somewhere there's a difference somewhere if it's all flat everywhere that everybody measures?
I mean, I'm only saying that that's exactly what you would seemingly expect if you're on a very large thing. It seems compatible. I'm not saying it is flat or not, but I'm saying like that's what you would expect on a large level if it's
So you're
very big.
saying that the globe could be large enough that everybody measures flat. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying like that seems reasonable from my
Do you know
position.
that immediately changes everything of the physics of your supposed globe model, though, because the radius has to be exactly what they gave us and can be no bigger and no smaller even. It
Well, why
must
should I just
be at their thing because, again, that's where everything rotates around it based on that R value, that radius.
how's that radius measured? Do you know how they measure it? I don't know. I'm
Oh,
not
well,
just going.
we know what the Globers say about it.
Yeah, but I didn't measure it, nor do I know how they measured it. I need to look into how they measured it.
Yeah, you should. You probably should and figure out if it was valid because I can tell you right now it wasn't.
Is it
You know
could have
why we know? Remember the black
Yeah.
swan argument, the picture? What did she say? It had to be a curve going on at a certain distance. And at that picture called the black swan, at 1.22 miles, there must be a physical horizon at 1 foot observer height. And it's not there. It's actually beyond 10 miles, which makes your globe so big that then everything is just out of whack. I mean, completely out of whack. Can't even work. We're talking,
Okay.
it's huge. And that
There's this
means
one argument.
your orbits can't work. And it means you also couldn't send a rocket because guess how they figure out rocket trajectories?
Yeah, well,
They have to have a radius.
This is one argument I heard, and I want to see your perspective. So if something is if you're on like a train track and you're holding like a sign, like a yellow sign that looks like it's a yellow circle, and that represents the sun. If you're going further and further and further back, it'll get smaller and smaller and smaller. So the size would diminish in size. But when we look at pictures of the sunset, when it's down and when it's like up, the diameter of it doesn't change at all, and it doesn't diminish in size. The diameter is still the same size, but when you actually do this test yourself on a flat thing, you visually see that it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. But we don't see that. I don't really know how a person. I haven't really heard the counter argument for that yet, but that definitely to me has some weight.
Are
Do you
you
understand what
looking
I'm
at
saying?
some of the gifts? Are you looking at some of the gifts in the voice chat?
Hold on,
So
let me see.
sometimes, yes, it will look larger, but when you put a solar filter and you do some other things, you can actually see that it does sometimes change angular size. But also, you're not accounting for the thickness of the atmosphere as it goes away from you that you're having now see through, and that
What did you
changes
post
things
it?
too.
It's an
And have you ever looked through your you ever looked at the moon, full moon at night, and thought it looked huge? Have you ever put your head
Yeah,
between your
wait,
legs
hold
and
on.
looked at it
Yeah,
through your legs
hold on,
and
just
changed your
hold on.
view of it? Because they
Hold on
suddenly
just
get
a second.
small.
Yeah, just give me a second so I can find this, and I want to hear what you said. Where exactly did you post whatever?
Live voice chat.
Okay, all right.
Or voice text. You'll see it live stream voice text.
It's live stream voice text. It's right above the hashtag, right above the voice channel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you should. If you're talking to someone in here, you should be following that chat.
Oh, okay.
I'll
Do you see it
admit
now?
on his part, it is a little difficult to keep track. Sometimes.
Yeah, I mean it's a fast conversation. It's very difficult. Yeah, I mean it's there's a lot involved.
It's dynamic.
Sorry,
You guys
ladies.
can handle it,
Yeah,
right?
it's dynamic. It's really dynamic. So yeah, you're exactly right. So yeah, continue. Was that Damsel Medic?
So far.
Is this
Yeah.
taken on the same day, different days? I don't know what's going on.
It
Because I've seen
changes
things.
all the time versus where you are, what the atmospheric conditions are, what filters you're
Okay.
using. So you guys, when you
Okay.
say it is
Alright.
this way, are you so certain? Have you done your checking? Are
Well,
you
that's definitely the
sure?
information you told me about. Huh. But still, like, what the person, because, like, when I watched his test, it was still like the person, it was getting smaller. So even if like the weather conditions or whatever, I mean, I don't know. To me, it would make sense that you should diminish in size, but it could be that in the one area of the Earth and the other area, the atmosphere is different, so it doesn't really change. I mean, I'm still trying to wrap my mind around it, but I guess I can understand. Do you think it really changes anything? Like if we all knew that like it is flat and like space doesn't exist?
Does it change anything? Well, it means that there absolutely must be a creator, because you cannot have a contained system like this and believe in evolution. Evolution is debunked instantly, even just by this. There's more that debunks evolution, but this is absolute.
Well, if the Earth is flat, it doesn't mean in itself
It
evolution.
can't. It couldn't have evolved the way they described, because if you understand how the Big Bang Theory goes, it must be a sphere. It has to be, for all your gravity, for your accretion of the planets, for your development of everything that you guys are relying on, that they've told you this long story that nobody ever saw and nobody witnessed and nobody has any evidence for. It's a story. That
But you believe like
story is bunk.
So you don't believe evolution is possible with this density thing that you believe? You don't think that's compatible?
Oh, Juju,
No.
please.
Yeah, like
We don't even
I'm not
need it.
saying it. I'm not
And
even
we
saying
don't
it's true.
observe it.
Yeah, I'm not even arguing for evolution. I'm not even saying it's true. I'm just trying to hear everything. Yeah.
Well, it's a story. They gave you a nice story to get rid of the creator, didn't they? You came from rocks and monkeys. So you're a spinning monkey ride, spinning ball monkey riding it through space, unending, forever in a speck in the middle of nowhere with no purpose.
I mean, I do see that part as kind of wild in terms of life coming from non-life. My mind, I can't wrap my mind around that. That seems absurd from my perspective.
Hey, Glatflobe, you're hot micing.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
You're absolutely right. It is absurd.
I've never thought that evolution would like deny God. I feel like people who use evolution as like a denial of God are a little silly, because I think that just shows the intelligence of the design.
Sorry,
Yeah,
but you
evolution
don't have
definitely
any
does not.
evidence of evolution happening. Again, it's a made-up story with absolutely no evidence. You've got no evidence. You have complex things going on that require other complex things, and yet somehow it all evolved. Yeah, right. Sure.
I think that's fair enough to say.
Jojo,
Yeah, you know
sorry, go ahead.
The proof that Earth is measurably flat. I mean, I'm gonna say it, but it means we've been lied to. The government lies.
Hey, Shinji, don't talk. Don't talk.
I'm sorry, I just realized it's ladies'
it's
night.
ladies' night. Yeah, just mute yourself.
Thanks, Shinji.
Sure. Have a nice day.
You too. And so now we have to, as people who need to use our brains and be responsible, we need to sift through what the lies are. And that's why really like the scientific method is so important, and seeing proof, verifiable proof. That's why we've been asking for proof all night, really.
Yeah.
Because if you believe in evolution, you have no evidence for it. You're literally believing people with letters behind their names and wear white coats, whatever they tell you.
Well, what about the
bones?
And it's no different than a religion. It's no different than a religion, guys. If you're going to believe, then you've bought into their religion. They've just given you a replacement religion.
I don't know, because I've never felt like it was like a replacement for religion.
I know you didn't, because they called it science, and they told you that this is hard evidence, and then they told you all kinds of stuff about how it's been proven when it hasn't.
Yeah, but
that's the problem.
I just don't see how evolution invalidates God's existence at all. I think that it proves that he is an extraordinarily intelligent creator.
Yeah, that's always the excuse for evolution, but evolution has no evidence. Did you hear what I said? They tell you that they have evidence, but there is no evidence. You got nothing. You
I
go
mean, what
look
about
for it and
what
you
about
won't
the
find it.
bones?
It's a
The bones that
story
get
you were
carbon dated.
told. No, they were
Those aren't.
actually based off of the animals found in them, and then they circular reason, and that's how they tell you the different ages.
Well, the
You don't
dinosaur
want to
bones
go
are
there.
real?
Yeah, they'll tell you all kinds of different fossils are a certain age, and then that's how they age the rocks. But the problem is they don't know how old the fossils are, and then you got a problem anymore because somebody found a fossil that actually still has DNA in it.
Well, all of them have
Yeah.
DNA in them.
No,
So I
living
want.
DNA that can be reconstituted, and that shouldn't happen if it's actually a fossil. So
Yeah.
you got a
Who's the one?
problem. You got problems with this whole theory. You think it's got some proof, it's got
Well,
nothing.
which fossil did they find that had reconstitutable DNA in it?
Supposedly a T-Rex.
Yeah, I'd recommend watching Kent Hovind. He does a great job talking about the circular reasoning and proof that dinosaurs, how we're taught dinosaurs existed, never
What was the name,
existed.
man? You said
So
Kent Holden.
Kent Hovind, man.
Kent.
Here,
Okay.
Yeah, Morvis. Thanks, Morvis. Posted it in the text chat 2 minutes after the hour.
I think you
So I
can
really
also
want
see QE has a thing on the whole breakdown of the T-Rex and the DNA and how they call it a fossil, but that doesn't make any sense. So QE's not YouTube, but the web. I think it's on his web channel or his web site, and I don't remember if it's called Globe Terminator or something.
So I want to understand if evolution is false. I'm just trying to understand a potentially alternate explanation because when you look in the ground and
It's
so
called
forth,
a
you do
creator.
see.
But
Yeah, but
that's a
like I'm trying.
replacement fallacy. That's a replacement fallacy.
Yeah, but like even if there is like some creator, like what to do like when an animal dies, it would just poof a new set of animals, and then they die, and then poof a new set. Because I don't
What are you
see any
talking
other.
about? Babies are made. They were put here and they've made babies, and the same animals are here, probably less than the animals that originally started, because some of them have gone extinct.
Okay. I mean, I'm not saying that's not true necessarily. I'm just trying to understand because we do see the animals have died, they've gone extinct, and the new animals spring in. So I guess it's just a bunch of poofing.
What
Kind of.
new animal? What new mammal has come up? You tell me. What new
Like for
animal?
example, we see certain animals that we
Where?
have fossils
No,
of
you have
that are no
fossils
longer
of
alive.
extinct. You have fossils of
Yeah.
extinct animals, but that doesn't mean they poofed into existence. It means that they were there all along and everything was created at the same time. And you
So
have
you're saying.
variety, of course, and speciations, but that's it. That's what you
Well,
got.
who's doing
So
this
is your
though?
so is your
Well,
position
that's what
that
you have to find out. I can't tell you that. You've got to figure out who that is.
so you're saying that all the types of animals that we currently see once all existed at the same period, and over time a bunch of them died? I'm just trying to understand.
Well, yeah, that's
Is
just
that,
extinction events. They happen. We've even extincted animals in the recent past.
but then
The
again,
passenger pigeon, or
there's
I think it is. I think it's
Yeah.
carrier pigeon, actually.
but there could be a
Yeah, hey,
potential
let me
issue.
interject. Let me interject, man.
Yeah.
There's a place here in Texas that that you can see human footprints along with so-called dinosaur footprints. You know, I mean, is that real? Are you gonna believe that that's real just because it's in the rocks? You know what I mean?
Okay, I'm just
Yeah,
trying to. Can you post me like a link or something? Like I really want to investigate that. I've never heard of anything like that before. I'm just because like from my perspective, it's just like when I think about it, if for example, like if they were like dinosaurs, and if they're for example like the type of cats we see now, they don't really seem compatible in the same environment. They seem like they would just die instantly. That's why I'm just trying to wrap my mind around.
how do you
Unless they were
know what the
separate.
environment was like? How do you know what the environment in the beginning was like? How do you
No,
know
no,
if it didn't change? That's what I'm saying. You're making assumptions everywhere, and you're assuming all these things because that's what they told you through the evolutionary theory.
no. Like
And
when
it's
it's
the same with
environment, I'm talking
space.
about. When it's environment, I'm talking about like atmosphere. I'm talking about the existent animals. So I'm saying for me, if that did happen, and if there were, for example, like small cats, it would seem like that if that did happen, they must have been separated by different land. Because if they're in the same land area, a T-Rex with like a cat I don't think that will really do well in the same area. So yours could be true. It just means they must have been physically separate.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
You're
I just can't
making
see
a
like
lot
a
of
T-Rex.
assumptions. You're
Yeah,
assuming
because
you
I'm
know what a
trying.
T-Rex really was like or what it was doing or how it worked. Nobody's seen those things. You've got a bunch of bones in the ground, supposedly, and you're telling me you know how they acted, behaved, what they did, what they ate, what they chased after, whatever, what color they were.
Yeah,
You don't
yeah.
know
I mean, of
nothing.
course.
You're following a story that was told to you by people that also never saw it.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
like I
I
said, you have a
feel like
point. You
this
don't
is
know
shaky
100%.
territory.
You can analyze the teeth and etc. And then even though you don't know 100%, you can use deductive reasoning to point a narrative. Now that narrative may be wrong, but you can get a
Again,
narrative
it could be
by deductive
completely
reasoning.
wrong. And you can't be
Sure.
sure of anything. You can't be sure of anything unless you observe it yourself
Yeah.
and test it for yourself or measure it yourself. So
Yeah,
you're
like these
assuming
animals.
an awful lot.
Yeah, like it could be true that these animals that seem like that they probably ran really fast. It probably be true that they just teleported everywhere. Like we don't really know, but anything.
Exactly. So if you want to follow man's story, following it, that's up to you. You'll have to decide, but don't tell me there's evidence for your story when there's just a story.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, to say that they all
I'm
exist at the
gonna.
same time, you don't have evidence of that
They
either.
can, and things change over time from adaptation and get smaller and bigger based on available resources and things. And yes, a certain fish even get landlocked in certain areas and then
But why
change
don't we?
because they're there. But that's not evolution. That's not changing entire species. That's
Wouldn't
not
that be
jumping
Why don't we?
species.
Exactly.
Why don't we find
And
kin
how
growing?
would this prove? How would this prove globe, anyways?
No.
You
Well,
know, I
wait,
mean, this
wait.
is not a proof for globe.
I don't know, but just with the fish being like segregated, like let's say fish do get stuck landlocked like that. That would be like a Galapagos Island situation where you have the same sort of species, but they evolve entirely differently. Like that.
They didn't evolve. There is
No
no
evolving.
evidence of evolving. Again, just
Well,
because you
what
got
about the
certain
same
ones that
species of
survive better
bird
than
with
others,
different beaks?
there's no change. Just because you
That's
have
evolution.
multiple finches that look similar and have different beaks. Okay, so we have different species of snakes. Does that make all snakes evolve from what?
Well, they all evolved from like one
What?
sort of like ancestral snake, but
You think
yeah,
so, but there is
they've
no
evolved to
evidence
survive
of that.
better in
See, that
different
requires
situations.
you finding intermediate. That
But they
implies you
did.
can find the intermediates, and they have not.
They have.
See, you've been
Hey,
told
you know
to
what?
find it.
Hey,
You go find it.
Damsel, they're asking, Sunny's asking if he can play that part of the QE video. I think we should listen to it.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yay.
He looks really
Please
good.
play it.
Okay, so you want the Mary Schweitzer one or the one about the open round panel discussion phones? I guess either
Mary
one.
Schweitzer's a pretty good one.
The Mary Schweitzer one. It's a little bit
I've
longer,
listened
I
to both
think.
of them, actually. They're
Let me
both,
see.
well, if you want to do the shorter one, I'm fine with it, but they're both good.
I'm not sure if they're
So-
different.
So somebody just thought of there's a difference between believing that evolution is false, like that you're not convinced is true, versus that we currently don't have evidence yet. We currently can't demonstrate it. Like me,
They
I don't know
will
if future
never have
technology.
evidence. They will
Yeah, but I
never
don't
have
know
evidence.
that though because we're
I do.
extremely.
As
We're
somebody who
still.
understands DNA and such, I can tell you it never gets better. DNA never gets better. It doesn't improve.
So you're saying that we can't create life and that we
You're
can't
I didn't
start
say
the
you couldn't
process.
create something from the
Mhm.
DNA that's already there, but to have the precursors to even make DNA and make something evolve requires that you already have something there. And DNA does not get better and improve over time. It degrades.
What about random
Yeah, Damsel, isn't
mutation?
that a law? Isn't that a law? Energy cannot be created or destroyed.
It's part of the entropy. Yes, it follows that, but
There
it
we
just
go.
DNA does not improve. You don't see things improving. It just doesn't
There we
happen.
go.
Mutations are not
Debunked.
good. They're bad.
Well, what about?
I'll play it. I'm sorry.
Yes,
some of
please
them
play it.
do.
Just play it. No, shush.
I'll
Play
play it. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and play it.
Thank you.
Shush.
You're so mean to me. Okay.
All right. Good evening, everyone. This is Cathexis with another episode of Science vs. Scientism with Quantum Racer. Tonight is a special presentation, and it's actually going to be our season finale. And what we're going to talk about is Dr. Mary Schweitzer and the Atheist Roundtable that she did over on Mr. Steve McCrae's esteemed channel. So we're going to be playing the video and working in some factual information that they seem to be leaving out. So if it's going to fall in line with everything that we've been going over, for the past 12 episodes. And, we really appreciate the support that we've gotten. We've gotten a great response from this, and we've got a lot more coming down the road. We are going to be finishing the season off currently with this, and this will be going up just after the fact. We're making this right now, and it won't be live, of course, but then we will be working on some new projects for the future. Probably be down for about a month or two, maybe 3 at most, and then we'll come up with some new things. But how you doing tonight, John?
Doing fine, sir.
Well, good. I say we get right into it because we got quite a bit to stomp. So what I'll be doing, I'll go ahead and play the audio for you. Just let me know when you need that, and then we will go from there.
All right. Well, Dr. Mary Schweitzer, a paleontologist at North Carolina State University, she's famous for finding soft tissue in a T-Rex dug up by Jack Horner, which was Mary's advisor in Hell Creek, Montana. And the character Alan Grant, the one in Jurassic Park, was modeled after Jack Horner, who consulted on all the Jurassic Park series movies. So for background, you can see the story here. They did one on 60 Minutes, and just type that into the search engine and you're good to go to pull right up. So Mary decides to show up for a Q&A on the clown show, Steve McCrae's The Great Debate Community, as if for a let's bash young Earth creationist love-in. So this isn't a personal attack on this woman. Her discovery opened the tsunamic floodgates on soft tissue. However, she volunteered to speak out on the show, so if she wants to play lumberjack, she's going to have to handle her side of the law. So go ahead, let's roll this.
All right, here we go.
Okay, we are live. It's January 26th. It's 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, and we have as a special guest today, Dr. Mary Schweitzer. Most of us are quite familiar with her work. I've communicated with her in the last couple of days to get her to come on for about an hour so we can have a Q&A session. I have about 10 people in here. Other people are welcome. I sent out invites specifically to people. If you didn't get one specifically, it's just an oversight. But if you'd like to join us, please message me on Facebook, Twitter, or G+, and I'll see about getting the link. And Fiona will be taking questions from the live feed. But anyways, morning, Dr. Schweitzer.
Morning.
Thank you very much for joining us. This is a huge thing for my channel and the Great Debate community because so many people have been wanting to ask you specifically some questions in regards to your work and get it directly from you rather than secondhand sources.
Sure.
So what we're going to do is I'm actually just going to have like I said, a Q&A type session. I know Jade wants to start it off with a couple, 1 or 2 preliminary questions, if that's okay, and just kind of dive right into it.
Okay.
Jade?
There we go. Yeah, I just had a little trouble unmuting myself, unpredictable these things can be. Well, good morning, Dr. Schweitzer. I'm very glad to hear you here. One of the things I wanted to ask you is that having a problem with Felis interruptus here. Ready, go. Sorry about that. It's cats, when you first, one of the things we heard from Ray is that when you first made your discovery of soft tissue, that you were mistreated and you were threatened and you feared for your career, and that big meaty Jack Horner demanded that you disprove what you found. So what I'd like you to do is to address that, and what did happen? How were you treated? Did you fear for your career? Was Jack Horner a big meaty? And could you explain how science works and that you're supposed to disprove stuff? That's too funny. Okay, so no, I never feared for my career because at that point in time I didn't really have one. The first molecular stuff we did, I was a graduate student, and I will say that one
one of the best pieces of advice I ever got for my career did come from Jack, and he said, prove to me they're not. It changes how you do science, it changes how you conduct science, and it points out the value of alternative hypotheses. So, when we first found those little round red things in the bones of Tyrannosaurus rex, when I went to him and finally found enough courage to go up to my major advisor and say, we have these things, so they were the right size, they were the right shape, they contained iron, and they were localized to the blood vessels of the animal. Those are the only things I knew, and I went to him and I showed him. Plus, they seem to have nuclei of some sort, some kind of difference between the inside and the outside of these little red bodies, which, if they were dinosaurian red blood cells, they would have to have a nuclei. So,
all right, that's the first stop. If you'd like to jump in.
So those little round red things with nuclei that contain Fe inside pliable blood vessels in dino bone. I wonder what those are. A mystery. But you sure know how old these bones are, without a doubt, right? Continue.
This is what I showed him, and he said, so what do you think they are? And I said, well, they're in the right size, right shape, right whatever, but they can't be red blood cells. And he said, well, why not? And I said, well, because everyone knows they don't persist over this length of time. And he said, so prove to me they're not.
So, you've just been introduced to a textbook preconceived confirmation cognitive bias in the face of prima facie ground squirrel level obviousness. Why? Because it goes against her a priori adherence to the millions and billions of years fairy tale. Continue.
And what that does is it takes my own personal bias out of, well, reduces my own personal bias because I'm trying to disprove my favorite idea. And so rather than trying to prove something in spite of the facts, you try to disprove using data and only data. And if you can't do it, it still stands. That's the thing I think a lot of people don't understand is that it is the role of a scientist to disprove, not to prove. If you're doing
so, it's the role of a scientist to disprove rather than prove. Well, no, and you're merely appealing to half the story. You attempt to reject or falsify the null hypothesis, the default, which if done systematically, ipso facto confirms the alternative hypothesis. If you can't confirm the alternative hypothesis, then the null hypothesis stands. Furthermore, you're not a scientist, love. I'll show you. Please post one viable formal scientific hypothesis in the entire history of paleontology. Or show science without scientific hypotheses.
doing science correctly, you are never going to prove anything. That's the job of mathematicians.
If you're doing science correctly, you are never going to prove anything anyway. That's the job of mathematicians. So we can't prove anything in physics and biochemistry, the physical. We can only prove the immaterial, mathematics. So these aren't proven unless it is hindered purposely. In nature, heat flows from hot to cold always. Energy concentrated to dispersed always. High gas pressure to low gas pressure always. Nature or natural law cannot create or destroy matter or energy. Vitamin C deficiency in humans results in scurvy. Protein secondary structure is the result of primary structure and hydrogen bonding. Insulin deficiency in type 1 diabetics results in ketoacidosis. Information is always sourced by intelligent agency, without exception. Life only comes from light. Only the existence of the which path information collapses the wave function. The laws of physics and chemistry contain no symbolic logic functions. Wrong-handed stereoisomers destroy DNA, RNA, and protein secondary structure. DNA transcription, translation, replication. Glycolysis, Krebs cycle, electron transport chain, gluconeogenesis, flagellum, cilia, etc., and bicycles are all, in total, irreducibly complex. I mean, I could go on for months. So you're saying we're just not sure? but 2 minus 4 equals -2 is proved. Right? Continue.
Yeah.
There is always additional data out there waiting to be discovered that could disprove your hypothesis. If you're doing science correctly, that has to be acknowledged in all your work, in my opinion.
Well, thank you, and I hope that will clear things up for some people. You weren't given a hair shirt.
It was not the only threat I ever got, or the only times I ever felt threatened or whatever, were actually from emails I got from young Earth creationists.
So I'm a young Earth creationist. Have I ever cyber threatened you? Can you show us these emails? Just a couple. Continue.
When Jack Warner was when he wanted to disprove your work, as you were saying, basically, he's by getting evidence for your hypothesis that.
What hypothesis was that, Steve? We missed it. And the only way you get evidence for your hypothesis, whatever that is by experiment, testing it. Where's that? Continue.
Find out if it's correct or not. You're actually giving evidence that what you're suggesting was a preservation mechanism could be the actual case, would it not be?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, please post the formal scientific hypothesis for our evaluation. Did you observe a preservation mechanism? Isn't the first step of the scientific method observe a phenomenon? It's not conjure a phenomenon. What phenomenon did you observe? Did the soft tissue tell you it was preserved?
Sorry.
Thank you for playing that.
I stepped away for a minute. Sorry if it was too long. I apologize.
No, that's all right. But that's good. That's a good start. That's where people should start and listen to the rest of that at some point.
Yeah, I think it's pretty crazy that someone would say it's not their job to what did she say? Prove it? It's not their job to prove something, it's their job to disprove it or something. I don't know. I forgot. I was listening. But anyway, she wasn't saying that it was like going through the scientific method. Clearly, she admitted it, so.
And fossils can't have live tissue, guys, or DNA and be millions of years old. It degrades. It wouldn't be there. So your millions of years old theory is out the door.
Wait, you're saying that it wouldn't be there over millions of years?
Exactly. It degrades over time. And it has a lifespan, and they actually know what that is. They're pretty close, anyway, they think. So there's no way there could be any blood cells and vessels in a fossil.
What was that video? I really want to check it out again. What was the channel? Or does anyone have the link? Yeah, I want to check it out.
Yes, Sunny posted it at 24 minutes after the hour. Do you see it?
Let me see. Do you see it right now?
Do I see it? Yes.
Yeah, can you just reply to and just tag my name to it, please? Juju?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, look, Sunny just did. He's way ahead of you. You don't know where the live stream voice text is?
Let me see. Let me see. There's a lot of things that just takes me like a few seconds. Voice. Like the voice check-in, voice text, that one?
Live stream voice text.
Okay, it's not that one. Give me a second. Yeah, okay, live stream voice text. Yes.
There you go.
Who posted it? Is it like a video or what?
Sunny. Sunny.
Oh,
Listen
sunny.
to the
Okay.
words coming out of my mouth.
Yeah, I thought you were saying it's sunny. I was like, why are you saying it's sunny? It's not sunny.
Oh,
It's
it's
clearly
yeah,
cloudy.
it's a name. Yep,
Because
it's
it
a name.
is. Sorry.
Okay, so yep, it was like okay. Let me see it. I don't see a video. Let me see. So you just posted a video. I don't see
Yes,
it here.
go
Oh,
scroll up
yeah,
a
I was
little
in the
bit
second
if
one.
you're in the
Yeah, I was in
Livestream
live.
voice text number. It's where all you see all these people. We're all in here hanging out in the Livestream.
Yeah,
Then
I was in live
above
stream
that room.
too.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Let me
Now,
go
are you
live
here now?
stream. Oh, okay. All right, I see it.
Are you here? Okay, cool.
Okay, I see it. Go to
24
24.
minutes after the hour. Quantum
Oh,
Eraser,
okay. Is
Dr.
that one? Yeah, the one with the
Mary
mask.
Schweitzer.
The dino. Quantum Eraser. What is the Quantum Eraser? Oh, that's just the name of the
It's
channel.
just this is his name, yes.
I definitely check this out later on.
Make sure you go check out all his science videos. You need to know more.
Okay, all right. Then I'll just subscribe to the channel. You talking about that channel, right? Okay. All right, I just subscribe to it. Check it out. Actually, I'll just make a new playlist entirely for this one, and I'll just name it.
Facts. Science. Flat Earth.
Okay.
Proof.
Flat Earth stuff that I should know. Yeah, it seems like if these animals exist at the same, again, I just can't see like a kitten and like a T-Rex in the same area. If that happened, they had to be physically separated. They can't be in the same area. I mean, unless I don't know.
Dude, I think we're gonna have to move on.
Okay.
What about
Okay.
tell us more of your thoughts on the shape of the Earth?
Well, I don't know, and I don't know why people are saying that people are trying to hide, like lie about hide a crater. Like I don't understand that. Like you don't gain anything hiding. So
Well,
to me,
I
that doesn't
mean,
really make sense.
if people can lie to you about the existence of a creator, then that leaves your mind open to whatever they want to believe they want to feed you, like this extraterrestrial thing, or evolution, or globe and NASA and giving tons of billions of dollars to this company when why should we even be giving money to NASA when they don't even do anything and they can't even go to space when they claim they can? You see where I'm getting at here?
Actually, I just thought about a potential reason for why they might lie. Because if it turns out that there's much more to us than what we think, where we can like evolve spiritually or so forth, and if you do that, it might make it hard for people to control you and to exploit you. So I can see that might be a potential reason, to lie to people.
You're getting
And
it.
then people probably make up like a lie and so that about space so that they can get money so that they can create better ways of controlling you. So I can see how it can be like a vicious circle. That actually kind of does make sense now since I thought about it. Huh.
Yep.
I don't know. I guess like to me, because of like my worldview, it doesn't really bother me because I'm really like a spiritual person. But in terms of like just day in, day out, I can see why it makes sense. Especially since like a lot of taxpayers' money is going to NASA. Oh yeah. Wow.
60+ million a day, baby.
Wait, how much a day? What? Wait, Wait, what? How much money is that a
Exactly.
day?
Say what?
How much did you say? It's crazy.
Lots of money, 60+ probably, because they don't even tell you the full budget because that's not even the classified budget.
It's over
He's
20
already-
billion a year.
That's a lot.
No kidding.
Do you imagine?
Because I'm trying to think, maybe it's just that like space might not exist, but that doesn't really mean that like planets don't exist. It could just be within the same atmosphere. Well, like, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, we can clearly. Yeah, go ahead, damsel. Go ahead.
I'm saying it could be a lot of things, but I can only speculate. If I can't measure it, touch it, experiment on it, I can only make up other stories, and I don't want to make you believe anything. You have to decide for yourself. Have to have evidence.
Yeah, but obviously some things, like we can only get evidence up to a point, and then after that, we put faith in things and we use presumptions. Like for example,
Exactly.
like you're aware of like last Thursdayism, right? You know what that is, right?
Say that again.
Last Thursdayism. You know what that is?
An ism? I honestly, I don't know. I don't know what you're saying.
Let me read this. Last Thursdays. Okay, so last Thursdayism is the idea that the universe was created last Thursday, but with the physical appearance of being billions of years old. The idea is that the world was made last Thursday. It's hard to believe as we perceive time that the river. Yeah, so I'm saying that people tend to believe that's false, even though we can't demonstrate that it's false. We can't demonstrate that like 100,000 years ago existed. So I'm saying obviously like we use faith and we use presumptions to get the ball rolling. You get me?
Yeah, I've never heard of that before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm
It
a
was just kind of
biologist, and I've
funny when
never
you
heard
were
last
saying it out
Thursday
loud.
as well.
Yeah, like it's an actual thing. So I'm saying like for example, like people usually might say, yeah, oh yeah, I existed 10 years ago. Well, you can't actually demonstrate that. You cannot demonstrate that this reality wasn't created, for example, like an hour ago with an impression of the past. Just like how I can make like a
So,
simulation where there's like
so
things
you're
buried.
thinking it could be a simulation?
Well,
Problem
Is
is,
this a? Is
simulations
this
are
a?
built on reality. So, what's the
Yeah.
reality?
yeah, well I'm saying
Is
it
this
could
a
be.
cop out? I'm feeling like this might be a cop out to not taking responsibility or something, that it's just so simple that the earth is measurably flat and we have a creator. It
Yeah, but
happens,
I'm saying
man.
like
It happens.
yeah, no, I'm not ruling out flat Earth. But I'm saying once you rule like flat Earth in, and if you in a space does not exist, then for example, like that to me gives much more credit to the notion of like some type of simulation. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying to me it just gives more weight to it. Because it's way easier to fight. Do you get like what I'm trying to say?
So you're saying like if flat earth and space doesn't exist, then anything goes, kind of? Is that what
Well,
you're like trying to get at here?
we're not really, but I'm saying like if it's true that we don't have evidence of like the space of just like some. I'm not gonna say space doesn't, because I'm gonna say a container. And if it's flat, then to me, the two big things that stand out as what's possibly going on is zoo theory or simulation theory. To me, like that makes those they significantly begin to stand out as potentially possible.
How about just reality? How about just this
Yeah.
reality?
Yeah, but like I'm saying, but you have theories, because everything else is of course theory, like germ theory and so forth. And I'm saying
Germ
it gives
theory is a
credit to.
full theorem too. Don't get me started on germ theory. Don't even do it. That hasn't been confirmed either. You probably should look into it. Look up
Well, I'm
train
just
theory.
saying. What is
Yeah,
it?
this is what I
Train?
was talking about earlier, since, we clearly have been lied to and you yourself admitted that. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we have to sift through things. And I guess that's where you want to start off next, is simulation and whatever. But I mean, are you saying your own experiences? Are you not trusting your own like senses? Is that what it is?
Well, no, I said
Because
two different.
I mean, how long have you been alive for? Right? Or do you think that's just all in your mind? But what is the power of your mind?
Well, when you get down to like to me, like name one thing that you can absolutely know. for sure. What's one thing? That you exist.
That you're alive.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And you're
yeah.
real.
Aside,
And you're real.
yeah.
We're alive.
Like,
Yeah, you're real,
yeah.
man.
No, but not even I'm alive. Like from your perspective, you don't even know if I'm conscious. The only thing that you can know for a
Yes,
fact
I
if you're
do.
conscious
Yes,
is
I
that
do.
you
You're
are
physically
conscious.
able to be. See, you're going off onto this again. Imaginary
Yep.
stuff. You have a physical world you live in that you can test and measure and touch. And you live in a physical body that has all that too. You're giving
Yeah,
up
but I'm
on that because you need a replacement theory because it's so shocking to come to just reality. It just is.
Yeah.
no. It's
It is,
how do
man.
you? There's this
Breathe,
thing like
breathe,
I
take it
think.
in. Take a moment. Take a moment. Listen to what you said. Breathe it in.
No, I mean I
Breathe it
already
out.
understand that, but I'm talking about. But
All right,
all
go
I'm
ahead.
saying is
Go
that
ahead.
ultimately, the only thing that you know absolutely sure, because I'm trying to make a point, is that you think, therefore you are. And everything else could be illusory or part truths, etc. But the only thing you know, like absolutely, is that you
Could be,
exist.
would it be, might it be, not so certain, but you're real.
Yeah.
And you should deal with reality because that's what you got. A theory is not going to solve your problems in this real world. Sorry.
Wait,
Deal
no,
with
it's.
reality. You
I
don't
Did you
need a
understand?
replacement.
Don't worry.
No, all I.
We understand. No, listen. We understand what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
there
All I,
are things you can prove and test, like she was saying, outside of yourself that
well,
are real.
when you,
So anyway, at this point on, you're just gonna have to. That's your belief right now, and it's your journey to figure that out for yourself.
by the way, when I said if it's a container and if it's flat, I'm just saying it gives credit to two potential things that could be true, which is simulation theory, and the other one is a zoo theory, which is not simulation. It's something completely different. Are you familiar with that one?
The zoo.
Simulation
Well,
theory?
I did hear you talk about that earlier. It kind of
Yeah.
reminds me of
Replacement theory.
Pond. Yeah, there it is.
Reminds you,
Replacement stuff, man. Ultimately,
it,
and
it,
because
it reminds
it's
you of
just
what?
speculation. It's just speculation, dude.
Yeah, of course, but I'm saying it just gives credit to it. But you say it reminds you of what? What was the word that you said?
Who are you talking? What again? Say that one more time.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you said you said that it reminds you of something. The zoo theory.
Oh, the pond. This the pond theory, kind of that like we're in a
Honestly,
closed system. Yes, and then we have like the ice, the Antarctic that we cannot go to and explore, and then beyond the Antarctic, beyond this enclosed system, somehow, there are other Earths and enclosed systems on a bigger, flatter plane. I mean, I don't even know if I really actually want to get into it because we can't prove it, and you know.
well, I never heard of that, but that's interesting. So you're saying it could be
Yeah.
flat, and it could be a bunch of. Let's just use like containers, basically, on this thing. That's an
Like
interesting thing.
bubble wrap. It's like bubble
Okay,
wrap.
I get that. Is there anyone that talked about it? I never thought about that. That actually is potentially possible. Now the question would be, would it ever be possible to go from one quote unquote bubble to another one? I don't know. I guess it's just speculation.
Why not? Gate.
Did
Open
you
the
just
gate.
think about that, or did somebody put that idea out there?
No. Somebody else. That's totally somebody else. I think I first heard it on Jeranism or something like that. Globe
I never
Busters.
heard of that before. Huh. That's an interesting perspective. Yeah, essentially, I'm just trying to answer the question where, like, if this particular plane of reality was created, that's to me the immediate ones that pop out to me is simulation theory or zoo theory. I mean, of course, there's like the God theory, but to me, that's like the least likely out of three options. So
That's
like
unfortunate,
simulation,
man.
zoo theory.
Creator. Yeah, I believe there's a heavenly creator who's above us
Yeah,
and
I mean,
who's looking down at us and is holding us accountable.
I mean, yeah, and like I do too. I'm just saying, like in terms of like immediately, it's to me the least likely explanation. Like I do believe that. To me, it's just the least likely out of the three options.
I know it's because it's scariest. It's the scariest one. Hey, look,
No,
man, this has
because I'm
been
not saying.
great talking to you, but I'm gonna
Yeah.
ask. I'm gonna ask before Ladies' Night is over if the Epic Thrill would like to speak. What do you think, damsel? Do you have any more questions for Bread Dude, Juju, Bread Cat? Oh, damsel, I couldn't hear you. Say it again. Are you there or am I here?
Is he?
Not here. I'm a simulation.
I
I'm
don't
not
hear him.
real. Sorry.
You know
Okay,
how like
anyway.
you know how like a
Well,
mall
what
owner
about
makes a mall? You know how like a mall owner, he makes a mall. Now you're inside of the
oh, they
mall and you
left.
find a wooden you find a wooden toy in the mall that the most likely explanation is not that the owner of the mall made the toy. You say that's the least likely explanation. You get me? Even though there's an owner, you're not going to immediately say that the one that made that toy is the owner. You get me? Does that make sense?
No. No.
Like if you walk into the mall has a mall owner. Okay? So
The
everything
mall
that's
has a
done,
mall owner. Oh, I
yeah,
get it. I totally get it. Yeah.
You get me?
yeah,
You get me?
yes, and everything that occurs in the mall obviously stems from the mall owner. Like absolutely everything. Now, if you see a wooden toy on the floor, and if you walk and you pick it up, you're not going to jump and be like, the boss himself made this particular thing. In fact, you would say that's the least likely explanation.
The
Hey, you know
toy
what?
maker makes a toy.
Yeah, well, yeah. So what I'm saying is, this reality that we're in, it has a reality on it. That's God, and then in that we find a toy. In that we find
Actually,
this
you know
particular.
what?
So this particular reality right here represents the toy. So I'm saying,
Guess what?
from my perspective, yeah. What's up?
Not getting
Guess
it.
what, Bread Cat? Guess what, Bread Cat? I might blow your mind right here, or you might not even get it. But according to what I've believed and have researched and come to know, according to me, is that yes, there is an Earth creator. Okay, he created Earth. He created humans, and then humans procreated, and now they're doing their own thing. But guess what? Who's in charge of this Earth is actually whom people call Satan, and he has authority. So what you're talking about is authority, right?
Who?
I
Who, me?
think.
Who, me?
Yeah, kind of. Like
No,
who's in charge? Yeah, like
essentially,
who's in charge? Okay, somebody created something, but who's in charge, right? Who's pulling your strings? Who's making you think things? And that's where free will comes in, man.
no, I'm not saying that. Essentially, what I'm saying, if I were to say at the core,
Do you even know what you're
is
saying then? Do you even know what you're saying?
yeah. And I'm just gonna say at the core that the ones that immediately make this domain of reality, from my perspective, is another created being. Now I do believe in a God, but I'm saying that the immediate creator is a created being that that has established himself over us. You understand? Very
I
simple.
understand what you're saying, yeah. And I'm
Yeah,
saying that created being is that has authority and is like in charge, quote unquote, right now is what people like to refer to as Satan. But as human beings, we still have free will and we can choose whom we serve and whom we worship.
Okay. You believe DNA
and
has
that's
a
where
creator, right? Right?
yeah, I feel like there's some disconnect here.
Okay, yeah, because we're talking different points. Essentially, like I guess like I believe DNA has a creator, and like you believe it has a creator, right? Like this world has a creator. Like DNA has a creator, right?
Uh-huh.
Right?
Have you ever had
Yeah, I
children?
believe.
Hey man, wait, let me ask you something. Have you had children? Because
No.
I have had 5 children, and I can not physically create. Oh, hey, is somebody trying to shines? You're back.
Yeah, to get my point across, I'm saying we
I'm
believe
here.
DNA has a creator.
What? Wait,
We
hold
believe
on.
DNA.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I'm saying we believe.
Okay. I am back. Tell me what happened.
Okay.
George
Tell me
is-
what happened.
Okay. So what? So what I'm
Yeah,
trying to say.
here, listen to yeah,
I
listen to
don't
what
want to
this
hear
guy's
your
trying to say.
rendition. I want to hear her
Okay.
rendition. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. So what I'm saying is,
Okay.
I
No,
believe
I literally
DNA
just said I do not want to hear your rendition. I want to hear her rendition. It's all good. It's okay. I think that I want to hear yours next, but I want to hear her tell me what has happened. Thank you.
Hey, so I think that he's really just been saying like the same thing maybe for 20 minutes, and that because Earth is flat and space could be fake, that like the most likely reason is like simulation theory and this zoo theory that he talked about, like extraterrestrials made this plane and or like watching us, and that there is a creator. Now he's saying there is a creator, and that beneath the creator he's in charge of what's created on Earth or something. And I've been trying to tell him just what my beliefs, my ideas on it, and he just keeps saying the same thing over and over again. So I was just gonna say maybe move on, but I heard you chime in, so I wanted to see what you thought. I think he just doesn't want to take responsibility that we're held accountable, kind of, and he's slowly trying to get there. So he's
Okay,
like
well,
talking to himself out loud.
who is this actually talking? And I'm sorry, I only actually chimed in because I didn't realize I wasn't on mute because I was having a different conversation. Who are you? Who is it that is talking right now? That is the Glober that we are talking to. Hello?
I call him Bread
Well,
Cat because his little emoji is bread. It looks like a bread cat.
Oh, B? Okay, so I have to scroll. Oh,
Yeah.
so Brad Chills?
Jay. No, it's Jay.
It's Juju.
Juju, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
Juju 007. Juju 007. Okay.
Yo.
So, where are you at? What's going on?
Okay.
What is
Okay. So
it with
basically,
you? Go ahead. You have something to say. Go ahead.
okay. Yeah. I'm just gonna clarify what she's saying because I don't know where she's getting her words from. So what I'm saying is, one,
Okay, don't
I
do that.
believe this
Go
particular
ahead.
reality has a creator. It seems like that, DNA and so forth. Two, I do believe in a God, so I do
Wait,
bear.
no. Start from the. Wait, hold on. You're talking very fast. Start from the very
Okay.
beginning.
I'm sorry.
Leave her out of it. Talk about
Okay.
what you want to talk about. What do you have to say?
Okay.
And talk
Okay.
precisely. Thank you.
Well, I've heard good arguments for like a flat Earth, and though I'm agnostic for it, I do see good arguments, and I'm willing to grant that. Now that then seemingly would lead to a potential creator. Now I am a theist, so I do believe that there's a God. However, I don't believe that if this particular flat Earth, if it's flat, that creator is God. So I just want to get that out. I do
Wait,
believe
stop
in a
right
God.
there. Stop right there. Stop
Yeah.
right there.
Sure.
Rewind and explain that.
Explain what?
I mean, you just said you believe in God, you believe in a creator, you're a theist, you believe that a flat earth could be possible. So you believe
Mhm.
that, this could be possible, but since it's a flat earth and since we're in this discussion, that is impossible. Is that what you just said? Like
Wait, what's
you're
impossible?
talking really fast and I'm really trying to understand what you're saying.
Okay, sure. So to break it down, I do believe in a God. I do believe that DNA, the planet, whatever, that was created as well. However, I don't believe that these two creators or the creators
Okay,
or
stop.
the same.
You're
Mhm.
already getting into two creators. So why are there two creators now?
Okay,
What is
because what I'm
happening
saying
there?
is okay, yeah, because I'm saying that I believe DNA was created. I believe a God exists, but I don't
So DNA
believe
is created by one
that
God and other
you
things
know
are created by a different God? Like, I don't understand what you're doing right now. You need
no, I
to be
said one God.
concise.
Yeah, I said I believe in a one God, okay?
Yeah, you're
There's something
confusing me. Let's take
yeah,
it
okay.
down again to the very
Sure.
beginning of what
Okay.
it is you believe in. Is anybody else lost or is it just me? Like, I don't get
Okay.
it.
Okay. I
That's
I
why
believe
I
in a
asked him
God.
earlier if he
Okay.
even knew what he was saying.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, so I believe in a God.
exactly. Let's
Are we on
take
the
it
same page
down
so
to
far?
the. Hold on,
Okay.
Juju 007.
Just-
Let's take
Sure.
it down. Let's slow down. Let's just be very calm. Let's take it down to the very base level of what it is you believe in, or what it is
Okay.
that's your main point. You don't even have to tell us everything that it is. You just need
Sure.
to break it down into the major main point. Let's even just make it about why
Sure.
you think that the globe Earth model is the only way that a model could exist. This is what we live on. That is it. It is only the globe. Or whatever other topic, like pick a topic and stick to it. When you jump around to all these different things, it is way too much. Stick with one.
Okay.
Tell us what it is. Tell us why, and let's go from there.
Sure. Okay. So we understand. I believe in a single God. We're on the same page so far, right?
Yeah, you believe in a single God. We heard you.
Yes. Now, additionally, I believe there are many created supernatural entities.
Okay.
that
So,
create-
okay.
Okay.
Even right here, let's just stop.
Mhm. Okay.
So we're talking about whether the realm that we live in is a horizontal plane or whether it is spherical. And you go on to say that I believe in a God, multiple gods, all these different things. What is actually happening here? What does this have to do with the shape of the earth?
No, it has to do with the creation of it. That's what the
Okay, so
emphasis.
what does it have to do with the creation of it? What it, I can't
Okay,
even
well,
keep track. 'Cause you-
yeah, well, I'm going to explain. So what this is about, it's about it being created. So it's not anything else. Okay, so it's about the who now. Because if there's someone creating it, the question is who. Are we on the same page so far?
Yeah, but what does that matter who created it if it is a horizontal level plane versus a sphere, oblate, pear, whatever you want to call it? What difference does it make of who did it? The point is, what is what they created? Is it a horizontal level realm, plane, whatever you want to call it, or is it a spheroid, pear, oblate, spheroid, whatever you want to call it? What is it? Do you have a stance on this, or are you just
Well,
off on Juju land? Because your name
no,
is
like,
Juju. Like, what is
yeah,
happening?
okay, yeah. So you just hopped
means
in
what?
later. We weren't having a conversation about it being flat or whatever. I already mentioned earlier, here that I'm agnostic, but I've heard good arguments for both sides, but I'm agnostic. But we weren't talking about whether it's flat or Earth at the time we went to the conversation. I was talking about the who.
Can I
Like,
do a
if it's
shout out
created.
to Idilko and KJ? Awesome. Thanks, ladies, for
Yeah.
being here.
So all I was saying was just a small thing, which is that if it's indeed created by someone, obviously the question would be who. And just in my opinion, within my worldview, it's created by a supernatural entity which God had made. Very simple explanation. You don't have to believe it. That's just my world. And I just want to clarify.
Okay, just stop. Just stop. Juju, maybe other people, as usual, will be upset with me that I'm going to call you out. And I'm going to say that I don't care who you think is creating something. We are talking about the actual creation, what it actually is. Can you state claims on what we are actually on, not divulge into some abstracts about who created it? Is that possible?
Okay, well, yeah, well, if you want to do that, that's fine. I'm just answering your question because you want to know what was going
No,
on. So I was
this
just
isn't
getting up to
answering a
speed.
question. This didn't answer any question that anybody. What question did this answer? I would like to know.
Okay, yeah, so I'm going to respond. So I was just, again, I don't need to continue that conversation. That conversation is done.
Again, you are not answering a question that anyone asked. What question
well,
are you answering?
Yeah, well,
Go
you want
on.
to know.
Just
Yeah,
it
you
was just
want.
about earlier. Yeah, it was just
Yeah,
about earlier about what was going on. And so he just has a
yeah,
hard time getting to the point. So that was
yeah,
finally he got to the point. But yeah, I
yeah.
Yeah,
agree.
I'm not, and
It's
that's my point. Is
yeah,
that I'm
let's
not talking about
get to
earlier.
the
I'm talking about me
creation.
being here since I've been here.
Yeah.
What questions are you answering since I've been here? You aren't answering any questions. You're not doing
No, I
that.
was only. Yeah, I was only catching up to speed. I'm no longer talking.
Okay,
I was just catching up to
so
speed. That's all.
so
That's all.
since I've been here for this amount of time, you're still gaining up to answering questions that happened
No.
way prior to me even arriving here. Is that where we're at right now? Like, what is happening? Let's
Okay,
just get
okay.
to reality.
Hey,
You.
guess what?
Stop.
Guess what? Yeah, hey, Juju, you've been talking for a while. We have a new dude or a new
Thank
lady,
you.
Metal
That's
Zone.
perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
Metal
person can
Zone.
talk.
Maybe if somebody could unmute Metals. Oh wait, they are unmuted. If they want to talk, Metal Zone.
Yeah, like the old conversation. That thing is done. It was done. We're no longer talking about that. But you keep trying to bring us.
Thank you for muting
You,
him.
you just
Whoever
keep
had the
on
power to
going
do
off
it.
on the
Thanks,
same
Juju.
point.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello, welcome, Metal
Yo.
Zone.
How
Hello.
are you?
Good.
Are you a flat earther?
Oh
Are you
yeah.
a globe earther? Are you a realmer? Like, where are you in this world that we are in? Whatever you want to call it. What are your thoughts?
No, I definitely believe the flat Earth. I actually just found this channel tonight, and just checking it out. I was watching Witsit Gets It, and he had this link in there. So just checking it out, hearing what people are saying.
Awesome. So what was it that brought you over into realizing that what they've been teaching us is a lie?
Really, just at first, like everyone, it was like, yeah, it's crazy, but honestly, the realizing the ships are coming back into Zoom, and mostly it was the sun, because I work outdoors, and the way the rays are coming down through the clouds, I just can't believe, that it's that far away.
Oh, so you're talking about how they're not parallel?
Yeah, that's what, because I even looked it up, I was like, why do the sun rays come down? Like, well, it's so far away, it should come down parallel, and just paying attention more and more around, it was like, okay. And then you look into it more, and I just can't believe, the way it's hidden. Like, I even was searching for flat earth debates the other day, and I searched it on YouTube, and all it came up was the crap about pancakes floating in space. And so then I go on DuckDuckGo, and it's like, boom, tons of them. I'm like, I just can't believe they would go through that effort to hide it. It's like something's there.
What else has inspired you besides that?
Well, honestly, for a long time, I wasn't too religious, and but I always thought about it. But I swear, I always use the excuse, well, we've been to space, and then you just go back and read more about it, and it makes sense to me.
Yeah, that they're lying about what space is, right?
Mm-hmm.
That space can't happen. That it's
Yeah.
a violation.
No, I don't think so.
So do you understand that it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, or have you?
Yeah, about the gas pressure not being able to escape.
Yeah, but I'm wondering, like, before you even knew that, did you just intuitively know, like, that can't happen? Before you
No, I didn't even think about it too much, honestly. It was just kind of like, a lot of things are actually like that. You just you get bogged down with life, and you aren't thinking about it, and then someone points it out, and it's like, damn, you're right.
Okay, so cool. So did you think that the moon landings actually happened, or did you have an intuitive reaction where, like, that was fake? Or did you have to hear that they were fake before you understood it?
No, I actually looked into that before even, the flat earth was around, like, probably like 10 or 12 years ago, and you know, even then I kind of thought, I was like, yeah, that seems weird. You see the pictures of it, and it's just hilarious. You know, they got the pictures of the rovers, and I mean, it just looks ridiculous when someone points it out.
Yeah, because you don't even need to know the details about the second law of thermodynamics or anything else to witness how ridiculous the moon landing and the ISS and everything else that they tell us is actually happening. Like, it is so ridiculous before you even. There are certain people that can see that, right? They can see that. They can just witness it and say, like, there's something wrong here. And there's other people that need to witness and understand, the information behind the second laws of thermodynamics, and then they might come around. And then there's other people that will never come around. But there's certain people that are just like, yeah, that iron hanger and that duct tape and that, tin foil, that's not happening. And that never happened. And they might be called crazy for thinking that. How dare you go against the mainstream narrative of this beautiful spacecraft? Oh my gosh. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then there's other people that it takes a long while. So I appreciate the fact that you witnessed it from way before needing to know the actual quote unquote science, which isn't actually science, to understand what was happening there. It's
Oh yeah.
Hey, I'm going to interject. Apologies, but it's just past the top of the hour, and I think that means Ladies' Night is over. And so just thanks everyone for a fun Ladies' Night. Did we want to close out with the song, or just continue your conversation? I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I didn't even know it was Ladies' Night. I'm just browsing around.
Hey, you're totally a lady, dude.
Yep.
It goes till
Gotta roll
8.
for that.
Oh, am I off? And am I off by an hour?
Welcome to halftime. Ladies' night halftime. No, I'm only kidding.
No. I think she's spot on. Like, it happens to a certain amount of time, but from what I have heard in just the 4 months that I've actually been on Discord, is that if ladies are like having at it, then it's Ladies' Night until it finished. Like, that's what I've heard. Because I was like, Ladies' Night is over, and they're like, no, we're still doing it. When ladies are talking, it's still happening. So I don't know the rules.
Oh, hey, yeah, no, I'm totally fine with that. I can't be on any longer, but if you want to keep going, and I know, is Adilko still here? She might. Oh,
I thought it was done till the ladies were done talking.
I just think that it should just, guys, jump in. Like, have at it. Let's just have a conversation. It should be cool.
Thanks, Shines. You did great tonight, by the way.
Nothing but love for you. You are amazing. You are super amazing. Thank
All you ladies were amazing today.
Yeah, good job, ladies. Do you want me to play Witsit and Kai's song? The one where
Oh, I
they're
would love
together?
that. I haven't heard it. Yeah, I haven't heard it yet.
Okay, good. Perfect.
You haven't heard it yet?
Look at their little.
I'm kidding.
Post the link,
They're
though.
so
If you're going to play
cute.
it, please post the link so we can save it.
I just posted. Oh, well, hold on.
I saw it. I just saw it. Sunny?
Did it come up?
Got it.
There we go. Yeah.
I got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Thank
The world.
In a world.
Let's see here.
Oh yeah, Sonny.
So
Are you down for that meetup?
You know the Earth's flat? The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Running through the cities in the last of days. Gotta face the truth,
this is the masquerade. Waking up the public, time to liberate. No, you're doing great when they start to hate.
Stockholm syndrome got me fighting with the slaves. But how they about to face the truth when they can't show their face? Now the system don't control me, yeah, the beast is getting slayed. Austin got the power, they look sour, oh behave. But I'm about my father business, witness, he gon' get this praise. I ignore ya, cause the Torah, only thing that I obey. I ain't with the social distancing, but I'ma need my space. They be boring me with quarantine, so stay up in your place.
Days. Gotta face the truth, this is the masquerade. Waking up the public, time to liberate. No, you're doing great when they start to hate. In a world, yeah.
I'm sorry we didn't go to the moon, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't lie to you, bro. I'm sorry. I think it'd be cool if we went to the moon too, dude. It was a cool story. I'm sorry you got triggered.
In a world.
Yeah, that was amazing. Oh my goodness. That was
Seriously,
so
that was
fantastic.
Those guys are
Oh.
great. Man.
Yeah.
So, ladies, I've sent you guys the beat for Why Would They Lie? We're doing the ladies remix. Hop on if you want to join in. Send me your verses, or if you want help with them, hit me up. Let's make this music. She just blows me away. She is so talented. It's so amazing. Let's just keep it up. Let's keep it up and keep all the ladies making these jams. We got it.
Keep the ladies.
Sorry.
Thank you, ladies.
You guys were amazing tonight.
Coming up next, more globe destruction. Stay tuned.
Yow, by yours truly, Master Chef.
Who knows how to do like some harmonies?
Hold on, before we move on, I want that song to be longer, twice as long, Witsit and Kai, if you can. That's all. So it was really good, and the only bad part was that it was only half as long at the least. That was brilliant. Thank you guys.
Yow.
Anyway, as you were, Sonny.
What's up, Flat Joe?
Okay, so where's my 3-part harmony? Who's gonna do the middle part? I'll do lady, lady,
lady. Nope. I feel like we're not gonna get it.
Yeah,
No,
we
I
did.
don't think so.
I think that was.
Try
We
again.
can try. It did sound
Okay,
good, though.
guys, can you give that Yuyu another chance? He is
Okay.
killing their voice
Let's
chat.
try it one more time. 1, 2,
right.
3. Ladies.
No.
Wonderful.
Strange.
That was
That was
excellent.
much better, you
That
guys.
was
Good
much
job.
better, but you guys are
Okay, I'll start
definitely
lower.
not like those guys who are.
Ladies.
Barbershop Quartet.
No,
Okay, we'll try it again.
Exactly. That was the word I was looking
Ladies.
for. The barbershop quartet, where they have the little
Yeah.
boop boop boop, and they whistle into it.
Like with the
and find
the
keynote.
harmonics?
Exactly.
All right, pick
Work
your
on
place.
it. Do
One more
better.
time. One more time. I'll go a little lower this time. Ladies.
Oh, you have to start down from the bottom.
Ladies.
Oh, stop it! Stop!
Ladies.
Do better.
Chief.
You gotta do better, guys. You guys are.
You'll
Jesus
never
Christ.
know.
Could you just shut the fuck up for 2 seconds,
Everybody's
Chief?
just laughing at us right now. Stop it, guys.
That's good. It's supposed to be an entertaining show as well as informative. Get your shit together.
Okay. All right, so let's get our shit together.
It's awesome
Okay.
all around. You
All right,
guys
Oh,
so,
yeah.
are doing
so how does it
Just
go?
take all your shit and put it in a box. That way you got your shit together.
Ladies? Or do you want to do it like?
No, that's good. Right where you
no, we're
were,
not
Enoch.
doing it.
You
We're
start.
not doing
You
it.
start with yours.
You
Yeah,
guys do it. I'm
man.
fucking out.
No, Glass.
Ladies. Okay, so it's gonna be like ladies, 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 ladies.
Yeah.
So ladies,
ladies.
This is hard to do because
three of us
we
over
all
here.
suck.
No,
Hey, ladies!
I'm just trying to get us in.
A funky.
So it's like ladies, ladies, ladies,
You guys,
ladies.
you know what
So
you need to do? Watch a Bronx
four.
Tale. Watch a Bronx Tale. Figure out the Bronx Tale and like the harmony within that.
Na, 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 na,
Well, we need
na,
the bass.
na.
I am not a bass. You can definitely hear that in my voice.
Ladies.
Hey, ladies in the place, I'm calling out
I
to
loved
ya.
it. Wait,
Take
did
it
you get
away,
my
ladies.
messages, Sonny? You ain't
Yeah,
messaging
yeah.
me.
Check out the
I
link
You
I
hurt my-
shared.
I did.
You hurt
I
my
will.
feelings,
Check out the
Sonny.
link I shared,
No,
y'all.
I did see
Can
them. I'm gonna
can I
update
say-
now and look again. I can't be.
My
Okay.
name is Sasha.
Hanging
Can
on
I
the-
say
Dude,
something?
Shines, that is the most oldest movie I haven't seen in a long time.
It's the best movie ever. I love
Oh
that.
my god.
Is that the Sandlot?
No.
No, it's
Oh
the
my
Bronx
god, are
Tale.
you serious?
And
Oh,
the
yeah.
Sandlot. If
Great
you're gonna talk
movie,
about
great
the
movie.
Sandlot, my best friend was in that movie. She was at the poolside, and her father was the policeman that said "forever." She was my best friend in high school. Her
Cool.
father said
That's a good story.
"forever."
Oh my
He
goodness.
was in
Okay,
Tequila
so
Sunrise. He was in Friends, whatever. But no,
correct me if I'm wrong, Shines, okay? But Glatflobe, that movie reference right there that she put up is supposed to be Angels in the Outfield. Am I right?
No, it's a Bronx Tale.
I was in one Italian movie.
Yo, Mario's a fucking psycho.
Who the hell is? Oh yeah, Mario.
I
Yeah,
told
yeah,
her
yeah,
to
yeah,
correct
yeah,
me
yeah,
if
yeah.
I'm wrong. I probably am wrong, but I thought that was Angels in the Outfield.
You know what? It doesn't even matter. It's a good
Where he
gif, and we're
says,
just gonna kind
if
of
you
leave
go- no,
it there.
oh
Huh?
shit, no, that
no.
isn't
The
Angels in the Outfield.
soundtrack. No.
This is that
Okay,
is
hold
fucking
up.
son. No,
Up.
Shh. Stop,
No,
stop,
you
stop,
shut
stop.
The Bronx Tale is the most amazing movie ever, and the soundtrack to A Bronx Tale is fucking epic.
It's not better than Lean on Me though.
The
Shine.
soundtrack to A Bronx Tale, it is so classic. It is the best. It is everything.
Yeah, let me fire up my Napster and download the whole thing.
You don't even need to do that. Like, it's so much easier than that these days. Are we in the 90s or 80s?
I just wish. I still wish Napster was around, man.
Me too, but you don't need Napster
You know.
to download.
I know. I was trying to make a joke. I was trying to make myself look as dated as I sound. Yeah, I was trying to be dated.
But no, A Bronx Tale is a great movie, and the soundtrack, which you can download very easily for free on any platform, is freaking fantastic. Watch it, download it. It's amazing.
Write it down, take a picture. I don't give a fuck.
Who's seen the movie Babe Ruth?
Huh?
Okay, never mind. Nothing. I totally grew up like whitewashed. Nothing. I'm Filipino. I'm Filipino American. But I watched Baby Ruth. Like my dad, I was into baseball. Well, I was into sports, and I don't know why. Like the person, the boy that's playing in with the hat here. I thought he played like the child of Baby Ruth, and then there was a bigger
You're talking
person.
about The Sandlot. So The Sandlot is a different movie.
Oh yeah,
and-
no, I've seen The Sandlot.
Yeah, so this picture isn't about The Sandlot.
Oh no, I know it's not about it. I am not talking about The Sandlot. Oh my goodness, no. I'm talking about the movie called Babe Ruth. It is a very old movie, and I thought this boy was the one that played the child
Didn't
of Babe Ruth.
John Goodman play him?
Oh,
I think so, and he got big, right? He got big at the end of the movie.
He's a big guy. No, he's a big fella anyway. John Goodman weighs a good 275.
Yeah,
you know,
but he didn't get.
no
but he
clothes
didn't
on.
get. But he didn't get big until the end of the movie for that movie, though.
He's over 300.
I don't know. Yeah, he's probably right now well over 300, and it's all alcohol weight. So anyway, what were we trying to say? Sorry, Master Chief. My mind's still on flat Earth for some reason. I don't know. Can you guys explain why?
Good.
But he said
Because
it's
it is
good
the Earth. Because the Earth is what it is. It's flat, bro. It's plain and simple.
Stat inflationary.
You know.
I
don't know why everybody else is lying to themselves. Use your eyeballs. Okay. When you view a point from A to B,
The Earth is not flat.
what is the fastest? What?
Level.
Don't make me slap. Who said that?
It's level.
Let me look at Hank,
it's
you
level.
liar.
But how many creators we have?
Don't get into that. Don't get into that.
Oh no.
Actually, there's one creator, a sub-creator. I don't know how many.
How do we know which? How do we know how creator did what he did and which part he made it like a real one?
Sasha, because we're all here now.
Who cares?
Exactly. The only thing that matters is that we're talking about the Earth being flat.
I'm not Christian. The guy said.
I want to talk to Juju.
Well, I'm not Christian either.
Let's talk to Juju.
Let's talk to Juju.
Juju, where you at?
I want Juju also. Because
So did we completely rumpus Ladies' Night, or was that the end of Ladies' Night?
That was the end of it.
Oh, okay.
We would know about it if we had, trust me. We would not have gone on for 10 minutes about nothing.
Yeah.
Those ladies like to keep each other in check, and especially keep us in check. When I came in, I forgot it was Ladies' Night, and I said, welcome. And she goes, so since it's Ladies' Night, and I was just, oh, shit. So she put me in my place, and I deserved it because I was, I needed to shut the fuck up.
You should have seen how difficult it was at the first couple of. I'm sorry, Hank.
I did. I heard it.
John, who are we? I'm asking
Wait,
John.
I didn't hear Hank. I'm sorry.
John VC Verified said, can we unmute Juju? Who are we?
What the
John?
heck,
Okay,
Sasha? Can you not hear me? I want to hear what Hank said. I missed it.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to Juju about solipsism, right? Because he said, how can I know anything except for I'm alive? Are you there, Juju?
Yeah, but I'm not a solipsist, though.
Okay, well, you were pushing it on here, and I would just ask you to do me a favor. Take your testicles, put them in a vise, put a cheap bar on that vise, and tighten it as tight as you physically can, and then tell me the only thing that you know is that you exist. Because I guarantee you, when you're suffering, am I roboting?
No.
No, not too bad. No.
You're a little muffled.
You're
Okay,
muffled,
yeah,
man.
fine.
Is that Hank?
That's okay. When you're suffering, right, you cannot tell me the only thing you know is that you're alive. Because the pain signals that are going into your brain are real. And you can't tell me otherwise. So solipsism is done.
You would be having an acute testicular experience there.
Well, that's not solipsism, though. Something else.
Extreme.
Wait, he said the only thing that you can know is that I exist. That was his quote. That's not solipsism?
Yeah, man, but define existence, bro. Uh-oh.
What is real?
Yeah,
you know what's real when your nuts are in a vice. I promise you.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
I just barely wrecked myself earlier. Shit got real fast.
You will be
And it was like a
really testicularly focused at that
You'll be
point.
affected greatly by the testicular area.
There won't be anything else but you and your testicles at that point.
And
it becomes real, but it's still just a matter of perspective.
For him would be a nice question because he asked me about Christian. If I'm not Christian, that means that I cannot care about what is going on with the earth. Practically. If I'm Christian, then I'm care. But if I'm not Christian, then I'm not care. That's
Yeah, you can
great.
respond, Juju. I unmuted you so you could respond because I wanted to hear what you had to say.
Right now.
And you can respond to the other guy too.
He's out.
Hey, Juju, you know, I care about a lot of things, you know, but in the end, Karen never gets anything accomplished except for calling the manager, right?
Or the police.
Was I coming in all right?
Yep, we heard
Yeah.
you loud and clear. Yeah, managers. We're talking about managers, right? Gods.
And another thing he said is that the simulation theory is way more believable or way more valid than the God theory. Really, who's the simulator?
So far absentee right now. I don't know.
Yeah,
See,
who wrote the code?
theory? The simulation theory is the God theory, right? Because there has to be a creator of the simulator. Sorry, of the simulation. Excuse me. So it's like when people say things like that, I'm just like scratching my head, like, what is going on? And I was chomping at the bit, and I'm sorry, ladies, I'm so sorry, but I just had to unmute them.
But that means, Hank, that God is fooling around with us.
Yeah, I'd say. Trying shit out, just, whatever.
He's tricking us. He don't want to show us the truth. He's hiding the truth from us.
Yeah, playing a
Is
little
he the
game.
Is he the guy who said? Is he the guy who said because a toy in the mall is not made by the mall owner, then that means that we are not made by God? Is that who we're talking about?
But isn't that evil words?
That somebody had that argument, which I thought was super silly.
Well, anyway, whatever did it, made it flat. You know what I mean?
If you're like a human, take the how to say. I don't know in Bible what is written because I never read the Bible, but I think it's written something. Do not take anything in the name of the God, like even word or something. And
false idols.
Do not build idols or sculptures.
And for example, how we can even how to say know what was meaning of the creation and everything about like if I know what God did it with in how created and what was his aim, that means that I'm God.
What?
If I know how God created all this and how this is working and everything, and how he put in the function, that means that I'm God.
So are you saying you know because you know how?
No, I don't know. I'm saying that people coming and speaking in the name of the God.
Oh, I get what you're saying. So you're saying because other people coming.
Yeah, because of, I don't know, of their knowledge of maybe too much reading Bible, that they coming with all their conclusions, what it's, God.
So
And
they're
what God.
claiming that they are God because they are claiming that they know what is happening. That I get what your point is. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
It's arrogant to think we know any of that stuff, man.
Very arrogant.
But it's not arrogant to use our senses to observe our reality, right? That's just, dare I say it, common sense.
For example, you said two creator. That means that we have one, what we believe, and that it's wrong one, and he had the one he realized that's the one how he did it and everything, and he knows what is the real creator and how it's working and what he's doing. Yeah.
How do we know it's a he? This is,
No,
we're
no,
applying.
I'm saying he. I can say it even energy, whatever you want.
Well, yeah. I'm just saying we
For
make a
me,
lot of assumptions
for me,
with
he
all
is very
that.
I
like.
agree with you. Like, we can't say like where anything is coming from or where it's coming from, or there's so much that we don't know, and being able to admit that and saying we do not know. There was this really good talk, and I actually mentioned this earlier today. It came up in conversation about TED Talks and like how ridiculous TED Talks are today because of how ridiculous they are. But there was this really good TED Talk by Elizabeth Gilbert, and she was the person who wrote Eat, Pray, Love, and she talked about what a genius is today and how people call themselves a genius as opposed to what happened in the past where there was a genius that visited you, that gave you information, and how there is this difference and this deflection of what happened in the past, of how people were like, something came and gave me information, to today where we're so dope, we're gods, we got this, like whatever. There's such a major deflect from that, and I actually named my son Damien because of it. That there is something that is happening between whatever is happening out there to what's happening here. There is this intermediate that is occurring, in my opinion. And I really enjoyed this talk, and I'll link it in the chat.
Cool.
Yeah, I truly do not agree with the fact that people are so caught up on I'm just not really in tune with the fact that
They're
people are
so
saying,
sure of it, right? They're so
yeah,
sure of it, and
that
it's
this is
like
the
we
end all
talk
be
about.
all. You're
Uh-huh.
dope. Whatever.
We try to talk about empiricism and tangibility here in this server about pretty much everything else but that stuff. And that's, I don't know, it's not, and then you got to say, well, everybody's entitled to their beliefs, of course. But when we say to a Glober, hey, that's just your belief, they can say, yeah, but you talk about God all the time, so now what? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good TED Talk. The conversation started earlier today about TED Talks and how lame they are today and how much they are such propaganda and whatever. And of course, way back in the beginning of TED Talks, there were constant after constant great talks. Of course, now there's propaganda, but you can still find some good TED Talks, whatever. This TED Talk happened years ago, and it is spot on. This is for people that are writers, that are poets, that are songwriters, whatever. If you're looking to listen to something about creation and where ideas come from, this is such, and even flat earthers, globe earthers, whatever, where do these concepts come from? This is such a brilliant talk about it, of where throughout history, what the word genius actually means, what the word demon means. Like, if you really want to listen to this and dive into it, this is literally where I got my son's name from. I named him Damien because of this talk after researching through this. And, of course, I had learned a ton of things before listening to this, whatever. But this really hit home for me. Like, to place the blame on a human being of where these ideas come from and saying that I'm a genius. I get this. Like, I'm such a genius. I know because I'm a genius. You are laying all the consequences on yourself of where the idea came from, what that idea is projecting into the universe or realm or whatever you want to call it. Like, that is wild. To understand that these ideas could possibly be coming from something else, like that there are different mediums, that there are other things outside of us that are entering into us, that there is this connectiveness that is fluxing and giving and flowing, whatever, is so much more brilliant. And she does a really good way of explaining it. I hope everyone watches it. Just wanted to say that.
Alrighty. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. The creative genius portion. Yeah. It's like within the bounds of this, of the rules here in this reality, we can quote unquote create, but it's more like just like invent using the stuff that's already here. The only true creative power is whatever made this place. But you know what I mean? Because a human being can't create or destroy matter or energy. Nothing can do that inside of this realm. But whatever made this place clearly can make all that happen. So it's neat that we can work with this. We're down here working with clay, right?
Yeah, and totally. And so the point of what she was talking about and what I really resonated with is that she wrote this book, and the book that she wrote was Eat, Pray, Love. It was a #1 top seller across.
Oh, I
the
remember.
world, right?
I was taking a lot of flights back then.
Exactly. So
I was taking a lot of flights, and I would see just
so you
every
saw the
woman
book,
was reading
right?
that book.
100%.
Yeah, and
So
airports, yeah.
she wrote this talk after that because she was saying, like, everyone was coming after her, like, well, what's your next book? What's your next book? What about the next thing? And she was saying, like, so she researched because she was so fucked up about it and was like, oh my gosh, I don't have something else. Like, why isn't something else hitting me? Like, why am I not good enough to know what to write? And so she started researching what genius actually meant, what the etymology, the history behind that is, what science is, like the etymology behind all these different terminologies. And what daemon and demon and Damien and all these things meant. And what it actually means is that back in history, a genius wasn't the person who created something. It wasn't like Kanye West today who was like, I'm a genius. I did this. I'm a genius. I did this. No, it was a genius visited me and told me this is what I should have created, right?
It's like a genie in us. Genius.
Exactly. And so demon,
You know?
so it started off with the word daemon. It turned into demon throughout Catholicism, and it turned into something that was negative. Daemon and Damien means something that is this entity between the world. So I named my son, literally after watching this talk and doing research into it, I named my son Damian Gray. That's his first name and middle name. I named him Damian Gray. And the reason I named him that is because Damien means that it is this entity that is something that is able to go between the worlds, that is the genius, that is the thing that can go from the celestial to the person and is able to bring that information back and forth. That is the daemon, the Damien, or the demon, if you will.
You know, as long as
right?
it's not malevolent, I'm cool with it.
And it's not malevolent. Okay, so get you. And it can go either way. And the reason why I made his middle name Gray is because it isn't something about black or white. It's because it is middle, right? It is everything.
Hang on. That's what the Baphomet is.
What, gray?
The gray area. Yeah, that's why the Freemasons want to do black and white squares everywhere, because they want to combine two into one.
No. So they're doing black and white squares. Are they actually doing gray? Because gray is actually gray has so many different meanings, and it actually means that you are within the black or the white. So is it white light, or is it white physical? Is it black physical, or is it black light? Like, what does that actually mean? There are so many different meanings between it all. There is a middle. There is a middle.
Yeah, the middle. Okay, so this is why they do the purple too. It's blue and red together. It's purple.
Point. There is a middle ground between it all. So there is a Damien and there is a gray. There is a middle between all of it, and there is a balance. There is a balance in this world. And
I hope
all
so.
the things that we say, and there is a Damien, which is, whether there is or not, my whole point with this name was that Damien is, there is a celestial, there is this world. Damien is in the center. He is communicator that can actually decipher what is actually happening. And then when it does come to what is actually happening, whether it comes to white or black, whether it's light or it's physical, they're opposites, right? So you have white light, you have white physical, they're completely different. It's
The
exactly the
duality,
opposite. Exactly.
the
It's the
duality of the
duality.
Masons means as above,
Exactly,
so below,
and that's
right?
exactly why I named my son Damian Gray. Is because of all these different things. I was like, he is Damian Gray. I'm going to teach him these things. He is going to know the differences. He is going to know the aspects of all of this. And I will literally teach him all of it. He is not going to be somebody who is going to surpass this because it's literally in his name. And there are so many people on this earth that just like don't get it. They don't get it. They don't get any of it. They not only don't get like, the whole genius behind it, but even if you talk to them about even light, literally, I can talk to so many people and they do not understand that there is a difference between light and physical when it comes to white. What is white? Oh, white is every color. White is no color. White is this. White is that. Like,
Well, you
they
put it
don't
through a
get
prism,
it.
it turns into all the quote unquote colors, the
Exactly. But if you're
frequencies.
totally, but if you are an artist, then white means no color and black means
Yeah.
every color. And they don't
So
get
white
that.
is the canvas.
Yeah, but black means every color, where white means every color, right? So there
No,
is this opposite. Yeah.
black
Oh, really?
black is
White
absence of
people
color.
aren't racist. Sorry.
It's absence
No,
of
yes.
color when it comes to
It
light
depends
spectrum, but
on
when it comes to pigment, it's
what you're
all
talking.
colors. So
Exactly.
it's
Exactly.
opposite. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. It's opposites. Exactly.
Now, see,
That's
the
my
thing
point.
is like if you think about it, the blue and red, the red shift, right? The blue shift, red shift, in the center is the purple. Now we can't really see the purple, but we can see everything in between. We can see the blue, we can see the red, but we cannot see the infrared. And we cannot see the purple, the true purple. So if you think about it, in that scale, there's still more to it from the purple. So it's going to a lower base form, like the whole duality aspect, because the whole thing is about transitioning, being both chaos and order at the same time. Because the blue represents sea, space, and time,
And I
and red
find that the
represents law
middle,
and order.
and that's exactly, and that's why I find that the middle is like very special. And whatever context you want to look at that in, because there's so many different contexts, whether we talk about light, whether we talk about art, all these different things. It is very interesting that language and human beings have so many different way of making sense of all of it, right? And so we can do that in many different structures. It's just all very fascinating to me. It's brilliant.
Yeah, especially when you start getting into the root of the words and then realize what the root cutting is really all about. They say it's about magic and trickery and Enoch, right?
Yeah.
But in reality, it's a lot deeper connotations because yes, you can get certain alkaloids from root bark, like say sarsaparilla oil that you can make. That's the precursor for ecstasy, or even the precursors for DMT. So, like, yes, you can obtain sorceries from it, but in reality, if you think about it, what better trickery and magic is there than the confusion of language on top of what has already been confused by? You know? So it's like if they keep everyone ignorant on how to spell, and only those that spell don't really truly understand what the meaning is, they just memorize how to spell it. They are called spelling bee wizards, right? It's very like
Well, it's a
tricky.
very fabric. It's a very fabric that we use to communicate. So, of course, the Gravelers, and just from our past, what we inherited, we definitely inherited the language, and it's deep. It goes really deep, like you guys were saying.
Yeah, I didn't mean to take everybody down this track. I just thought it was a cool conversation. Whatever you guys want to talk about, cool.
Well, I
It's
definitely
funny that
liked what you guys were saying. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I was just going to say it's funny that a lot of people confuse education and intelligence. I mean, you can have a master's degree and still be a complete dumbass.
I mean, it is really quite a trip. Like, often people do not understand the difference between white light and white as a physical. Like, it's not understood. There's white light, there's a white physical object, and they think they're the same. Like, the light is the same. It's not. It's different. I don't know.
It is different. And here's an example of that. Like when you shine the light through the prism, you do see all the colors, right? So the light can be broken down into the colors, but you can't take all the colors, put them in a bucket, and create white. They'll
Okay,
create
but
like this
even if
really
you put it in
big
a
brown.
prism, hold up. Even if you put it in a prism, so if the Earth is, if the sun is orange, if that is hit through a prism, does that mean that the sun is actually green? Because if you take an orange light and you hit it, or if you take a green light and you hit through a prism, it appears to be orange. So what color is the sun? What is it? If you
Well,
take
it's
a green
yeah.
light and you put it through a prism, it appears to be orange. So if people claim that there is a dome above us, which creates a prism that creates the rainbow and all these different things, then is the sun actually green? What is it? Like, these conversations should be had. I think that they're fascinating and brilliant,
You're
and we should
right.
discuss
That is
them
fascinating.
more often.
I've never seen that demonstration of light going through, like a green light going through a prism and then it being orange, because that would suggest it almost inverting the color, if you know what I
Yeah,
mean.
that's
Like,
exactly what it does. Because if you think about it, so we have a solids on Earth, a white on Earth, right? Versus a black on Earth, like versus black light and white light. They're complete opposite. So of course, if you had an orange light, it would be actually green because it would be the actual opposite. It makes total sense. So,
I see.
I mean,
And you
you
could
get what I
almost,
mean? It's
yes,
fascinating. It's totally
it is fascinating.
fascinating. Isn't it brilliant?
Okay, that
Totally.
definitely is fascinating. And if you went with that logic, right, it's almost as if the sun then would be black, right? Because it would be the opposite. Like you see all the colors, and if it's the inverse of all the
You
colors, then it would
could.
be no colors.
Yep. You could go
Almost.
as
I
far as
mean,
that.
just thinking about it that way,
You could go as
it is
far as that.
fascinating.
That is a reach, but you could go as far as that. But we could
Yeah,
even
I
just
mean,
take
just
it
thinking about it.
that, okay, so we're seeing orange, so it's actually green. You could even take it to where it's black. I mean, there's so many different things that we can do with this. So what is actually happening is a great conversation to have. But even taking it from the fact that, oh, it's orange, so then if it's through a prism and we're seeing these rainbows and you're saying there's a dome, then the sun is actually green, would be a great conversation. Like, there's so many different things that we can discuss within this. I mean, it really is fascinating.
Just observing things that happen naturally from the basics leads us to realizing like the bigger picture, in my opinion. So you're totally right on that. Even that when you're talking about language, right, that's also going back down to the basics. It's like, where did our language come from? The letters, all of those things. The
When we get into
etymology of it,
etymology
all
and
those things.
language, I mean, this is literally where even the Matrix movie stem from is landmark education, which is language, which is trying to deduce how we can communicate to say exactly what we mean, exactly how we mean it. It comes from what does anything mean? Life is meaningless. Well, life is meaningless and empty. Well, life is meaningless and empty, and it's meaningless and empty that it is meaningless and empty. Like, you can go on and on and on about this, and it has to do with language and what that actually means. So life
But
is meaningless and empty, and it is meaningless and empty that it is meaningless and empty. How much farther do you need to take that? Like, it is meaningless and empty that it is meaningless and empty. And this literally derives from the questions they were doing within
The
landmark
infinite
education,
regression
saying,
of
"Oh, you
meaninglessness.
figured it out
you
that
cut out a little
it
bit.
is meaningless. It is empty." You get what I mean? Does no one understand that? Hello? Life is meaningless and empty, and it is meaningless and empty that it is meaningless and empty. They started it off with that life is just meaningless and empty. But it is meaningless and empty that it is meaningless and empty.
Here's the thing, though. Those are sentences, right? Or that's like a structure of words put together that have meaning. Correct? Did I cut out?
You didn't cut out. Can you say that again?
Yeah, I was gonna say what you just said. Those are those are sentences and words that were put together that have meaning, right? And we give them meaning. But I say if we step back even further than that, saying like, okay, how is the sentence structure created? Which means that it's created with letters. So for me, it's going back down to the basics. Like, all right, then where did letters come from? Before we were even able to put them together into sentences to give them meaning. Then those letters, where did they come from? And in my opinion, they came from numbers. So going back down to the basics is numbers created letters. And so we should also focus, I think the most important thing are numbers, because that is the most basic root level that they can use letters with. I don't know if that makes sense to anyone, but I'm just trying to think about the way of.
I want to know more about your thinking on this. Because for me, when I look at numbers and how I've looked at numbers, and I have looked at many different of numbers, 1 through 9, and base 10 basically is only 1 through 9. And all numbers are 1 through 9. And it doesn't matter which form you use, it's 1 through 9. And I can post something, it's really messy. But it does work, and it is basically how we see the world, and it is literally the how we visualize it, and how people have constructed it. So I don't know if you can look at this and see what I mean by this, or if I need to explain it, or how you disagree with it.
I'm taking a look right now. I see so we have the numbers through 9, and then you have them
Okay, so
organized
yeah,
in
so okay,
diagonals.
Yeah, let me explain. So the left side of the X is negative. If we just focus on the right side, it's 1 through 9, right? Let's just focus on the right side. It's 1 through 9, and it goes all the way to 99. And if we look at this, the only numbers that we actually truly have are 1 through 9. 0 is just a placeholder. Every single number we have is 1 through 9. So if we look at 10, that's 1. 11 is 2. 12 is 3. If we look at 39, it is 3, right? Like every single number that I've written on that right hand side underneath it is a breakdown of 1 through 9. Every single one is across 1 through 9. It does not matter. And throughout
You're
that,
right on point.
yeah. And so throughout that, we see 1 through 9 and 9 through 1 creates an X with 5 at the center, which is a pyramid, which is perspective, which is so many different things. So,
Okay, that's awesome. That's awesome that you're talking about this because yes, that's really the number 9 is really important too. And it's funny that the degrees for the circle are 360, and you add 3 plus 6 is 9. So technically, when you divide 360 by any number, it equals 9. So yeah, definitely number 9
yes,
is
369 is exactly my point with this. It's
yep.
369. And how
That's where I
9
was
works.
going with it. Yep,
Exactly.
exactly. 9 is at the top. Yep.
Are either of you seeing when I'm looking at the way that she drew the X's, also the pattern it makes looks a lot like the Freemasonry square and compass?
Yeah, and it is literally how we see perspective with 5 at the center of our perspective, with the X coming back at us, like we see into that vision. It is the pyramids, it is everything. Everything is this 369 math within this 1 through 9. Instead of having the 10 right next to it, all you have to do is carry the 10 over next to the 1, which means it carries it down. 1 is every single number below it. 2 is every single number below it. 3 all the way through 9. But you also get 1 through 9 all the way to 90, and you get 9 through 9 all the way through 81. Like it literally creates 5 at the center. It is pyramid. It is how we see it. I've
Here's the
wanted
thing,
to do
though.
a video on this like for so long, but I think everyone
Do it.
would think I was crazy. I
Do it.
don't know if people would understand it, but it really hits home to me. Like I have gathered so much information about this within the past like 6 years. It is wild. It
Well,
really is amazing.
doesn't this beg the question though? Like some of these things are fairly basic. Like they're not anything complicated that is so hard to figure. No, it's like these are patterns that exist that you can extract from basic numbers. And here's the thing. They're easy to teach. And here's the thing. They've known them for a long time. I'm pretty sure that those occultists that, they go in their little secret meetings, this is one of the things that they learn. I mean, I don't know. That's just my guess. But they don't teach it in school. And it would be so easy to teach this, but they would be giving a key away. They don't want to give all the keys away.
Well, that's my thing is that even me, like I don't even like I don't want to discuss like what I've found and like what I have seen and how I can bring all this to the subject because people have literally made fun of me already. Like, why would I even talk about it? So I can't even imagine what these secret societies have to say about it. Like,
well, that's why they do it in secret. They have to do it in secret because it's like people make fun of them. But when they go in there and people are all, I don't know. That's just what I'm guessing. It's people will be really impressed when you pull this out in front of people that actually are willing to think, they would be impressed, in my opinion.
Yeah, I haven't experienced that yet. It would be cool.
I experienced it with a friend. I blew their mind, and they're like, "Dude, what the heck?" And then they just ignore it. You know what I mean? They just don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, you'll have a
You want me to
small
blow your mind? I'll
you'll
blow
have a
your mind
small
real
group of
fast.
people that you'll have a small here. I'll just be 1 second, Hank. You'll have a small group of people that will really appreciate it, and a whole lot of haters for it, calling you nuts. But you don't worry about them.
Well, and that's the thing is that I don't worry about them, but I would love to talk to people that are actually interested in it. And I haven't found anybody that is like, hey, hit me up. I would like to know about this. Like, I haven't found that yet. everybody's like, that's weird, that's this, it is this. They lay claims to it and they don't want to hear more about it. So I just haven't talked more about it.
So a second ago, the gentleman said, they teach the schools. I want to blow your mind real quick. The elite name children before they actually get pregnant, right? We name kids after we're pregnant, right? But the elite have to name their kids before they get pregnant. Why? Because there's like a 5-6 year waiting list to get in those schools, because they don't want their kids to go through public school, right? They want them to go through a school where they're actually going to teach, right? And the waiting list is so long to get into those schools, they have to name the child on the paperwork before they've ever conceived the child in bed.
As
Now
a
that's
mother,
thinking
that
ahead.
like really scares me.
Do they give them all unisex names? Or do they just pick the sex of the child?
I think they change their name. They give them like a career name, and then no one ever really knows their real name. I don't know.
They
I'm just guessing.
They possibly could even change the biological sex within the womb itself. I've heard of that. That they've had that technology for like 90 years or something.
I remember hearing as a kid, I mean, for reptiles, like it's just the temperature that you incubate the egg at that determines whether it's a male or a female. That's super simple. They probably got a way to do it with mammals.
Could be something as simple as intrauterine biological gender inversion, in the womb.
Honestly, dude, when you drive around, like sometimes I used to drive out in LA sometimes and see like when you drive around and you see all these mansions with the huge walls around them, it's like they could be doing anything in those houses and no one ever knows. It's like they're huge. And they have like security and all that stuff. It's like, dude, it looks pretty creepy once you know what's going on.
Oh man, I don't even know. I shouldn't probably quite yet. So like I was telling you guys that I had a job coming up where I'm working for this big shot civil rights attorney that's been working on like the Ron DeSantis thing in Florida with the resolution, I think 2006 or whatever, the one where they say that they can't, businesses can't, require like a vaccine passport and stuff like that. Like this guy's working on that case. He's got like 5 houses around the country. Like the one here he has, it's probably his crappiest, smallest one, and it's a nice place. Like, anyway, so I'm like hearing, good things from my boss about him, about how he's like fighting for us, like he's a good attorney, not a bad one. Fuck. I'm installing Windows in his house today, and he's got I go up into one of the rooms, like into the office, and he's got a fucking skull sitting on top of the desk, his bookshelf with his, library of 2,000 books or whatever he's got in there. Half 100 books are about like Nazis and shit. And like, then I go and I look as I down the hall and in the master bedroom on the nightstand, he's got another skull on the nightstand next to the bed with a gem in the eye and a fucking like some kind of necklace or thing draped over it. And then I go into another room, and then there's another bookshelf. And on the top shelf, there's an owl. On the second shelf, there's another owl. On the third shelf, there's another owl. I'm like, that's fucking Bohemian Grove. Fucking those skulls, that's Skull and Bones. This guy's a big shot attorney. I guarantee you he went to Yale. Like this, it was kind of surreal today at work.
Yeah,
dude.
in my opinion, those that are able to buy anything usually do.
I'll tell you one similar to what you're saying, but the thing is, I was not awake when this happened. I was working, doing like architecture and remodels and stuff, and we went to this really big shot guy. Like, he was a big shot, but he was known for being like a super dick to everyone, like a complete dick to everyone. He lived in like an $8 million house in like, next to the beach and everything. And just thinking in hindsight, when you walked in his house, first thing he had on the ground was like checkerboard ground. Um, Things like that. This guy was like, he was into like building towers, like stuff like that. Dude, I'm telling you, dude, they're all around and they're mostly in like the places where they have a lot of money. Follow the money. I'm telling you. It's like either they're Masons or I don't know how they get connected, but yeah, there's shady stuff going on all around. And in particular, where people don't think. People drive around the nice places going like, oh, these people, like, they must be doing great things. They don't suspect it.
I mean, like this guy, I'm not saying he's like hiding kids in his basement or anything like that. But I don't know about any shady shit that he's doing. I just know that he's connected to some fucking powerful people and shady people, like at the clubs I'm pretty sure he comes from, I'm not a fan of, like it's just kind of weird. Like I said, I mean, it's one thing to see a guy with a skull decoration if he's like a teenager and a goth or something. Like this guy's got one, not just one, two. Like, and then, like I said, I mean, hey, you could always say maybe his wife just likes owls, or yeah, I'm not finishing that. I just left it like that.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, when you wake up, dude, you can't ignore the signs, right? Like, when you're asleep, like, you can ignore the signs. You can always be like, nah, that's nothing, or this is nothing. You can easily ignore it. But when you wake up and you're like, nah, dude, you start seeing flags, and you're like, okay, maybe I should pay attention because maybe there's something going on here. And thinking back to that specific person that I told you, like, for sure they were part of uh, society or something, because that there's no way that that person had that much money. They definitely were. It was sketchy in my opinion, and you can tell when someone is such a dick. Like, why would someone be such a dick? Like, I always ask myself, like if that guy has so much money and he could just, why would he be such a dick where he would like try to get in fights with people and stuff? It's like it never clicked on me. It's like, is there a chance that this guy, I don't know,
Perhaps he feels like
dark? You know what I
above
mean?
perhaps he feels like he's above everybody else and entitled to freaking be a dick to everybody.
Yeah, I could see that too. I don't know, man. Like I'm saying, I think you know what I mean. Like when you see the signs, you're like, oh shit. But it's funny to consider.
I would totally let a rich person beat my ass for a good, healthy lawsuit settlement.
Oh fuck yeah! You go and freaking yeah. If you know that dude's like that, and you could and you think you could entice him, fucking do it.
Here's the thing, though, dude. Here's when people have a lot of money and people know that you have a lot of money, people cower. Like my boss would like bitch. He's like, oh, he would come back to the office, be like, oh man, he like yelled at me and did all this stuff. I'm like, dude, honestly, in my head, I'd be like, I would not. I would rather not have that guy's money if he would treat me like that. But some people are just like, you know what? I'll let him yell at me and treat me like shit just to, get my paycheck. And I'm not cool with that. But some people are.
Well, as far as bosses go, I think they're all a dick sometimes. That's just part of being a boss.
Nah, dude, there are
No,
lines that people can cross. Yeah, if someone crosses a line, like they cross a line. There's a certain line, but some people just go like, all right, they're gonna pay me. I'll just, you know, I'll be fine with it.
You ever heard "My wish is your command"? Right? That's to soften the blow a little bit. So if you're a boss and you walk in the break room, it's like, man, I sure wish you'd get off your ass and do some work today. Right? And the next time you catch them in the break room, like, it's not even break time, bro. What are you doing? Get to work, or I'm going to find somebody else. Right? So you don't have to be a dick every time. Right? You could say, hey, go do this right now, or I wish somebody would bring me a stapler. It depends on how you like talk to your crew. And morale is very delicate when you're running a crew, just like on a ship.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
You know, a good boss is not a dick all the time, but a good boss, sometimes he probably, even if he doesn't want to, has to be a dick.
I used to do it.
Here's the thing,
I
though.
would pretend to be pissed off. I would be acting like I was angry. And then 5 seconds later, I'd be joking around until one day, one of the employees came up to me and said, how do you get like so emotional and then you're not emotional anymore? And then you're joking around like 5 seconds later. It's like, well, when I act like I'm pissed off, you guys work harder.
Exactly.
Well, here's the thing. That's more of like a boss employee thing. But when you're doing it with a client, like if a client is just being a complete dick, it's like you can deal with it for a while, but at what point are you just gonna be like, dude, it's not even worth dealing with this person when I can be dealing with someone that's not that much of a dick and even be making a little bit less, you know what I mean? I don't know. That's just me. I like to choose the people that are kind of easy to work with and not like complete dicks. Then that's just, I guess in general, everyone probably feel that way. And here's the thing. Nowadays, I've been doing like teaching and tutoring and stuff, and I even have that with students. It's like you have great students that's like, I want to learn. They ask questions, they'll listen to your answers, and there'll be some that be like, no, are you sure that you're doing that? It's like they start questioning. It's like, all right, well, this is it's like, do I want to work with someone that wants to learn but doesn't even want to really learn? It's almost like the same thing that happens here. It's like they come in, they want to learn, they say they want to learn, but they don't really want to learn. It's like they just want to question you, but there's some that actually do want to listen.
Hello.
Yeah, it's about time for a troll to come in.
What happened? Who
Wow.
was that? Did anyone get his name?
Was that Flatipus?
Grist,
Yeah, I think it was Flatipus.
It was something with a B.
Yeah, some other B like breast or bristus or I don't know. It was
like
really quick.
like Wingo or something like that.
I was digging the drum and bass, but not so much the lyrics.
Okay.
Yeah, the lyrics were lame. Not very original. No, Platypus wouldn't do that.
Oh, I'm joking, I know.
It was his buddy.
It was a sock account.
I'm not a total douchebag.
But it had to be a Glober.
No, I'd say the douchebag is about half full.
Can't see any flat earther doing that.
I'm only joking, Platypus. I love you, man. You need Jesus.
So I wanted to end the note on the teaching thing that some people want to learn and some people shoot, I forgot my train of thought.
I'm thinking we should steal that and go thunder, 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 thunder over top of that same beat.
The Earth's not flat, but the sea's level.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I do remember now. If that's okay, I wanted to end saying that for me, sometimes teaching live is harder because I'd rather make a video showing all of the steps and send it to the person so they can watch it over and over again. And sometimes I feel like that's how we learned about flat Earth, is watching videos sometimes over and over again to kind of get the points. Because sometimes doing it live gets a little bit tricky. Anyway, that's the end of my point.
I mean, to be honest, everyone finds their own path. Am I being heard? Can you guys hear me? Everyone finds their own way to some of this knowledge. I mean, it's not like it all hits you at once. Sometimes it's just like a certain video is not going to necessarily turn you to flat Earth. It's different for a lot of different people. It's not like one video is going to be like, I'm going to make the best flat Earth video and it's going to convert everyone to flat Earth. That's not, for one thing, that's not the goal, and for another thing, it's just not. I'm not saying don't do it. I mean, if you're going to make a cool flat Earth video, I wouldn't discourage you from that.
You're right. You're right about that. And I had thought about that, and when you were saying that, it brought it up to my head. Like, imagine trying to put like 5 gigabytes of like information into a flash drive and expecting it to be done right away. It's going to take some time because there's so much information, and it takes processing time for it to go into the USB drive. So same thing with flat Earth and all of this information. It takes a while.
Everyone's personality and background you have to take into consideration. It's not like I mean, we all have, like, if we just sat here all night and said, hey, here's my flat Earth, story. All of us came across it different. Some people saw it right away. Some people it took a while. I mean, it's all different for everyone. As long as the information's there, that's what we're here for. We're not here to convert anyone. We're just throwing the information out there and see what sticks. And we do the best we can. Have a lot of fun with it. But at the same time, it's a very serious topic, but we do have a lot of fun with it, though, at the same time.
Do you have a lot of people around you that are flat earthers, like in your regular day, or is it just mostly you?
So do we have a lot of people what?
I was going to say, we're not trying to convert anyone. Can I be heard? Am I coming in clearly?
Because for me, for the most part, it's only me, and I don't really talk to anyone about it. So, yeah. I'm just wondering if anyone else has like people around in their daily life that they can talk to about it, because I think that is what we need to do. Oh, you're coming in now.
Yeah, Hank, is there anyone like in your daily life, like, are you talking about physically, face to face, that you talk about flat Earth with often?
Yeah, or someone that like in your day to day that knows that the Earth is flat.
Me personally, people I deal with on a daily basis, they know I think the Earth is flat, but they don't want to talk to it about. They don't want to talk about it with me.
Yeah, it's funny, man. It's like no one. I can't find anyone that would ever even consider it. So I think it's
well. It's like check this out. I mean, if we were just hanging out all day, I mean, we'd have plenty of other things to talk about. Since we both know the Earth is flat, I mean, we'd have plenty of other stuff to talk about. We don't have to talk about flat Earth, So it'd be kind of like, all right, if I was hanging around with a bunch of flat Earthers, we don't even have to talk about flat Earth because we know it's flat, So there's other stuff to talk about. Now, I'm not saying that that you shouldn't talk about flat Earth, but you shouldn't. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, yeah, I'm just thinking because I know that some people do have people around them that know that the Earth is flat, and I don't have anyone around me that knows the Earth is flat. If I can catch someone that, hey, it might be interested in it, then I could share it with them in real life, therefore actually impacting my surrounding environment rather than the environments online, which it's just, it's just something that I've been thinking about.
Yeah,
And
I
I
mean,
try to talk to my brother and my family, but no one really wants to talk about it. So I just go, interesting.
Yeah.
Is there anyone out there that has had a successful, like conversation with someone and be like, hey, you know what? I'll consider it. At least that much. You know what I mean? At least that much.
I'll tell you what I mean.
I
Yeah,
have,
I've talked to my brother a lot about it. I mean, he's not going to choose one way or the other, but we've had many hours talking about it. And, he asked me questions and stuff, but he's not going to commit one way or the other. But I totally accept that. I think he probably sees where I'm coming from, but he's not. He just really doesn't care that much. He doesn't. He doesn't. So,
I'll tell you this one thing: if you go to a Christian and you show them that verse in Timothy where it says "science falsely so called," right, or pseudoscience, right, and then you show them the Robbie Davidson documentary, "Scientism Exposed," like they kind of don't really have a choice but to look at it and go, okay, I gotta take this seriously because this is one of those things where the Bible tells you if you speak on a matter that you have no knowledge of, you're a fool. So if you don't know anything, you should be quiet and listen. So it's kind of like if you're down with the Bible and you're thumping, and it might be like this for other ancient religions too. I just don't know. But yeah, it's kind of hard to get a person after they say that yes, Jesus literally rose from the dead. Yes, he literally turned water into wine. Yes, he literally walked on the water. After they say that they take it literally, and then you show them Genesis, it's and Job 38:14, it's oh, okay, maybe I need to look into this.
No, Hank, that's an allegory for the Big Bang. What are you talking about? Genesis is an allegory for the Big Bang.
That was a really good point, Hank.
Everything
I
else
never
is
thought about
literal,
that.
but Genesis is an allegory for the Big Bang.
Well, that's why you got to ask them the three literal questions first. Did Jesus literally die, right, and raised 3 days later, or is that an allegory for the Son? Right? If they tell you no, he literally died, the Romans stabbed him in the heart, right, and he was dead, and then 3 days later, he
Robot on the best.
And I don't mean to.
Poor Hank, he's always got the robot thing going on. Especially when he's trying to bring up a concise point. He's just here's warble wobble.
Right at the punchline.
Yeah, he's gonna make his point, and it's just we love you, Hank, in spite of your robotiness. Come on, platypus. He's telling Shines he's not going to touch that number stuff. Man, I thought you were a fan of math. Man, that's where the number stuff exists. 1 through 9. What are you talking about, bro?
Here for a Friday night.
Friday night, and I need a fight. My flat Earth and a globe Earth bullshit. I don't know. I'm just trying to. I don't need a fight. I just need somebody to really. But what I need is someone to understand my flat Earth. Flat I'm eating a rib right now. Pork rib. Grilled it the other day. It's the last one. One of them Hollywood style. Some sweet baby Ray barbecue sauce. I think that's some Memphis style barbecue sauce.
Shut up.
Who is that, Sonny?
Yeah. Hollywood swinging it.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah. It's been kind of slow action the past couple days. Day before it was Wednesday was pretty hot, and there was a lot of action. Yeah, it's been killing it.
What are you talking about? Today was packed, man. It was awesome.
Oh well, I just mostly mean like in the morning when I start the live stream, ain't nobody in here. That started it's dead air for like 5 or 6 hours. So when around lunchtime, I'll check on it again. It's like, oh, there's people in there. So I listen to audiobooks mostly when I'm at work. I don't listen to you guys all day, but I still check in every once in a while. I listen to freaking crime thrillers and suspense novels and shit all day at work. So,
Did you catch the new tracks? Those were pretty awesome.
Music tracks?
Yes, by Kai and.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I caught the new ones. Yeah, definitely. Pretty awesome.
Yeah, I definitely want to go to the one in LA to the meetup, but dude, I don't know if I can go to LA.
Well,
I try to say I'm in Orange County, so I try to stay away
Where
from
is the meetup in
Hollywood and
LA?
LA.
Where and when?
It's in Hollywood. It's in Hollywood, and it's tomorrow and Sunday.
Where?
Check out Jaren Nissam's channel on YouTube, and you can check out like where they're going to be at.
Hollywood?
Yes. Sorry, I'm watering my plants. Give me a second.
Oh wow. Okay. Jeranism?
California tomorrow in Hollywood.
Yes, they're going to be there tomorrow. I don't know exactly at what time, but check out Jeranism channel. He has the information there.
Is anybody here going? Is anybody here going?
They're going to be tomorrow at the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I don't know the time. On Sunday, they're going to be in Venice Beach at the Sidewalk Cafe. I wish I could be there. Darn it.
Are they going to go to Buzz? Are they going to go to Buzz Aldrin's star?
I
And
don't
they
know.
should take some selfies next to Buzz Aldrin's Walk of Fame star.
That's not all they should take.
What are you suggesting, Hank?
Do we need to wear a mask?
Yeah, you're going to want to.
Do we need to have a vax card?
You only need your 2 boosters.
No, you just identify as Vax.
Yeah, I identify as being someone who is thoroughly that, so I don't need to do it myself because I identify, right?
No, you don't even have to say that. You just say, I identify, and that's it.
Identify.
The ending,
There you go.
See, the ending of that joke was the silence.
It's not a bad idea. If you can identify as something that doesn't exist,
If you identify as being disabled, can you
identify as anything.
Can you get disabled benefits if you identify as being disabled?
Identify as something that doesn't have to answer you.
If I identify as having a PhD, can I put that on my resume?
Yeah, you're transitioning into a doctor.
Yeah, you're a doctor of philosophy. You
I'm
be
a trans
philosophize,
doctor.
you be philosophizing on here all the time, don't you?
I'm a flat Earth doctor. Will you give me a flat Earth doctorate, please? Is that available in the 24/7? That should be available here.
I'm not sure. I'm sure we can make a roll, but I'm not sure it would be worth anything.
You know,
Natural
we're all
science,
joking
natural
around, and
scientist.
we're all joking around, trying to have a little bit of fun, you know. But seriously, we're not doctors. You shouldn't take any medical advice from here because we're not giving it.
Oh, well, you don't have to. We're not talking about medical. I mean, we're talking about doctors of philosophy.
I want to put a
Whether it
plaque on my
applies to
wall.
medical, or any other quote unquote science, that's it calls
I just want the
people.
plaque on my wall. That's all I want.
I mean, if you're an anthropologist, they call you a doctor. You know, I mean, you get a PhD in anthropology, that's a doctor, right? That's not medical.
Didn't they give Steve Irwin like an honorary doctorate? Like, didn't he die like an honorary doctor?
Oh, well, that has to come from a university. I can give you an honorary doctorate from a university if you give them enough money.
Oh, you got to give them money.
Well, sometimes, I mean, or if it'll benefit them, you know, in a certain aspect. It's just different ways that they can, you know. It's really kind of all about the money and publicity than actually. Or you can earn your doctorate. You know, I'm not saying that people don't earn their doctorates, but they are doctors of philosophy at the end of the day, because that's what a PhD is. It's a doctorate in philosophy of a certain science, or what they call science. Yeah. So.
You know the movie Weird Science? Shouldn't they have called it pseudoscience?
Weird science.
And if we got
Weird science.
if we got kangaroo courts, do we have kangaroo science? Is that what Steve Irwin was doing? I don't know. I'm just asking a question.
Ooh. That's a good question.
I think kangaroo science is some of that Jim Panda observational science. That's probably what kangaroo science is.
Maybe.
Anyway, you guys go ahead and continue.
Please don't make me continue. I'm just sitting here talking shit. What you guys were talking. I just came into like a couple of comments. I thought you guys would just. Well, I see Witsit. I see Witsit and Kai in the chat, and they're not even in the room. They're in the live stream voice text, but they ain't even.
Let them do what they do, man. Let them do what they do.
Do what it do. I roll. I guess. I got something for you, Hank. There's the kangaroo.
Godric, man, I was really hoping that you would change your name to Cleveland, bro.
You keep telling me that.
You sound like him, but I got like the pareidolia. Every time I hear you talk, I'm like, is this the Cleveland show? Like,
Somebody went into Nathan's server and used my picture and tried to I guess not duplicate me, but tried to impersonate me. But it wasn't me.
What are you saying that Godric sounds like somebody from Cleveland show, Hank?
I've been told all my life I look like different people and I sound like different people, so I just am
You
used
do
to
have
that.
a unique voice. That's true.
I look like Uncle Jack. I look like the neighbor, my friend, the mailman.
The mailman.
Oh, somebody tells you look like the mailman. They're saying that your dad isn't your dad.
Did you say his dad is the mailman? Oh my goodness, Hank. Just
no. I said
oh, it must be your connection. Sorry, brother. Just,
yeah,
just messing around, Godric, because I'm just messing with Hank. It's like your dad's the milkman. You know, remember that old deal. It's like, man, kid looks just like the milkman. Make jokes sometimes. We lost one of the biggest jokers ever lived. And Norm MacDonald the other day. Sad.
Kanzaki?
Did you say, Elijah?
Looking at Kanzaki?
Yes,
that?
that's me. Did you?
How are you? I saw you had VC verified.
Oh,
Anyone
yeah,
spoke to
yeah,
you?
yeah. I mean, I did get VC verified a while ago.
All right, pretty cool. Just wondering. Just
Oh,
popped
all
in
right.
here. Well, welcome to the server. There's information if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, and if you have any questions, we're here.
All right. I've been asking a few questions here and there in the lobby chat and learning a lot of new things. So I mean, I'm just really here to be open minded right now.
Wait, so you've been hanging out in the lobby? What do you think about that place? I avoid that place like the plague.
It's a very interesting place. I mean, I've been scrolling down. I scrolled down to the bottom of the place and the additional information kind of area there, and
yeah.
I've been learning a couple of things here and there, and just kind of soaking it all in, trying to keep myself try not to soak in too much at once, but just kind of going slow and steady at the moment.
So, do you know the difference between science and scientism?
I know that one has an ism at the end, but that's pretty much That's pretty much all I know about the difference about that. But I would love to learn it.
Well, I'm talking about pseudoscience. So, there's natural science, right, which is that stuff that we hold to a really high standard because you can prove things by eliminating variables. Or you know about that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know the difference between science and pseudoscience. One is a well-known thing. Well, one is something that's well-known but not used. It's not used like with the scientific method necessarily. Is that right? Kind of something like along those lines.
Well, I would say that scientism is the belief that something is scientific when it's not. And you have all these different beliefs because, you read the headlines and it says scientists say, right? And then whatever it says after that is like some theoretical BS that's never been validated via the scientific method, right? So a lot of us are brainwashed into this scientism. And what we're trying to do here is we're trying to eliminate that and separate belief from knowledge. Do you think that's a good idea to do?
I think that's a great idea to do. I think that it's a very important factor when it comes to the learning opportunities for possibly young adults and even children. I think that's a big idea. I think it should be a bigger factor.
So do you know what psychosis is?
I do not know the definition now.
Right. So psychosis is a mental condition where you've lost touch with reality and you believe things that are like totally not true.
Mm.
So, like, if you believe the sky was green, right, you're either colorblind or you got some sort of psychosis, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I get that.
Right. So what's going on is that the world has been under mass hypnosis for nearly 100 years, right? Because humans haven't changed that much in 100 years. But imagine if you could go back, like 400 years ago, and you could make people see anything that you wanted them to see, and hear anything that you wanted them to hear at the same time, and all they had to do is look at the silver screen, right? And you and your silver screen magic, what we call movie magic today, you could get people to believe all sorts of things that just aren't real, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of one of the things when it comes to kind of the news, I would say personally, but it's obviously a big factor that can come in when it comes to psychosis. You can actually put people in front of a screen and have whatever is on that screen, believe it immediately.
And peep this out. Go to like all the different news channels, and you notice that like when they're loading up, there's all these like circles spinning within circles going across your screen. That's an old hypnosis trick. I don't know if people realize that, but you remember like the penguin and he would spin his umbrella? Kind of like that.
I'd actually never really noticed that.
Yeah, keep
Yeah,
that
it's
up.
subtle.
It's really interesting. I always watch the news. I've never really been a big fan of it. It's always either depressing or boring to me personally, but so yeah, I've never actually really noticed that the circles or anything. Or I know that there's like a cliche when it comes to a lot of news, quote unquote news, like news places, or I don't know, news channels, I should say, where it's like a globe and there's like weird circles going around it and like something that looks like a gyroscope or something. I know that's like a cliche, but I've never really seen it. Just out of I personally have never really seen it when it comes to really watching the news, mainly because I don't usually watch the news.
Right, we try to stay away from it because we know what it is, right? It's
Yeah.
Operation Mockingbird in full swing. But when I was a kid, I used to hypnotize people. So in my garage, I would hypnotize willing kids, and I was a child myself, so I don't know if that was legal or not, but I was just trying it out. And you'd be surprised the stuff that you can suggest people to do, but they have to be like willing to be open to it. And when you like watch the news, you're basically setting yourself down, and then your brain goes into like this alpha state where you're just allowing yourself to be like fed information. So it's very real hypnotism, and it's happening on like a mass level. So this mass hypnosis leads to mass psychosis. And that's what we're in right now. We're in a world where it's like mass psychosis. Everyone believes a whole bunch of stuff that has nothing to do with reality, including ourselves. We've all been brainwashed.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would personally have to look more into that kind of thing because, I don't know much about the news, but I would like to learn more about it. Just
Oh
not
yeah, Operation
really the news
Mockingbird would be a good
stuff.
place to start.
Oh yeah, I've heard a few folks tell me about that, and I still have yet to look into it more. But I do have that kind of on a list here that I have just
I
for
have a super. Sorry, my bad. Go on.
No, you're good. I was just finishing up my thought right there.
Yeah, my bad. My bad.
No, you're good, man.
I hate when people cut off my my thoughts. Just wanted to say that I was put on to this series called Programmed on YouTube. I forget what the girl's name is, but I can look it up.
Yeah.
And it's some heavy stuff. I've only seen 1 through 3, but it goes from the hypnosis of, you know, the pop culture and all of that. Second one is about like being in the cult and what a cult actually is. And it's like, because I never really thought to define it. I just kind of went with what, you know, based on context clues, like who's called cult members and cult leaders, and I kind of just came up with my own definition for it. And it wasn't until I really looked at how it's defined that I was like, I'm hard pressed to think of any institution or any kind of paradigm that's not a cult, which is
Yeah, it's
kind
really
of scary.
different. It's really different when you understand what the word means. Cult is culture, right? Culture is a cult, right? So if you're on campus, you're part of the campus culture, right? You act different than maybe people who aren't part of the campus culture. Or maybe you act different when you're not at the campus. And when you're at the campus, you act different to fit in with the culture, right? And nobody really thinks about it like that, but that's really what it is. So Christianity could be considered a cult. Yeah, a culture, right? But when we say cult, we usually mean like the far fringe, like cult people that commit suicide by drinking the poisonous Kool-Aid, right? But that isn't necessarily the definition. It may be the colloquial definition, but it's not the real definition.
Yeah, I mean, personally, through like questions that I've asked, and just through quick Google search, I mean, I've heard and I've read that the difference between like religion and cult is time, but I've always wondered myself, what's that specific time? Is there like a specific time, or is there kind of a general understanding of this time to this time is kind of where you could be considered a religion, kind of stuff like, I don't know, kind of stuff like that. But I've always had that kind of wonderment of what possibly could be that quote unquote time that is the main difference here.
Well, let's talk about one guy who started a cult like 2,000 years ago, right? He got together like some fishermen and some average people and started like with 12 disciples, and then they killed him, right? The hierarchy enslaving you, killed him, and then like 300 years later, almost, like they conquered Rome, right? Rome was at a point to where, oh man, the more Christians we kill, right, the more martyrs, the more join, right? We can't beat them, might as well join them. So Constantine was like, you know what? I had a dream, and I saw a vision, and there was a cross. Now I'm a Christian. So let's unify the empire under this new religion, right? So he started the cult of Catholicism, right, which was like merging paganism with the way, Christianity, and like he started a new cult that was like hijacking the cult that Christ started. But it's crazy how all that works, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's a really odd way, I would say, to like kind of start something like that. But I mean, I'm not going to judge here, but you know what I mean, it's kind of, I don't know, it seems a little odd to me. I'm not saying that I don't think it was true, but I'm just saying that it just seems odd to me. That's really it.
Yeah, it's odd to think about it like that, but it is a culture. Catholicism, Catholics, they are a culture, and they're separate from Christians, because Christians, Protestants, they call themselves Christians, and then Catholics call themselves Catholics. So there's two different cults, and it actually Oh. The war, what was it, the 100-Year War? Like some of these wars lasted like a really long time between the Protestants and the Catholics. So it's a culture clash. And right now, the United States is in the middle of their long march, and they're trying to take over the United States.
Yeah, if you look in the live stream voice text, what time is it? 43 minutes past the hour. I linked you. Well, I linked probably Alexandra. That's the young woman's name in the channel, and the series is programmed. That's the introduction right there. So it kind of puts things in a like, I know what you said is, sounds kind of weird the way you put it, but if you watch like 2 or 3 of these, it gives you a new perspective on things.
Yeah.
Like,
I
I
mean,
agree with you. Things are really weird these days.
yeah, they really are. It's
Thank you so much.
it's a crazy world. And I don't even think I have the brain power to even understand all of it, to be honest. But I mean, I can understand at least the basics, and the more basics I learn, the more I can understand. It's like learning math. When you learn 2 plus 2, you know that 2. I don't know. You can learn that 2 plus 2 minus 2 is 0. It's a learning curve, I should say, maybe. I don't know if that's the best term for it, but it's learning nonetheless, to be honest.
Yeah, it is a lot of information, but I would say if you stick around, I don't know if you're fairly new, but if you stick around and just listen around to conversations and stuff like that, you'll be able to just take in a lot just by listening. But also, yeah, take like a proactive approach and ask more questions if you have any. So,
Oh yeah, I mean, I do want to ask more questions. It's I do want to ask more questions, and I definitely will be. It's just there is no. It's just yeah.
here's one
I would
thing.
love to learn more about this.
Yeah, no, that's good. And going along with the conversation that you're having about religions and cults and stuff like that, well, if you look at like what's one of the newest religions, it would be Scientology, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at Scientology, it is created by a person. And when you start looking into the history of the person that created it and who they're connected with, it will shine a huge light as to what's going on behind the scenes and how a lot of the things that a lot of the people from religion and science fiction and pseudoscience are connected behind the scenes. So when you look at the guy that created Scientology and these other occultists that came from Project Paperclip, do you know about Paperclip?
I don't. I think I stated this a little bit ago. I still have that. I still have that yet to kind of cover when it comes to what I'm trying to learn. Right now, I'm just trying to stick to some of the basics and more centralized on the physical, the physical world that we're standing on right now. But I'm definitely going to be getting to that as soon as I,
Well, here's the thing. Those things are connected when you look back at like the religions and when you look back at Walt Disney, right? And how Walt Disney created a lot of images and pictures and cartoons that we still have in our head as to where we're standing, right? So a lot of the things and misconceptions that you've seen in movies and in cartoons are not necessarily true. Like, you could see a cartoon of someone digging all the way to the other side. It's like, that's not possible. And how do we know that? Well, because we can test that the ground is not curving anywhere. So how could there be another side? So those are the kind of things that kind of all tie together. If you see what my point is.
Yeah, I definitely see what you're pointing at. It's just, personally, I just, it's definitely, I definitely know that it's all connected. Pretty much most of everything is, to be honest. I don't know if that's completely true, but it's I know that these things kind of tie in together into all one topic. But I know that if I try to learn all this stuff at the exact same time, it's gonna be too much for my. It's gonna just be too much for my brain. I won't be able to,
You're right.
understand.
No, I feel you. And here's a lot of these things will be like one, like if you feel overwhelmed, just put it away and then take a nap or wait until the next day. Sometimes it takes that going to sleep, even thinking about it a little bit before bed and thinking about it like when you wake up and you're like, those kind of things will make a big difference because yeah, it is overwhelming the amount of information that we have now. And a lot of this stuff was like built upon over time. So that's great that you're here. Awesome. Welcome.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to me, and I mean, I've always been wondering about this kind of stuff. So it's just kind of
I would say don't underestimate your mind and its potential, because you have a conscience, right, and then a subconscious, and your subconscious is like this supercomputer that is like a super processor with a bunch of like processors linked together, and you got like a multi-core processor that is running the operating system in the background, and then you got your conscious, which is running like your windows in the foreground, right? But your brain can take a whole lot more, but you do have to let it rest and give it loading time to download all that information. But you'd be surprised what you could retain subconsciously.
Oh yeah, definitely. I know, like the whole studying with gum in your mouth trick. It's just kind of it helps you retain all this information when you don't even realize you're retaining all of this information. It's kind of like well, here I'll bring up. Actually, you know what? I won't dwell on that point right now. I'll bring up this other point though. I know that when it comes to all these topics, one obviously can lead to the other, and then another leads to another. I personally think it's a lot of a learning curve, but it's not the same type of learning curve as you would see with like a video game or something like that. It's definitely different.
Here's the thing: the information is not organized in the same way that a lot of
Well, I know
other
one
information
thing,
is
that
organized.
if
Like when you go to
you're
school,
in
you
here
open a
and you're
book,
learning
chapter
with
1
us,
through 10,
like
and this
there's
is
no
number 1, and then
compartmentalization.
at the end
I
you should know
mean,
how
if people get
math
into a
works.
religious
You know, like how
discussion and it
trig
gets heated,
What is
works.
going
you
on?
might get
Answers
sent
hold up.
down to
There's
another
nothing like
room,
that
but you're
with
welcome to
flat Earth
continue
that's
your
been
conversation down
organized
there,
in the way
right?
where you can open up a book
So,
and read it
like,
like
we
that.
don't really like put up any
Like I
barriers
said,
except for that
if
which
you
might get
just
our
listen to
YouTube
the
channel censored and
conversations, there
taken
are
down.
a lot of things that
So
are
that's not
repeated
our
over and
barriers that
over
we
again.
put up. That's
And
their
those things are the
barriers.
most important things.
Trying to listen to both of them
What's
at the same
that?
Time out. Yeah, that was wicked. Yo.
Yeah, bro, I had to leave.
Yeah. This you.
Did
So
I fuck
Hank,
up?
you and DCO was literally talking at the same time for like a good 30 seconds. No
I didn't hear him.
problem.
I didn't hear him at all.
Holy shit. I didn't hear him either. Sorry. That must have
Do
been
y'all hear
bad,
each other
dude.
right now?
Yeah, I can hear him now.
Oh,
Yeah, I can hear him now.
Yeah, forgive me for talking over.
Hey, let me jump in real
My-
fast. Hey, Platypus, I'm just going to ask you one question. No one wants to talk to you for long durations of time. I'm sure you know that. But how does a sextant work on a globe? All right, never mind. Platypus is
They don't.
he's scared, bro. Y'all can continue.
He won't touch that with a 10-foot pole. Been there, done that.
It's just so funny, man. It's just so funny to throw at the Glovers. It's like the new Black Swan. You know, when the Black Swan came out, I just wanted to ask all the Glovers.
Sorry to interrupt.
It's okay. So your point is that the sextant is measured from the refracted horizon?
Yeah, for sure. And the lights are refracted and infinitely far away, and it works like it's a horizon because the physical curve is refracted, thus physically moving to make the sextant work for thousands of miles.
Hey, what's it? If I tell you I don't know how a sextant works, would you be able to turn around and tell me how a sextant works on a flat Earth?
Yeah,
Could you
bro.
educate me?
I
Go
would.
ahead.
Okay, so
Go ahead.
all right, listen carefully, man. All right. So what you do is you find a star in the sky, and we have the stars mapped out, right? We have star charts. Did you know that? Okay. Well, we have star charts. So we're going to find a star in the sky. And then, based on what time it is, we're going to know what the zenith angle is, the vertical, the 9-degree angle, right? So we're going to know the geographic location relative to that star at 90 degrees at a certain time. We're then going to be looking at that star and know the degree angle that we're observing the star. So it's going to give us an LOP, or a line of positioning, right? Effectively, a circle. And that will give us a radius, which will let us know how far away we are. A distance. Then we're going to take a different star, and then we're going to get a different LOP, which will cross the two different circles and give us a more accurate denotation of our location, right? We're going to know where we are because of that. So, how does a sextant work for thousands and thousands of miles, assuming horizontal, if the Earth's a globe?
Because you don't measure it using the horizon or the curve of the Earth. You use it measuring with a imaginary line that's a tangent to the radius of the Earth.
All right, let me ask you a question. What's the shortest distance between 2 points?
That was actually incorrect. Not the radius of the Earth, the radius of the circle from the GP to you on the surface.
Yeah, dummy. This is where you say something.
Which you should know because I gave you the material and I've sent the video like loads of times. It's like a ABC Kitty Block video to get you started.
He's not here for that. He's only here to play defense for the Globe team.
Wait, but he's not doing a very good job, bro.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to do a good job. It only has to be somewhat believable. I've actually heard them say that. It doesn't have to be true, right? The arguments just have to be somewhat believable.
Platypus, have you ever heard of Deion Sanders?
Oh, I know that name. Isn't that a sports person?
Yeah, it's a sports person. Yeah. So anyway, dude, I was just saying your defense is dismal, and we're Deion Sanders, and we're taunting you on the way to the end zone right now, and you're just gonna go on mute. You're just gonna be quiet. How does it work, bro? You know the Earth's a globe. You've come in here and fought it zealously for years, right? So how does it work on a globe?
I would imagine it works the same way that, it works for you.
Oh, interesting. So this we're gonna this is for the audience, right? Platypus, what's the shortest distance between 2 points?
It depends.
What's the shortest distance between 2 points, Platypus?
On the surface of the Earth, it's a great circle, or a segment of a great circle.
Okay, the answer is a line, Platypus.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, so now Platypus, watch. I'm gonna show you how dishonest Platypus is. So if we have 2 points, one's on a flat Earth and one's on this mystical globe Earth, right? Is the distance between the points more or less on the flat Earth?
Run that by me one more time.
Okay, you got 2 points, locations on the Earth. One's on they're on the flat Earth, and then they're on the globe Earth. Is the distance between the 2 points greater or less on a flat Earth?
The distances will be correct if you assume the globe. I don't know how you're getting distances on the flat Earth.
You're getting slaughtered, Platypus. Okay, so
How do you get your distances on a flat Earth?
Nope, calm down
Let's
there,
hear it.
buddy. You don't get to run away. You're not running away, Platypus. It's
I
not
ain't
going to
running
happen.
away from
I'll
this
mute you.
game.
I'll mute you before you run away. So just so you know. Okay, so if we have 2 points on a flat Earth and we draw a line from point to point, is it going to be longer or shorter than on a globe? Is a line or a curve shorter?
You're going from point to point.
Oh, man. You took your shots, huh? All right, Platypus.
Your question don't make any sense, man.
It don't make any sense. Hey, Platypus, here's the deal. Let me break it down for you. We use the star, 9-degree zenith angle. We know our angle to the star. We then get a line of position, an LOP, a circle. We take another star, intersects, it lets us know. Whenever we get this star, right?
Whoa, wait. Why'd you say
Platypus,
a circle?
shut up.
Why'd you say a circle?
Do you not know how this works?
Yeah, when you get the GP, right? There's a circle, and you're on the perimeter of that area. It's called the circle of equal altitude that will also be parallel with the other circle and a third circle if you chose to need more precision, right? So that would be 3 circles that are equal or parallel. The zeniths have to be parallel also, aka 3 vertical lines that are parallel.
Okay. I get the all right. I get the circle that you're talking about now. The only way that the only way the celestial navigation shit works is if you get more than one of those circles and you see where they intersect. Because you have to be
Wow,
where they
check them
intersect.
out. You must not have taken the booster yet. You still got a couple brain cells.
I have not gotten the booster yet.
What'd you say?
I said I have not gotten the booster yet. No.
Right, you're just waiting for the FDA to give you that order. So let's move on.
Anyway.
All right, man. Hey, genetically modified organism. How does it work on a globe?
A what?
Dude. All right. Let me ask you this.
How do you function on the globe?
You just like
Platypus,
spitballing
shut
random
up.
stuff now?
No, you're just getting intellectually eviscerated and you're unaware, right?
Well, then continue eviscerating me on the sextant. Let's keep going with that.
Okay, no problem. That's what I'm doing. So, if we take that zenith angle, right, and we know our angle to the star, we're going to get a distance. Okay, let's say the distance is 1,000 miles, right? So, if it's on a globe, will it also be 1,000 miles?
All right. So on the globe, the distance.
Not on the globe.
Hold on.
Not on the imaginary globe. You're changing the question already. If you're getting a measurement, an angle measurement, and it gives you a radius, which is a straight line from you to the GP, if you put a curve in between it, let's say whatever curve 1,000 miles on the globe would get you, would it be the same? Would it be more? Would it be less?
The angle, GEP. Failure of
Yeah, we gave you the
understanding
multiple
terms. What does
choice
that
question,
stand for,
bro.
Rob? Okay, so it's going to work on the globe because that point is not a point on the surface. That is not how that works.
Guess what? It's a measuring angle device. If you don't have the 90, your goose is cooked. You know, like when you're playing pool and you hit the ball into the corner pocket. That's how the sextant works, right? So guess what? If you have to correct for how high you are above the surface so that you get that line, aka that 0 angle between you and the GP, that 0, right? Like on a protractor, right? If your eyeball or that line is on the surface of the curving Earth, that line is going to shoot straight out into space immediately. Your horizon is 0. You don't have an angle to the star after that. You don't even have 2 feet toward it.
Okay, for the audience at home, it's very simple, right? If you have 1,000 miles based on your angle to the star and the zenith angle, right, that would be a different distance on a curved surface. Therefore, you could not use a sextant to accurately navigate all around the world for hundreds and hundreds of years within thousands and thousands of miles. It would literally be impossible. Your distance would be wrong.
Hey, Whitsit, if that math worked out that way, then you could use a sextant on a flat Earth to literally map the surface of the flat Earth, which nobody can do.
What? What you talking about, man?
Yeah, if you know where the stars are
Okay,
located, what's
so hear me
below.
out here for a second. Hold on, hear me out.
Yo, do you know what an almanac is?
Yo,
Or an
this is
air
a bad
almanac
book.
is? Like, what the fuck? For real, bro.
I know what a sports almanac is.
Do you know what an intellectual evisceration is? Platypus, would you like to admit that you don't know how the sextant could work on the globe?
I don't know how the sextant could work on a flat Earth.
Oh my gosh, this dude's an idiot. Okay, why wouldn't it work on a flat Earth?
If you were on a flat Earth, then technically any angle that you took, you could use the horizon to make your 90-degree roughly, correct? Like basically, that you could get your 90-degree angle by assuming that the horizon is
You're
flat, correct?
measuring from the star. You're measuring the angular difference between the star and the ground. Often claim to be the horizon.
All right, so hold on a second here. So if you know that the horizon is always flat because the surface of the Earth is flat, you got your 90-degree angle there because you know.
Do you not even know where the 9-degree angle comes from? We told you.
I'm curious to see where he's going with this.
I'm more curious than anything to know where Whitsit is getting the 1,000 miles from.
Oh my god!
And be very
careful.
No, hold on, and be very careful with it, because if you can accurately demonstrate to me where you're getting the 1,000 miles from, congratulations, you have 3 parts of figuring out, using the Pythagorean theorem, how far away different objects are on the surface of a quote-unquote flat Earth. Because right now you got 2 angles. You got your 90-degree angle from the star down to the surface of the Earth, because you're assuming that. And you got your angle that you can see the star from, which is another angle. So be very careful if you try to tell me that you actually know the distance 1,000 miles from where you're standing to where the star would have to be directly overhead to make your 90-degree angle. Because once you can start triangulating that star in the sky that way on a flat Earth, then you got to make sure all your math adds up no matter where you're standing on the Earth.
So you
That's
don't
why
know how
people
it would
use
work.
it for celestial navigation, Platypus.
So you don't know how it would work on a globe, but you got it all figured out when it comes to the flat Earth thing, right?
Pretty sure I got to figure out how it wouldn't work on a flat Earth.
It only works on a flat Earth, Platypus. It assumes a horizontal plane to get your corner posture with a 9-degree angle. You sound dumb.
Now, Whitsit, where'd you get your 1,000 miles?
I'm not answering your questions.
Yeah, It's because I warned you.
Platypus, it's been 10 minutes. We're asking you how it works on a globe. How do you get a 90-degree angle with a corner pocket on a globe?
One, what do you mean by corner pocket?
Where you meet the 90-degree angle.
How do you have a 90-degree angle?
Oh my gosh.
How are you making a 90-degree angle? What's it?
You have a zenith angle based on the star. We talked about this.
Can I loosely translate that to the point at which the star is directly overhead? Like for another Joe Schmo on the Earth, that would be if you were standing in that point, you would look straight up, and that's where the star would be, right?
Wow, dude. Maybe you do.
You're not using a star directly above your head, though you can, but they
Well, that's
don't
what the chart is. That's what the
usually
chart-
because the boat is rocking back and forth too much to do it that way. There is a number of ways that you can use the sextant.
Yes,
Of
you're
ways.
right. You can also use a sextant over land. There's nothing stopping you from navigating with a sextant on land. You don't have to be on the ocean.
Look, we have a manual. We have a
Mm-hmm.
Listen, man. We have a manual that gives us the zenith, man. Okay, it gives you a geographic location based on the zenith angle. You're looking at the star from a different angle. This is how you're going to find out where you are. You know, like the person that literally does this for a living in the Navy. Do you know more about it than he does, Platypus?
Why does everybody think I should know anything about a sextant just because I was in the Navy?
No, I honestly
wasn't
don't
a
expect you to know much of anything, Platypus. I don't think you should know anything. I'm explaining to you how this is impossible within your religious worldview. And then we're just going to sit back and eat popcorn and watch you implode for the audience.
Let me look here. So you got your 90-degree angle. You got your angle that you're viewing the star at. And I guess somehow you, magically know the distance from you to that zenith? Where'd you get that from, by the way?
Triangulation. Which requires a horizontal.
The distance from you to the zenith.
Do you not ever listen, Platypus?
I'm listening to you. Your problem is you're not making sense.
Hey, can you triangulate if you have two lines and you need to find a third?
So what's your two lines that you're using?
We've talked about it 12 times.
Okay.
How about you tell me?
I'm assuming one of your lines, the only one that you can really determine for sure, is the angle that you're viewing the star at.
What are the two angles, Platypus?
Are you on crack, bro? I'm about to hit you with what you're asking for. I'm just trying to see how far you're trying to go with this.
If Witsit wants to tag you in any time, go ahead, Elijah. But I was trying to have this convo with him.
You just got slaughtered.
Uh-huh. So again, show me how you got your 1,000 miles distance from the zenith.
Triangulation, Platypus.
And let's forget the fact that in order to work that math out, you would have to know how far away you are from that star, which you don't.
No, you dumbass. That's the whole fucking point. That's the whole point. You get the 1,000. Yo. Anyway, go ahead. You don't know how far you, bro. I don't even know. I'm stupefied.
It's a geographic location, man. It's here's the deal, Platypus. This is used in the real world. It's been used for hundreds of years. It's called celestial navigation. When a Navy ship is out on the ocean, they have no electronics. This is what they use to accurately navigate. Okay? Period. Doesn't matter what you think. It's accurate for up to thousands of miles. It uses the zenith angle with the star chart, right? Then you get your angle to the star. Then you get a line of position, right? An LOP based on that and a distance. Then you take another star and you're going to have an intersection of the LOPs to know your more exact location. That distance would be different on a curved surface objectively. Thus, it would be rendered inaccurate and not usable on a globe, yet it's been used forever to this day. You want to tiptoe around it and try to find some little wizardry way to pretend you have the intellectual high ground here. It's very see-through. I'm not playing your games. Respond to the point or just go on mute.
I think there's some new people in here. MK Ultra. Do you think the Earth is flat, or do you think it's shaped like a beach ball, like a sphere? Or Hidari?
Can I interject real quick and ask Witsit if he's going to be in Orange County?
Yeah, I guess is that where Hollywood is?
No, I know you're going to be in Hollywood and LA, but if you're going a little bit more south towards Orange County, because I don't think it can make it to LA, but if you're coming down a little bit more south, I'd be definitely down to meet up.
Yeah, probably eventually, bro. We're being in Cali for a little while, so we'll work something out, and I'll try and give you a heads up.
Awesome. Yeah, you should go all the way down to Mexico.
Heard Mexico's low key kind of based.
Dude, TJ is amazing. I know some people in TJ and like university people, and there's some really, really chill people, just normal people over there in TJ. And I actually go all the time. So it's if you can make it, they're not requiring anything, and you can just walk in to Mexico. You could have some food, enjoy your time, and then come back walking without any issues. So
Oh, nice. We bring the sexton back.
You can just walk out of California. You can't walk out on Texas, man. You'd be walking for days and days and days. You still be in Texas.
yeah, in San Diego, you can take the trolley, and it takes you all the way to the border. You walk past, you get a taxi, you can go have some. You go to the playas de Tijuana and eat some really awesome Mexican tacos, and then you could be back home in like 2 hours if the line's not too long.
Yeah, Sextons kill the freaking glow so bad.
It's hilarious.
Oh my gosh. We were QE, I and some other people were talking in Scooter versus Science. There was a video he showed us about the how to use Sexton, which was some military guy, right? Some naval officer.
Oh yeah. He was in charge of $1 billion ship.
Yeah, exactly. So we came up with the estimation of the what it was 900 miles.
Yep.
Yeah, there was a drop of 100 miles. So there would be a hump. We're like, what? No, goodbye. I think there was one guy there. I was like, damn. Oh, it was Charlie. You know, the goofy dude. He was like, yeah, I know what it means, but I don't want to accept it. It was hilarious.
It is hilarious.
And your question to Platypus was perfect. Like, if you have 2 points, one on a curved surface and one on a flat Earth, which one would be a longer distance? And that he didn't want to answer that because that definitely gives it away.
It's absolutely not enough information to answer that question appropriately.
You always say big ambiguous
Not even
bullshit,
remotely.
Platypus. You sound dumb. Just stop.
So Platypus. So the reason why you can't use it is because if the surface is curved and you look at a star and you project it down to the ground, and if the surface is curved, it will not give you an accurate projection. I mean, anyone can visualize that. It's not that hard.
You're moving across the surface of a sphere. The angle that star is at is going to change proportional to the distance that you've traveled every time. There's absolutely nothing that stops that from working on a sphere.
Does it?
When you're stationary, when we're looking at a section, you're pretty stationary.
Hank, on my end, you're roboting.
Triangles don't curve. The fact also that one side of the triangle is a 90-degree angle confirms again that the triangle can't be curving. This absolutely works. That's the thing, is you can't say it doesn't work, but it can't work on a sphere.
Show me the triangle that you're making. What are
It
your
was
points
posted
that
by
you're using?
Wixit in the chat. It was posted by it's in the chat. Go up
Right. So you got
I'll
yeah,
repost it.
I saw the thing that he posted. So you've got triangles have how many points? I'm
So
assuming I'm
there's
talking to Mrs. Whatsit.
there's 3. So what you'll first do is gosh. I hate push to talk. Sorry. Okay, so you see star A. That's what you first do. Now, you're not going to be directly under star A, so you use your sextant. And in this case, it was a hypothetical 50-degree angle that you calculate with your sextant, okay? And then in the chart that they have the 90-degree angle, and you put the time. You also have to know the time. So therefore, you have 50-degree angle and the 90-degree angle. So you know that you can, through the Pythagorean theorem, the other angle is 40 degrees. And there you will
How
have
you getting your 90 degree? How are you getting your 90-degree angle?
Because
And how do you know how far
Based
away?
on the star charts that have existed for thousands of years for the 10th time.
you also need the time of day, jackass. Gosh damn it, you're stupid as fuck.
Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he doesn't know. But Kai, that was very excellent. Very excellent.
So that's what you're doing. So a squared plus b squared equals c squared. So you have the one angle that you measure, okay? And then you also use the zenith angle that's already been calculated, that they have this recorded, okay? And like someone said, you need the time as well, because that obviously affects the location of the star. So from those 2 angles, then you figure out the third one. And within the third one, it also will tell you the distance. And that's what Elijah was.
That's what Elijah was. What?
She's failing at push to talk again.
Push to talk sucks.
It do.
Push to talk is failing her.
If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Maybe connection issues.
She just smoked you, bro. You lose, bro. Have you ever had smoked brisket?
Dude, we didn't even hear the end of what she was saying.
You ever had barbecue, bro?
Many times. What's it?
She was basically saying. She was basically saying that that's what I was basically trying. Like when you said, "How do you get the radius?" That's how.
Because what you're doing is, when you just have the 3 angles, right, it tells you the distance to the zenith point, as in the circle, but you don't know
No.
what.
Damn. You cut off in the last. You don't have.
See, it's this dang push. My is not fat enough to make it stay down. So, yeah. So you're
Holding down a button, it's really difficult.
it's really difficult. I'm trying. So you find out the distance to the 90-degree angle. Let's say it's 500 miles, but you don't know exactly where you are yet. So that's why you have a circle. For me, you still have a whole range that you could be in. So that's why you kind of figure out where you are. But then if you really want to know, you get another star. And that's what Elijah was talking about. A circle. It has nothing to do with the fact that you think it's a ball.
Yeah, she just accidentally picks her finger up over and over. It's super funny.
Yo, you got Texas Roadhouse smoke, son.
Yeah, you know it is possible to project a circle onto a sphere, right?
Yo,
You just keep on saying the dumbest stuff, bro. It's wild.
Yeah, but you stupid fucking asshole. It's like lopping the top off of a watermelon. It can't be done, moron.
Which is what they do when they try to say they do it on the sphere. They just take it from the they just fucking straight up slice the fucking Earth in half.
Correct, and it's ridiculous.
It's
Might as well
insane.
just go ahead and admit it. It's a flat Earth.
It's insane.
Dude, it's like so funny. It's
Yo.
really crazy how excited I get whenever I get to ask a new Glober. Because it's like they don't know what to do, bro. They shut down live, but they will never, ever admit it. Never.
Well, they still don't really get the Black Swan either, so it's fun. Like you get to jack with them with this and the Black Swan. It's a great time.
Yeah, but see, they were all told a word to say. The Globers have not gotten together and then like written a script yet, right? They don't have like their word they're supposed to say. So this is super funny.
True.
Yeah.
Well,
True.
you know,
There's no
if
traction for the sextant yet.
Akumu tried to freestyle it, you know what he said?
What?
Thank you. He said, he said, well, it's not a problem on the globe because it's a straight shot to the horizon. No curve. No curve, bro. No curved lines, no refraction. It was no Atmo day that day.
Yeah, he said you're looking straight at it. That's right.
Yo, he said light rays are bent, but you're looking straight at it, bro. Bro.
This is awesome, man. We're gonna remake Bringing Sexy back for sure. We brought the sextant back.
Yeah.
Globers don't know how to act.
Oh no, you have
Yeah,
Yeah, we're
no,
doing
that
it.
has
We're
to get
doing
done.
it 100%.
That's getting done. I can't wait. I can't wait.
It's gonna be
Man,
hilarious.
send that as soon as it's done.
No doubt.
Give
Oh
it to
yeah,
me
we got
straight.
that. We got that other little song we did. We made a video. I think it premieres on my YouTube in like half an hour.
Flat Earth is cutting tracks. Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna write some lyrics. If anybody got a good idea, hit me.
Love the new song, by the way.
Gracias.
Or should I say, I love the first half of the new song.
Hey, I got a link for that.
Yeah, just wait 30 minutes. It premieres on my YouTube in 30 minutes. So.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it is super fire. Y'all doing some fire over there.
I heard a bit of it the other day, but I was too busy to get in here and actually listen to it.
Platypus, you're not gonna fight back, man. It's like, you know, when a dude gets like knocked upside the head a couple times and then the opponent is like laughing with his boys and shit. So the guy just instead of getting up to swing back, he just kind of limps, tries to limp away while nobody's looking. Is that what you're doing, Platypus?
No,
Yeah.
right now I'm educating myself. Bear with me for a second.
You were dead ass quiet for like 30 seconds.
Dude,
that was the longest prolonged silence.
Like no
in
joke.
This Discord history.
No
You
joke.
know that. I'm so glad nobody interrupted.
Elijah. I just pulled up what a nautical almanac looks like. I would love to see you actually show how it's used.
Oh man, well, this is not where you get to just try to come up with random questions and divert away, buddy.
No, I'm not. I would sit in total silence.
Check this out.
That's what you're doing anyway.
Check this out. I sent a video where the guy who's using the sextant literally shows you when he goes to the almanac from 1980 whatever for his examples. I mean, I don't know what kind of mind-blowing thing you think you found, but it's insane. Everything that you're looking up supposedly is already in the video that I sent.
He doesn't even think he found anything like a home run. Like you can see gamma males, you can really read them with the reverberation of their voice. He's not feeling it right now, guys. He's having a bad night. Isn't that right, Platypus?
He has a bad night every night.
Touche.
So
Mr.
what's the crown muncher talking about now? Has he
How he
figured
can't
out
explain the
the
sex.
velocity? Good.
Yo, you missed a good about 15, 20 minutes of straight laughs.
Look, Mrs. Gets It is pulling my stuff. Where'd you pulling my stuff out? Look at that drawing right there. I've seen that before. Where'd she get that at?
We did our research.
Oh, yeah, you did your research. Yeah, that's right. I just saved that. Of course, I didn't save where he said it was on the fix. You know, with the 2-point fix.
Yeah, I took the video you suggested and we watched it together. And she got some screenshots. You know, now she's big and bad.
Right, the video. See, I got this shot. So this is all I needed. I didn't do the fix part. Gee, platypus. Or am I going to go over real estate that was already covered, I would suppose?
No. He said he wants to talk to you about it.
Yeah,
that's a lie.
Ask him the same thing. Ask him the same thing you asked Mrs. Whitson.
All right. Oh, no, hold on. QE, I did
No.
not say
Ask him,
hold on. Wait a minute.
ask him how you
QE
get
asked
the
a question. I'm
1,000.
trying to answer his question. QE, if you want to, go ahead. But yes, you are absolutely going to go over real estate that was just gone over like 10 minutes ago.
Oh, someone's scared. Shut up.
You can do it if
Shut
you
up,
want.
bud.
I don't care. But
Yeah, we know, platypus. We know he can do it. Shut up.
Mine's a simple question just on proof of concept. Just with, I'm going with the expert. That is the ex-naval officer that did this for a living. That's what you're looking at right here. With my caption and Mrs. Whitsett Gets It. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yeah.
So this is an ex-naval officer just giving you, look, he doesn't go into any great detail. He doesn't give any of the correction factors because now, although that's interesting and I enjoy getting into the mind-numbing minutia, we don't really need that to destroy your Baltard, right? All we need is this right here. You see that 90-degree corner pocket down from the vertex of your star, sun, moon, whatever. You see that 90-degree right there? You see that?
go back up here. Yep. Yeah, it's the same picture there he posted. Got it.
Yeah, you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to Flat Earth. That's all I need right here. I could just stop. I don't have to go into the correction factors or anything. Or HO 229. Don't have to go to the Naval Almanac. I don't need to do any of that. All I need is that corner pocket 90 degree beneath the vertex of that star, otherwise known as the GP, and it's all over for you.
Yeah, and how did you get, on your drawing, how did you get the 900 miles?
The distance from the elevation angle, and then you go to HO 229, you can get it.
He doesn't know how.
Hold on, wait, hold on. Heard something I hadn't heard before. What is HO 229?
That's Naval Almanac.
I actually got a Naval Almanac opened right now.
Well, that's lovely.
And
yeah,
you mean you're on Google?
I said I have it open. I did not say I understand one fucking thing that is going on all these charts.
Steps. There's a number of steps to do. I'm not a squid. I'm an Army guy. I'm just looking at the concept.
So just make sure QE really knows what you're asking him, right? Ask it again, Platypus.
I was just asking how he got his 900 miles.
Oh,
did we answer that question?
Hold on a second. How this gentleman, John, he has the same first name, by the way.
But yes.
He
sure,
did
whoever
not
got
say,
it.
He did not, all he did was reference HO 229. That's all he did. I think he just made up the 900 miles here just to show what would it look like on his just a brief block of instruction. It was only like 10 minutes.
Yep.
So
Platypus, we explained to you how you did it.
Hold on. I got to clarify something with QE because I'm trying to read here. So I go to Google and I try to type in what the HO229 thing that you're talking about. It's giving me a whole bunch of old German aircraft. I'm assuming, again, what you're really talking about is the Naval Almanac.
Yeah, just go
All right.
to make sure it's all together, not H0. Put HO229 all together.
Oh my God. I found it already. What is wrong with you, man? Jesus
How much time you got?
Christ.
And just put, navigation or celestial navigation and should hook you up.
Dude, then link it for me, whoever said that, because all it's giving me is a bunch of shit about it, not the aircraft from World War II.
H0229, you're maroon. 0.
Okay, QE just told me it's an O, not a 0.
Whatever, man. Whatever. Jesus Christ.
Let me try it. Let me just, because I just said it. Okay, let's go to HO229 all together. One thing. Go to celestial navigation. Maybe that'll do it. Let me try it. Celestial navigation. Boom. I've got HO229 marine navigation.
Yeah, adding celestial navigation got me right to the same thing you're probably looking at. Got it now.
Yep. So you got it. Yep. I'm just saying that's what the gentleman referenced in the video.
All right.
And the reason why I took this video was because he was a naval officer, and he did this for a living. And I think he said he was a surface warfare officer, and he had to do this for absolute living for $1 billion warship. So right away,
had no electronics.
Yeah. So right away, it told me this guy ain't bullshitting, right? That's what it tells me. I'm used to, because we're speaking the same language, being officers and stuff.
Is this a dude that you were like having a direct conversation with, or is this okay?
No. I haven't. I've been thinking about,
because I'd have paid money. I would have paid you handsomely to hear you ask this guy, if you were having a conversation with him, what shape he thought the Earth was.
Oh, I didn't really care what he thinks.
What a gamma.
He can demonstrate. I didn't have to do anything. He didn't say anything about the Earth or anything. He didn't need any of that. All he has to do is show that 90 degree. You see that 90 at the bottom right there of the vertex, the GP of the position? He doesn't have to say anything. He already said it.
Dude, did you read my hold up. So hold on. Matter of fact, fuck it. I'm gonna read it. All right. For us moderns, this is from blueplanetcruisingschool.com. I'm trying to read before the train comes. For us moderns, the concept of a line of position is easy to grasp. Tie a string at the top of a high straight pole. Tie the other end to your shoe. Walk all around the pole while keeping the string taut. That means I'm on a spherical surface. You think that follows? If you have a vertical and you tie something to your shoe and you walk a circle around that vertical, do you think I give a fuck if you think you're walking around a globe?
Do you think it would work if you were standing on a sphere?
And
I'll answer that question for you, Elijah. Of course I would.
Did you watch that video? Did you watch that 10-minute video?
Hold on. I'm trying to read that HO229 thing, but I'll go up and watch this video. Hold on.
Yeah, do you have it, or do you want me to share it?
Did you already post it like recently?
Who is talking in the background? It's hard enough. Okay? Just chill out for a second. So, yeah, I'll post it right now. There you go. So, can you go ahead and watch that and come back? It's short.
Yep.
Thanks. Now, whoever was interrupting, the floor is yours.
Saw that coming.
I'm just curious, who thinks they can walk on a sphere? It's very difficult. You ever try to stand on a basketball? Better have insurance.
I sure hope that wasn't the interruption.
No, I wasn't interrupting. I just saw opening and jumped in.
All right. Because I'd come down hard on you, Hank.
If I deserve it, I'll take it.
I know you will.
Yeah, so I asked him if you have your zenith, your vertical 90 degree, then you have your other angle, and you get the distance. Will the distance be the same on a flat Earth and a globe Earth? And he can't
No.
answer the question. He can't answer it.
It won't be the same. Can't be the same.
All right, just let me
that's
know
hilarious.
since I'm genuinely watching this video, I can't have you guys talking at the same time, so I'm going on mute and deaf.
Yeah, that's fine. That's just go server deafen. That's fine. We're just going to talk about you while you're on.
Yeah. So I asked him, I asked another glober earlier, what's the shortest distance between 2 points? And he said, a curve.
I can't believe he was that serious.
Well, because they keep trying to change the question. They keep saying, well, on a globe, where I'm talking about a great circle.
Then I said, so you got 2 points, right? One's on a flat Earth, one's on your theoretical globe. Are the distances the same? Which one's shorter? Crickets. This is like the most fun I've had in flat Earth in months, bro.
Oh, yeah, the sextant is going to be. This is my entire argument for the sextant that kills the ball right here. I was looking for something concise. This does it right here. It's all fucking over.
Yeah, he didn't even say anything.
I just had to post this, and it's fucking over.
I'm screen grabbing that right now.
Yeah. You're gonna see it in my slideshows. I'll tell you that much. Because I wanted to. I try to be as concise. If everyone would take that advice, be so concise. It's painful. When you give an argument and it's concise and it hurts me, I love you. If you don't, if you keep on going on and repeat yourself, you could just think that I'm fucking coming up behind you with a machete. Okay? Just to let you know.
I never talk too much.
No, it's not that you talk too much. That's not you. It's not the talking of the too much. It's the substance of the much.
Hey, I was making a joke.
Yeah.
Because I talk right. So.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, but there's a lot of substance in the things you say, and many times it's many different topics. But for each topic, be as concise as possible. Why?
Yeah, no.
Because if you're not, even if the substance of what you're saying is spot on, if you keep on repeating yourself, it sounds like fucking bullshit. It raises a whether die for me. I don't care what topic it is. If you keep on going on and on about it, I think you're fucking bullshitting. Right? So be as concise as possible. Use as less words as you can to get to the point. And I need to talk to a few other people about this, but we'll get to that. That's another subject.
Start with the person from a week and a half ago.
Who's that?
Forget it.
Week and a half. Yeah, I'm struggling to get that one.
Yeah, just we had a falling out today.
I can't even remember. Who had a falling out today?
Me and old girl, man. She's a sweet girl, but come on.
Who?
She's wired.
Who?
A friend, man. A friend. I don't want to out her right now. I already did, but I didn't.
What? A friend of somebody that we know?
Yeah. So okay. Remember the conversation about the stars?
You're going to have to get a little bit more fucking specific than that.
All right, I'm just going to send you an inbox, man.
You remember the conversation about the Earth that yeah. a week and a half ago.
Yeah, a week and a half ago about the stars. Wow.
No, it's because we got bludgeoned with it. That's what I thought he'd remember because he was like, "I'm out of here, man." He just
No,
dipped.
I remember a conversation where you said you were out of here, and it was here's the conversation with it that Elijah said, "Okay, I'm done. The Earth is not flat because of topography."
I was joking around with that one earlier.
Elijah says, "Okay, I'm done. I'm out." But that wasn't a girl. Well, maybe he identifies as a girl. I'm sorry. Oh, he PM'd me. I'm going to find out right now. I don't remember that. Was I there? If I was, I'm sorry. I'm off my meds.
I heard they got a new booster shot out.
Really?
Yeah, just in case you were looking for meds.
What's it
Oh
called?
no, actually, genetically modified 2021.
Genetically modified.
You have a booster?
I don't do jabs, dude. Not anymore, anyway.
Yeah, I know the military got you, bro.
Oh, that was fucking jet. My shot records were like I can remember at the end I could hold them at my eye and they folded down to my feet.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
Wait, new
But
booster just
I'm
dropped?
okay. It's just don't worry about the third arm coming out of my back. It's just refracted back there, man.
Yeah. A coefficient of 2 or more.
All right, somebody's behind me. What? Oh, you are? Okay. I don't want to share it with these guys. Hold on. I'll be right back.
I don't want to be a GMO. Like I don't want to be nobody's property.
I need you guys to go show some love at my premiere in 12 minutes. Pretend that you're really excited.
Why are you premiering? You're not staying here?
Oh yeah, it's a 2-minute premiere.
Oh, okay. You better stay here. Where's your wife?
I'm about to send her to the kitchen.
What?
We should talk work this time.
Came on
didn't
at just the right time.
Get in the kitchen, woman.
What do you want? Mashed potatoes or mac and cheese?
Mac and cheese.
That's a false
None of that-
dichotomy.
with a side of mashed potatoes.
That's a false dichotomy.
Doesn't want mac and
And we don't want any craft shit. We want homemade.
Yeah, everything from scratch.
Heck yeah. That's the good stuff.
You should watch our video though, QE. It'll put you in the feels.
You're in the feels. You and Winston's got the feels going on. What's the feel? Give me a video that gets me in the feels.
You'll have a tear in your eye.
Really? Where is it? Post it.
11 minutes.
11. You're gonna post it in 11 minutes or 11 minutes after the hour?
It premieres in 11 minutes. It's
Oh, you're talking about this one. It'll hit me in the feels.
Yeah.
It's kumbaya.
Okay. I'm not into that shit, but I'll go ahead and watch it.
Dude, I legit think it's pretty funny, bro. You may laugh.
I get I don't get that saying. Is that it? Because I'm a boomer? It gets me into feels. It sounds like somebody's kicking me in the nuts.
Yeah, it's because you're a boomer.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's all good. It happens. It's like gets you in your emotions. Like, bro's all up in his feels right now.
I can't relate to that, man, at all.
When Karen's flipping out on the manager, she's all up in her feels.
I can't relate to that. Well, what is this emotion you speak of?
It's that thing that happens when you go live and like your whole crew ain't paying attention to the mic discipline, and they're like interrupting and over talking you and shit.
Which emotion would that be?
QE, a little after your time, but there's a song I actually don't even know myself. I think it's about Justin Timberlake, and it's "I'm Bringing Sexy Back." So we're gonna remake it. Like, we brought the sextant back, and I need you to premiere it, or I need you to put it on your one of your videos. You got to play. It's got to be your new theme song.
I'm not putting any Justin Timberlake songs anywhere in the vicinity of my ass. Somebody already started laughing. Right. Bringing sexy. I don't even know that song, dude. You know,
It's super gay. It's super gay.
It's what? I'm sorry, I was talking over you.
It's very gay. It's a gay song. Like, it's not.
A gay song, yeah.
It's just too irresistible. Like, we brought the sextant back. The Globers, they don't know how to act.
Yeah.
Give it to them straight.
Yeah, she legit posted it.
It's actually good.
Yeah, I'm listening to it.
The Horizon
On the
Bay,
low.
moving all over the fucking place.
No straight line on the globe. Mm-mm.
Falsify the ER, but they still want a map.
Did you post the? That's the actual fucking song. It blows, man. Give me the other song.
We haven't made it yet.
Too funny.
You can tell with the picture that it's gay.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I said, "Whoa, why am I fucking listening?" After I hit play, I said, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, you're gonna accidentally share screen, and someone's gonna see your history on your YouTube. Like, what are you doing, dude?
What is up with
John? You got some splaining to do.
Yeah. Thanks a lot,
Well-
guys. Appreciate that.
Well, most of them are gammas, so you know they wouldn't actually like that song. Just saying.
So yeah, next couple days I'm gonna be like so I'm gonna be by the infamous astronaut stars on the Hollywood Boulevard, and I'm pulling the mic out. It's gonna be good times.
So you went to Vegas, and now you're going to California. I rode. What is that? I-10, I-15.
I wouldn't know.
Didn't you drive it or you flew it?
Well, I'm always riding, so I don't pay attention.
So you're either on I-10 or I-15. Mrs. Witsit gets it. Can you tighten his shot group?
I'm trying to remember. I think it's I-15. It's like 4-hour drive.
Yep. Go through Barstow.
Yes. I've actually
Yeah.
been there before a long time ago.
Yeah. Go through Barstow and then Victorville.
Yep.
Yeah.
My dad is like friends with this sketchy koi fish dealer. We went for Christmas one time. It was so awkward. It's in the middle of nowhere.
What? And was he from Barstow or were you in Barstow?
No, this koi fish dealer who has like thousands and thousands of koi fish has like this random place. And I guess all the celebrities go there and get their fish. It's like a big deal. And my dad's obsessed with them, so we went there.
Yeah. Where was that at? What does that have to do with our conversation?
I don't know.
Oh my god.
She's been out of her habitat for a while. She needs to get back to the kitchen to get her thoughts together.
Oh my god.
Get her thoughts together.
Ugh.
How about until I have a full entree, you have to raise your hand before you speak.
I'm supposed to be getting my shock collar any day now.
Yeah, I bet. Who the hell is this? Oh, I want to tune in on next Tuesday, QE Live. I'm going to be taking Bob to the fucking woodshed again. Bob, the flathead Herman Munster pseudo fallacy guy.
Dude, you have a really big woodshed.
Say again?
You must have a huge woodshed.
Oh, yeah, it's fucking massive.
I know he's not going cold in the winter.
Oh, no, there's plenty of wood to fucking burn.
All right, I'm going to go entertain this chat on the premiere for a sec. I'll be back in a sec.
Hurry up. So, can anyone tell me? I just got cock blocked with two fuck. You just posted this, Mrs. Gets It? All right.
I'm
So,
spamming the chat. Sorry.
yeah. So, what's up with Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy? What is going on back here? This is startling. I usually don't point stuff up about physical attributes of people, but this one shocked. I was it startled me immediately. What the fuck is going on with Mr. Herman Munster here?
Slept too much.
His
It
head
looked
has
like
a 90-degree angle. You could do a
it looked
sextant calculation.
it looked like his mother hit him in the head with a 2x4, and it just stayed there. I don't. It's fucking scary. So my next question to Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy, and I have to agree. I would have to fully concur, fully agree with Jaron, who said, if you get anywhere near him, run. I've told people about that before. I want to know where he gets his whore from. You see the whore here? That whenever you see Bob, you ever run into him, ask him where he got his whore from. You guys are dead in here tonight, man. What is your problem?
Sorry, I thought somebody else put out something.
You guys all depressed from not getting enough money for your sex change operations?
I
Well, I'm
think
having a
he
hard
got
time.
it from a Glober pimp.
I was gonna say I'm having a hard time thinking of when I would run across that guy. I just see him in the videos, and I'm like, I just shake my head because I can't believe anyone takes him serious. That guy is, oh man.
So let me guess. The whore is the height of the horizon. What?
No. Number one, I knew he was pretender clowning when he put a guy, I call him Stick Figure Bob. He put Stick Figure Bob on a building and with a sextant. Why the fuck would you do that? That's when I knew he didn't have any clue on what the purpose of a sextant was. That's why I asked him. And he didn't know. So, but I got this drawing off him, right? And I said, well, where'd you get the whore?
Oh, that's
And
supposed
then
to be the horizon.
Yeah, I know the horizon was just so long of a word that he had to cut it short. But what is this? He's looking through a sextant. What is this in the sextant reticle overlay? I don't know. I've looked through a sextant before. It doesn't have whore in it. So what the fuck is it? And then what is this line that he's looking at towards almost damn near looking towards your feet? Right? What's that line going over this little sphere edge? What the fuck is that?
Why does he have the hangman gallows right next to the guy as well? You notice that?
I don't ask me. And
Hey,
the dip is
Kiwi,
go ahead.
sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
They're about to premiere this song if you want to hear it.
They're premiering the song?
Yep.
All right.
Who felt that earthquake?
I still got a couple 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, here. There it is. I know that one.
I love that the the words added to the video. Dope. Who did the animation?
I want to know who did the purple bunny in the background, man, because I could, do less with the rap. Who did the purple bunny? You guys didn't see that, did you?
I'm just glad I wasn't a teal platypus.
I have to go back and look for that for everybody.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Meanwhile, at the gym lair, they're trying to figure out ways to get all of the Sexton videos taken off of YouTube.
Is anybody still here?
We're still here.
Yeah, platypus. Hold. Give me about 2 minutes, man. I got to go do something. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's fine. I got caught up with something else too.
Is it dead?
I think Platypus said something, and all of a sudden he's just quiet back there.
Oh. You guys gotta go watch the video.
Yeah, I was there. It's awesome.
Yay!
Huey liked it, but he won't admit it.
He's just watching it on repeat.
He really enjoyed the purple bunny.
Thanks.
Yo.
Still here.
Cujo? All right. All right. What's up? What's up? Platypus, what's going on? So you watched the video. What's going on? Well, was there just an earthquake?
I think everybody's at Witsit's cheering them on.
Oh, okay. I thought that video or the premiere was over like 10 minutes ago. What's up?
I think everybody's supposed to be over there cheering them on, but I can't find the link. I was looking for it right now so I can get over there. I just have to go to YouTube and type it in.
Well, there it is right there. I thought it was ended. It's only 2:12, 2:11. There's no one there. Well, Patricia Steer even commented, holy shit, I haven't seen her in a coon's age.
Why are you guys so talkative?
Jeez, oh man, we are talkative. You stole everyone from the damn VC. Your premiere was
You
only
brought Patricia Steer out of the cave, bro.
Patricia Steer commenting on your video. Damn, you're moving up.
We're in the big leagues now.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, I think it's so funny, like, just thinking about the Globers watching it, wanting to get mad, but it's just so trolly. It's like, look at the bunny rabbits, bro. How are you going to get mad?
I told everyone about the purple bunny rabbit. They had to go back and look.
Yeah, that's where we went when you told us.
I know that's
that
where
there was
you
a
went.
purple bunny rabbit.
I know that's where you went. That's where you should have, because you're not paying attention to detail, as usual.
I saw the bunny and the fox, and I think there was a deer or something behind Miss Whitsett. I couldn't figure that one out.
Yeah, we got Bumblebee. You know, it's going down. Practically Noah's Ark back there.
How many? Yeah, let me ask you a question. How many signature numpty clips are you behind?
All but one.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. You mean like mirror wise?
Yeah, just the signature ones, man. Not all of them. No.
Yeah, no, I thought about that the other day.
You did another one the other day. Which one did you do?
No, I thought about it the other day.
Just to give you early warning, the numpty clips are coming to an end, but I'm going out with the grand finale. I think for the month of October, it's all signatures. There's 8 signature numpty clips coming out, so get ready.
Oh, nice! I got you for sure.
All right, yeah, you're gonna enjoy them.
Remind me. Make sure you hit up my Skype. That's what I check the most.
Yeah,
too.
right. That's what you check on.
Hey,
That's the most surefire way.
Somebody said QE. What was that? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I got a statement and a question. So the statement is, yep, I watched your video. Before we get to that, though, quick question, because I just overheard what you were saying.
All right.
Why would you be stopping the numpty clips?
I'm getting sick of hearing crayon munchers. To get a numpty clip, I have to listen to like 2 hours of fucking retards, and it's just getting to me.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so they're coming to an end. I think by the end there'll be like 85 to 90. I might do a couple more like greatest hits and stuff, but I'm coming to the end with that. So they'll stay where they lay. Go ahead, comment. You did watch the video.
Somebody
Go
else has to cover for you.
Yeah, over top of Hank that's roboting. Go ahead, Platypus.
Yeah, I watched the video.
Yep. Questions, comments?
Gonna do some what do you call it? Gonna do some further reading, some
Okay.
further investigating.
All right. Fair enough.
It's over, Platypus.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, if Nietzsche was still around, he'd be saying the globe is dead, bro.
Well, if you want a head start, there is no 90 is already taken. You don't triangulate is already taken. What else?
You look
The
straight at it.
horizon isn't refracted is taken. So
You could just change your screen name, get a voice changer, and then come kick it. I mean, I'm sure we'll embrace you. Sorry, guys.
What's it? Do you feel the earthquake? It was by Los Angeles.
Nah, I didn't.
No.
Nah, but I'm still in Vegas. We're heading to LA manana.
Oh, you're still in Vegas? Oh, you wouldn't feel this one. It's 4.4.
Yeah, like I'll be in LA tomorrow.
Okay.
Should be interesting, from one Babylonian city to the next.
Have you ever been there?
Debauchery? What kind of debauchery are you engaging in?
Have you ever
Sin
been there?
City?
Shut up. Have you ever been there?
No, last time I was in Cali was when I was 2.
No, I didn't say Cali. I said Los Angeles.
No, I've never even. I don't even think I've never been to LA. I've never even really been to Cali.
All right, so what you do is you get on the on-ramp, right? To get on the highway, and then prepare yourself.
Hey Austin, how long
like
will
New
you be
York
in LA for?
Well, we got a meetup Saturday and Sunday with Jaren, and then I'll be in that area for a few days in LA, and we'll be in
because
Cali
that's
for a
how
little while.
long it's gonna take to leave. Yeah, is that what you're referring to? That traffic?
Yeah, 8-lane fucking highways. It was a culture shock for me. I said, this ain't gonna be shit. So I fucking rolled up onto the highway. It was 8 fucking lanes. I was like, holy shit, what am I doing here?
Wow, that sounds terrible.
I was asking my wife, I think it was my wife. Was it my wife that time? I don't know who it was. I was saying, because you have to look for your exit to where you're getting off, especially if you're new there, you don't know where you're going. You have to cross over all these lanes of traffic, man. There's fucking maniacs. They're damn you got assholes and idiots. Right?
Yo, I hate traffic, bro.
It just takes getting used to. Once you get used to it, it's just the first like 1 or 2 times, and then once you get used to it, then you're good.
I'd rather get in and out of there without being used to it.
8 lanes explains it. Explains it all.
There may have been more. think in certain sections there were war. Too funny.
How do you live in a city that ain't fucking lanes? I'll probably never come to Cali.
Eli, I don't know. How would you live in a city with 8.5 million people crammed in it?
Well, I do that. I just stay in the house.
Yeah, there's so much honking in New York, it's ridiculous. If that light turns green for an eighth of a second, someone will honk, bro.
Yes. They're insane, man. I don't want to be in either of these cities. I want to get the fuck towards the middle somewhere.
Yeah, like the Southeast, yo. And the bikers are reckless. They're like, you ain't gonna hit me. Like, they just drive crazy there.
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Those lights mean
Texas
nothing.
and Montana is looking pretty good right now.
Montana's always looking good there, brother.
Montana is really pretty. Idaho's really pretty too.
Why the hell would you have to say Montana? Like, I had just gotten rid of it for at least a couple hours, but you had to say it, Hank. Thanks a lot.
Too cold, though.
Bullshit, I just came from Montana. Might be getting cold up there in the wintertime, but I'll tell you what. I thought I went to both of my best vacations in my life are associated with the Rocky Mountains. The first one was Steamboat. I thought that couldn't be beat, but I'll tell you what. Montana's really, really friggin' close. I'd have to think about that.
Just the winter, man. Like, I'm trying to decide where I want to buy land, and I think Montana and Idaho are both really pretty, but their winters are just so brutal, man. I can't do it.
Well, I was only up there for a vacation. It's 5-star vacation, dude. I don't think we talked about that.
Mm-mm.
You could handle it, man. I lived in Idaho for a year, and yeah, dude, it's not that bad. You'll get used to it. You're a tough cookie, Witsit.
Yeah, I'll stick with the Southeast.
Listen, if you can grow a sexy beard like that, you can fucking build a house with your bare hands. It's no problem.
Fucking beard. Oh my God, are you gay?
I just had to bring the humor, man. Sorry, as you
That
were.
wasn't humorful. I got throw up in the back of my mouth now.
Yeah.
My ancestry does know something about that cold weather now.
Something about that what? It's a big red beard. I think he's talking about Scottish people.
Maybe. I know I'm like German. I'm like German. The Germans were right about a lot. I'll just say that.
I'll give you one photo. Here you go. What's it? Guess who I was aiming at?
Is that you, QE?
Yeah, it was my Montana vacation.
Right on. You were aiming at a buck. No, you're aiming upwards. Bird? Some kind of bird?
At a ball tard spinning space monkey.
Oh, that's why you're aiming up. You never know which way they're
right.
spinning.
Yeah, that's right. They didn't have a chance.
No.
Dang, bro, you should invite me. I'll show you a thing or two about some bows.
Yeah?
Nah.
Let me give you another one. Let's see. Not too many of them. Where do I got that at? Here, this is where I stayed, man.
Oh, nice.
Let's get a view off the back porch.
So where's your GoFundMe for that QE?
Yeah, right. That's what I'm talking. Oh, here was dinner the first night that we didn't cook. I didn't cook a single meal.
Yeah, every time I see that picture, I get hungry.
That's a good one.
Let's get one out the back. Where is the picture? This was on the archery course, man. This was a nice pic.
That food does look pretty fire. Oh yeah.
Let's get a.
Man even ate caviar on this trip.
I
And
did. It's
flew
the first
on a
time.
private jet.
Yeah, I flew on a private jet to Montana and ate caviar, and yeah, I had to do
Whole
it.
deal.
Yeah.
Where'd you fit the sodomy into all of this?
Oh, damn it.
What the fuck?
Just a sodomy joke, bro.
Austin.
that is so uncalled for. All right, this is the view off the back porch.
Oh, nice. There you go.
Did somebody say sodomy?
Yeah,
Somebody did.
You tell them to put some teak oil on the table and chairs, man. They're getting a little chalky.
Wow, let's go for the whole 9 yards. Fuck it.
That is gorgeous.
Yeah. There you go.
That does
that
look
at?
hella peaceful.
Montana.
Yeah, you can probably find your way to Montana using a sextant, Platypus.
Nice. Yes, you could probably.
That was my dinner the night before we left.
Oh my god, look at that brisket.
How long you smoked that brisket for?
That's Wagyu beef, man.
Wagyu.
Oh, right. That ain't no just regular brisket now.
And right behind me, I'm going to show you what was right fucking behind
That's some authentic wild rice in there, isn't it?
Was that
No,
the
it's
whiskey or the caviar?
That was bok choy right there.
Oh,
Now,
bok, okay.
This was behind me. So this guy, Trey.
Yeah, the
right?
whiskey.
Yeah. So this barrel, this guy's from Kentucky. And what he did, right, he put a bunch of fucking whiskey in this barrel. And right over my left ear, you see that hill up there?
Yeah.
Yep.
He took this fucking barrel in this wagon and they parked it up there for 3 years. And then uncorked it that night right there.
Wow.
Yep. Was it good?
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
He wishes he could have a whole barrel of it for himself.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Am I seeing a picture of QE for the first time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yo, how
Holy
funny
fuck.
would it be?
I
Dude,
can finally
bring
put a face
whiskey
to the
and-
voice.
Platypus, shut up. Yeah, how funny would it be if this guy brings his barrel back down from the hills and Kiwi takes a shot? He's like, it's all right.
Look at
Oh, I like
XO.
that
That
meme.
is
That's
hilarious.
good. That is hilarious. That's good. Platypus got involved. There we go.
I can eat trans rats. That's pretty funny, XO, man. That's hilarious, dude. Oh, man. Yeah, I miss it. That place is $10,000 a night, man.
Holy fuck.
Like I said, you're gonna have to do a GoFundMe to get back there.
I have to. Yeah, people were telling me do a GoFundMe to get back there. Now listen, it wasn't my money. I don't have that type of money. My sister's loaded, so she took the family up there for a vacation for a week.
Hey, you don't happen to have your sister's phone number on hand or anything, do you?
Yeah, it's 1-800 fuck off.
Yeah.
Can we be adopted? Can she adopt any of us?
That's what I was thinking too, right?
Kiwi probably doesn't even remember when I used to joke around about his sister all the time.
Now, the sister jokes are mine from way back in the day.
Platypus, man. You don't have a basic understanding of things, bro. What are you gonna offer her?
I do my best.
Oh boy.
I wouldn't say that out loud
What
anymore.
what would I offer her? Only thing
Nice.
I would have to offer is my height.
Stop.
You're poisoned now. She doesn't want that.
You're poisoned.
I am venomous.
Well, I heard you mentioned Dr. Bob's sister, Huey.
Yeah,
He got a
made
little
some
upset, didn't he?
Yeah, because it's a fallback because of, like I said, the sister jokes were way back in the day. It's a sort of a private joke. I unleashed it to the flat Earth community, but they don't seem to appreciate.
That Bob is such a loser.
Yeah,
They don't seem to appreciate it. Damn flat Earth, you're so unappreciative.
You want me to tell you a story about how that sister?
So when are you gonna?
Come on, you got to let me tell it. It's a real.
Well, I'm just
short
gonna
story.
say, when are you gonna teach Michael learn?
You don't want to listen to my sister? How I got up with that? The sister jokes. Your sister?
Yeah, I'm on the edge of my seat.
Waiting.
Yeah, hold on one second. Let me put this one in here and let me make it a Z and then I'll tell you. It's a short story.
All right, everybody have a good night. I'm out.
Shut up.
All right, you dream about that sextant, Platypus.
Take care, Platypus. Dream of relevancy.
In horizontal lines.
You wish you looked like that.
All right, where are you guys at?
Where? Who?
All right, so I'm in the military. I'm in Hawaii. It's 1991, somewhere around there. So we're standing in the barracks. They're lanai barracks, if you understand what lanais are. Like big, long fucking patios and stuff. Anyway, I'm standing down at the bottom of the stairs. I think it's on a Saturday or something. I don't know what the hell it is. But most of my squad is up on the first floor, up at the top of the stairs. One of my squad members, his room's there. And I'm at the bottom of the steps, and another squad member that live off post, he come on post, and he was going up to visit his buddy. I can't remember his name. It's not important anyway. And his when I seen him, his shoes, he had some pair of tennis shoes on, looked like they were pro Keds, but they're all tore up, right? I mean, they were almost like ripped to shreds. And I looked at him, I didn't say anything to him. I'm saying to myself, where the fuck did you get those shoes at? But anyway, he walks up the steps and he bangs on the door to this guy in the squad. And they were going to shoot the shit or go out. I don't know. I can't remember. It's not important. And he opened up the door and my squad member looked at him and he noticed the shoes. He goes, "What the fuck happened to your shoes?" And you could hear him because it's a lanai type of barracks. And you could hear because it was all in open air. Right. And he said, "I wore them out walking to your sister's house." So that was, I was finished. That was it. I was done. I was at the bottom of the stairs, doubled over. Right. So that's that. See, I told you it was concise. That's it. That's where it all stemmed from. So there you go. That's it. So any comeback, any smart ass comment that you make, well, your sister doesn't mind.
Okay, I get it now.
Awesome, man. That was a good one, though.
Yeah. So that's where the sister thing, and it went on for years. I went back home after I got out of the military. Oh God, I introduced it to all my friends, and that just took off from there. So that's where it comes from. Never forget it. Oh, the guy's name was Schultz. Not the one with the tore up sneakers. The one that asked him, "What happened to your shoes?"
Did you ever find out what really happened to the shoes?
No, it didn't fucking matter.
Not after that.
I wore him out walking to your sister's house. And the way he said it, it was just like, well, duh, right? He didn't put any accentuation on it. He just said it straight out. I was done. I was finished for the whole evening. Too funny, man. Those were the days.
Back when men were men and women were proud of it.
And deer were scared. All right.
I have a friend who says he's been deer hunting a few times, and no less than a full handful of times did he fell asleep and deer would wake him up sniffing his face. I was like, "You're not much of a hunter, man, are you?"
We got so many deer around here. I can't wait. It's about to start.
You can't wait
next
to
month.
kill him.
Hey, I like deer. I do. I really love them, but I also like to eat them. Sorry.
That's fine, as long as you eat the entire animal, hooves and everything.
Well,
Hooves.
we don't
What
eat the
the
hoof.
fuck?
You don't eat the
You're
hoof.
gonna feed them to your dogs and
No,
cats.
you make
Okay.
glue
Well,
out of
that's
them.
true. My
Glue.
dog will eat the hoof. My dog does. Yes, I
Yeah,
don't.
chew on the
But
hooves
yes,
for
we use
the rest
every
of his
other
life. Yep,
day. Yeah.
that's what I meant.
I'm currently on a mission to try to get a deer to walk up to me and let me feed it, but it's been unsuccessful thus far.
Keep trying, man.
Yeah,
It's not that hard. I did it last year. You just gotta shut up, not move, and have popcorn in your hand.
popcorn. Yeah, they do like that.
Hmm.
They do. But you get close to the rut and that won't work.
The rut?
When they start doing their mating thing,
Oh,
they
well,
gets a
yeah.
little wild, crazy. They won't come to you usually during that time.
Well, because you're not a fawn.
No, you're not a buck or a doe.
A buck or a doe. You see, I don't know how the animal kingdom works. I'm stuck on a couple things. Flat Earth's one of them. I do
Fawns
know
are
we
the
need
babies.
more lions. What?
Fawns are babies.
Fawns. So, a doe or a buck. Can there be a female buck? I don't.
No,
Or are they
bucks
just
are the
males?
males.
Be
That's
a
what I thought.
female buck.
God damn it, QE. Yeah, like a married bachelor. I get it, QE.
That's the
That's
that's
exactly
the
what
new
it is.
trans, the new transgender deer, maybe.
Oh no. Deer identifying as oh no, that's no thanks.
That's can a female deer be a buck? That's a fucking good one, man.
Yeah, remember that one for the future, QE.
Yeah, I'll remember it. Let's put some more. See what we got.
We played some of your stuff tonight, QE, during ladies' night.
You did?
Yeah, we played who was it? Who's that lady that had found the fossil with actual blood vessels and blood cells?
Oh,
What's her name again?
Dr. Mary Schweitzer.
We played a little bit of that, clip of that for somebody that was questioning evolution and reality.
Oh, too funny. Well, thank you.
Evolution, what's that?
That's what I'm saying.
That's what we said. And then we played your clip and said, go research, check it out.
That's what she said.
Yo, I want land by something like that, bro.
That's what I'm telling you, man. And then my sister convinced me because I had never ate caviar in my life. Right? I've heard about it. And she said, I really think you should try this. So they had it was a whiskey and water social, but they had for appetizers before we got the Wagyu beef. This place was unbelievable, dude. But she said, yeah, they had an oyster bar and a caviar. I said, I'm not fucking doing the oysters. So she said, you better try this. And I loved it. It was fucking delicious.
Nice.
So
Yeah, I'm not big on oysters either, bro. So I've never tried caviar either.
No, never tried oysters. I'm not going to, but caviar, that'll fucking make it. That cuts the mustard.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Have you ever had a Batarga?
No.
It's like a salt sun cured fish roe. It's the same thing as caviar, but they dry it in the sun in salt while it's still in the sack. It's one of the greatest tasting foods you could ever try. It has like the same texture as Gushers.
Ew.
Sounds gross, but it's good, man.
Wow.
It's probably really good. I like caviar too.
Yeah, it's super salty, but it's good stuff.
That's what she said.
Let me see if I can't get a menu here. All right. Where'd that go?
Yeah, we played that quote of her admission that it shouldn't exist.
Austin, what do you think about South Carolina? My wife and I have been contemplating and looking at land in that area.
That's actually where I'm currently looking to at least get a spot for. So I'm looking at South Carolina, and it comes between there and Tennessee for me. But I like South Carolina quite a bit. They recently announced that in the like the scenario where the federal government gets out of hand, they're a militia state. So that's a good start.
Yeah, that's good news.
Same with the Ozarks here. No different in the Ozarks up here in Arkansas, northeastern Arkansas.
Isn't
Northwestern,
Texas the same
excuse me.
way? Like, doesn't
And
Texas
Missouri.
have a secession clause where they can just leave the United States?
Yes.
Yeah. That's probably where I'm
Yeah,
going to go.
supposedly that's the only one with one.
I got a lot of friends there in some open territory.
Yeah,
I've got Tennessee's got really good value land, you know. Like if you Google cheapest land in the United States, Tennessee will be listed number one in just about all of them. Arkansas is up there too.
Arkansas is beautiful up in where I'm at. It's
Just
absolutely
go crash
gorgeous.
Helio.
Lots and lots of wild food to forage. Even got morel mushrooms. Oh yeah, well he's over in Fayetteville. I did visit with his. He had a group of people get together over there, and I got to meet him.
I've been there too. It was a while ago, but yeah, I'd go arm wrestle Helio for a couple nights.
Just wait a few hours into the night and then you got it.
I've got land in the Missouri Ozarks on water, which is nice.
Witsit, I just got that. Sorry, who was I talking over? Go ahead.
Are you good, bro?
I'm on water.
You said you got land in Missouri?
I'm on Bear Creek,
Yeah.
and it's gorgeous, clear water.
Yeah, I got
I'm
land
in
in Missouri, too.
Arkansas, in the Ozarks,
The only thing about
and there is lots of
Go ahead.
like both here and in Missouri. Yeah, Arkansas, we're seeing a ton of people moving in. They are fleeing the cities now. It is absolutely incredible how many people are moving in.
Yeah, the demand for rural housing right now is insane. Like the Midwest is being bought up pretty much. Like the second it's on the
Oh, yeah.
market, it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in the Midwest, and it's doing. Yep,
It's gone.
that way.
Yeah, you better start finding what you want.
Yeah, I'm in Nebraska.
Who just said that?
Me, Dolan.
Right on, buddy. We're close.
Dude, Midwest is where it's at. It's peaceful out here. Like living on dirt roads, surrounded by nature.
Oh, I'm in a slightly bigger city than that, but yeah, that's right down the street from me. I could. Yep. Got a lot of farmer friends.
Yeah, I got family in Missouri in St. Joe. I got I think 12 acres of land there that I got from my grandpa.
That's
So
fucking
shit hits the
great.
fan, I'm gonna go there.
You should probably start
I love
preparing
dirt
to go
roads.
now. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like the
The dirt
big
roads are
event
great.
next couple of months. I don't know. When's
the land that
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I was just gonna say the land that I got in Missouri is from my grandparents as well. And nobody's actually been on the land in like 20 years, so I was contemplating going up there within the next month or so to check it out, scope it out. It's just bare land. There's no house on it or anything. But it is on a spring-fed river that has trout, so
Camping is good. Camping is good. You can camp in a walled tent for a long time.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you what. One of the
love it.
greatest survival items that I've ever had is, and you can get them on knives now too, but flint and steel. Just carry it with you every time you travel, and then obviously if you move to a more rural area, make sure you have like emergency fire starting devices. Flint and steel will never fail you, even in the wet, and lighters always go out, matches always. You know what I mean? So anyway.
Yeah,
I found a guy in Missouri who makes magnesium fire starters.
Nice.
Out of a magnesium rod. It's really cool. He does a great job. Older guy. Yeah, at the Homesteading Expo. I met him up there in Missouri, in Marshfield, Missouri.
How does that work? Does it involve water? Because I know if you put like pure magnesium in water, it explodes or something like that.
Yeah, a little piece of fat wood, you scrape it off, and then you just spark it with the magnesium scrapings that you scrape off with it. Yeah.
Oh,
And
that's
it lights quick.
It's right down the street from me.
You spark it and it poof. But yes, you can start it with water too if you had to. I mean, a little drop of water and it starts on fire. There's a lot of food in Missouri and the Ozarks of Arkansas too. There's a lot of wild food growing everywhere, more than I had in Washington State on the east side, which looks a lot like Montana, by the way. Spokane and that upper region, Chewelah, where was
Yeah,
that? Looks
there's
an
a ton of
awful lot
wildlife
like your
here.
pictures do.
I
Same
have
kind of
deer in my
forest.
yard pretty much every morning. Like deer, turkey. Just sometimes when I wake up and go outside, like there's like 12 deer just standing like 15 feet in front of me.
Yeah, but there's even lots of plants. There's lots of food just growing everywhere. It's crazy around here. Tons of foraging stuff to do. It's great. I love it.
Yeah, I like morel mushroom season out here. Like every spring.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We've already found a few patches up here where they grow, so
I get this beef bacon, like beef belly bacon, and you can stuff the morel mushrooms with it, and then you can use like cured flour and kind of bread it and then fry it. They're so good.
I call that staking.
oh, that sounds awesome.
So you can like
Staking.
mushroom with like the beef bacon.
I like that.
Hank said it. Hank said staking. It's good.
Yeah, it's good
Bacon
stuff.
sounds good.
I'd rather have that than pork. Pork's filthy. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I get beef bacon. I don't want pork bacon.
I mean, pork bacon tastes
Turkey
great,
or beef.
but I've never had beef bacon.
Turkey
Staking.
bacon. Good too.
Turkey bacon's okay.
Bacon.
Oh God, turkey
It
bacon.
depends on who smokes it. If you do a good job, it's really good.
Yeah. If you go to the store and buy some, you're not going to enjoy it.
No, not the
Yeah,
store
it's
bought
processed.
stuff.
Like they put it in like a little mold and they stamp it out. Like it's just like leftover turkey meat that's stamped into something resembling bacon.
No, the
That's what
people
go
up
off the
here
Twitter.
make it. The butchers up here make it themselves, so it's nobody's buying it up here.
Yeah, I take the steak in and cut it into little chunks, and then just put it in the skillet till it turns like golden crispy brown.
QE, with all these food and menu picks, I'm afraid you might have to start an Instagram page, partner.
I walked out of that plane. They had a red carpet sitting there. I couldn't fucking believe it.
It's awesome.
Royalty, man.
Were you able to get the Steeler game up there, QE?
I didn't watch 1 second of television. Not a
You catch
second.
the game on Sunday?
Yes.
It was a good victory.
Yeah.
Bills are a good team.
Yeah.
You know, the guy, the tight end the Steelers picked up in the second round, Pat Penamure or whatever. Yeah, Fryermuth. Yeah. Yeah, the knock on him was he wasn't a good blocker. He had a block in the Bills game where he hit a Bills cornerback 20 yards from the sideline, drove him off the field into the Bills bench and knocked over like 2 coaches.
I didn't see that.
Oh, that was awesome.
Is that football or bowling? Come on.
Yeah, right.
Football.
So up at Rock Creek that's where we're at up near I think the closest town is Phillipsburg. So what they have in that in Rock Creek is cutthroat trout. So my brother, that was a real nice one. They had a blast in there fly fishing. You had to watch out for the golden eagles and the moose. The moose would come out, man. You had to be real careful because obviously you get around there young, they get pretty offensive. So it was awesome. Thanks a lot, Hank.
You're welcome. Glad to remind you that you had a good time.
Yeah. I just texted my sister like 2 days ago. I said, this is just unfair. I miss it. I want to go back. She better increase her earnings this year. I ain't gonna fucking stand for her not taking me back there. Unbelievable. Yeah. It ruined me. This is bullshit.
You'll be fine. Just go there. Just move there.
I'm tired of being domesticated too, man. I need to get on the land and build me a mud hut or something.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, that's it. Count my blessings that I got to go.
Hey QE, do you know if they have naturally spawning trout outside of Bennett?
That's naturally spawning. That's a good damn question. I don't know that.
Okay. Because I'm sure some trickle down river. But I just didn't know if they had any that are naturally taken over.
No, I just go up. We go up there every few months to the fit. Yeah, obviously they got a hatchery there.
Right.
Are you just talking about one area, or are you talking about elsewhere? Because there's a lot of.
He's talking about Bennett Springs,
okay.
right here in Missouri. It's one of the finest fisheries in the world. Shockingly, it's right up the street from me.
Yeah, we got a really big one up here. It's by a reservoir called Strawberry, up past Heber, and they got trout in there that are like 2 feet, 2.5 feet long, big cutthroats. They got this red like blood stripe on the back of their mouth. They're natives. There's some nice fish in there, boy.
All right, so we'll put those photos away.
Cutthroat is one, I think, and brook trout are the only two native trout that are native to Utah. Cutthroat and brook trout. All the other ones were planted, like the rainbows and all that. They're not naturally here. But they are now, so.
What do you mean by natural?
They were here when the Indians used to catch them. I mean, they were just always been here for as long as we've known.
Native. Native is probably a better word.
Native.
Yeah, native's a better word. Yep.
Yeah, it's called natives.
Yes, native. You're right.
I was thinking
I've
in my
caught
head,
some-
what's natural?
I've caught some native brookies and even rainbows. Caught some brookies out in Wyoming.
Yeah,
isn't a brookie just a brownie and a cookie put together?
They got little pink spots on the side.
I'm just fucking
They're
around.
not
Sorry.
very big.
He was just being facetious, man. You guys jump all over him like you're like you're Mr. and Mrs. Naturalist and shit.
Well, with his knowledge of deer, he does need to be checked.
I do have
Our
a biology
female
degree,
deer-
so that is my thing.
Our
Here we
female
go.
deer bucks.
Yeah, yes, they are QE. Come on.
Only the trans ones.
That is classic, dude.
Yeah, I do that to myself a lot. All of my friend groups have a ton of inside jokes where they were just like, yeah, and he actually fucking said that.
Hey, think of the bright side. When they start demanding parades, they'll be easier to pick off.
Okay, all right.
Okay, he'll take that one. Too funny.
When I lived in Eastern Oregon, we had bull trout, which are a native species. They're really rare. They actually had a restriction on catching them. If you caught them, you had to put them right away back.
They have the same thing here. Not the same thing. I can't remember the name of them in that stream. I can't remember what they called them. It was an off-breed of the cutthroat, and they're 1 in 100, and you can't do shit. If you get caught taking them out of there, it's an outrageous fine. Yeah.
Yeah. They'll take everything from you. Yeah. That's what this one is too. They have signs posted everywhere that they are supposed to be at, but they're so rare.
How about the bighorn sheep? Check this out. We're on the skeet range and shooting skeet, da 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 da. And all of a sudden, one of the people in our party, he looked up on top of the hill, and I already posted a picture of the sheep. That was the sheep that popped up on the range. 1 second, let me get the timing of the picture. It was at 50 minutes after the hour. So bighorn sheep, right? So the guy, he fucking closes the range. And now, remember, what the fuck? We're on a skeet range, firing 12, 20 gauges, 410s. The bighorn sheep is like,
You can reach
I don't
that
know,
far.
fucking 4 or 5 clicks away, right? But they're on the mountainside, and he's
You're
seen them
not
come
going
up.
to hit it.
Say again?
You're not going to hit it that far with a shooting gun.
I know that.
Come on.
All right, listen. I know that, and I was like, he closed the range. I said, no, I didn't say anything, but he closed the range because guess what? If one of those bighorn sheep are killed, it's a $30,000 fine and 10 years in prison. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, fucking why? What?
Expensive sheep.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? Hey, why are they overhunted or something? Then they're protected. They're protected for some. I don't know why. I'm just going off what he said, right? But that's a policy there. From the
Washington and Oregon. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Washington and Oregon, it's a once in a lifetime tag if you get a sheep tag. And it's basically you get that one chance. And if you don't get it in that season, you're out of luck. You never get another tag.
Yeah, that's the same. That's what he was talking about. The same thing there. Yeah. Yep. You have to wait like 10 years to get, to sign up to be on the list. You're right. Yep. That's exactly what he said. Yep. So there you go. Is Matthew?
Yeah, I never even applied for those tags. Those tags are hard to get, and then you have to really, it's hard work usually to get a mountain sheep or even a mountain goat. They're all hard to get.
If you go to Colorado, they're a dime a dozen. They're every fucking where. I may not have the species correct, but I've seen hundreds of them in Colorado. Now, I wasn't in Colorado. I was in Montana, so maybe it's a little different story.
Yeah, in Washington and Oregon, there's a lot fewer of them. A lot fewer.
Right.
And yeah, Banff, Canada, up in Banff, Canada, up in Alberta, they literally come right up to your car door and stick their head in when you're driving along the
Right.
road. There's so many of them.
Right, that's cool. Right.
Yeah, I did that once. That was fun.
So Matthew Learns, got a question for you.
What's up? Shit.
Now you posted in rebuttal to Sonny's post about the specular reflection. I got a question for you. Do you think the moon is reflecting the sun's light onto the earth like at night?
I do.
Do you know that for that to happen, for a uniform reflection like that the moon would have to be flat or concave?
I think it's like the spheres that I posted 1 minute after the hour.
They can't. Now listen to my question. This is 60 level optics. You cannot have uniform reflection off a spherical object. 60 level optics.
I think you can.
No, it's not think. You cannot. It's physically impossible.
What's going on in the photo at 1 minute after the hour?
Angle of incidence, crayon muncher.
Do those
Don't you
look like they're the
understand
same?
this concept? You
No,
cannot have a uniform.
I'm saying
you're gonna
that
fucking mouth diarrhea on me, aren't you?
yes.
You got to be a fucking idiot to think that you can get uniform reflection off a sphere.
I see uniform reflection at 1 minute after the hour. What do you see?
1 minute after the hour, you see uniform fucking reflection?
In the picture I posted, yes. What do you see?
Where the fuck?
No, you do not see a uniform reflection. Even any artist would tell you no. That's not right.
At 1 minute,
What are you
this
seeing?
isn't
Because that's
fucking,
not true.
Oh my God, this isn't fucking reflection, you numpty dipshit. Are you fucking high?
What would you call it?
I'm starting to think he is. Or I'm
You
some kind of
gotta
drug.
be fucking high. It's not that you're even wrong.
Thank you.
Are you fucking high? So this is your example of uniform reflection?
Yeah,
Really?
it's not like a reflection like a mirror. It's just lit up
It's not
by light.
reflection. Yeah. That's not what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah. The spheres right here, lights falling on them, and you can see them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think is happening with the moon too.
Yeah.
Lights
See,
falling on
they're
them,
not
you can see it.
reflecting light back onto a fucking
The moon
surface.
doesn't look anything like those.
Now, who is that? Damsel. I can calm down for a second. All right. Let me get over here. You understand the angle of incidence issue with light?
Yeah, if it's a mirror or if it's like the balloon, then that totally makes sense. The specular highlights, you don't see them on the moon, obviously.
I'm not talking about specular highlights. Let's go. Let me see if I can snatch it. 1 second. Let me tell you what I'm talking about. Fucking light shining. Oh, light's shining on the shovel. It's giving a fucking uniform reflection. No. My God, sir. Where is... Oh, it's about time. Yeah, go ahead, change the name, you dumbass cracker. Okay, here we go. You understand this diagram? See that?
Yeah, I see it.
See the top one?
Yes, got it.
Yeah. Yeah. You see the second one? The second one is uniform reflection. Top one.
Got it. Yeah, so the top one is if it's not a mirror, if it's a rough surface, not like a mirror, not smooth.
No,
And the
it
second
doesn't.
one
The
is
rough,
if it is.
no, the rough surface is another multiplier on your horseshit. This is just a convex flat or convex even surface, the top one. It's still diverging. Now, when I give you a convex surface that's rough, that's a multiplier to crush your fucking dreams.
I got to tell you, my dreams are not crushed.
Yeah, they're crushed. You see how this is? It's called a diffuse reflection. You see that rough surface coming right next to it? Yeah, you're fucking dead. As soon as you walk outside, if you see uniform reflection, that means light's pretty much even everywhere you look with moonlight. If you say that the moon is reflecting the sunlight, then you must, as an absolute fact, claim that the moon is either flat or concave. It's not a matter of opinion.
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. So it's not uniform reflection coming from the moon is what you're saying, because it's okay. So
No, it is a uniform reflection. No, you got mixed up. We do have a uniform reflection off the moon. Therefore, it's either the moon is shining its own light or the moon is flat or concave. Period. End of fairy tale. How about that one? You like that? I love gotchas.
And that's an easy one, I think, too. We can spread that one around pretty quick.
So what would you say is happening in the image at 10 minutes past the hour?
Yeah,
like,
that's not
I'm trying to get the definitions down that you're using.
Yeah, but the light's shining on the object, right?
Light's shining on the object, and that's diffuse reflection?
Yeah, it is. Diffuse, and it's not fucking reflecting all that much.
Okay. It is reflecting some, though, right? It's not reflecting that much, you're right, but it is reflecting some.
Yeah. Yeah, you're
and
fucking
it seems
dead.
like reflecting
Yeah, it
about the
seems
same
like you're
amount.
dead at 8 after the hour, by the way.
I would say that the moon does the same thing as that
Yeah,
sphere.
you
10
would
minutes
say,
past the
but
hour.
you'd violate 60 level optics. Just because sunlight fucking covers an object where you can see it doesn't mean that object reflects uniformly.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
So Matthew, you believe we landed on the moon in 1969 through 1972, bro?
1969 is before I was born, and so then we get into discussions about history and reliability and that type of stuff. I prefer to stick to stuff that I can see. So, but
I
that
watched-
said,
I-
I do think
I watched it on the news, man.
Hey Matthew, that was a brilliant tango. You do a little dance around that. It's real nice.
Yeah, some
Way
people
to not
believed
answer
it.
the question.
Some people believed it because they heard it on the radio, like when Mars attacks, right? They thought we were being invaded by the Martians. I think some people committed suicide, and they believed it because they heard it on the radio. But the TV, because you got visual and audio hallucinations, because that makes it more reliable, right? Because you're not actually seeing
obviously
that.
you have to judge the character and quality of the sources and determine whether they're believable and all that type of stuff. So
quality.
There's a
Exactly.
lot of stuff that goes into determining whether something is.
But do you think man has walked on the surface of the moon?
I think 12 men did. Yes.
Okay. So when they came back, they gave one of the Eastern European countries, I think it was Holland, they gave them some petrified wood. Do you think there's been trees on the moon at one time?
I've heard that story. I don't know much about what happened there. If they gave him a fake piece of, I don't know why they would do that or if that's true.
Yeah, I don't know why they would parade Piltdown Man all over the United States for 50 years either. It was fake too, but I'm sure they had a good reason.
They wanted to prove that evolution was true.
Right. So they took a jawbone from an ape and filed it down and stuck it to a human skull, right? Would you call that dishonest? Would you call that dishonest?
Yeah. It's at least it's probably
because that's
dishonest, but it's
deliberate.
at least deliberate. Yeah.
Yeah. So the moon rock being petrified wood, that could just be an accident. Like maybe NASA accidentally found some petrified wood and stored it in the moon rock. Like that seems plausible, right? Like here's the moon rock bin.
Accident. It could be intentional. I don't know their motives or why they would do that.
Yeah, it's very difficult to tell, but it's kind of weird though, right?
Yeah, that is bizarre.
That they would hand out a moon rock that was really petrified wood. That they would do something like
very
that.
Bizarre, dishonest at the worst, and accidental. Or sloppy at the best.
They live streamed the limb taking off, right? And it was supposedly a robotic camera, and they live streamed it to Earth. And we've all seen the GIF of the limb taking off from the surface of the moon, and we've asked, hey, who was the photographer? Like, who's still on the moon? Oh, they timed it perfectly with a 12-second delay and all that stuff.
2 second, yeah.
2 second. Oh, was it? Was it a 2 second delay?
Well, the speed of light between the Earth and Moon is 2 seconds.
Wait the fuck 1 minute. You know the one-way speed of light?
We know the two-way speed of light.
No, that's just a convention. So you're saying that you know the distance off a convention? Really? Is that what you're claiming with the speed of light? Yes?
I don't know anything about the speed of light.
All right. Yeah, thanks. Carry on.
Well, anyway, I don't think men can walk on the moon. It's kind of a weird thing to even say out loud, you know? And I think they faked it.
Wait a second, Hank. Wait a second, Hank. Aren't you begging the question like 10 times 10,000?
No, it's a fair comment. Depends if you think that the moon is a plasma or just a light.
No. How'd you get there? No. You flew through a second law of thermodynamics violation.
You're talking about traveling to the moon. Hank was talking about landing on the moon. Those are two.
Yeah, well, to land on the moon, you'd have to go through fucking Narnia.
Yeah, so you want to change the subject to flying to the moon?
No, I would like to
Bless
change
you.
the
Somebody
subject
sneezed.
to fucking Narnia. Yeah.
Bless you.
Yeah. You're not flying through Narnia. So it didn't fucking happen. You like that, Hank?
Yeah, I should rephrase. There's no fucking way that men walked on the moon.
You made me joke, Hank. Fucking, you can't do that while I'm drinking and shit.
Yeah, so there's no way that men walked on the moon. But the whole point of going there was to show us that globe Earth, you know, that everyone likes to see so much. Right? The one that they faked in Something Funny Happened on the Way to the Moon, filmed by Bart Sabril. Well,
I don't think that was on anybody's mind to try and convince flat earthers that didn't exist then. Like they weren't saying, "Hey, there's going to be a conspiracy theory that's going to come about because of YouTube in 2014. We better put this."
Yeah,
in
you
the
haven't seen my early videos. I happened to find a couple of farmers that are in their 80s, and I came up to them and I asked them, I was like, "Hey guys, how you doing? You remember the flat Earth debate?" And they were like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "In your lifetime, you remember people arguing whether the Earth was flat or whether it's a sphere?" They were like, "Oh yeah, we taught them." They were Globers, obviously. And, I interviewed the guy for like 15 minutes about his life to show that he was not just some guy suffering from dementia. And he told me about his life in farming and that they used to just bring the crops and drop it off like on the honor system and then come back several hours later after they'd been shopping and then come back through and pick up and leave. And, so just to make sure everybody knew that this guy wasn't crazy. So, yeah, it's very interesting that they remember the flat Earth debate in their lifetime. Older couple, I think they were 83 at the time, and
were they convinced it's a flat Earth, or they didn't change their
they were
mind?
convinced. They were convinced it was a globe.
Because they're correct. Yeah, they're correct.
So because they knew it was a globe, they were correct. Anyway, so the point of the story was they didn't stop. Correct. I asked them, "Hold on, bro. Do you mind if I speak?" So I totally asked them, like, "Hey, when did it stop? When did the debate stop?" And they were like, "Oh, about the time of the moon landing." So Matthew's whole spill about, a conspiracy theory that was kind of come around in 2014. No, bro. They were debating it before the moon landing.
Sure.
There are newspaper articles in the early 1900s that show that there was even a scientist that was trying to teach the globe in public school in one of our states. I can't remember which one right now, but there are newspaper articles showing that he was kicked out of the school because he was trying to teach the globe, because flat Earth was taught in school in the early 1900s. Newspaper articles.
I don't believe that story at all.
I don't believe it either. I think that's bullshit.
You don't have to believe it. You can go look it up yourself.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah, they were teaching the globe for a long time.
The world is round. There's space.
Yeah, they might have been teaching it, but not everybody was buying it. You can go to chroniclingamerica.gov, which is the Library of Congress newspapers, and set the parameter.
You're idiots.
Sorry,
Don't
bro.
worry about it.
Yeah,
Yeah. No, you're
an
sorry.
idiot, an uneducated person. Okay, can
That's
somebody
that's
mute
you.
that asshole?
Yeah, mute me.
Somebody.
Hey, human.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
buddy.
yeah.
Welcome. How's
What's
it
up?
going?
It's going fan-fubbing-tabulous.
Yeah, mute
Hey,
that
human,
guy,
if you want to
because
have a conversation here,
I
that's
do.
fine, but don't insult them randomly. Otherwise, you're going to get yourself
Sure.
muted and banned.
You can mute me. I don't care.
No, I'm a Glober on your side. I'm just saying, hey, let's have a conversation.
That'll happen.
I'm so scared.
So since you interrupted,
What,
human.
you think
yeah,
we're
we can
scared of
tell that
you?
you're scared. He doesn't want me to talk. He obviously is scared because I might make a little sense, right?
It looks like he's banned already.
Yeah, Glat,
Oh, he didn't
Glat,
stick
make an
around very
example
long,
of him,
did he?
please. No.
Well, that's what happens,
Scaredy cat.
guys. Listen, here. This is what happens. We're here to have a serious discussion about evidence. So if you want to come here and have an attitude about it, we don't appreciate it because we're adults. So especially if the first thing you do is you come in and you're just salty for no apparent reason, like I said, we don't have time for that. So much love to everybody, but if you come here to troll, you're going to get booted. Simple as that.
Yeah, Matthew's been here close to a year, right? And it's because he knows how to act like an adult, right? So Matthew can be in here disagreeing with us all the time. He doesn't get kicked out, right? He doesn't agree with us on everything. He doesn't get kicked out. Anyway, so my point about the moon landing was they faked it to show us the globe to quell the competition because there was flat earthers that were making moves. And like I said before, the ungentleman rudely interrupted me. You can go to chroniclingamerica.gov or it's the Library of Congress, the newspapers, right? And you can type in the words flat earth and you can see all the newspaper articles. Before 1969, people were discussing it. People were debating it. People were thinking about it. It was on their minds. It wasn't solved like 400 years ago, like Neil deGrasse Tyson said. That's not reality, right? That's the narrative, but it's not reality.
Yeah, we don't have a claim now for when Earth curvature is experienced.
Hello, Marcus.
Hello.
Oh, that's a new world record, Glat. Good job.
What, with the response?
Yeah, just shoot. Yeah, you just broomed him under the carpet. He's gone.
Oh, yeah. Crazy. Wow. Was that? No, hold on. There's a kid, forget what it's a B name. I boot or something.
Yeah, that was him. Yep. Yep.
Okay, yeah, he does that every now and again. I don't know. It's like a nervous tick or something. Oh, Bidoof. Hey, do you want to finally speak, Bidoof? I feel like it's been you and me, and you're just messing with me. So, do you want to speak for once?
I'm a flat earther.
Okay, that's good. What makes you think that it's flat? How do you know it's flat?
Because you can see curvature at any height. And people have tried to measure the curvature by laser tests. And they didn't measure any curvature.
Right. So you don't know of anybody who's ever measured curvature, and you can't find when anybody did that, how or where, right?
Yes.
That's good. Okay. I happen to agree with that. I think a lot of people here do too.
I'm just testing my mic.
Say that again.
I'm just testing my mic.
Just testing your mic. Okay. Well, hey, listen. If you want to chat with any of us, there's a lot of people in this server right now. It's Friday night. Yeah, we are here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. God, I thought he was a troll for almost 3 days straight. Turns out he's a flatty. It's the good news, guys. That's how it should be.
That's good.
Yeah, welcome to the server, new guy. I didn't quite catch your name.
His name's Bidoof. Bidoof.
Bidoof.
Your mic's a little quiet, Badoof.
But nevertheless, welcome to the server. Glad to have you here.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, greetings. Very glad.
And he's gone.
I'm sorry. Are we just gonna breeze past Matthew going no about
Not anymore.
the flat Earth
Sorry,
debate?
I wanted to take care of this kid. He's been in and out for a few days. I just wanted to see what was up with that, if he was a troll or something else, and found out the good news about him. So anyway, yeah, go back to that, please.
Well, we just mentioned that the flat Earth debate has been around for a while. Pretty spicy, actually, in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and Matthew just kind of went nuh-uh. But I didn't hear any evidence to back up the nuh-uh. Do you have anything for us, Matthew?
I guess I was thinking that in my experience among people I've heard, in my circles, I didn't even hear about this until more recently. And then I think that the movement has grown quite a bit since 2014. But I think you're right that it's not that it didn't exist before then. It just got a lot more popular recently. Like I would suspect that most people in this server weren't part of the movement 10 years ago in 2011.
I'm gonna back Matthew in this sense. Matthew made the non-existence claim. The person making the positive claim needs to provide the evidence.
Fair enough.
Yep. It's not his job to show non-existence. It's the person that made the initial claim of positive evidence. It's their turn, not the elephant hurl. Right? If you say, go look, type into Google, no, that's elephant hurling fallacy. If you made the claim, it's your job to provide the positive evidence for that claim. If not, then your claim is void.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So let me get on that.
All right.
I got to write this down. QE backing me up on something. Appreciate it.
Like I said,
That's it.
I know
Good, isn't it?
it's only when I'm right that he's going to say I'm right. So I guess it's not too surprising.
Says who? You could say the outline of history, H.G. Wells, first edition. But I would personally, I'd say Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John and Revelation for the fact that people knew the earth was flat. Thanks.
Well, yeah, but Matthew's not going to accept anything from the Bible. I mean, he hates the Bible.
Correct.
I don't hate the Bible.
That's exactly right. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Hey, XO, can you take platypus out? I like what you did with that photo, by the way. Can you take platypus out and state, hey, baltards? How about that?
Yeah, just the top part?
Yeah, baltard. Shut the fuck up.
Okay. Let's see if we can do that.
Thanks, man. I liked it. I saved the other one. It was pretty funny.
If you go to live stream voice text, 30 minutes after the hour.
And there it is.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. You can actually go and see in the newspaper where people were talking about this stuff in the 20th century. So no, everyone didn't think that it was settled science. Such a word doesn't even exist. Settled science, married bachelors, these things are not real.
damn, he called your bluff.
Okay, yeah, I accept that. That seems like solid evidence.
I also include.
Yeah, that David Weiss one is one of my favorites. The interview with the lady that said she remembers it being taught in school. Yep, that's one of the favorites.
We should go find these centennials and talk to them. I bet there's, hundreds of them all over the world.
Or better yet, find some of the
I heard there
school
was a
curriculum.
Russian one. Yeah, I heard there was a school curriculum with Russia. There was an interview with a Russian that said the same thing. I'll have to find that one. I don't know where it's at. I just heard that somebody had said there was one from a Russian.
So that's why the moon landing is so important, right? Because if they didn't actually go, and this is all just propaganda, then the flat earth debate should have been continuously happening since 1969 up until present day. But because people believe what they hear and see, right? Because when you confirm something with 2 or more senses, you believe it to be true. And even though this is artificial, right? It's not actually confirmed and verified and validated and all that stuff. But, oh, there was a couple of British guys who saw it happen. They witnessed it with their CB radios or whatever. No, that's not confirmation. Like, there's no way for us to verify this. There's no way for us to validate their claims. And the fact that they don't have any of the telemetry data, I mean, basically, it's just a cool story at this point.
Yeah, I guess
No
you're right.
different
There's
than
no
the
way to-
Greek mythology with the same names.
Back in the 60s, I think the main thing that was going on was the Cold War with the USSR, and I think the main goal of the Apollo program was to assert American dominance over the Soviet Union, which, you could still use that point to say that they faked it for that reason instead. But, yeah.
That would be just speculation.
Another
There's
cool
never
story.
been a shot fired from a Russian soldier that hit an American soldier, and vice versa. So the whole we're at war with Russia thing, I'd like to see some evidence for that. And you can call it a Cold War, but that's just a made-up term.
Yeah, who could make the best stop motion animation? Yeah.
Well, we built up nuclear arms against each other, but never used them. That's what they mean by Cold War, I think.
Well, we
In Soviet Russia, Sputnik sent you to space.
Yeah, who took
That's
that?
funny.
Who took that picture of Sputnik? We've all
The
seen
same
the
guy that
picture of
was on the
Sputnik.
moon. Yeah, the same cameraman that was on the moon. Yep.
Yeah, he's
Is
a
that
quality
Superman?
photographer.
He gets around.
I'm sorry. Did he say that we built up a nuclear armament and aimed it at Russia? Is that what I heard?
Another story.
It's just
Nice one,
another
though.
story. I mean, there's no evidence for that either. It's Matthew. Are you basing everything that you believe on just stories? I mean, I know
TV.
that
So
to be the
far.
truth, but everything so far I've heard out of you is just based on stories.
It's whatever the atheists believe.
There are some true things that I believe, even if I haven't personally verified them. Yes.
But the Cold War and the moon landing would not be one of those, correct?
They meet my standards, but they obviously don't meet your standards.
He has. How did you verify them, Matthew?
No
I didn't.
verification, but
No,
we
I'm
believe.
I'm admitting I didn't. Yeah.
That's a standard. There you go, guys. Thanks.
See, here's
If
the
it
thing.
was
You
on the
could say
news, it's true.
you could say that we've had skirmishes right in Vietnam and other countries like Ukraine, right? But there's no actual Russians shooting at Americans. It's always like, hey guys, we're on your side and on your side, right? But they never actually shoot at each other. In fact, the United States and Russia's had a very good relationship ever since the Tsar and his family were murdered in the basement with machine gun fire.
Do you guys
So,
remember the 80s? I wouldn't characterize our relationship with Russia as very good.
dude, that's what you saw on TV. Like, what did you see
Another
outside?
story.
What did you see outside your house that makes you think that?
Okay, well, fair point, but I don't know. I mean, how I know I can't see lots of stuff outside my house. So, I mean, how do I know the Vietnam War actually happened? It didn't happen outside my house, but
Because you got people that'll come back and tell you what happened in Vietnam. I've interviewed
yeah, that's hearsay.
a bunch. A
I
bunch.
wasn't there.
You're right. You're right. It is hearsay. I don't know that it happened, right? But I believe it happened, right? I can't listen to any vets talk about when them and the Russians got into it. I've interviewed Korean vets. I've interviewed loads of Vietnam vets, right? I've never heard the veterans talk about that time we fought Russia. Never heard it.
Yeah, you need to turn that History Channel off, man.
Well, after taking care of vets at the VA with their injuries from the Agent Orange and from munitions and different kinds of weapons, I'd have to say, and after being in an area where the combat was happening and I participated, I'd have to say those things do happen. They're real. But some of the stories you get from your government as to why and how and what really is the motivations,
You know what the Korean vet told me? He said that he was in artillery and he would like mortar villages and then advance position to where he just got through bombing the place to smithereens. He'd puke his guts out and do it again, and then mortar the next village, and then puke his guts out after he moved up, and then do it again. They weren't Russian; they were Korean, by the way.
There might have been some MiG-17s or 15s with Russian pilots over Vietnam, but that's just Black Ops hearsay.
All I'm trying to point out is just because you saw it on TV doesn't mean it's real. I mean, I can't believe that I actually had to say that. It's kind of like, it reminds me of when I have to tell Christians they're supposed to follow the Ten Commandments. And they disagree with me, and I'm like, oh, so do what thou wilt then, huh? That should be the whole of the law? Is that what we're doing here? You know, it's like, it catches me off guard that I have to tell people that just because you see it on TV doesn't mean it's real. It's like,
I completely
why
agree
do
with you. That's right.
Why do I have to even say that?
They love
agree with you.
their man leaders, Hank. They love being comfortable in a secular society with these rituals. That's what they're used to. They love it.
they also love the fear. It's like adrenaline for these people. They love it.
And these are so-called people that are God believers, yet everything they name, Apollo, Mars, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, the great attractor, everything is Satan. But that's, nothing to see here. I mean, just that's how stupid they are. What can you say?
I've always asked people, why you always like say the Christian, right? Separation of church and state. What about like Apollo missions being named after some kind of god? Right? Have you ever heard an atheist or a Satanist complain of where's the separation of church and state with the Apollo missions, bro?
Yeah,
Well,
they
even then, they've defined it as objective science instead of what was originally a Greek pagan religion. So they've defined religion as, other stuff other than, their preferred belief set, essentially.
No, there were atheists that complained that they read from Genesis on one of the Apollo missions, and so they had to not do that the next time.
Did you see that on TV?
I did not see that. I would redefine the religion in turn based off of that redefinition as any foundational belief set that is, basically unquestioned. That tends to become very quickly religious, be it scientism or whatever.
Yeah, I just want to point out I grew up pretty poor, right? Not dirt poor, but only ate like once a day poor. Went outside and foraging, right? So I didn't have like cable TV but like 5% of my whole life. So other than like staticky Channel 7 or whatever, like KLTV coming in, that was about it. So like I missed out on a whole lot of programming, right? So for the most part, like I'm self-taught for the most part, other than, some of the bullshit that I learned in school. But
yeah, I remember when there's only like 4 channels on TV.
Right. So you kind of understand what I'm saying. Nowadays, like you can get programmed all day long, and they tell you like this is TV programming, right? Like that's what they call it, right? So they tell you that you're being programmed, and you consume it like in alpha state, like several hours a week. What am I saying? Most people several hours a day, and now they've been hypnotized with this, tell live vision, and we got mass psychosis. Everybody believes in a whole bunch of bullshit that isn't real, like war with Russia. That's never happened.
Now, Hank, I know you're not necessarily the authority on this particular topic, but could you tell me, percentage-wise, how much can I believe that I see on television?
Well, you can believe some, but a percentage I couldn't tell you, right? The news has to stay relevant, so they have to be honest sometimes, right? That's why you got people like Tucker Carlson on there, and everybody's like, man, that guy, he really makes the Republicans happy. Or you got the Sinead O'Connor looking woman who's like Russiagate, right? So she's an absolute fraud, but so is Tucker Carlson in a lot of ways.
Well, these people are journalists. They're talking heads. So they read
They're
a
CIA
teleprompter, a
operatives.
lot of
They're
them.
assets.
They read what they're told to. So, you can trust a consistent, narrative or a consistent story that's consistent with what you see, what you experience, or you can go curate your own, news from several sources and see how consistent the story they're telling is across the board from several different sources. But if you go to just one, like the Communist News Network or whatever, you're going to get you're going to get one side of the story when you need to get others potentially.
The Sinead O'Connor is her name is Rachel Maddow. I like to call her Rachel Mad Cow, right? Because there was no Russiagate. Obviously, it was Israelgate. But you can't say that. That's racist.
So how do you determine which news stories to believe?
Well, while they're saying one thing, you got to go from the left and the right and see if they come in the middle in any way. Go to independent people, especially. I tend to prefer people online on YouTube or on the internet with blogs that are citizen journalists like you and me that are collating and curating their own news. I tend to get a wider perspective from them than the heavily controlled news cycle.
Well, it's September, right? So let's think about the past. The thing that we're never supposed to forget, right? So if you want to listen to what Henry Kissinger, the former chair of the official 9/11 Commission report, now halfway through he quit and some other guy took his place, so that's his name on the book, but not Kissinger. But if you want to listen to a war criminal, right, you can listen to him, right, and hit the people that he hired and put in place and see like what they thought about 9/11 and their conspiracy theory on, what happened, right? Or you can listen to the firefighters that were on the ground. That's how I look at news. I listen to the people that were actually there, boots on the ground, and I listen to what they have to say, right? Because you can listen to the story about the plane, the invisible plane that hit the Pentagon all day long, and we can't look at it because of national security, but we can look at the planes at the towers all day long, and that's not national security, right? Right? Because they got it on camera. They had it on camera, the plane hitting the building, the Pentagon, but no one can actually see it. So what do you believe, Matthew? Do you believe the invisible plane hit the Pentagon, or Well,
I don't know
what?
why. Wait, I don't know why there's no video of the Pentagon. There's video of the Twin Towers, but the Pentagon, I don't know why there isn't any video.
Well, it's because the government came and confiscated all the tapes. Because remember, in 2001 we had tape, right? And they confiscated all the tapes and they released 8 frames, which didn't show a plane. So either A, the government is hiding the fact that there was no plane, or B, the government likes conspiracy theorists and wants us to keep them around, and they don't want to debunk us with one fell swoop of releasing the footage of the plane hitting the Pentagon. They wouldn't want to debunk their contractors. No, distract. What's the word? Dissenters.
Well, when I'm judging a source, I guess I'm a bit more conspiratorial than most, but I try to follow the money, try to follow the death and the censorship, because in this world of lies, usually the truth is being censored, the truth is being killed, or the truth is being bought out in some way. It helps to study how they form the narrative. If you're getting 5 main networks that are giving you all of your news, well, then essentially you're going to get a pretty biased narrative eventually with little to no diversity. That's why it helps to go to other outlets that aren't controlled under that system. People that are under a more independent sort of news gathering ethic as opposed to corporate news.
Okay, I have an example. I've never heard anybody question this. 16 years ago, the news said Hurricane Katrina flooded New Orleans, and now we've spent billions of dollars rebuilding New Orleans. So did that really happen, or is that something
Yeah, because I interviewed the people that flooded East Texas after it happened, and the scarred faces told me that they had endured some kind of trauma because the black people had pink faces. Black people aren't supposed to have pink faces. I don't know if you guys know that, but that's scar tissue, right? So they endured some sort of trauma, and what they were telling me is that the government would come by and drop 1 case of water. Now, I asked them, do you mean like a pallet? No, like a case, like of 25 water bottles in a crowd of like 50 men, and watch them fight over it. And I was like, what was going on with Bush? He ordered shoot to kill. He said, yeah, anybody trying to get food or sandals for their children, anybody got caught looting, they were shooting to kill. So yes, that actually happened. I've interviewed the souls that were there that survived.
And also, a lot of times we reason back to a historical event that must have happened to explain, some of the other stuff that we've accepted as true. If those people are coming from New Orleans and flooding into other states, one would, reason that something happened like a flood that goes with the reporting of the flood that did or did not occur. And flooding is not too hard to believe because flooding tends to happen pretty regularly. We see things like rain and other things that tend to lead to something similar to flooding. So people are quite ready to believe news like that unless there's some other inconsistency that makes them challenge the narrative. That it was sunny that day, that nobody's leaving the area, or some sort of inconsistency that makes us test the narrative and challenge it. So ultimately, we test truth by consistency. And if there's an inconsistency, we just simply have to point it out and why we are not having faith in the narrative anymore.
In fact, I can prove that Hurricane Katrina was a man-made disaster. The state asked the federal government for funding to fix the levees before it happened. The government said no. The levees were not repaired or updated, and the events that happened were a man-made catastrophe. If you understand cause and effect, right? Kennedy wasn't assassinated by the gunman, right? Kennedy was assassinated by the guy who gave him a convertible. Is that correct or incorrect, Matthew?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, that there are many, many factors in a lot of these things. I would say that there's shared responsibility.
Right, but what did you learn in school? What did you learn in school?
That Kennedy was assassinated by Hinckley?
Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah, wrong guy.
Right. Did he ever stand trial?
No, because he was shot by Jack Ruby.
No, his name was Rubenstein. I don't know why everybody can't remember that. But he never stood trial because he was killed at the police station, I believe, in the basement by a guy named Jack Rubenstein, right?
It was in the,
And
it
this
was in the
guy,
street
no, it was in a building.
as he was walking up.
Yeah, there's a video of it you can see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the shooting of Oswald was faker than the shooting of John F. Kennedy, in my opinion. You can see if you go back, there's two different angles. They've shot the whole thing twice. You can see where they have the skills that the guy Ruby leaning in to shoot, and his gun's in a totally different position, and then other people are in different positions.
I don't know what you're talking about. My point was is
The
that
shooting
they
of
lied
Oswald
to
was
us.
faked.
Okay, that may or may not be true. My point was the guy never stood trial, but everybody tells you that he's the guy that killed Kennedy. But according to the United States, you're innocent until proven guilty. Is that correct, Matthew?
Yeah, but if you're dead, it doesn't matter. So he wasn't ever declared guilty legally.
Right, but everybody tells you, even though it's a lie, because everybody knows you're innocent until proven guilty, that this was a narrative. Do you think maybe it was possible that he was actually killed by the guy who led the investigation? Do you think maybe that's possible? Because oftentimes I find out, that drugs are illegal, but CIA is dropping off crack cocaine into the poor black neighborhoods.
That's true.
Or the Drug Act was used to stifle and counter the hippie movement before it was co-opted, and they were the ones protesting the Vietnam War. That's also true.
That's true.
I find those plausible, sure. I'm not an expert in those kind of historical things, but yeah, that could be.
Could be. Coming up next, Matthew still can't make a claim.
I want to know how the airplane was able to hit the moving building, Matthew.
Because the frame of reference of the building was about the same as the frame of reference of the atmosphere. But I don't want to get into that.
I know.
Oh boy. You know about the atmosphere that day?
Oh, he doesn't believe in the Coriolis effect.
Holy goodness.
Matthew, why don't you believe in the Coriolis effect?
Because
Yeah,
the
that's a good
Coriolis effect doesn't
No,
exist.
I think it exists.
Well, there's two reference
You're a
frames.
liar.
In the Coriolis effect, there's two reference frames, the inertia and non-inertia reference frames. And you know why there's two? Because they're not Velcroed together, right?
Right, exactly.
I do want to know how you did yesterday factor it down that 200 miles per hour difference between the spinning pavement that the plane has to land on and the plane, right? So it's hitting the pavement, moving 200 miles per hour different. How does it adjust for that? How would it ever land?
Well, when a plane is landing, it's moving at a different speed than the runway. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's the point. How would it do that?
They line up with the runway and move towards it. What do you mean?
You mean it has to time it so that it lands on a moving runway, right? Is that what you're saying?
You can consider the runway to be stationary.
Oh, but then there's no way to do that unless it is stationary. You understand that?
No, you can make that assumption and then do all the controls the same.
You can't say it's moving and say it's stationary at the same time. You know that, right?
You can't say that it's actually moving and it's actually stationary at the same time. I'm saying that you can consider it stationary when you're lining up and doing the calculations. It's kind of like if you throw your friend a ball in a moving train. You can consider it.
You know that makes no sense, right? This is a direct contradiction that you're totally just you're skirting around.
Yeah, the train is the same reference frame.
Yeah, you're saying that the plane is in a different reference frame. It's moving at a different speed than the Earth that's moving by it at an angle.
No, when I'm tossing
200
the
miles
ball
per
in
hour
the train,
difference.
the ball is a different reference frame.
Talking about the plane and the pavement that you just stated very clearly are moving at different speeds. Both of them moving
Right.
in the globe model. So you can't
Right.
consider them stationary and say they're moving at the same time. That's the point.
I had trouble explaining this yesterday. I don't know if I
No,
would
you
do
didn't
any
have
better
trouble
today.
explaining it. You had trouble admitting that there's a direct contradiction.
Yeah, I did have trouble admitting it's a direct contradiction because I don't believe that.
Well, you just stated direct contradiction. You said that the plane is moving differently at a different speed than the runway. They're both moving. You just stated they're both moving, and then you just said you can consider it stationary.
Yeah,
you can't have it both ways.
Calculating and considering things, even you can make simplifications even if they aren't true. Yeah, I admit that it's not true.
That wouldn't be a very safe thing to do if you're an airplane trying to land on a runway. You have to know if it's stationary or not, wouldn't you?
Let me try and give an analogy. If you're sitting in a train that's moving and I toss you a tennis ball and you catch it,
I've gone through this before. It's a non sequitur. It's the same reference frame.
And listen though. If the train is stationary and I do that and you catch it, and then later the train is moving 80 miles an hour and I toss you the ball and you catch it, in both of those cases, I could consider it to be stationary, even though one of the cases the train is moving. So I'm saying it's
right, but it's all within the same reference frame, so it's not the same at all. It's total non sequitur. You know that, right?
No, I don't. It seems to me the
You
same.
don't think that you're sitting inside the compartment of the train is in the same reference frame? You think you're in a separate reference frame all of a sudden? If you're throwing the ball?
In the train, there's three different things happening. There's the train itself, there's the air inside the train, and then there's the ball. Those are the three different reference frames. And those
let's say this train. Okay, let's just take your scenario and let's say the train is a spinning ball train, right? It is rolling down the tracks.
Yeah,
right?
let's say like if it were going around.
Let's say that.
Sure.
Right. And then the instead of throwing a ball, you're on roller skates, right? And you're trying to jump up and land somewhere inside that donut, right? That's spinning, right? You think you'd have an easy time doing that?
It would be harder if the train were going around a corner. Yes.
The point is that you would have to account for the speeds of the speeds of the edges, and whether you're landing with the spin or against the spin. All these factors would then come into play. So that's why it's not the same.
May I interrupt just for a minute and then I'll be quiet? Okay, so I want to explain what a reference frame is. It's just a frame of reference, right? So if you got a flat stationary Earth, right, moving at 0 miles an hour, 0.0, right? And then you got a train that's hauling ass going through the countryside at 50 or 80 miles an hour. The train in motion is one reference frame, and then the flat stationary Earth, the guy sitting a few feet away from the railroad tracks, he's in a separate reference frame, right? He's not on the train. The train is one reference frame, and then the guy sitting on the ground that's not moving is a separate reference frame. So if one throws a ball to the other, if it's anything harder than a softball, it's going to mess up his hand pretty bad, right? Because of the difference in speed from one reference frame to the other.
Yeah, that's well said. That's a good explanation.
So that explains why it doesn't work, right?
I was talking about people sitting inside the train.
Yeah, they're in the same reference frame.
But you realize it's not the same if the train's a donut that's rolling down the track rather than just one stationary linear direction, all compartmentalized.
Right.
It's different, right?